You might be wondering, what is Star Thrower Group? Star Thrower Group is a place for young people to pursue careers, community, and connections. Sometimes we do art. Art is a great way to express yourself and to create something beautiful. And it's a lot of fun too. We also are proud of our art, and we like to share it with everybody. Sometimes we even have a special event just to show it off. Star Thrower Group is a place where people can just be themselves. It's a place where they can explore being an adult and a goofball with a loving, caring staff who's probably just as silly or sillier than them. They like to make jokes, and we like to spend time together. Different games for different people. There's always something going on. Sometimes things get a little silly, but that's okay. Other times they get a little competitive. That's okay too. Sometimes we pull pranks on each other. And sometimes we go out and exercise. Or how about a day at the beach? We do that too. Most importantly, we make friendships. We form community. And there's no place like Star Throwers. We have new friends. We have old friends. We go out to lunch together. We look out for each other's safety. We even go out and enjoy a Patriots game now and then. Go Somerset Patriots. Going out to dinner is a lot of fun. Or singing a song together. We celebrate birthdays, and they're always a big deal. I mean, who doesn't love a sweet cupcake? And we get goofy again. Sometimes we do work around the office, or we learn new skills like driving. We go out into the community and volunteer because that's a good thing to do. It also gives our members skills they need. We work. There's Andrew at Marshall's and another one of our members learning new skills. And we even create our own content, which you can find on our YouTube channel.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are in the world right now. And welcome to a very special show on the Apex Online Racing YouTube channel. It's race day for the 12 hours of Red Bull Ring charity event for the Star Thrower Group, brought to you via iRacing, the world's premier motorsport simulator. And we are live and exclusive, obviously, on the channel. Now, for qualifying, obviously, you have myself, Tim Cox, and James Parfitt. He'll be joining me in shortly for Total Spin Sport, and we'll be looking after you and then handing across later on to King Kodiak and Stevie, who will be in this commentary booth in a few hours' time. And following, to sort of round out the show, we'll have Hussein Lal and Braden Hill will be jumping into the com box and taking you through to the close. Well, we'll be able to see who's been victorious at that point. Now, obviously, today we come to you live from the Red Bull Ring in Spielberg, which ironically directly translates to Play Mountain or Game Mountain, which is ironic, obviously, with iRacing being a simulator. Of course, in the rolling hills of Austria. Now, despite this being one of the shortest Grade 1 tracks in the world, it's synonymous with action, whether it be Formula cars, motorbikes, or, like today, the iconic GT3s and also the TCRs that are joining them on track at the same time. James, welcome to the show. As I mentioned previously, today we're raising funds for the Starthrower Group. Who is this great charity and what do they do?
Hi Tim and all the viewers at home. So the Starthrower Group is a non-profit organisation that benefits adults and with special needs and disabilities. Their mission is to build an inclusive community, inspire careers and make connections that help establish a successful and happy adult life. They help their members to be successful in society by providing a downtown community centre that allows walkable access to business and commerce and a place to gather friends. The programme encourages independence through workshop options from cooking to computers to self-care. They are a vital part of the local community in Flemington, New Jersey, and work every day to make their community brighter and more inclusive. It is not often that this cause gets the attention that it deserves, which is why V3 Racing has decided to host this event to help raise awareness for such a brilliant cause, Tim.
Brilliant. And I understand that there's a link below where obviously everyone at home can make donations to this brilliant charity, James. But I understand there's already fundraising is already sort of started.
It has, yeah. The fundraising has started with each of the teams, Tim, donating $10 to enter, which has kickstarted the fundraising brilliantly, to be fair. You can actually go along as well to the starthrowergroup.com, where you can click on the donate button, where every donation really makes a big difference to this charity. But as you can see on screen as well, we've got the ring12hour.weebly.com/donate as well, guys. So don't forget to get your donations in. This charity is amazing and definitely is worth donating some money towards.
Now, to run you through the format of today, we've got open qualifying, which is currently underway. And around about 1300 Greenwich Mean Time, the race will get underway. And we'll be here all the way through till a whopping 1 a.m. Obviously, the whole team. And we'll see who's been crowned victorious and speaking to the drivers who are on the podium. Now, James, we between the pair of us, we always seem to have a ironic curse of a dreaded curse of the commentator, of anyone who we sort of mention. For viewers to watch seem to have incidents, these guys are really good and then they seem to instantly always fall off. So we're going to steer clear of that one today, especially with being a nice charity event. Just obviously, I don't guess you've been out in the the BMW GT3. How do you find it this week?
Well, Tim, I've been round there. This week, and I went round more this morning. I'm not going to lie. I was 4 seconds off the 128.75 that Lucas Prada is currently doing. Okay, wow. So now whether that's my skill level or the fact that I only did sort of 5 to 10 laps, so I didn't really do loads, Tim. But it's tough. There's a lot of things on here that are really quite tricky to get correct. The first corner, Niki Lauda curve. Well, you roll round there, Tim, in second gear and try and get the power on as early as possible. And then, as you can see, we're coming up to Remus now, and that's not an easy corner either, as Lucas has clearly demonstrated us on screen. Thank you, Lucas, for telling me that I'm not incorrect. So there you go, Tim.
so even the great drivers like Prado, I mean, he's got an absolute outstanding record within iRacing. Likewise, Alex Bennett, who's currently provisionally second on the grid at the moment for Comrade Gammon Racing. They've got the Porsche 911 that they're piloting today, that team. And between them, both of them have got an over 6K iRacing, which is absolutely phenomenal. And shows that, some of the great talent that we've got here. And but there's definitely people up and down the field who we've commentated on before, and it's going to be some great racing. But the interesting part is we've got 4 currently TCRs, so they are touring cars, as you can see right now, and they are quite a bit slower compared to the GT3s.
Van der Linden there just went into the barrier as well, Tim, which is quite unfortunate for him.
So it's going to be tricky for some of the drivers, depending on where they catch them. It could well mean that they lose a lot of time, or potentially even gain a lot of the time of someone maybe that they're battling.
Tim, the thing is, the track's not very big. It's not a large track in terms of distance. So they are going to catch them. It's how they play it. It's how they play where they're going to try and get past them. I think they've just got to be sensible. I think at the end of the day, you're looking at turn 1, turn 3, as it's known, turn 2 to us, but there is a kink in the middle of the straight, so they do call that as a curve, as a turn as well. And down into turn 4, I think they've got to be sensible there, Tim, because if they go anything in the infield around Power Horse and that it's going to be a struggle. I think they've just got to be patient. It is 12 hours, Tim. It's not, it's not a quick sprint.
It's definitely not a sprint race.
No.
But with them being racing drivers over the first couple of laps, you try and tell them that. I'm sure we're going to see cars jockeying for position. Like I say, dives into turn 3. Just trying to get that bit of an edge, because it's always the perennial thing that you tend to race where you qualify, and you can easily get stuck behind, like you say, with it being tricky to pass around here, and it being such a short track, you can potentially, see your competitors start to move away from you and gain time and disappear off up the road before you know it.
That's the problem, though, Tim, isn't it? It's settling down into your line. You can't really, in a 12-hour. Yes, we have seen it previously, 12 hours, where we've had incidents on the first lap. We've had incidents on lap 3 where they've just been going full bore. I think this might be different, Tim. I'm hopeful, but as you say, they are racing drivers, that it will be not so full of incident. That's my thoughts.
Yes.
But I'm not going to say who's going to win or anything like that, Tim, because as you say, like earlier, every time we do that, they end up in a barrier or in a sand trap. So I'm staying away from that. But there are some drivers with some very high IR and very good drivers who may, if they can get a break, they might just pull away with it, Tim. That's my philosophy.
So we're just watching the tail end of qualifying now. The drivers are crossing the lines, looking to see if they can improve. And wow, Comrade Gaming Red, Hogenhout on board that at the moment, has elevated himself all the way from they're about 18th position all the way to the second row of the grid, 3rd place, right at the depth. Talk about leaving it to the last second. And I'm just having a look. I don't think there's anyone left on a flying lap. I think Sam Gunstone is the last one, and he does not improve. But having said that, they are already on pole, so that's not going to affect them too much.
Did Owen Blythe, Tim, register a time, or am I seeing him as that he didn't register anything?
I'm seeing him as not registering yes, that word as well. Registering a time either, which is interesting.
He's not short of being able to do it and ability. I'm just surprised that he didn't register a time, unless he's obviously happy to start at the back of his class, which
maybe as being charity as well could be. Could we see a potential back to front challenge happening here with Blythe and V3 Racing? I think that's definitely going to
go from the back to the front.
Yeah, wow. you never know. He's currently, obviously, he's going to be lining up for fourth place in the TCRs. But let's just run through the grid. So Prada on pole with Bennett in second. Oh, wow, nothing to separate those two. Less than 100 for the second. Second row of the grid, we've got Hogan Hotu. We just mentioned for Comrade Gaming Red. He's joined by Phyllis Schiff from Team Tepper on the second row of the grid. Then we've got Malkavara from Racing Gear Storm in fifth, Luke from Red Online Racing in the third row, then Peter Houston, Hector Hernandez on the fourth row of the grid, David Contos somewhere, and he's joined by Cy Anthony, two drivers who used to driving together in the competing in the iRacing UK leagues. Cy Anthony taking on board the iRacing UK car. So that could be a little bit spicy. I'll be interested to see how that one pans out. We'll see if we've got his teammate in the chat, Chris Hitchin. Hello to you, sir. Richard Simner, who we've seen great things from as well previously in other channels, and be interested to see how he gets on. So there's three iRacing UK guys all on top of each other. Could there be like potentially could get a little bit spicy. Then we've got Mikael Parry from Red Online Racing Black. And then we've got Ivo van der Linden. We've got Christian Arles, Gary Patrick, Gary Patty, butchering names already, Black Dove Racing. Then we've got Palu and Imre. Then we've got Burr and Hodel, who are the last row for the GT3s. Then on to the Audi RS3 TCRs, so the touring cars. We've got Sam Gunstone on pole with Alan Holloway joining the front row for those guys in class, and Jeff McPherson with Owen Blythe, Merlin Cooper, and Stephen Kamke rounds out your grid. And the drivers just heading out on installation up. You will see the Audi TCRs probably leaving a bit of a gap to the GT3s.
Tim, I'm wondering if Owen has started third in the TCRs, fourth now in the TCRs. If he is actually in the TCRs, and we may have it incorrect on SDK there, bud.
No, he is,
because he's not in anything Porsche, BMW, or Lambo. So
no, he's definitely in one of the TCRs.
Yeah.
So
maybe that was intentional, just not go out and qualify.
Right, it's time to get hyped, get ready, because we are go. Look at Prada storming away. Got an absolutely majestic start. Bennett been left for dead, and he's conceded a place there to his teammate as well. And dropped down, we've got Linden. All the cars seem to have got away pretty sensibly, but now it's the long run down to turn 3. The TCRs that you can see all line us up, tucked up behind each other, trying to generate some slipstream as they head down through turn 2 now. This slight kink, and that's going to be hard onto the brakes, and this is where it's going to get tricky coming up. We've got to move on in the background there. That's Merlin Cooper getting past Jeff McPherson, who's already down a few places after a brilliant qualifying results. So already action and places swapping around in TCR down at the back of the grid. But just heading back to the front end of GT3 right now, and everyone seems to got away quite safely right now. The only real big loser seems to be Palu for Team KBK, who's dropped a couple of places. But like you're saying, James, in the grand scheme of things, that's not really much and easily recoverable across 12 hours.
No, to be fair, they actually got away cleanly, and Prada got an absolute flyer. I don't know if Martin behind or Alex wasn't expecting him to go so early, but he was gone down that straight already. As we got him into turn 2, he was absolutely flying. And I might want to mention that Owen Blythe got to the front of the TCRs, and he was sitting near 4th or 5th, I think, at the same time. So he's at the front of the TCRs now, Tim, as well. So he's had an absolute flying start. I don't know if the guys missed the start when the light goes green. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if they just didn't see it or didn't catch it, but Owen got an absolute barnstorming start. Shot himself to the front.
As we mentioned, McPherson was the real loser from that.
Yeah.
And dropped 4 places. So we've got an incident. This is up into turn 3. We're riding Wild Boy Flynn right now, hard on the brakes, just keeping away. Oh, that's one of the Porsches there. Losing out. Maybe that's. Oh, and he's caught Ryan Hoddle of Hoddle Esports there, and that for the lone Ferrari. And
yeah, that wasn't a. His entry back on was somewhat questionable, but I think he probably should have held off on that one. But we're back on with Owen Blythe now. Adam's obviously going to have to just settle down now. He's still got, what, 11 hours and 50 minutes to go, if not longer. So he's just got to settle down and get back into his groove a bit. He's going to want to get past Hoddle as soon as he possibly can and start moving back up. But it'd be interesting to look at the incident on the who was also involved in the dive on the inside there, to be fair, because that's probably one of the main reasons he went round.
Wide there, and that's gifted that place to Flynn, and he's been released. So he's now going to be chasing down Palu for Team KBK in the BMW ahead of him. He's around about.
That was another Porsche tip on Adam, I think. Now,
yeah. So that was Roger hit him there. So. We sort of saying about that turn potentially causing a few issues, and the trick with that corner is to actually miss the apex, so you can carry so much more speed rather than actually taking the apex, where the car, the rear becomes incredibly lightweight. There's such a steep climb to get up that part of the track, and
you need to get that as straight as possible, Tim. To be honest, get that second gear, get it straight, and go straight through.
So we've back to
Malcavaro.
Malcavaro.
He's got Luke right up his exhaust at the moment.
He's clearly already taking a Luke from the move, getting the puns in nice and early here today. On
we're going to start with 11 minutes, with 5 minutes gone, Tim.
Why have we wasted so much time, James? Why have we wasted so much time without getting a punt in yet?
So soon already, we're there.
There's a mission 1 gone for the day, and just looking at the back end in TCR, Merlin Cooper has got past Alan Holloway. That for fourth position in class right now. So here we go. Ooh, hard onto the brakes, up the inside. At a textbook move. I don't think he's not going to get him on the switchback, but it means he's going to have the inside for the next corner. But the move is already done. No answer back there for Holloway. And that's going to release Cooper to chase down one of his teammates for V3 Racing. Oh, and they've got a bit of changing happening around for 17th place as well in GT3 right now.
Nina DeBoer has just moved up ahead of Sander Polo.
Yeah, it looks like they've been trading places left, right, and centre. And here we go. I think this is where we're going to see so much of this tonight. This morning, this afternoon, this evening, is a bit of everything. Because it doesn't matter what part of the world you're in. I think turn 3 is definitely going to be the hotbed of action.
Yeah, I think definitely turn 1, turn 3. Is Sander going to let Nina go? Oh, Nina's got to take it all the way down the outside. That's not going to work.
But it does. Look at that. He's just managed to...
Sander slipped up the inside. Yeah. I think Rano's going to have to try his luck on the next corner, Tim.
I think maybe he's just looking at the time. It's maybe a bit too far back, but here comes Luke. He's having a Luke.
Oh,
but that's maybe not the best place because he knows that it's just sitting in the slipstream now. This the BMW that he is driving has got a lot of grunt compared to the Porsche, and I think he's just going to be too far back here, James.
He's not going to get him here, Tim. He should set him out because Malcavaro's had to go and to try and defend as best as possible, but he's got a good entry though that's keeping Luke behind him. So.
Porsche is generally good in the corners as well. I know the BMW equally as well. You can really, as you know yourself, you can really smack the curbs and be nice and aggressive in the BMW with it. But
that's the only thing that I found the difference between the Porsche and the BM, because I drive both of them, and the BM does seem a lot more stable at certain points of the track, but then the Porsche does come into his own as well. So it's really a toss-up. There isn't really a BMW's going to win. There isn't really a Porsche's going to win. It's what you're comfortable being able to throw around. Do you know what I mean? And how much more dangerous you want to be.
Well, yeah, and like you say, what you're most comfortable piloting. And talking of BMWs, the front two, Angelica in second and Prada in first are, wow, nothing to separate these two guys. We've been racing for 8 minutes already, and they are still nose to tail. 0.3 of a second separating these guys as they now head up what is effectively almost the class as the back straight through turn 2. But Prada just able to get away.
Oh, I thought he was going to join us on the back of the camera there, Tim. I've got to be honest. I thought we were going to see a BMW come and flash into us, but never mind. You managed to hold it. Well done.
See, is it me? I'm not sure from whether it's their livery, but it almost looks like the front end of that Comrade Game Red BMW, the second one, so that's the black one with the green roof and doors, is carrying a little bit of damage and scuffs on its front bumper.
Yeah, we're looking at the front right-hand side, I think, Tim, to be fair. We've got race control looking at contact between car 28, which
is the mistake. Who have we got there? That is...
Car 28? I'm not sure who that's come under. No.
And it's car number 6, which is the CCTS Esports Endurance BMW. And yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that one. I think they've had a couple of warnings already, so that's getting their elbows out. Here we go. So we've got race control contact between 28, which is also number 6. We were looking at and 88. What a warning for car number 6 already. It's the last thing you want to be doing, picking up warnings so early on, really.
That's not down to Adam Flynn, is it? Because it had an unsafe rejoin.
It could well be. Yes, because they did have the contacts earlier.
They had the contact earlier, didn't they? Van der Linden hit the inside of Adam Flynn, and Adam Flynn had that somewhat precarious re-entry into the track where poor old Ryan Hordle took a 4-point because he got obviously hit on the way in. So
talking of Flynn, he is. Oh, I just spotted James Clay has had an incident somewhere, and he's dropping down the field right now in this BMW. Yep. Let's take a little look at what happened to him. So he lost it on acceleration. Oh, I think maybe he's caught a little bit of the gravel there.
Yeah, took that in the curb, Tim, didn't he? For too much.
Stay where you are. On the Austin Powers million-point turn there, just dropped the car, but
wow. Dude, when he hit that reverse, I thought it was gonna be chaotic.
That was a little bit crazy, really.
Yeah, James Clay's got as well.
Wow.
I thought that was going to go a little bit wrong, but they're coming up to lap the TCRs already.
Yeah, 10 minutes in, and they are already swapping places with them. And this is, as we've seen where we've covered endurance racing before, James. Both of us, you can gain and lose so much time, can't you?
Yeah, that's the thing, Tim, as well. You can use the TCR to pull you up the straight as well until you get past them. So you gain that extra 2 tenths to keep you in front of the car behind. But you can also use them as a defensive mechanism as well, because if you pass them going into the infield, and then obviously the other car who's chasing you is going to be stuck behind them until they get through the infield. We've got Malcavara here just kind of getting his elbows out round the TCRs and saying, look, I'm coming through. Please, move out of the way. But the others have got to try and follow as well. And who we've got to look behind has got to try and follow safely.
Where you get the issues. Look, he's caught a mid-corner there, Luke, and it's hampered him, and it's allowed Malcavara, Race Gear Storm, to just where they were, bumper to tail. It's allowed it to extend that gap just from where they've caught the traffic.
He pulled out nearly a second in that one go. Do you know what I mean? So I think it wasn't a good position to be catching them TCR cars at all. But we've got Hector Hernandez as well going through on the last corner. But he's got Richard Simar up there behind him as well. So Richard's got to try and get through, and so it's Contas. It's a bit of Bit of a cluster on the straight there, Tim, of a mixture of TCRs and
Wow.
GT3s.
Kontos is going to get through. It's that yellow BMW of sight. Anthony, oh, we've got a spinner there in the background. One of the TCRs bumping across. Looks like they have covered a not spun two the whole way around. So great recovery from them. Not too sure who that was. I think that might have been Holloway from BPR Esports Gold. And there he, yes. So we've got Clay in the. They're just. It's getting a bit tense while they clear these TCRs, James.
Yeah, they've got to get through them cleanly, Tim. I think, you know, the TCRs have got to be aware as well, though. It isn't all on the GT3s. I think if the TCRs are being told that there's a faster car class, you know, behind them, make it as easy as possible. You know, don't be trying to edge into the infield if you've got a GT3 coming on the straight. You know what I mean? Let them just lift off, let them through, and then everybody's happy. You ain't going to have that danger, are we? You know, of them trying to take them here in Power Horse to get them through. So
equally though, James, having driven the TCR in the Nürburgring 24 and obviously come up in the same situation and what they're experiencing now against GT3s, the closing speed is so dramatic between the two, but also where you're battling in the TCR, you know, maybe just in front of you, and the GT3s are swarming all around you, you can equally lose so much time and gain so much time. More often than not lose to the car ahead of you, just from where they're getting involved and, you know, rather than, say, running around the outside or whatnot. And
but let's look at the TCRs, Tim. If they're having a battle with the guy in front, say if we got Owens being caught by Sam Gunston, Sam's not going to be too happy about having to move out of the way for GT3. You know, he's going to try and make it as easy as possible, but the GT3s have got to look and pass sensibly. You know, they're all having battles.
This is what the beauty of multi-sport, multi-class racing is, that it's your ability. Hot lapping is one thing, as we've seen, you know, and you know, it's your racecraft, your ability to deal with the traffic. That's where it's going to make the big difference here, I think, today, especially with such a short circuit. I mean, you've seen that they've already caught the TCRs within 10 minutes, and they're gonna be coming out across TCRs, you know, especially as the pack starts to get spread out, and it's going to happen more and more and more as the race goes on. And
Tim, we caught them in 10 minutes. We got 60 minutes in an hour. They're going to catch these cars 6 times in the first hour.
Yes.
Yeah.
So potentially, assuming at the same rate, that is 72 times.
Yes, throughout this 12-hour period that they've got to negotiate the TCRs sensibly, and that's going to be the thing. I think it's going to be, Tim, that somebody will lose a position if they dive for a TCR that they can't get through sensibly, and they've gone to send it through, and they've either hit the curb and spun, or they've powered out. And I think that's the thing. You know, Clay's making his way back through the field.
He is. He's
moved up a lot
for that BMW. He's got Als for Getschnell in front of him in that BMW, just lining him up, but not able to. You see him just sort of jinx to the inside there, but thinking against it. Maybe just trying to get Als just to look in his mirrors and distract him a little bit. But I think this is where he can try and remain calm. I mean, from this part of the track onwards, personally, I found, you know, at least within the TCR, James, it's so, you know, from this point onwards, it's hard to get past anyone. Have you experienced the same in the GT3?
It's the infield here, unless Owls goes wide in front of him, coming into this corner or the corner before in Power Horse, I wouldn't even attempt. If I was James, I would sit back. Unless he gets a good run on him here, but I still would not be jeopardising my nose in that last corner, because you know.
Oh, here we go. We're saying you shouldn't overtake there, but look at
Owls
that.
gave him room there, dude. And he did use a little bit more of the track on the outside than probably necessarily allowed. But I think Owls didn't put much up. Oh, Christian didn't put much of a fight up there, Tim, did he? He kind of let him come through quite happily.
I think he's just looking at Clay and thinking, do you know what? Clay, he's a much stronger driver as well. And just letting him through. Let him go. It's meant to be safer than, you know, getting caught up in an accident, you know, battling not even 20 minutes into 12 hours.
Yeah, you can't jeopardize your race. Yeah, you can't jeopardize it 20 minutes in. You've got to look at the bigger picture. If that was coming in and they're on 8, 9, 10 hours, you know, even later on than that, you know, you might start putting in a few defensive positions. But I think Christian done the right through there. James has moved up since his sprinting. James has moved up 6 or 7 positions already, right? He's 9 off his qualifying position. So clearly he is quicker than the majority of the cars he's got in front of him. But he's going to start having problems at 8 because you start hitting Cy Anthony, Contos, Hernandez, Look, and Malcavara. And they're not no slouches, Tim. So he's going to have to be a little bit more sensible. They're not going to move out the way like Christian did.
But we see, you know, we've seen since the start of the race, these two, Luke and Malcavara, keeping each other honest. And this is what I love about GT3s. 2 completely different cars, different engines, you know, sizes, configurations, position in the car, are having an absolutely epic battle and able to just so easily as Luke, I think he's, I want to say Malcavara extended a bit of a, got away from there, but Luke is tucked up behind his slipstream, and this could well pay dividends for them in terms of pit stop management. Being able to extend out your fuel stops by a lap or 2.
But this is it as well. We've got Van der Linden with Clay on the back. Now, Clay's gone out again. Now, Van der Linden sensibly should let Clay through. Yeah, he did. He didn't put much of a defence. Clay is on a march. Yeah,
there we go. He's got the drive off the corner, and he's going to look to give it a go. Clay just covering that off.
Cover straight off. Yeah, I don't think he was going to take that back.
I think it would have taken a lot of... Clay to just leave the door wide open to allow and not cover off Van der Linden's superior driving acceleration off that corner.
Clay got a good run. He's now at the back of Peter Houston, and Peter now is in the same boat as everybody else. We're 20 minutes into a 12-hour. Let Clay through. You can see him coming. He's gone up 9 positions. He's now 8 off his qualifying. If I was Peter, I wouldn't worry too much about James Clay. James is on an absolute epic march, and I think like that. Look, Peter just moves over, lets him through, because that's the easiest thing to do this early in the race. Tim, worry about it later on.
It is. Oh, look at that!
Saying that though, James did get really slow last corner.
He did it. Look at him. We've got 3 GT3s, but this is giving Van der Linden. Here we go into turn 1. Hold tight. Is he going to throw it up the inside? That Porsche is carried. Look at that momentum. He's taken some of the sausage curb and more a little bit there. Rode it across there. But while those two are scrapping to navigate the corner as well as they did, as Alves has picked, we've just seen from race control that Alves has picked up a penalty. Not too sure. Here we go. We're going to try
replay. Yeah, he goes very wide, Tim. There you go. Look.
I think
he did the right thing though by letting Garrett Patty through. He didn't make a massive mission to turn straight back into the line or anything. He knew he'd run wide, so he just let him go through, which is the simplest and easiest thing to do this early.
He conceded the place, and I think it's the right thing to do. Is rather than get yourself in for have to have a stop go and such like, and. Talking of which, actually, I think it's probably a good time. Now things have semi-settled down. Being GTs, it never tends to truly settle down,
as we've seen previously.
Yes, and I'm sure we will continue to do for the next 12 hours or so. As
Van der Linden on the back of Houston. Oh,
yes, and
he's got to get a better run. That's a turn 1 pass, Tim. Calling it now.
Oh, I don't think it is. That Porsche is just looking so good out the last corner.
See? Guy on the straight. Oh, well, not turn 1, but Van der Linden. Houston just moved over.
He moved over to almost cover the inside and then slowed up. And it just allowed Van der Linden to just shoot straight past. It was almost maybe incurred a bit of a slowdown earlier in the lap, and he was just trying to ditch that. They've now got a TCR to try and navigate here, but I think they're going to clear that okay.
I do wonder if Houston, just let him through, Tim. I wonder if Peter just let him through. We don't know what's happening with Peter in the car, do we? Technically, he may have got to slow down and had to back it off really quickly. But I also wonder whether or not there was a certain thing of just go, mate. We've got like 11 and a half hours to go. You carry on and I'll catch you later. Do you know what I mean? That's what I would. But
did
then
unwittingly make a great pun, which you completely missed yourself. About
Did I?
Yeah, you did. It completely went over your own head. This one. Obviously, saying about Peter Houston, Great Lakes Racing. You said that he was in the same boat. Of course, Lakes boat. It was a very tedious link. That one.
Oh,
Wow, that was a bit tight on the inside there.
Yeah,
Easy free. A couple of them, you really see the speed difference as those guys just completely clear off past them. And that was a bit breathe-in moment there for Kamka in the TCR.
Is Hodel got an issue? He seems to be losing time rather quickly. I'm a little bit worried there. He kind of lost.
These guys
that's we've got Prada and Nedlick already taking out the back end of the GT3. So that's Ryan Hodel. So he's going to have Nina de Boer next, Sander Plow, Adam Flynn.
Yeah, these guys are running a bit further behind. Having said that,
we're 35 minutes in.
You know, it's not the end of the world. All it takes for these guys, and this is where consistency really, really kicks in. As we were saying earlier, obviously he got caught up in the crash earlier, didn't he?
Adam Flynn, yeah. He was, that was the unsafe entry, wasn't it, as well?
Well, yeah, and all it takes is one accident. And it's just all about consistency, keeping your car clean. Because if you end up with repairs of 20 minutes, well, all of a sudden, yes, you might be slower, but per lap time. But that consistency really pays off and pays in dividends because you haven't had to spend time in the pits having your car repaired. And sometimes it doesn't always fully repair your car. If you end up with floor damage or something that's unrepairable, you're then stuck with it for the rest of the race and down on pace.
But let's not forget as well, Tim, they have got the free fast repairs, but unfortunately there are penalties for using them as well. So you've got to decide when you're going to use your fast repair. Are you going to use it this earlier on, where you stop for 15 minutes, as you say, you're 20 minutes? Or are you going to use it later when you've got more chance of keeping the position you're in? What would you do, Tim?
Well, this is where, so obviously to bring you into the rule, the viewers at home, each team has 3 fast repairs. Now, what is a fast repair? Well, that is where the car is instantly repaired. However, there are penalties for using said fast repairs. So for your first one that you use, you incur a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. For the other 2 fast repairs, each time you use them, you incur a 60-second stop-and-go penalty. So yes, they are incredibly useful, but then equally, you've got penalties to incur, and I think we'll probably see a lot of the teams utilise that first fast repair throughout the race, James. But that second one, it depends on the damage.
I think they're going to have to be careful with it. To be honest,
it's another tactic that's going to play out in the in how the race result and how things progress. Is we've got the 3 drivers there that know each other incredibly well. We've got David Contos of JD Sim Racing in the BMW, and Cy Anthony is on attack in that yellow and black iRacing UK BMW, and right behind them is the iRacing UK blue team. Richard Simner currently on piloting that machine right now, that Porsche. As we look back from Contos at the looming threat that is Cy Anthony, and he's gone to the inside, he's taken a lot of the inside, really utilising that curve, what the BMW is good for. But as we've seen, it's BMW on BMW, and it's going to be evenly matched on power. So
they're definitely the car to run during this, they look like, Tim, you know what I mean? They've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 representatives in this race of BMs, and then Porsches, and then we got Imre in the lone Lambo and Hodel in the lone Ferrari. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the state of affairs are later on once everything sort of really does settle down. And obviously we've got pit stops as well, Tim, and see if they're going to double stint the tyres or if they're going to go for one single one.
Fun fact, that Lamborghini is the only V10 engine car in the race today.
Nice.
Other than that, and also it's one of only two that is mid-engined as well. So where the engine is in the middle of the car. The other one being the Hodal Esports Ferrari. It's currently down in 20th position overall. So the two Italian manufacturers going for mid-engined. Of course, obviously, BMW's all front-engined, and Porsche synonymous with the 911, where they slapped it into the boots. You know, why not? Something
Why not?
completely different.
Gives you a bonnet space.
It does, yeah.
Yeah. Allows you to put your bags in. It's fine.
Which you can either call a frunk or a fruit.
Oh, you
Depends
could, Tim.
Well,
You could.
it depends which side of the pond you're from.
Yeah, we've got our Prada's pulled out a second now on Martin behind him. He's kind of settling down. We've got Adam Flynn is in recovery as well. He's in the back of Imre. He's on his recovery drive from the earlier spin, but oh no! Oh, double. It'd be interesting to see how many times Imre moved there, but I'm not going to be hide, and it was a very close break zone move as well. So yeah, Adam done well to get round him there.
He did, but hold on, he's coming back at him. Here we go.
Oh!
I don't think it was so much him. I think Flynn and Imre were both swapping sides and doing a bit of a dance down the straight as they headed down to Schlossgold.
Yeah, that was a very
Here's where they set it up beforehand. So that's into Remus, turn 3. He's got the inside line.
I'm just worried about Imre's moving, dude. He moved once there to cover the inside.
Yeah.
And then...
Well, he's got the right to. He's sort of half in the middle of the track. He's just taking the racing line. And I think he should be okay on that one. I think the way that Flynn was exaggerating, not exaggerating, but, making dramatic moves across the track to obviously find that gap and set up the move against Imre, who's not letting him get away. He's sticking Lamborghini's nose in, mate, where it's not... Flynn doesn't want it.
No, I think Imre there, what Imre probably should have done is sat behind Flynn going into that corner, followed the same line, because then he wouldn't have been jeopardising himself here as well, with Christian behind him, because he took the inside line, which jeopardised his entry, which then allowed Christian to get right up behind him. I think the sensible thing would have been, you're not going to make the pass, follow Flynn's move in, accelerate out, and then you're safe from Christian behind you. But unfortunately, Imre's now dropped himself into the clutches of Christian Owls there as well. So I don't know. I think I would have followed.
Oh. We're right on board with Kontos just then, and that is
Hector Hernandez.
Position. He's cleared him.
Yeah.
Cy Anthony within the... Well, no, he's not too... I was going to say he's dropped back a little bit, but he hasn't really in real terms. As last time around, Lucas Prada for ERT Racing Team in that BMW set fastest lap of the race so far, a 129.38. That's round about, not massive by massive margins over Commodore Gaming Red, but still. And these two guys I think we're going to see these two guys, they've settled down a bit, finding the rhythm, and I think they're going to maybe stick with each other for the rest of the race, play a bit of pit stop tactics. Could see they'll be trying to eke out their petrol as long as possible.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If I was mine, I wouldn't drop too far back. I got to be honest. I would be very careful. Christian goes through on Imre there. Oh, where did Imre go?
He's got the move done while ahead of Schlossgold. Sorry, Remus even, sorry. And that's it gone. And that Lamborghini is going through a bit of troublesome times for Team AOR. We've lost a couple of places now. Santa Paulo got past as well.
That seemed a very easy move, didn't it?
There you go. He locks up on the way in. That's what it was.
Did he lock up on the way in?
He got a little bit too close to the rear of the Get Schnell BMW, and then had to take evasive action. Here's Christian Owls. He must be clearing a slowdown because that is very slow. You see across his dashboard, he's in 4th gear at that point. He should be in 6th. And oh, there we go. Had to take evasive action.
Evasive action, yeah.
And that's what then gifted Team KBK BMW's position.
He's on the recovery. He's got to try and get back up to Sander and back up to Christian as well. After the obviously the off track he had, but he's also got to be sensible.
Yeah, he just needs to settle down a little bit now and get back into his rhythm, and I'm certain he is going to be fine. But let's have a quick check-in with
James Clay. James Clay is flying. He's only 6 off his quali position. He is currently 5 seconds behind Richard Simnor in front. But as we've seen with James, it doesn't seem to take him very long to catch the people in front of him. So he's nearly just off a second per lap faster than Richard Simnor. But I believe Ryan Hoddle...
Here we go, in the Ferrari.
What's happened?
Just carrying
all on your own.
Too much momentum. Did the right thing and recovered it to the inside there. He's going to use the grass to flick the car around. Lovely stuff.
And off he goes. That was a safe re-entry from Ryan. Well done, Ryan. Good boy.
Yeah, we like ones like that.
Yeah, sensibly pulled it off straight away and got it out of the way. But Clay now is obviously nearly a second ahead of Pari already, and he's dropped the Richard Simnor gap where it was at below 4, just below 5, but it's just gone back above 5 again. But I can't, well, he can see them, so he's going to have the bits between his teeth there and really push quite hard. I will say he was 0.4 slower than Richard Simnor in the last lap. But their best lap times are James Clay's on a 1:29.7, Richard's on a 1:30.2. So James has obviously strung together a quicker lap. So it'd be interesting to see how quick he can catch him, to be honest, Tim.
Well, I think what's going to play out and aid Clay right now and Team Tepper is going to be, it's the battle that is currently ensuing ahead of him. So it's the nearly 4-way battle between Contes Hernandez, Anthony and Simner. Simner just sitting a little bit back from them currently. But I think with those guys battling so close to one another, that is going to... I think that's what's going to aid him here and give Team Tepper the chance to really close up and make ground.
Well, this is the 4-way battle, Tell. I was going to say, Hernandez was 0.4 behind Contos. Cy Anthony's another 0.5 back, and Richard's another second back from them. So Richard's got to be careful, because if he drops too far back, James Clay's going to be on him very quickly, because you see James Clay coming up in the background, but he can't drop too far back from that group. If Richard loses the toe off Cy Anthony, and we know James is no slouch, he's going to be in the clutches quite quickly, Tim, which is a bit of a worry, really. I think Richard is going to need to get his foot down.
In the chat over on YouTube, Chris Hitchin has been in there. Let's go IRUK Yellow. And Chris, great to hear from you. When you're getting in the car, mate, when's your brother Jonathan getting in? We've seen some maps we saw over on iRacing UK's YouTube and Twitch channels in the GT3 League at Imola, where Jonathan span out very early on and had the recovery drive of his life. For lap 2, he found himself in last position pretty much, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe it was, yeah.
Managed to bring it up to the top 10, and what a drive it was from him. He was just overtaking everyone left, right and centre, so it'd be great to see him in the car later. Definitely one for viewers at home to keep a little bit of an eye on. That Anthony is not exactly
no slouch. Hernandez didn't get a good run. Hernandez did not get a good run out of that car, out of that corner.
He's setting him up. You can
feel it.
Yeah,
goes defensive straight away, look.
Anthony's gone to the inside, but he's not going to have enough on the brakes. I think he's going to just look for the switchback maybe, but no.
Oh, no, was that Kontos?
No, it's Kontos. He spun off. Did he catch maybe a bit of the sausage curb on the exit? And look at the front end of that BMW. So he flicks it around and he gets the car running again.
Van der Linden's gone through. He's dropped down to 12.
Yeah, I think he just catch the sausage curb here, James. Yeah.
I look like it, yeah. If we get a far chase, that would be ideal. Mr. Producer Nick, if we can get a far chase on that, we'll be able to see if he touched the sausage. But I think you could be right there.
That's what she said.
There you,
And
there you go. Touches the hard sausage on the outside of the yellow one, and that's never going to work out for him there, unfortunately. Poor Kontos. Oh, we've got Merlin Cooper running wide as well.
Oh, that's the position. There we go. That's Kanka in the other V3 Racing 888 machine getting through.
Kontos is his BM doesn't look drastic, Tim, does it? It's not like he caught his bumper's a bit crinkly. I'm not going to lie.
I think it's going to be the floor should be okay, which is the main thing. Hopefully the steering is. It'd be great to ride on board on one of the straights so we can just check in and see if that is. But it's going to be aero damage, and that's what's going to cost him through this next section.
His steering looks
run up the hill.
His steering looks fairly straight, Tim. It doesn't seem like he's holding it at 90 degrees or 10 degrees or anything like that. So he might have got away with just a crinkly bumper and bonnet on that one.
I don't think Kontos will be a very, very lucky boy in the JD Sim Racing team and bring a big sigh of relief there. That car isn't more damage. And so we're going to head to a promo in a minute for the event.
We are. Don't forget, guys, you can get your donations in as well, which the link will be in chat. And obviously the link's on the screen as well. So that would be amazing.
I have to drive.
I want to go out.
I want to work.
I want to spend time with my friends.
I want romance.
I want to help my community. I want to take care of my own errands.
I have to drive, but I can't drive.
Lovely little piece there from such a great charity, the Star Thrower Group, and obviously about autism awareness as well, mentioned in there. I know so it's a charity, well, of course it's true to my... Wow!
Wow, Christian! That
Crash,
was...
bang, wallop. What an accident!
That was... Oh, I wouldn't... Can we have a look at the front of who was that involved?
We need to see that one again from plenty of angles. Here we go from the drone footage.
Can we go back? Let's just go. Let's go one more on that because
here we go. I think it's just where he squeezed him out ever so slightly unknowingly.
I think that would have been a call there, Tim, on the spotter or Mr. Crew Chief Man would have told him that Paolo was beside him. I don't know. That just, I don't know. Both of them went off, and it wasn't good from either, really.
Wow.
Where are you going with that one, Tim?
It's just a racing incident. It's one of those things, and as well, it doesn't help around that section, the run up to Remus, is that it just looks. The surprise race control have got it under review.
Yeah.
And that's going to be an interesting one to see what they say. I mean, for me, it's a bit of a racing incident. It always looks a lot more dramatic, obviously, the high speeds and the run up, but here we go. That's
Adam Flynn's on recovery. That's Peter Houston. He's gone past as well now.
Yeah, that's for the Great Lakes Racing Aqua Porsche. He's just passed there of Peter Houston, and Flynn, he's next potential person to pass up the road is Garapati of Black Dove Racing. They are about a couple of seconds up the road, but we've got another replay. Here we go. Let's have a look. It's
no, I think that
we go. Here's
Whoa.
Hodel. Hodel Esports. Oh, that is such an easy place to lose it. It's such an easy place for the rear end to any real rear drive machinery just to get loose coming round there. It's slightly downhill and well recovered there, Ryan.
It's good.
So we've got here's another
Cyan,
one.
no.
No,
No.
he's okay.
Oh,
Wow! How did
Hernandez
that
just
BMW
missed
coming
him.
through not hit the rear end of the iRacing Today Motorsports Audi?
I have no idea, but I think Hernandez, it would be interesting to get a front view of Hernandez's car.
It was, yeah.
Because that must have been. Oh, Tim!
Wow.
That was. This big flash was insane.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. And Hernandez was did amazingly well, shall we say, just to avoid the McPherson there, who came up very quick on the front, Tim. Not gonna lie.
I mean, I've just where we have obviously a slight delay between obviously what we broadcast out and obviously appearing on YouTube. I was just having a quick look up at YouTube to have another look at that Audi just flashing in front of Hernandez's ISMC BMW, and oh wow, even still it's still like, wow, that's incredibly close. I think they will be counting all their chickens. I think all their luck is just come in there.
Yeah, they better not use it for the rest of the 11 hours. The 11 hours, Tim, because that was very, very, very close. Very close indeed. So we got Chris Hitchin is in chat at the moment. He's in the car at 6 p.m. Johnny, his brother, is in the car at 8, and he said hopefully we can give him a pristine car, Tim.
Yeah, those are the iRacing UK yellow team currently sight Anthony on board, but here comes Kontos. He's on the recovery after his spin earlier, and Van der Linden for CCTS Esports Endurance, not exactly putting up a fight and just letting context through. Here we go. Right, so
Kontos is.
he's not.
It's not going to work.
He's not giving up.
But it's not going to work. Van der Linden's got to be sensible. So Cam K and Holloway.
He's setting them up here on the inside as they head the run uphill to the Remus. Hard onto the brakes, and it's just going to be who can get the car the most stable and get the drive. But the outside, we were saying about this earlier, missing the apex pays dividends because the car remains so much flatter. And you get on the power so much earlier. And that is what's given Cooper the drive for V3, well, both these two teammates for V3 AAA Racing. And hence why, despite looking like he'd lost the corner, he's then able to get the drive and head off into the distance with no real, relative sweat.
Say Anthony on Hector Hernandez, Tim. Sorry to cut in, but he looked like he was going to go.
These two have been trading places a little bit as well.
And Richard's now back into the fray, and James Clay has pulled out. He's only 2 seconds back, Richard. So he's pulled out a massive 3 seconds due to what's been going on in front of him. So we got Cy Anthony again as well, isn't he? Climbing all over the back of Hector Hernandez. Going into Power Horse is not an ideal place to be going for a turn, for an overtake. So I think he will wait on that one. I think Cy's smarter than to know not to stick his nose in on the infield where he really shouldn't be putting it in there. I think Cy's very much race run to know not to be doing that. I think he'll wait. Race control team, contact between cars 16 and 7. Car 7 must surrender the position to 16 for incident responsibility. Wow.
Wow. I'm trying to think. Let's have a look through who that one is. Is that... There we go. That's
that was the Christian Els and the Xander Paolo incident.
It was.
As well.
And it has already been done, that one. So they've made the switch not too long ago. They've already reacted to that one. So that's great stuff. But here we go.
Oh. This is it. Sai's got to go through.
He's using it. He's throwing the curbs, but he's got the drive. Here we go. It's the drive down to Schlossgold now. Who's going to come out victorious? USA versus Wales.
Latest on the brakes.
On the inside. Here we go. Who's going to be late in the last late breakers? But Hernandez is going to get Anthony on the switchback here. But Anthony's going to have the inside line for the next 2 corners. Can he keep that BMW up the inside? No. Hernandez runs it round the outside and is able to cut back and maintain that position.
That was a nice, clean battle going into the infield there. Anthony, unfortunately, lost out to Hernandez, but Hernandez carried so much more speed.
Look what's happened. Look, he's been quietly chipping away at this iRacing UK blue Porsche of Richard Simner. He's been quiet, but look, he's now right back up with these guys. You were a little bit worried earlier on, James, that he was maybe
backing off.
Starting to drop off and maybe lose the back end of the train, but no, here he is, back in the mix with them, and maybe just sitting back and watching the action like we are.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, we've all done that in a car though, Tim, haven't we? Where we've been in a race and we've sat back and just let the people in front fight it out, expecting something drastic to happen. And as we've just seen it, Hernandez and Sai Anthony were both fighting on the last lap, and Simner's just poodled right back up to the top of him. But look who's coming up behind there as well. You got James Clay's pulled out nearly a second, Tim, again. On that last lap, he's about 1.8. He's 1.8 back.
Probably about 15, 20 minutes ago, we were saying about Clay, just keeping one eye on him. And the gap then was, I think, was it around about 5 or 6 seconds?
Yeah, 5.8, I think it was, Tim.
And now, look at it. That gap is now down to under 2 seconds. All from these guys just battling each other, and some absolutely meteoric laps from Clay as well. He's been putting in, and his fastest lap, ironically, is quicker than these 3 guys ahead of him. I think striking distance for him is now got to be within probably the next 4 to 5 laps, I would say, based on the current rate of pace that he's exchanging with these guys.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, what was it? It's taken about 10, 15 minutes, didn't it? We mentioned he was about 5 seconds back.
Yes.
Maybe a little bit longer. So I think it's going to take probably another couple of laps. If these guys go fighting and keep fighting, though, it isn't going to take him long. Because Hernandez can't drive his line because he's got Anthony pushing it. Anthony's now got to try and come off his line to get past Hernandez, which is slowing them all down. And Richard's at the back there going to tuck in. And Clay is now down to just below 1.8. So yeah. I think within the next couple of laps, we could have an interesting four-way battle.
Yes,
he's
all
done it again.
over
Anthony's
the track.
Back on the inside.
But if he's not going to have the momentum out of it, but where he pulled out to try and take the shallower line to maybe just try and get alongside him. But here we go. He's going to Anthony's not quite able to give it a go, but he's got to keep one eye on what's happening behind him as they just come past one of the back mark. I think that's Merlin Cooper there. No,
yeah,
it's not.
K in front, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's they've managed to clear them rarely. So it's Cooper in front and Kemke behind. And they've managed. Richard Simner maybe lost out a little bit of time there, but equally, James Clay behind them for Team Tepper.
He got the best passing spaces there, Tim. He's now down to 1.2. Yeah. He got the best out of that because I think he managed to catch them in the right time where he could actually get past them without having to slow down like Richard did and Sai did. So I think Sai's going to be sitting there very impatiently at this moment in time thinking, I need to get past this guy. And he's going to see Richard behind him and he knows he's got to push. Sai's now got to push. He's got to go for it, Tim, to clear that. Otherwise, James Clay is going to be having to go out of the 3 of them.
But James, equally, it's a great great Mo Walker said, catching people is one thing, but passing them is yet another. And here we go.
McPherson out of the way.
They're coming round the TCRs yet again. And wow, what a great camera angle of those 3 guys just getting on the brakes, throwing out the anchor and turning it in.
But he's lost. That's the
Formation.
thing, though, Tim. He's lost 0.4 after Hernandez, which dropped him back into Richard of 0.3. So it's like your trade-off, Tim, aren't you? You're going to go for the place and try and make it work, and then end up dropping back, or go for it really quite in a different space. I don't know, Tim. I don't know what I would do, to be honest, in that car.
The biggest amount of time yet again, just not catching a break and any luck in the iRacing UK blue Porsche.
And we've got James Clay less than a second now, Tim. 0.84.
It's costing him dearly. It's really costing him dearly right now, and he's thinking, oh, he'd be desperate to catch a break. Whenever he catches onto the back of Hernandez and Anthony ahead of him, it just seems to be something, a bit of traffic gets in his way and undoes all that great hard work where he's been laying down some absolutely brilliant, consistent laps from Simner.
It's a 130.23 on the last, not 130, so 130.49 on the last lap.
And from Simner set the fastest first sector of the race last time around. So he's clearly got a lot of pace.
Cyanthi again taking a very shallow line, taking that curb.
You can feel the frustration building right now inside that yellow BMW.
You can imagine Sai's head is literally like, I need to get past here, dude. You know what I mean? He needs to clear this car. And Richard at the back's got to catch up. Richard's got to get on with it as well, because he's got Clay 0.63 back to him, and it's not enough. It's not enough. He's got to get back onto that toe of Cy Anthony and try and keep up with these two, because Richard's going to be doing the same to him. Richard. James is going to be doing the same to Richard as well, trying to catch on to the back.
These guys is hardly, but it's about 2 seconds, just over 2 seconds covering him.
Richard's got to get his TCR. Look again.
Oh, that's playing into Hernandez's hands there, as Anthony just gives him a little bit of a bump draft there.
A little bit of rubbing.
Simner's caught him at a lovely time, but equally so is Clay, and here we go. He's Clay, you can feel it, he's setting him up. He's going to set him up through Nicky Lauda, turn 1. And then it's going to be all about the drive up the hill. Who's going to get the best corner exit? I think it might be Simner. In that Porsche, it's looked great off turn 1, out the whole race so far. Look, they're just looming on the back of Anthony right now. And this, I think they've now cleared, just having a little look, I think they've now cleared all of the Audi RS3 TCRs, so they're not going to encroach on any more traffic. Luckily for them, maybe not luckily.
Well, for a minute, I think you're going to say lucky for them, Tim. You know,
well, is it? Because it depends who you are in that train right now. Oh, McPherson
again. That's the same spot, isn't it? Isn't that the same one?
Yeah, that's off flash before Hernandez's. It's off Remus, that.
Yeah, it flashed before Hernandez's bonnet again. And I think McPherson needs to settle down in that corner. You know what I mean? But it's worth mentioning, Tim, at the moment, why they're battling. You know, the chances of them running wide, or the chances of coming across having slight little taps like Cy Anthony did, it's worth noticing that they do only have 60 incidents, Tim, before they get a drive-through penalty. And then it's every 15 incidents after they get a drive-through as well. Now, car 24, which is Ryan Hoddle, has the most incidents with 19, and car 10 has 18. So that's Ryan Hoddle and Stefan Kamke are both sitting with the most incidents at the moment. But they're going to have to be careful, because 10 laps, off track everyone, 10 incidents. So they've got to think they've got a long way to go as well, Tim, on that one.
And it's quite easy to pick up an off track, which picks up 1 incident point today for the drivers. On the sort of transition between Rindt and Red Bull, the last corner, so the last 2 corners, as they run wide left and just try and carry as much momentum through Rindt. Joachim Rindt, which is the first corner of that 2-corner complex. And it's just so easy done. It's so easy to start racking them up. As I apologise, there was 1 TCR left for them just to clear.
But have you noticed, Tim, they're fighting now, and Hernandez is off.
Oh, he's checked
pulled out
out.
1.65 seconds already on Cy Anthony. And,
He has gone for it.
yeah, Cy Anthony's now got to calm down and settle down in the car again and be pushing.
This is a key part of the race now for ISMC, but
Christian Earls.
what's the Get Now BMW been up to? Oh no, the TCR just lost it on the brakes. The rear end got loose and turned into poor Earls. Wow, that is so unlucky.
Well, we did mention that car 10 had the most incidents on 18, Tim. Contact may have just put him on 22.
Wow. Already a third of their incident points used up within the first hour. But talking of incident points, these guys, they come close to it as the concertina effect happens under braking, but they've done well. And just looking at it, this critical part of the race we were saying just before the replay for ISMC, Hernandez currently on board for them in that BMW. But they don't seem to be able to, utilised it really well to start with, but just don't seem to be able to make use of it now. I think maybe, James, he's just, for all of his, they're just lacking maybe a bit of goodwill and a bit of good luck that comes from goodwill. And talking with, that's a lovely segue to donating. Yeah,
you went well into that there, Tim. I think
I did.
You know what I mean? Don't forget, guys, we are doing this for the Star Thrower charity group, benefiting adults with special needs. So you can donate on the link that's on the screen as well, or you can go to starthrowergroup.com and hit on their donate link at the same time. So any donations greatly appreciated for this charity, guys. They do amazing work, and I'm sure we'll be able to see a video shortly of what they actually do, but it is absolutely incredible. So that will be great. Oh, Clay got a much better run out of that corner on Simnar there, Tim.
Wow. I think that some of these drivers will be hoping to line up their moves almost as good as I did that lovely little segue there to our charity that we're racing for on behalf of today. But here we go. That is Clay. And that is Simnar. He's I was going to say he's had to concede it, but here he comes with that Porsche. It's got such great corner exit. And Simnar's really taken advantage of it, and he's not letting Clay get away.
He can't afford to let Clay get away.
He can't.
Because if you let Clay go to catch Cy Anthony, you're going to be dropping back. Clay has been absolutely flying, Tim. He's 4 off his quali position. He has moved up an incredible 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 positions so far from his earlier incident. He's spinning as well. So he's definitely a man on a mission, and Richard does not want to lose contact with James Clay on that one. I wouldn't want to be losing contact with James Clay either, to be fair.
Incident, a race control incident between car 10 and car 7 is currently under review.
So that's Christian Owls and Stephen Kamke.
Yes,
that resulted on obviously Kamke spinning and earlier on, wasn't it?
Oh, Hernandez is into the pits. Hernandez from 6th place. He is into the pits, and we are actually in the pit window, to be fair, James.
We are in a good...
It's roughly, these GC3s will go roughly about an hour-ish on fuel. There we go, Gareth Kipati, he's headed to the pit lane as well. And I think this is Anthony's chance now. He's got clear of Hernandez. He's not being held up for him. The car is as light as it's going to be. That he needs to perform the in-lap of his life right now. He needs to dig deep and forget about how warm those tyres are and just lay down an absolutely biblical time. He has got Clay behind him.
Qualifying time.
It is. He needs quality laps now.
Leaders are in as well, Tim.
They are, haven't they? We've hardly mentioned them. Prada and thank you for dealing from Comrade Game. God, I've completely locked tongue-tied.
Is everything okay?
Yes.
Are you okay?
I think so.
I think so.
I think it's just from not knowing which way this is going to go right now. From Manchester, Clay's looking. But they're both heading to the pits. Here they
Richard's
go.
in.
The Simnar's, yeah, he's in as well. Hard onto the brakes. Now, Ooh, Simner having to lock it up and nearly into the back of Clay then. I think this
Who's
is
gonna
going to be
get out quicker?
interesting.
They're going to take full fuel, yeah? It's whether or not they're going to take tyres.
I'd imagine.
Are you going to double stint the tyres?
Surely you've got to double stint your tyres.
Only they will know how that car is performing on that tyres, Tim.
There is one car at the front there that is taking tyres. You can tell obviously from when the cars go up
Lifting
in the air on their jacks, which is the leader.
Prada's taking tyres. Wow. Needlick is obviously left as well. Bennett's gone through. Luke's gone through.
There we go.
There's somebody else taking tyres. Who's behind James Clay, though? He's taking tyres as well.
There we go. There's Prada. He's gone. He's checked out. You see, definitely time for pitting for all the GT3s. Pretty much it. There's Anthony. He's
out. Richard's out.
Simner's
Oh,
out.
it's James Clay's tyres.
Clay's gone for. He's taken tyres.
Taking
There we go. You
tyres.
see that BMW M4 GT3 up in the air. And you have to wonder from where he was putting in those aggressive moves and really grinding out those laps, if he completely scrubbed the fronts maybe or the rears, and it's opted for a safety first approach. But equally, this is going to put him a bit out of sync now. If they can double stint the next set of tyres, then that's what's going to change things.
Clay's lost 3 positions. Free position.
Oh, also that
Hernandez has gone through as well.
iRacing UK blue, so that Porsche was Richard Simner. He has come out of the car. Andrew Jones, he is jumped on board. It'd be great to see how he can get on from Jones and whether he can look to make some moves and push it. But yeah, Hector Hernandez is lost out dramatically.
Yeah,
and in comparison, he's gone for tyres as well.
James Clay lost out massively on that one. So,
wow, the biggest one is Prada. He's lost it from the lead and is now currently in 4th.
Is Anthony? Can we flick to Cy Anthony? I've got him moving up and down my timings board. Just have a look at Cy Anthony. Make sure he's still going in the same direction.
Yeah, he is. He's all right.
SDK is not allowed. Is telling me, Tim. It's one of them moments, Tim, where you look at your timing sheet and all of a sudden he's gone down.
He's having his moment where he just loses connection and he just tumbles down and you think something's happened to him. But no, there he is. In 5th place, going out for another stint, another hour.
So we've still got Cy Anthony in the iRacing UK car. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's still going, and now we've got Andrew Jones.
Yeah, he's jumped in the iRacing blue. That, I think, iRacing blue, that is the only driver swap in GT. No, I like the CCTS esports guys have had a driver swap. Casper Engels is currently jumped on board that one to pilot around. Yep. And also Sarah Dove as well has jumped into the Lamborghini, already Lamborghini today, for Team AOR. Great to see how she gets on today.
Yeah, that'll be actually amazing. How she settles down, settles back into the routine. Imri was getting a little bit excited towards the end there, wasn't he, on that stint?
Yeah.
So I think maybe Sarah might come in and just bring some continuity and consistency back into the car.
Dove is a stronger driver as well. And just looking at the drivers around her in terms of her rating and the drivers ahead, she's definitely way above a lot of them.
Yep.
And I think this is a time now. Now the track's emptied out a bit. Sticks down some really absolutely grind out some quality style laps and drag that Lamborghini.
She has got the
back
lead
end of
behind him though, Tim, as well. Sorry to talk over it. Alex Bennett actually is going to let Alex through. I would have thought sensibly needs to really.
But equally can then use Bennett to drag that Lamborghini up and close up onto the close up onto the back of the Black Dove Racing BMW that is ahead of them on track and in 15th place right now. It's currently about a 5-second gap.
There you go. Dave's swapped. Sarah moved over.
There we go. It's just the best thing to do, really.
Yeah. I think, to be fair, Tim, it's a sensible thing, isn't it? As you say, now what I would do is I would put the hammer down in my Lambo, keep up the back of Alex, and use Alex as much as possible to tow me along. She might find that she's setting in some absolutely barnstorming laps following Alex, because Alex is literally towing her around the track. So I would try and keep up with Alex Bennett as much as possible if I was Sarah, to be honest.
Oh, we've got the first of the TCRs into the pits. There you go. You might be able to see it on the left-hand side of your screen, potentially. Kamka,
Kamka's
the
in.
V3 Racing 888.
Yeah, he's had a few offs, didn't he, Tim? I think he's currently sitting at about 22 or 23 incident points as well, so he needs to be a bit more careful. But did he get a drive through, Tim? Because he's just gone straight through.
Must be. They must have taken the fast repair, and that's what the.
It's a drive through.
I
don't think he stopped him.
That is just a drive through.
Did he get? Let me just look at race control, Tim. 2 seconds.
And that was, of course, the contact he had with the.
Who was that?
Yes, I know it's completely and utterly escaped me right now, but yes, from earlier. So, and that's what's cost him.
He swapped him, haven't they? It was Dale Clough's car currently as well. It was. And he's obviously, who was that in front of him, Tim? Can we go to Dale Clough? Let's have a look. I just want to see. He's in the Gert Schnell team.
Yes, so that was
Christian Howes.
Yes.
Christian Howes, Tim. There you go. He swapped, did he? Because it was Christian Howes and him having a little bit of a Kamke spun, didn't he?
That is correct.
Yeah,
that is
Christian
correct.
Howes got involved. So he got a drive-through penalty contact. So that's why he went through.
Could be deemed potentially as a little bit strong. Ooh, let's. I don't know about you,
Sarah
James.
Dove's crash. Can we have a look?
We've got a replay. It's heading down to Schlossgold. Is it just a little bit too excitable?
Yeah.
No, sorry, that's not. It's into Joachim Rindt.
Yeah, last 2 corners in it, Joachim Rindt corner, and then down into Red Bull Mobile. Oh, Sarah, unlucky. I think she was trying to stay with Alex Bennett as much as possible there.
Yeah.
I knew that she dropped back a little bit.
Oh, here comes Prada
back through.
on Luke, and that is for position. And that's taken them back up to third, obviously, where they took tyres, the ERT racing team, BMW. It's dropped them down quite a bit of the order. They were leading, obviously, leading the Comrade Gaming Red BMW, but obviously that's cost them a bit of time on track and track position. So they're just.
Is it worth noticing? I think it's a 2-man team. Is ERT Racing?
I can soon tell you. So their other driver is. Here we go. Yes, so they are. So Simon.
Hernandez and Clay, Tim. Hernandez ain't no slouch. He had that battle earlier with Cy Anthony as well. So he's hugged the inside line all the way down the straight, coming down into Remus.
Now those guys came into the pits at roughly the same time as they banged doors and not wanted to give each other an inch. He's going to have to run it around the outside. It's going to push him wide, Clay. And Hernandez says, "No, you're not having that position on me."
Clay's
flashed. He's flashed.
He's flashed in anger, Tim. He's hitting the headlight button. Oh,
he's saying, "No, I'm not letting you have that position. That is mine. Just give it to me."
But the biggest shout has got to be the Hector Hernandez, because he has done every form of defensive move. He's done fairly cleanly. Like, actually, he did it completely cleanly, because he didn't even get involved in contact with Cy Anthony when they were having a battle. And there was a little bit of a door bang there, but apart from that, Hernandez has fought back really well. So big props to you, Hector Hernandez. Oh, but I think he could be in trouble now, though, Tim. James Clay on the outside going into turn 1.
Here we go. This has got to be the move, but Hernandez he's going to have the. There we go. If he gets him on the switchback, he's going to have A, the better drive, and B, he's going to have the draft all the way up to up the straights, round the Kinkut that is turn 2 and up to Remus.
Yeah.
But he just, oddly, Clay just seems to have absolutely beasted the corner and just got away from him. He is carrying a bit of damage on the front there, but nothing too dramatic to necessarily affect it, but just goes to show the absolute strength of Clay.
Oh, however, Hernandez, TCR car, not a good time to be catching him. Clay's got to go.
Hernandez, oh, that was a little bit clumsy there.
Clumsy, no, dude. Who is that in the TCR?
That
Owen
was,
Blythe.
like-
Oh, he's the leader of the TCR group as well.
To be fair,
I
we've
want to
hardly
state it
mentioned
once. No, we
He
haven't
is-
seen him, have we?
No, he is 25 seconds clear of second place in TCR.
He did have a
21st
barnstorming
overall.
start though, Tim, as well, didn't he? He jumped up like 4 places in the TCR group. Oh, well, he didn't even qualify, did he? If I
No, he
remember
didn't set a
correctly,
time.
he didn't set a time. And within about the first lap, he was up into first place. So massive props to you, Owen. Well done, but we were a little bit worried about you on the last move there, mate.
But the Clay and Hernandez, these two, Hernandez not letting him get away.
No.
And I think, Clay's teammates over at Team Tepper, Craig Dancy and Philip Schiff, just be hoping that he can keep the car in one piece for them and keep the incident points down. As Clay's set more than used his fair share of incident points throughout the race so far, currently at nearly up to a third of their ones fully encroach in on a penalty. So they're just clearing the TCRs yet again, and Hernandez will be hoping for, praying to the racing gods that Clay catches one of them somewhere a little bit unconventional maybe, and that he has to slow up and gives him that chance to strike.
Yeah, it's got to be the infield. He's hoping that Clay catches a TCR. It's got to be. But Hernandez is still staying with him, Tim. I thought, honestly, Clay might have been off into the distance and he would have been gone. But he's not.
No, he's not
losing that much time on him, to be fair.
He's really, really not. And
No.
it's quite surprising.
Oh, Clay, careful. That's a wide line. Be interested to see how the next corner goes from here and see who gets a better runoff. Oh.
Well,
Oh,
and
they're
just
neck
doesn't
and
seem
neck,
to
Tim,
an
aren't they,
answer.
really? No,
It just doesn't seem to an answer for him right now.
no, but they seem to be just mimicking each other, aren't they? They did the same through that corner. I wouldn't be surprised if they mimicked through here as well. And Hernandez keeping Clay honest, which is the best thing.
I tell you what, the guys over at iRacing UK Yellow have gained so many places from the pit strategy, and Chris Hitchens been in one of their drivers has been in the chat over on YouTube and said it's a 400 IQ race strategy. Well, right now it looks that way.
It looks like you've done well there, Chris. I'm not going to lie.
We will find out definitely if it has been in 10 hours, 44 minutes and 50 seconds. KR, the car guy, asking, what classes are there? Well, we've got 2 classes running today. We've got the GT3s, of which we've got BMWs, Porsches, 1 Lamborghini and 1 Ferrari. And then we have got 6 Audi RS3 touring cars, who we haven't featured them too much right now because there's not a great deal. They've all sort of like spread out and separated, and trying to keep those gaps as best possible as the GT3s try to negotiate through them and pick their way through their sort of chunky gaps. It's roughly about at least 20 seconds between each of them. I think that's the smallest gap, to be fair.
The only one further back is obviously Jeff McPherson, but he's had a couple of excursions, Tim.
Yeah,
they've at the moment as well.
Yes, they've had a couple of one-way tickets to the barriers, unfortunately. But say that, they have managed to keep it out of the barrier. It's just more of a one-way ticket to the grass.
Yeah,
As there we go, the white Audi RS3 TCR of McPherson and the iRacing Today Motorsports team. And
needs to just get his head back in it, just settle down. I know he's obviously had a few excursions, but Jeff's got to have a chat with himself in the car. Oh, not like that, not like that.
not
Jeff,
like
no,
there
Jeff.
it goes wide. I took evasive action and got well out of the way there, I think, McPherson, and I can't really play them at all. While Bennett was tripping up on them. He took about
prevention
half
would have been better.
Well, yeah, but while Bennett was trying to navigate his way past them, he just behind him, as we're looking at now, Prada, he managed to take half a second out of him. Just in that one corner, and it's actually that is coming more and more prevalent. So it's down to actually now 8 tenths, nearly 9 tenths.
Yeah, that's
Prada's making moves.
Well, he was good. To be fair to me, took the lead very easily because he did leave the rest of the field way behind after the start. And then obviously pitted. He clearly took tyres, which we saw. But he's now he's just playing catch up to Alex Bennett. It's just over 4.5 seconds at the moment.
It is look at that. He's taking chunks left, right, and centre out of Bennett right now. Is Prada, and it just seems to be you look away and you look back, and it's more time he's taking out of him.
Yeah, he took out near. Prada's last lap was a 1:29.6. Bennett's last lap was a 1:31.3. Now that's obviously showing that there was traffic in play as well for poor Alex Bennett, and he didn't quite catch him as cleanly as Prada did. Because Prada gets him on the straight like he did on that last TCR, didn't he? So, you know, he's getting the benefits of the traffic, I think, Tim.
I think it is, and also we've seen such strong laps from him as well. We saw it in practice and qualifying.
And he has got the fastest lap of the race on a 1:29.2.
Yes, I think the devil wears Prada, but right now Prada owns this track, and he is ripping it up.
I tell you what,
taking
mate,
chunks
you
out
are
of Bennett.
smooth dropping them in.
I know.
I tell you, it's just like one continued link between your puns and your commentary. So it's
It is, mate. Oh,
well done.
thank you.
I'll
take that one for a Saturday afternoon here in the UK. I'll take that one, and yeah, it's clearly the 3 cups of coffee I had this morning to get me in the mood and get the creative juices flowing. But just having a little look back, just having a little cross. Contos is just quietly. He's got Clay behind him, hasn't he?
No,
it was Flynn, isn't it? No, it's Flynn. Sorry.
Yeah, my timing screen's having a flip. Now Flynn's obviously +6 on his qualifier position, but he's also made moves back up from where he had that little earlier spin, didn't he? As well. Yes. So Adam Flynn. So he's obviously getting back at it. He's got Contos behind him, and then obviously we've got the Clay Hernandez, which Hernandez is now 1.18 seconds back. So, you know, Adam's done well as in recovery though, Tim, from what he had earlier on.
Yes.
Dubious re-entry, but he managed to get out of that one. So, but I think, you know, props to Adam for recovering as much as he had done, to be fair. He's now got Contos. As Contos didn't take a repair on that last one, he still looks like he's got his crinkled bonnet from earlier.
He hasn't, and so he's sharing that car today with Thomas Mocek, and that's going to be a lot of seat time for both of them. And I'd be interested to see
though as well, Tim, that there's a couple of double drivers only. Viva Racing, Scudiera, Patino.
Conrad Gaming Red are a 2-man crew. ERT Racing, I think you've already said those guys. Yep. Great Lakes Racing. Currently got Peter Houston currently on board that one, but Jonathan Diggs will be jumping in the car later on into that Porsche 911. So yeah, it's I don't envy him doing a 2-man crew for a 12-hour.
Can we flick to Alex Bennett? Because I've got him on my tiny screen. He's behind. Look. Oh no, he's jumped back up again. Gotta love the little disconnects, reconnects, haven't you, Tim?
Sometimes.
Sometimes
he just loses track of where they are.
Yeah, because that was a commentator's curse there, because I had him down in 5th. And I was a little bit worried.
A little bit of panic.
Yeah, but it's worth mentioning with Alex as well, he is a former GTE AOR champion, Tim. So he isn't no slouch in the car. But he's also in with Christopher Holston as well, who's also a 2-time former AOR champion as well. So they got a strong lineup. So it's worth mentioning that Alex is no slouch as a former GTE AOR champion.
Clearly a bit of pedigree in that car and their driver lineup.
Well, it's 6,813 I rating as well. May also put out there that he is a very strong driver. But as a former champion, and we've got Prada up behind him, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, Tim. Whether Bennett's going to be very strongly defensive or... Oh, Malicki's going off in the mountain trout racing. Oh, Tim.
Wow.
Wow.
He slaps the...
That was quite a drastic one. It would be interesting if we get that on board with him, please, Mr. Producer. That's with it. He's in...
really...
Be interesting to see what his steering's like after that one, Tim, because that's a very heavy, and he was turning as well, so his wheels were sticking out.
The team name is Mountain Trout, and he slapped that barrier like a fish to the face.
Oh,
and wow, that's luckily by hitting it side on, the steering should be okay.
The problem is, Tim, he turns. Look, he's turning, so his front wheels are sticking out. So he would have had that
hope for the guys over at Mountain Trout that has not damaged their steering.
Yeah, that's a team of Nina DeBurr, Patrick
that's not good. Look at that. He's steering hard 90 degrees left just to try and make it go in a straight line, and now he's bumbling along the grass.
What's he got?
That is steering column bent.
Oh, decide now. He's going to take a fast repair, stop go, or he's going to sit there. What do we reckon?
They're going to have to take a fast repair and take the penalty.
How many is he picking up? He's not picking up incident points every time he's on that grass.
No, it's just one.
It's just one continue one.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And
cool.
also, it is also speed dependent as well. So if you crawl onto the grass, you do not get an incident point for it. The sort of speeds that he is currently doing. I
heard that was under 30 miles an hour, Tim. If you're under 30 miles an hour,
that sounds about right.
If you spin under 30 as well, and if you're on the grass and enter the grass at under 30, you don't pick up incident point. So that's worth a mention as well. But I think he's going to have a chat with himself, and old Nina DeBurr and Patrick Elstrand and Dwayne Hoffman are going to have a chat with old Matthew and tell him to calm down a little bit and decide whether or not he's going to take his fast repair.
Definitely taking the fast repair by the instant change in the
bodywork.
And they'll be...
Yeah, he's taking it fast. He
probably taking a bit of fuel. May as well top the fuel up while you're in the pit stop. Otherwise, it's not worth it. I think we've had
straight there,
another incident.
Martin Maggie from Team KBK. Ooh, too much inside. No! Dude.
And that's it.
That's the barrier for him. Too much inside curve there, Tim, didn't he? Just launch in the air, and when you launch in the air, you got nothing on your steering, unfortunately.
No, if the wheels are not in contact with the ground, you can do whatever you want with that steering wheel, and it's not going to make a blind bit of difference. No,
Martin Maggie there copped it, unfortunately.
It was a complete and utter passenger. But Pradas, is
he under 4 seconds yet?
He's down to 1.9.
Oh, well, he's well under 4 then. He's done a very good job of catching him up.
Yes, so we're just going to cut to a nice little video now for our charity, the Star for our group.
My name is Justin Hobb. I'm a small guy. I want to tell about star throwers, make new friends, have fun. Don't forget how for it on Friday. Find about sports. Please make donations on our website. Have a nice day, guys. How's that? How you do?
Let's see. We're gonna.
Lovely video there of the charity that we are racing in support of today, the Star Thrower Group. And as you saw for the video, you can head across the Weebly page, which the link is also in the description below, where you can donate to this absolutely fantastic charity. Just going back to the chat, KR, the car guy, saying thanks for asking this question earlier on. I couldn't be at the start due to work. Yes, I work on a Saturday, so someone's got to. If we all had Saturday off, then everything would be closed and nothing would happen. So
hey, we work on a Saturday, Tim.
We
That's what
do.
we're doing. That's what we're doing. We're working on a Saturday to bring you the enjoyment of this absolutely amazing event. And we've got Prada making some insane moves. But it depends on how quickly he can clear this back marker, and Alex Bennett on how shall we put it? How defensive Alex will be. What do you reckon, Tim? He's a former champion.
He is. Well, I think they've got Gammon in that team name, so surely there's going to be some meaty moves being played out by Alex Bennett. But
Tim, you should write a book.
I think so. I think I'm wasted in my day job. I think
Definitely, mate. The punditry book of commentary punditry by Tim Cox.
Yeah. Putting the puns into punditry, but we've got that is Kontos.
Kontos, off he goes.
It looked like he got a tap.
Can we have a look from the front of?
Here we go. Another rewind.
Car?
He's running around the outside,
contact.
and that Porsche was it looked like it was understeering out, which I know sounds incredibly bizarre for a rear-wheel drive rear-engine car, but. Maybe, there we go, this angle will show he's sort of cut back on, yeah, there you go, that twitch in the middle of the corner. And poor Kontos, who was carrying the momentum around the outside, stood no chance.
I can't see, saying that, I was just looking further down the line what Adam Flynn was doing then. Tim, I'm a little bit worried on that one. I wouldn't call that as anybody's responsibility. And I'm going to say that on the band that Inter Power Horses and Worth are not the, okay, where we put it, the commonly known overtaken positions.
Traditional,
that's the word.
Let's go with traditional. Oh, yeah, that's
that
was the fast repair occurred earlier. Yeah, from earlier. So that's no surprise there for their 30-second stop and go.
No.
Of course, just a refresh on the rules in terms of fast repairs. For your first one, you have to take a 30-second stop and go penalty. You have 2 more fast repairs, but they do incur 60-second stop and go drive-through penalties through the pit lane. So I'm thinking, but while that's all going on,
let's go back to the Kontos thing and Flynn.
Yeah.
Right? Now, we're not stewards, Sim. We just talk about what goes on. Where would you go with that? Because I wouldn't blame anybody on that. Because Kontos made the move on the outside. Flynn already was on the inside line. Yes, it's known that they're going to run out that way anyway. Momentum's going to take him out to the right anyway, Tim. Was Kontos putting himself in a position where he shouldn't be? What do you reckon?
It was tricky. So, from the angles that we have, obviously the stewards have a lot more angles and time to review it as...
Oh, Prada and Bennett, Tim.
There we go. I think, forget about... I advise this can't go 3 into 1. Then it's going defensive.
He's going to push him wide.
Prada's coming at him.
Prada over the sausages, though, Tim, and we know they ain't nice.
He rode them and slid across them, but just wasn't able to get the power down because of it. And I think that's going to be Bennett's saving grace here.
Yeah, I think Prada lost it on the sausages. I think too much power made it even slipperier, and just couldn't keep hold of it, Tim.
That all the Porsches, to be fair, have looked great out of Remus. Turn 3. All race long so far.
Look. So
how
defensive.
Defensive do you want to go, Alex Bennett? And that Porsche, he's really, really making Prada work for this here.
But this is the thing. We've obviously got Bennett as a former champion. Prada's done the fastest lap of the race, so there's no slouches in this car, and their I rating's only 300 apart, which is 6,000 plus. So they're not slouches, Tim. And Prada's going to give Bennett the respect that Bennett deserves. Unfortunately, Bennett's just caught a TCR car in the most inconvenient place. So Prada's going to give Bennett the respect that he deserves, Tim, being up as well, both at the same level. And I'm just expecting Bennett to go very defensive into turn 1. I don't know how you feel about that.
I think so. I think right now, viewers at home, you're watching 2 absolutely A-grade drivers going at it. Nothing to separate each other. Nose to tail, the whole lap long. A complete trust in one another and each other's braking points.
Bennett's on the inside defending already.
A defensive masterclass so far from Bennett of how to place a Porsche 911. He's gonna. I think this is.
And they go, Prada's got a
look,
TCR car.
What way is that TCR going to go? If it's going to stay there, that's going to semi-block in and stop the momentum from Prada.
Oh, he's got it done.
He's got it done. Where Bennett just couldn't get the drive off, where he had to take that shallow line across the steep part, and you can't get on the power as early as you want to.
Oh, it was such a shame, because I thought that TCR car might have played a lot more than that, because it was in front of Prada there as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked like potentially Bennett was just going to utilise that back marker to box him in there, and
he's got to back out to get past him, hasn't he? But unfortunately, Bennett didn't quite stay near him, Tim.
No, but just looking further back, Parry for Red Online Racing Black, and that BMW is really catching up to the back of Kontos, and here he goes into Niki Lauda. I think that could be the move done there. He's going to try. Look, Kontos is saying, no, you don't have it that easy, mate. He's trying to setting up. He's trying to get to that inside line in the entrance to Remus as Owen Blythe, the leader in TCR, has come into the pits.
Does that be a driver change, do you reckon, Tim?
Yes, Kiefer McKenna. We know that driver very, very well. And
we do.
Porsche Cups. And commentating, he is electric in those. A little bit surprising to see Kiefer in the Audi RS3 today, but we know he'll be cementing what has already been a great start for that Audi and V3 Racing.
It's normally a GT3 Porsche for Kiefer.
It is.
I believe we watched it when we did the last ones, but so I'm just as surprised as you, to be honest. I thought he might have been a bit more, wanting to be a bit more in the GT3.
He's clearly pushing for class victory today, McKenna, in that V3 8 Racing Audi RS3. There we go. He's taken tyres as well. It's a wise thing to do in that Audi because of the amount of heat that's generated.
Oh, Kontos with his U-shaped bonnet. Oh, look at that.
Here we go.
Oh,
he's trying to set him up into...
Oh, he can't take the position there. That was some little off track there, Tim, I believe, and that would have been a give back if he took that
Exactly.
position.
He's going to have to yield that place, so it's not this time around for you, Kontos. Jenny Sin Racing have to wait for possibly another couple of laps. We've seen from Kontos, he's not afraid to make moves in non-traditional parts of the circuit.
But that's the thing, though, Tim, isn't it? Making moves in them non-traditional parts, as we've called it, does obviously come with dangers, like he did see against Adam Flynn. So Kontos has really got to think whether or not making moves down into Power Horse and Worth is actually worth doing, I suppose. Incident between 17 and 176 is under review. So we've got Adam Flynn and Kontos. Yes. I can't see which way to go other than the racing on that one, Tim.
Personally, I can't either. It was one of those things of, it was just Flynn just seemed to have, from the angle that we saw anyway, just a twitch of oversteer, and had to correct the car and snap it, and just snapped the car and obviously straightened it up that little bit too much. Not from his own fault.
Took it wide. No, he can't say it was his own fault. His momentum took it wide, Tim, and it's a natural line in them corners to go wide in Rush and Worth. So, you know, Kontos was in a dangerous position. I can't see anything more than a racing incident, but that's just our opinion, isn't it, Tim? We're not the stewards.
No, and it'll be interesting to see how the stewards view that. We'll keep you we'll keep you alive with what happens there.
I thought Parry was going to take the inside line then. He did look like he was on the path for the inside. Because Kontos has got looks like he got a lot better run than Parry did.
Ability-wise, so Kontos is a much stronger drive based on his rating than Parry, the Red Online Racing, but you never guessed it right now, the way that Parry's currently defending.
And we know from previous experience, Tim, that we can have an I rating of 500 and you can still be just as competitive with people with 15.
You can be.
It's one of them things, isn't it, unfortunately? But there you go. Let's see how Kontos gets on chasing down Parry. He's still wrapped up behind him as they come out of Worth down into the last corner. So What do you reckon, Tim? Do you reckon Kontos is going to get him? How long do you reckon?
I think it could. It's only.
Or the
way that
TCR's played a role
Kontos is-
there.
there
Not
we
going to
go.
lie. Jeff
That is-
McPherson again.
Giving Mikael Parry the chance now in the breathing space.
Oh, Parry's used a lot of track.
He did use a lot of the track and some more, and he's
Slow
got to
down,
slow down.
slow down.
That's it.
He got a slowdown for his last corner there, Tim, because that was horrendous. Well, crazily
did
wide, should we say?
An incredibly gentlemanly thing there, and pulled to the inside of the track, and just to scrub that speed off. Moved away from the racing line, and that has gifted Kontos 11th place. He's now going to chase down Hector Hernandez of ISMC Endurance Green, and they are a whopping 15.5 seconds up the road.
So that's a bit of a, as the terminology goes, Tim, he's got a bit of a mountain to climb to catch up with
He
them
has.
guys. Because 15 seconds is a long time. And to be fair, Hernandez is actually on best lap times, this is Tim. Obviously 1:30.09 for Hernandez, and Kontos is on a 1:30.12. So Hernandez is quicker by 0.03 of a second.
Kontos was losing so much time behind Parry, and just based on his lap times, and you almost feel how much it was, it was hurting him. Watching Hernandez keep not able to find a way past Parry, who was completely holding his own and putting an absolutely stunning drive.
Ryan Hoddle's had on and off, Tim, unfortunately.
Ferrari, let's take a little look at what's happened to them.
That's braking and turning, Tim. Braking and turning. Now you need to get that stop for your turn. Unfortunately, that's braking and turning on Ryan's point on that one. Hence the back end's just gone off. What are they on roughly incident point wise, Tim? Have you got
they're doing fine, they are. There's no need to worry for those guys. They're on 17, which is completely, they're fine. They're means they're one of the lower drivers. Yeah, that's Hodel.
Hodel, Team Hodel, sorry. Hodel Esports, yes.
However, it's the guys over at Real Online Racing Black, Mikael Parry currently on board that BMW GT3 right now, who are already on 80. According to our software, yes.
80?
Yes, and the other ones to be wary are the guys over at V3 Racing 88 out in Flim on board that Porsche right now, who are on 51. So the 60 limit for incurring penalties.
Red Online Racing's already passed it, isn't it?
Yeah.
They must be.
They are. They were 60 is the limit for you incur penalties.
Yeah, that's what we said. 60 incurs a drive-through, every 15 after. So that's 60, 75. So are we saying he's got 2 drive-throughs and have they taken them?
I don't think so, mate. No.
Can we get an update from the stewards on that one, whether or not they've actually taken the drive-throughs? That would be amazing if that is correct.
So, we've got a replay coming up of the incident with Kontos. So from earlier, where we,
this is Adam Flynn, him and Adam on the outside.
Yes, this is one that
now, this is what we said.
up.
This wasn't traditional. Adam straight in there.
He seemed to almost have maybe a kick of oversticks, that the front nose of that Porsche just suddenly dived.
Now, the only other thing why, Tim, that might have dived, was he carrying too much speed, knew that he would likely run into Kontos, so he's hit the brake. And he's hit the brake, and that's why his nose dived, Tim. To try and stop him running into him anyway. What do you reckon?
We're going to get it from a different angle right now.
So look, he comes down. So,
here we go.
So Flynn's on the inside. Look, too much speed.
Just at the front end, just has that little twitch, and that was
and he's
with Kontos alongside.
Yeah, I can't. I think the stewards. That's a no further action.
Well, just not going to flag up on this. What the stewards have gone with, and I have to incline to agree with them there about that one.
Yeah, I think that's. I've got to agree with them on that one as well.
So,
Tim, what are you saying for incident points? I just had a message from Race Controls telling me that nobody's reached the incident point limit.
Well, maybe it must be. My software's clearly having a bit of a moment. Oh, this could probably be for the whole session, including practicing. So they're showing us 80. Well, just gone up to from 82 to 83. So must be. I think it must be accumulation across the whole of the session. We're on board with Team Temper, James Clay.
Oh no, on to Garacapati. Is that a?
Let's have a look in the happens this BMW.
Oh, back wheels, sand. Never gonna. That was a bit of a.
That is the same. That car is in exactly the same place that caught out James Clay earlier on for Team Temper.
Yeah, but did you see the? See, the thing is, Garacapati sat still. He saw Sarah Dove coming and stayed there. Now, the little bit with James Clay was obviously there was that little bit of reverse and backwards and forwards. What do we call it, Tim? An Austin Powers 1,000?
Yes, Austin Powers style 1,000-point, maneuver.
Yes, maneuver. That was the one. So that was a little bit cleaner there from Garacapati. So well done to you, mate. But we have got James Clay now, who's got Andrew Jones catching up with him. Now, obviously, as well, he's taken over, didn't he, from Richard Soma from the iRacing Blue team. That was a very tight line from Clay through there, wasn't it?
Was he's having to get defensive, and Jones is really making him work right now for it.
No, Clay got through. Clay is through. Jones is there. He's dropped back to 1.4, coming up to 1.4 seconds. So he needs to get on his what's the terminology, Tim? On his bike a little bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's get a bit of a wriggle on.
Yes, there you go. That would have been a better one. Okay.
So Jones is, mind you, also don't forget Clay is on new tyres because he took tyres at the pit stop.
Yes, Tim,
iRacing UK Blue didn't.
Now, is that the struggle? Is that the struggle that we're seeing from Andrew Jones? But are we going to see the same then from Cy Anthony? Because they didn't take tyres either. Talking
of Cy Anthony, he's closing up dramatically onto the back of Luke.
Yeah, he's
for Real Online Racing. He is absolutely ripping it up right now, and the whole old tyre, new tyre myth of new tyres giving you more grip. Well, Anthony currently dispelling that myth majorly right now, and is taking. Well, I think Luke for Real Online Racing, that bit of a BMW, is currently maybe suffering a little bit. No, sorry, it's the gap between. It's the gap between. Macava. And
see, that's the thing, Tim. I was reading the board as much as you were, and I had that the wrong way as well. So I thought it was Luke in front. It's not. It's Macavara behind him, and it's the same. Yeah, Macavara's on new tyres as well, which Cy Anthony didn't. Now the 500 IQ, 400 IQ, Mr. Chris Hitch move, is that now struggling in your car, sir? If you can give an update on Cy Anthony's tyre conditions, that would be absolutely amazing, because you and Andrew Jones both did not take tyres and have
W looks like it's understeering like a bit of a pig right now.
Yeah, I don't
he's
think
looking vulnerable. I think that race gear Porsche is just looking like, it's looming, and it's just picking its spot on a vulnerable iRacing UK BMW of where it's going to get it, not when it's going to get it.
No.
Because it can feel it coming. Here we go.
No,
this could be it.
Cy Anthony's struggling in that car.
There we go. He's going to get the back on the switchback.
Oh, Macavara must be sitting there kicking himself. Cy Anthony made the move easy for him as well. And he's just ran himself wide. Oh.
Anthony lives to fight yet another day.
Yep.
For how long, though,
Tim?
Macavara just ran it a little bit too deep and too hot. Got stuck onto the sausage curbs on the outside of the corner at Remus, and that was it. Anthony was able to just drive through the corner on the wider line as well, and has managed to keep hold of that place, and they're back to where they were about this time last lap. So right now, here we go. We've just thrown up onto the stream. This is the donation link for if you'd like to drop us a donation for what is an absolutely amazing charity. If you'd like to be able to click on the link, it is down below in the description. You can see there it's at the ring2012h.weebly.com/donate.html, where you can donate to what is an absolutely brilliant charity. Now, the drivers, as we mentioned at the start of the show, as qualifying was taking place, have all paid a $10 entry fee to get onto the grid. So that's already kick-started the fun with a whopping $260, which is absolutely brilliant, and great to see such a great charity supported well. And yeah, we'd love to have donations from you if you can, if you wish. Throughout the race, it drops into the chat every so often, but also you can also find it down in the description.
Yes.
Now, I believe we're gonna cut to an interview, James. I'm not sure he's. We'll see if we can find out who's going to be cutting across in the booth with us.
Yep.
Let's have a little see if we can get a bit of a head. So it's I think it's Ryan Ho.
Braden Hill's jumped in. We've got Ryan Hodel, I believe. Is it Ryan?
Yeah, no, it's actually myself. I
Oh,
wanted to come here
I see.
as race control and answer any questions that y'all might have about the event or any of the decisions on race control's end.
Yes, I think we've got to we've got to
Contos
finish
Flynn.
it. Yes.
Contos
What-
Flynn.
How did you view it?
Basically, the biggest way that we decided in the race control booth as to the ruling on that was the fact that from Adam Flynn's perspective, you can't even see that Kontos is beside him until that contact is made, and when you add that into the fact that he did have some snap oversteer, I didn't see any malicious intent behind that that contact. I saw that as more of a racing incident. If Flynn had been able to see that Kontos was beside him, I would have expected him to keep a tighter line and know not to push the outside as you would normally expect to. So that was where the decision was made, that Flynn really wouldn't have even known that he was to the outside, still be able to underdrive.
Ooh, I think we've got a move.
Prada's caught up with Nedulek.
Here we go. He's really closed that gap but quite quickly, and there we go. Just slots it home. And again, in the same corner we were just not long talking about as well.
So how do you think the incidents have been, Braden? Do you think you've not had an overly amount to do? Where are we at with teams who are, flittering around the incident point mark at the moment?
Now, thankfully, everybody's been relatively clean for us. Everybody's been doing an awesome job of having a pretty clean start. We've had a few incidents, which you would expect with it being a multi-class race, especially when you add in the sheer speed difference between those TCRs and the GT3s. With regards to your question with the incident point limit, a few teams are a little bit flirting with that line there. I think the highest incident count we have right at the minute is 36 incidents out of 60 before they will be assessed a penalty by iRacing. That will not be monitored manually by race control. That is something that is put in place by iRacing itself, and race control will not clear any of those penalties if they are given. So some of these drivers who've been a little bit more aggressive with those track limits are going to have to reel it in pretty soon.
Right, and which team is looking on that one then? Braden, at the moment?
Probably the closest person, the closest team, I should say, right at the minute is Team AOR and Hodel Esports, the GT3s, as well as the V3 Racing safety car team with Kamke in TCRs.
Yeah, Kemke's up. Now, the Team AOR, that was with Imre earlier and Martinson. We've got Sarah Dove at the wheel at the moment. How's Sarah doing in conjunction with Imre on the incidents there? She seems a lot more settled.
Yes, actually.
Oh no!
Oh, James,
No!
the commentator strikes again.
What have you done?
I say she seems a lot more settled as she goes and spins the back end, Braden.
Yes, yeah,
Sorry, Sarah.
unfortunately, actually looking at the incident points, Imre actually only had 11 as compared to Dove, who has 25 for their total now of 36.
Okay, I thought it seemed a little bit more settled, but then as I say, that she goes round anyway. So, unfortunate there, Sarah. Sorry about that. Commentator's curse kicks in.
Strikes again.
As always, Tim. But here we go. Malcolm Vara's going up the inside of Cy Anthony. Again, not traditional place, Tim, but he did get him at well, actually, no. Sorry, I thought it was a little bit further down into Worth, but no, it's not, is he? That was in Schlossgold.
Yeah, that was indeed. So, yeah, that's not too bad there, but these as part of the day, these tyres are clearly starting to hamper now the BMW and the guy, like everyone who everybody who decided to take their tyres on for a second stint seems to be suffering. So what seemed to be, as iRacing UK Yellow's driver in the chat on YouTube, Chris Hitchin said, seems to be the 400 IQ move. Apparently, it doesn't seem to be across the stint. It's not paying dividends.
No.
Right now, as Anthony understeers yet again, that BMW is not looking happy right now.
No, it's not looking comfortable, is it, at the moment?
It's not, no.
I would decide whether or not it's worth jumping in for tyres now, Tim. It'll put you out of sequence, but as the others are going off, it may give you more in the long run.
I mean, looking at his lap times, ironically, it seems to be it's not dropping off massively. You can tell where he's catching traffic, but he's still it doesn't look happy, but somehow Anthony has managed to pick out some absolutely brilliant he's managed to pluck some absolutely stunning laps and find some pace still inside that BMW M4.
No, Malcolm Vara's pulled out again, and he was faster on the last lap. So it's going to be interesting to see. Cy Anthony's got to make a decision about what he's going to do on that one, Tim. It'd be interesting to get if we've still got Chris Hitchin. Oh, Cam K goes round again. Was there contact there, Tim?
I'm not sure. It's done well to avoid. Let's have a look. Nope.
Nope.
Just a bit of contact with the gravel.
All on his own, Tim.
And Kamke showing it. Yes, it is possible to oversteer and spin a front-wheel drive car.
Yes, and but he is doing well on
the gravel.
Yeah, he's doing well on his comeback there, Tim. He did sit down. Andrew Jones did have a squeeze through round on his rear end between that and the curb, so Andrew Jones did well there as well. Yeah, unfortunately for Kamke, it's not been a good day so far.
No, and it's such a shame, really. I was just seeing within the chat, V3 Owen put in that all but one of the drivers in V3 Racing brought the TCR yesterday. So you can understand and forgive some of their inexperience with how the car handles. You just through to amount of time sat in the driver's seat and at the wheel of a car. So the fact that they're putting in some of these laps is absolutely a stunning performance. They've only purchased the car 2 days ago, and talking of TCRs, oh no!
Eric Intilli. What had happened there, Tim?
Wow, I don't know whether he was completely blindsided, but I think it was the Ferrari coming through.
Is that a hold-up?
Yeah, I've heard out Esports. Came to the inside, and yeah, he just turned completely blindsided. Clearly didn't see him.
See him? I don't think he see him.
Turned straight in.
Don't think he see him.
I just see it again here from the helicopter, and turned in to find a Ferrari 488 GT3 there. And that was the end of the incident.
That's, yeah. Maybe under investigation.
I think, to be fair, realistically, the Hodel Esports Ferrari, Ryan Hodel, currently on board with that one right now. And I think if they've come off worse from it, then I think, yes. Obviously, where, the TCR of Antilli, it obviously had the contact and then spun off and lost a lot of time from it. You've got to feel it'll be almost a bit of double jeopardy and double pain to incur a penalty now.
Hernandez and Flynn. That was somewhat close. There may have been a bit of green paint.
It was close, and I think there was a bit of bumper-to-bumper action there, and the front end of that BMW for Hernandez, the ISMC Endurance BMW, it looks a little bit like the front bumper's starting to come away, or the bonnet's definitely creased there.
Yeah, I think it's the same one as what Contos has, isn't it? The amount of crinkles they've put in it is, almost looking like a crisp, Tim. I couldn't think of the name of the crisp. What's that crisp that's got all them crinkles all over? Couldn't think of it. But anyway.
Toys?
Yeah, McCoy's. Is that the one with the little crinkle crisp, Tim?
Yes.
Yes,
if it's what you go off, yeah.
McCoy. Sorry.
Oh!
However...
Well, I'm not sure about that one. That one's going to be under review by the stewards as we've...
yeah, car 24 and 161. So that was the Eric Antilli and Ryle Holdall car is under investigation first. If we can jump on the front of Hernandez.
It looked like the way that Flynn's Porsche veered there looked
He
like
definitely got it. Yes.
Yeah, there was definitely...
Yes, he definitely got contact.
A union of bumpers there.
I believe there was, yes.
Wow, and I'm sure that V3 Racing Porsche will be...
So now he's Adam Flynn behind Hector Hernandez. He is.
Yeah.
See, Hernandez, Tim, my driver, my good sportsmanship here, side of me, because, we all have it.
We do.
Knowing that this car in the middle between us is a back marker, I would let Flynn through after invertedly making him join the barrier. I don't know about you.
This is where it's tricky, having run an endurance event where I was in, the slowest car from the Nürburgring 24-hour in the Audi RS3 TCR, and it is tricky when you've got two people battling of knowing what to do at times, because do you try and pull to one side, but then if they're battling, they might be lunging. Equally, it can get messy by remaining on your, on your line. You get people. Some drivers expect you to move over, so if you maintain your line, that's getting a little bit close there between the two BMWs. The
Garrick Apathy and Martin Maggie.
Yeah.
Maggie or Maggie? Again, Tim, he's gone for a line that you don't normally go, and Rowett's Garrick Apathy's got every right to be out there.
He has.
So
He's taken the racing line.
Yeah, I
which
think
is
Martin
then
needs to back off then.
Squeezed the KBK BMW, and at that point he had to yield, but maybe a bit of reactions. Not being able to react quick enough, and that's what's generated the contact there.
Yeah, I think so. But as you say, I need to get ready to take over. So, Tim, we have got some people stepping into the booth for us as well.
Yes. Be handing over to more of the team. And wow, what
King,
what an opening 2 hours.
Hello, gentlemen.
How's it been going? Have you been watching the action?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's had very little kind of let up, hasn't it? It's been all sorts of bumping and banging and integration going on.
Yeah, there is. There's been some very close driving.
Yeah, integration is an incredibly good way to describe some of the.
I would say leaving paint on the car in front.
Yeah, exchanges of paint. Have a little. Wow, that Black Dove Racing.
Yeah, Garrick Apathy.
BMW has a yield. Yeah, he's given up the place eventually, and KBK are ahead there. This is where it's getting so tricky now, King. That with obviously the back mark, having to, the TCRs being so spread out, it's not like you're coming across a cluster of them, and they are popping up every so often, and quite possibly once a lap now, and it seems to be creating a few issues for the GT3s with clearing them.
Yeah, a little bit, but exactly as you were saying earlier, it's always the responsibility of the faster cars to be able to navigate their way past the slower ones. But as a few people seem to have forgotten how to do that successfully.
We got Ryan Horrell, who's got a drive-through penalty with his incident with Eric Intilli on the what was it, second last corner, Tim? I believe they had their little contact, didn't they?
That surprises me because where it was overtaking, I'm a little bit surprised at that one.
I think it would have been. It was. I don't know.
It'd be great to get a view from the stewards on.
I think Braden's going to be joining us in the commentary box as well. But unfortunately, guys, I'm going to need to jump out at that point.
Yes.
Likewise. I hope you have a wonderful stint, my man, and I might jump back in later on to have a chat.
Very much looking forward to it as we're looking at Eric and Tilly bouncing off of nearby cars, unfortunately. Now jumping to, again, I apologise for not getting these names quite correct. I'll do my best. I'm sure I'll be shouted at from those in the background. But welcome along, everybody. Yes, I am indeed King Kodiak. I am Chris Buxton. It's been a while since I've been in AOR circles, but glad to be part of this charity event for the Star Thrower Group, a charity set up for adults with learning disabilities. So it's a topic I'm very that means a lot to myself personally. So I'm very glad to be part of this event. I wasn't due on for another couple of hours, but realised there was a bit of a gap. So happy to do what I can. However, I may have to disappear randomly as I am flying solo with my youngsters. FYI. So we are looking at car number 16, Rohit Gallic Party. Gallici Party. I'm going to go with that until I'm told otherwise. In amongst the crowd somewhat. How are we getting on here overall? It's been quite good fun. Mr. Braden Hill, are you with me first of all?
I am. I'm doing a little bit of multitasking here at just the moment, but I did hear those comments that were made about the penalty. I think James and Tim were a little bit confused there, thinking that the incident responsibility was given to the TCR that was actually taken out in that incident. Quite the contrary. In fact, it was the number 24 Ferrari who was receiving incident responsibility for that contact and was given a drive-through penalty. First of all, that is not a good place to pass. Second of all, they just absolutely blindsided that TCR and they didn't have anywhere to go and could not see whatsoever. Also currently under review, or actually has been reviewed and decided on, is that contact between Adam Flynn as well as the cart number 11, Martin Cook. And Martin Cook was told that he needs to surrender his position to Adam for that contact. Adam didn't lose too much time, thankfully, so the stewards panel felt that that was penalty enough in that particular situation. But I mean, it's been quite a race so far. I know you're just coming in here, King. I've been here pretty much the entire time. But of what you know so far, what have been your impressions of the racing, of the size of the field, and of the event itself?
It's going pretty well. We've got 26 cars out there, which is a lovely attendance to see for such an event. So very glad to be part of it as we look at. Oh, I'm going to have to have a go at this Hugenhout. I'm going to have to guess that's how you say that for Comrade Gaming Red, the 5th position BMW, returning to the field. The racing's been pretty fun to watch so far, as that's Simon Hetnecki, and that's a name I recognise, in the ERT Racing Team BMW. Now, I must say, I know we were speaking about this in our practice sessions before this event. The BMW, the liveries are wonderful, but dear God, that's an ugly looking beast. I'm sorry, the nose on that thing is massive. Look at it. It's the size of a blooming, that's a pig snout on the front of the car. It seems to be doing pretty well, let's be honest. overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And some people are plus or minus on that. I certainly, in my opinion, is more on the side of I love the race car much more than I do the street car. The street car, I agree with you wholeheartedly. But I've just received notification that we actually do have one of our drivers ready for interview. Stefan Kamke of the V3 Racing safety car team, one of our TCR drivers, taking a little bit of a break from his solo adventures. Stefan, how are you doing so far?
I'm doing fine, I guess. Sort of.
Well, I'm sure you're probably mad at me since I gave you the penalty for that contact a little bit earlier in the race. Not sure if you were given the opportunity to take a look at that incident yet, but what have been your impressions of the TCR and how it's driving in these conditions?
It's actually quite fun. The understeer is real, so that's something to look at. And I actually had a review of the incident, and I think you can give it. You don't have to. The issue is that on the heavy braking, the TCR might jiggle a bit, and I had the right tires on the AstroTurf, so it was always going to pull a little bit inwards on heavy braking, and there was just simply not enough space. So I think nothing would have happened if he would have taken a little bit of tighter line.
Right, and what in general, what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge with you and Merlin deciding to go solo for this race? I mean, it's 12 hours. I'm sure you'll take a few breaks, but obviously we're doing this for a great cause, for a great charity. First of all, what are your impressions on the cause that we're promoting, and what are your impressions on the challenge of taking on 12 hours solo?
I think it's important to support this cause, so that's why I'm here. But the 12-hour solo was not planned. We had a little bit of issues registering the team properly, and then Merlin was unable to join. So that's why he joined with a separate car last minute.
Right,
you
so
mad individual, you. Hello, Stefan. Great to speak to you again, sir.
Long time no see. Glad to have you back here.
Yes, glad to be back in these circles. So, I mean, how are you fancying your chances then of surviving the 12 hours?
0 to none. It's running until 4 a.m. my time, so I sadly don't think I'll be here for the entire race.
A great shame. A great shame. So, you're just having a break now. How long are you going to be sat still for?
I had a little bit of an incident. I don't know if you saw it. A Ferrari spun in front of me, and I've got 8.5 minutes of mandatory repairs. I didn't take a fast repair, so after this interview, I'll grab a bit of food and then hop back in.
Best of luck when you return to the field. Thank you very much, Stefan Kamke.
Cheers.
Well, there is, if I've got this correct, there is only one Ferrari in the field. That is car number 24, currently being driven by Robert Hodel. There we go. And I see, no, that's a good-looking car, although the orange wheels on the black paint screen,
yeah, I will agree with that one. A little bit of an interesting contrast of primary color.
An interesting. Now there's a name I recognise. Still under the Comrade Gaming banner, Christoph Holstein, an absolute force to be reckoned with in GT3s and GTEs. He's gone for his beloved Porsche once again. Who is he chasing? I can't tell.
Adam Flynn in the V3 Racing car.
Adam Flynn. So we saw Adam having a bit of an argument earlier on. I don't know whether it's my screen, Mr. Domino, but my relative is blank. I don't know if that's an issue on my side or not. It's FYI. It is. Okay. Fair enough. As Christoph then has a look on the inside line coming down towards turn 4. The controversial turn 4. That's turn 2 is not a turn where it is on the map, but I'm just going to get that off my chest now. Just that it's said. We all know what we're talking about here. And I shan't mention it again unless somebody else does. But Christoph, then in third position. How far is he behind the next one? Oh, that's a TCR. All the TCRs are Audis. And they must be feeling very popular. We've got 5 of them, I believe. So 5 or 6 that's in the field. So he's 4 seconds behind this car, which is the BMW of Hugenhout. That's car number 1. I think I've actually got the liveries wrong on my screen because that's a 7 on my one. So that's for me to know. A very brightly coloured BMW just ahead. So that's not Necki, who is now leading the way. Some of these names I recognise from other circles. Hugenhout's not one of them. Simon Hernecki is. I believe he is from the Czech Republic. That is the car in the midst of this particular gaggle of cars. It's Matthew Maliki. Maliki? Is that how you say it? Oh, the TCRs are having a bit of an argument. So Craig Wakefield in the 18 car for BPR Esports Gold is having a fight with... Is that the... That's not the T... No, that's Dan May, isn't it? He's just taken that spot from. And so that's not for... Is that for TCR lead? No, that's second in the TCR field. The leader is... Have I read this right? He's quite some way down the field. He's a lap ahead. There he is. As Kiefer McKenna for V3 Racing 8. So nearly a lap ahead of his fellow TCR... Well, teammates, wrong phrase, but his fellow category runners. So very much on his own, but lovely scrap there for second place going on between Craig Wakefield and Dan May. Of course, for several laps in, these guys, even the TCR guys have been going for... these guys are on lap 78. So quite some way done, but as you can see at the time at the top of the screen, a long way to go just yet. And there is Dan May. So it's a chain of 3 TCRs, but they're not all fighting for position. So Dan May is on the back of Craig Wakefield. The one directly behind, I am assuming that is, I can't see the car number. Well, there's Craig Wakefield, so he's the one that... it was Eric and Tilly. So he is...
Had quite the race.
He's a couple of laps down from the cars ahead of him. But as you can see, he wasn't able to keep pace. It's a bit of a shame he was involved in that incident. Otherwise, he'd be right in there.
Yeah, and I do apologize for having to keep silence for some moments.
Oh, I can do the talky bit. You have fear not. Exactly. Can't do the technical bit. I can't do the graphical bit, but I can do the talky bit absolutely fine.
Right, absolutely, and certainly balancing that with also doing race stewarding here. So something actually kind of interesting of note is that there was a report to the stewards panel that Team Tepa had taken a fast repair. James Clay and the Team Tepa machine had taken a fast repair on the last pit stop. That was reviewed by the stewards panel, and it was shown through the iRacing data that they did not, in fact, take a fast repair. So a little bit of drama there, I guess, from the perspective of... It was actually reported by one of their competitors, Comrade Gammon. So they must see the threat of James Clay looming closer and closer in that rearview mirror and feel a little bit of a threat, wanted to potentially add a little bit of spice to the mix.
Interesting. That's the view from the number 12 car, currently in 7th position. James Clay, I remember well from my iRacing commentary days. Again, another absolute force to be reckoned with. Nick Domino in charge of the overlays and graphical bits and camera control. So doing an absolute sterling job.
As he always does.
As Mr. Maxwell has wandered off track. What's he done? Oops! That is so easy to do, and he's going to integrate with the wall. It's so easy to do down in turn 1. You're trying to maximize your run out of that turn because you're on the gas for quite a while leading up to turn 2 that isn't a turn. I know I didn't say I was going to mention it again, but it's not a turn! As he's doing his best. Now, he's sacrificing rejoining quickly to rejoin safely, which is absolutely the right way of doing it. So fair play to Stephen Maxwell in the 438 car for Black Dove Racing. Is there any link to Sarah Dove in that particular naming convention?
No, there would not, because Sarah Dove is actually in the car immediately ahead of them, that Team AOR Lamborghini ahead of them, so I would have to imagine that'd be a little awkward if they were naming their team after their competitors.
Team AOR, yes, in the number 16 Lamborghini, the sole Lamborghini in the field, currently being driven by Evan Imre himself. That's the view from it. Lovely noise from the Lamborghini. See, is that the... so he's actually... Yeah, so Stephen Maxwell is indeed the car right behind. There we go. There's somewhat rearranged front end on the BMW after having bounced off the wall. So...
And you have to imagine that at this point he's got to have some sort of steering damage or camber issues in the front of that car, and yet still decides to go up the inside of the Lamborghini. Makes a pretty good move. Oh, and a big run from the Lamborghini to the left-hand side of the track there. Not quite as good of an exit from the BMW. You have to imagine a little bit of damage to the that front-engined BMW monstrosity, as you may have called it. But yeah, I mean, the sultry sounds of the Lamborghini are sorely missed after the last BOP, the last balance of performance after iRacing's most recent update, and it's really put the ball in the BMW's court. You look at the participation rates, whether it be in official racing or even in this race, the BMW is a highly popular car, and for good reason, because that car is hard to beat, especially on those straightaways where the speed is ever so important, and on corner exit, they really do a good job of getting that traction down.
Indeed, indeed. So, yes, Stephen Maxwell continuing to, well, I would say limp the car is probably a little bit unfair because he's still got a decent amount of pace, but it's clearly a bit suboptimal after headbutting the wall. And Evan wasted no time getting back ahead of the BMW. Evan, a very, very seasoned racer in iRacing terms. For as long as I was doing iRacing commentary, he was always involved. So he knows his way around quite a few of the cars and quite a few of the tracks. Here we go again. So the BMW can close in, but I think the cornering efficiency has certainly been compromised with the reshapen nose. I mean, I know I criticised the nose, Stephen. You didn't have to try and restyle it on my say-so. I mean, it's great that you're listening, sir, but maybe listen after the race.
And quite an interesting interpretation of it, isn't it? To you made a comment on the nose, and it seems that he's removed the hood instead.
Yeah, he's done it properly. You can't say that he hasn't given that a good go.
Oh, absolutely. And the only unfortunate part for him is that we're not giving out bonus points for style in this race.
Yeah, a great attempt at car architecture, but on he goes there. You can see the ground he's lost to the Lambo just in this lap alone. He's right with it, about half a second behind at the beginning of the lap. He's now about 1.5 or so back. So yeah, that's going to be a difficult thing to move around, and that's going to have quite a bit. Oh, what is Robert Hoddle done? That's the Ferrari. We were just observing you. No, that's down at turn 8. Oops, no. Oh wow, that really let go. That's very slippery gravel.
Very definitely.
Yeah. It's again, because this track is all about conservation of the momentum. There's not very many very heavy braking zones. You do want to just carry as much speed as you can. Yes, the race is 12 hours long. It's not a sprint race, but even still, you want to be carrying that momentum all the time or as long as you can. And you will just have these moments where you just push a little bit too hard, and a very small mistake there from Robert Hoddle in the 24 Ferrari. As it's seen him plummet a bit further behind his competitors. He's some way back. Unfortunately, he's 5 laps behind the next.
He's certainly going to want to be. Well, he's certainly one of those drivers that's going to want to be careful, because if I'm looking at his incident points, he's at 51 incidents, and that team will receive a drive-through as soon as they reach a total of 60. So only 9 incident points away from a penalty, and only 2.5 hours into a 12-hour race. So things could be very quickly going from bad to worse for that lone Ferrari out here on track.
Very much so. As we see, that is Steward Reynolds in the BMW just coming past. In the iRacing UK yellow squad. He's in 5th position at the moment. Sorry, in the battle for 5th position. So he's in 6th. He's about a couple of seconds behind. There it is. That's the Porsche ahead he is trying to chase after. There's a Roman Cuban. in control of that one. Oh, Dan has got a lot of traffic around. There is 19 cars, so that's third in class. Yes, he's third of the TCRs. About to be lapped by the TCR leader of Kiefer McKenna.
And that is quite the powerhouse team if you look at it. Our leaders in the TCR class, Kiefer McKenna currently behind the wheel piloting that Audi RS3 LMS and making it a good show out of it, as down the inside goes one of the GT3s, making a pretty easy move of it. But if you look at that driver lineup, you've got Owen Blythe and Mike Skeppers, both of whom are well over 5K I rating. You add that into Kiefer, who's quite strong on that end as well, something around 4K I rating for that gentleman. So when you look at the power behind that team, that is a hard team to beat, and you would expect them to win this handily if as long as things don't go according to someone else's plan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's curious that in a way it's a bit of a shame they've gone touring car. It would have been great to have seen them involved in the overall battle, as that is Evan Imre on the back. Well, now that's that's a three-way fight now that suddenly developed with the Porsche of Jonathan Diggs that we're now looking at in the Great Lakes Racing Aqua Squad, fending off the Lamborghini of Team AOR's Evan Imre with the BMW of Stephen Maxwell that we were looking at. Well, an endurance race it may well be, but they're having a good old slog. Now, we know that BMW's wounded a bit. What was the last laps last time around? So Evan Imre was about 0.6 of a second quicker, if I read the numbers correct, than Jonathan Diggs. So he's
and music to the ears, isn't it? That combination there, the flat six sitting in the rear end of that Porsche 911R GT3, and then the screaming V10 of that Lamborghini behind. Got to be music to the ears of that BMW just sitting behind. I'd be more than happy to sit behind that just to hear those beautiful engine tones.
Oh dear, Callum Roby has hit something rather solid. What's he done in the number 15 Porsche for iRacing Blue? That's down at turn 8 again. Oh, he's gone in too hard and the tails just let go.
I don't know if you saw it, King, but it looked like even the corner before, that car was just very unsettled. And when it really made that left-hand turn into the corner, the rear end just wanted to snap around. Not sure if maybe the tires are starting to wear down, as we're about halfway through what would be about the second or third stint for these drivers. The fuel load starting to burn off, and we'll probably see some pit stops after not too long from now. But it looked like that car was just very unsettled going through those sets of corners.
It didn't look very happy. I thought that the overlay said he'd crashed, but either way, he's not having a good time of it as we jump back to this battle for 15th place. Porsche versus Lamborghini versus BMW. And now Evan Imre knows full well that he's never going to win a race in a single corner, because he's not going to do an unreasonable dive down the inside somewhere, but he will certainly take the opportunity. And wow, like so on the exit of turn 4, the Porsche are a little bit sluggish to get away. Evan Imre is going to try and sweep around turn 6. Oh, get the traction where you need it, and he's managed to get it done into 7 and 8. Nicely done, Evan Imre. There's life in the old dog yet. He won't thank me for saying that, but you know what I mean. Nicely done. It's a great move.
That is the kettle calling the pot black, isn't it?
Oh, completely. yeah. I am the great dinosaur of the commentary team. That I'm well aware of. But
well, I have to ask you, how does it feel being reunited with some of these old names, old faces? Our lovely producer Niclas Domino, our in-house fake Swedish man, who's decided to donate 12 hours of his time to this amazing cause. But I wanted to ask you how it feels to really be back in the commentary booth with these names and faces around, and also for a really great charity.
Well, it's all awesome to be involved with. It's been a while since I've done iRacing stuff, as I've been very, very busy in other avenues. But it's great to catch up with some with some old names from AOR circles and also other places. It's great to see these old names. Nick was quite pleased when I agreed to come along and aggravate the commentary box for a little while. It's great to be involved with these sort of things, and also for a very worthwhile charity. Special needs and educational needs are very close to the heart for me for a number of reasons. So we switched to Jonathan Diggs, who's being rather swamped by BMWs at the moment. I was very glad to be involved with this event. Certainly the cause is a very worthy one, and get to hurl insults at drivers that will only catch up with them some hours later, so after I've run away.
Right, absolutely. And on the topic of the charity, we want to remind those watching to go ahead to www.ring12h.weebly.com/donate, and that will give you a link to our GoFundMe. We are doing a little bit of contact there between the BMW and the rear end of the Porsche, it looked like. So a little bit of a incursion there, but just want to remind those watching to please go ahead and check out that donation link. Learn more about our charity at their website. That is starthrowergroup.com, and please be sure to consider donating. And some contact there. He spins himself. Jonathan Diggs goes a little bit too aggressively to the inside of that BMW, and it looked like a little bit of a self-serving penalty there, a little bit of an aggressive move to the inside by the Porsche, and you can see just how late he is on the brake, that late lunge there, and hits the curb, ends up making contact with the BMW and sends him around.
Yeah, it did look like the BMW was leaving the door open a little bit, but alas, I think it was more the impact with the curb that sent the Porsche offline. So here we see it again in glorious slow-mo. Great drone camera. I love this one. So on the inside line, probably a little late on the brakes, but he does make the apex in fairness. The BMW has clearly left a car's width there, but there you go. It's the tail just gets a little bit loose after he's clouted that yellow apex part, gives the BMW a kick in the face, spins round, and then it carries on his merry way.
Though even to be fair, I would say that with that contact to the curb, even if the BMW was not there, I don't expect that Porsche would have made that corner without going off track at least a little bit there. So contact seems to be quite inevitable in that particular situation.
I would agree that the Porsche probably was not going to make that corner particularly nicely. As we now look at car 11 in 11th, Martin Cook for the ISMC Endurance Green team. Green flash across the car there. In the BMW, chasing off after. Now there's a battle for 10th. So the car ahead is Silver Pyramids, a name I have commentated on before. For real online racing, well, it's all real racing, isn't it? Somewhat.
Yeah, absolutely. And something also worth noting there is the change in position there between the lead, the top three there. We've seen a little bit of a shake-up for position between our Comrade Gaming teams and as well as the ERT Racing team. We saw our pole sitters from ERT Racing who had fallen out of the lead during the last pit cycles. We see a little bit of a spin there, unfortunately, to the AOR.
Yeah, you'd never want to be seeing headlights.
No, absolutely not. Certainly not facing the opposite direction. That is not what you want to see. But a great rejoin there by Imre. We saw some really great things, some great speed out of that Lamborghini, but fortunate that there was no contact made. Back to the topic, though, of our leaders. Up at the top of the board, ERT has retaken that lead, which has given really an opportunity for a great battle here. About 8 even seconds. The gap between themselves and Cass Hogan in the number 1 Comrade Gaming red car. So that is a great battle up the front there between 3 BMWs. I believe that third Comrade car is a BMW. So that goes back. Oh, no, it is a Porsche, indeed. So those rather lovely liveried Comrade Gaming cars really going to try to give it to the ERT Racing team. and some different strategies. We're going to be interested to see how that ends up turning out when we get to drop that checkered flag in about 9.5 hours' time.
Or Holstein needed to be in a Porsche, yeah. It's his traditional home, isn't it? I remember he clocked up many an hour in that in the Porker. But I agree with you, Brendan. That Comrade livery is gorgeous. No bones about admitting that. Martin Cook again on the back of Silver Pyramids. Ooh, that could have got a little bit ugly, but I think Martin Cook thought better about chucking it on the inside of turn 1. That's Stuart Reynolds for iRacing UK Yellow, being hounded by Roman Cuban for Central Eastern Europe. That's a pretty big area, but okay, fair enough. So Porsche versus BMW, there's obviously quite a few of those, as those two are the most represented marks in the field. Up to turn 1, Porsche is going to bide its time, I think. Number 20 car in 6th position, just half a second behind. So even after, I mean, we're on the go now for 2.5 hours, we still have several cars that are quite close to one another, and minus a few specifics, the field aren't hugely spread apart as you would expect. Oh, commentator curse there. Who was that that's parked here? Is that Jonathan Diggs in the 21? It is indeed. So he's fallen foul of that yellow curb at turn 3 and has nutted the wall. Has he gotten going again? Well, slowly. Yeah, he's opting to do it sensibly and slowly, which of course cost him a lot of time initially, but he's got time to recover. Well, he and the team have time to recover that. I mean, it's so frustrating. You've made a mistake. You want to get going as quick as you can, but he's done the right thing. He's taken his... Oh! Roman Cuban pushing hard, coming through turn 8. Well caught. That could have gone horribly wrong, but let's just see that again from the overhead shot. And there, now we've seen that already bite someone. That was the Ferrari. I think it was Robert Hoddle that had the problem down there. But Roman Cuban kept his foot in it, and kept it going in the right direction. Very nicely done. As that's not Stuart Reynolds directly ahead of him. That is another BMW. Not sure who that is. That is, there you go. That's Tony van der Linden for the CCTS Esports Endurance team. Right in between. Well, that's a German mark representation there, the two BMWs and the Porsche, and Roman Cuban not wanting to waste any time getting past BMW with the number 9 car, so James Clay. I thought he was getting close with that issue that the Porsches just had. Equally, Jonathan Diggs has brought his car into the pits this time, so I'll see if that car changes hands. But he's opted not to continue with the damage on that car. Don't blame him. The BMW there, Van der Linden staying very much out of the way. Very nicely done. There's a three-way battle potentially forming for 9th, if I look at the timings correct. The Silver Pyramids and Martin Cook were fairly close together. It looks like they're not that far off the back of Callum Roby in the 15 Porsche. We'll have a look at that shortly as we look at the Team Tapper BMW. Expertly piloted by James Clay. It's a name that's done many a lap on many a circuit in iRacing pastures. Is he going to be trying to pressure that Porsche? We'll see as he continues. Oh, gets a bit wide, but carries on and lives to fight another day, as they say. Can we jump, Mr. Cameraman, upon your earliest convenience to 9th place Callum Roby, because I want to see if... Well, there is Callum in the iRacing Blue Porsche. Now, the timings say that he was relatively close to cars behind. There you go. That's Silver Pyramids. It's not as close as I was thinking it was. My apologies. I shan't tell you how to do your job again. I shall sit quietly in the corner. So, whilst the racing continues, we will have a short break. As a reminder, there is the link to donate to this very worthy charity, the Star Thrower Group. It's ring12h.weebly.com/donate. Very worthy charity. We would implore, if you've got anything to spare, please do send some money their way. But right now we're going to have a short break, and we'll keep an eye on things in the background. But for now, we'll be back fairly shortly.
Back as well.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this 12-hour charity event benefiting the Star Thrower Group, as hosted by Apex Online Racing. My name's Chris Buxton, or King Kodiak, you may know me as. In the box for the next few hours, oi, as James Clay is wanting to start to make a move on the Porsche of Roman Cuban, who not that long ago was pretty close to Stuart Reynolds before a small incident or off-roading incident the Porsche went through. There's a couple of CCR Audis making way for the AOR Lamborghini. Oh, that's getting very, very crowded. Oh, the BMW at the right time just got out of the way of one of the Audis there. That's what it looks like on board. Now, the speed difference is quite dramatic, as you would expect, between the GT3s and the touring cars. But it is always the responsibility of the faster car to make their way past the slower ones. And so we've just been informed that car 21 has had a fast repair, so that will incur a 30-second stop-go penalty. Car 21 is Jonathan Briggs, so Jonathan Diggs, beg your pardon. There it is. So now we saw him hit the wall fairly hard earlier, so he will have felt the effects of that one. But that just to save anyone gaining any particular type of advantage, if you use a fast repair, you incur a 30-second stop-go penalty. Oh, as the BMW has a look on the inside coming out of turn 4, can't quite get it done though. Now, of course, they're not going to be at full adrenaline for the remaining 9.5 hours, but even still, you don't want to let an opportunity pass by to get past an opponent. And James Clay, so he's a very experienced hand in these parts. I wonder then if Jonathan Diggs has had another incident, because he was in the pits and he's now used a fast repair. So has he had another problem upon his return? Has the American driver had another issue? If we can get an update on that one a little bit later on.
I think I may be able to look into that one. Yes, so the 21 car took their second stop-go penalty, which means they've been assessed another, or so I should say they took their second fast repair, which means they've been assessed another stop-and-go penalty. Which is why that car has been sent to the pits once more. So that is only one car in the field, rather impressively, that has had to take multiple fast repairs. We've only had, I think, a total of 1 or 2 that others that have had to utilize the fast repair function. And basically that is just to keep everybody in the race. As much as this is a race of competition, it is also a race to raise awareness for a great cause for adults with special needs and disabilities. As we see our third place car, Christoph Holstein, making a very uncharacteristic mistake of that driver. I'm sure you can attest to that, King, just how consistent Holstein usually is. But it seems like a little bit too much of the dirt coming on that exit of turn 4 that has resulted in a spin there and quite a loss of time for the top of the bottom, I should say, of the podium, as we see a great side-by-side battle here. James Clay continuing to pile on the pressure to that Porsche ahead of him. And I mean, what a march through the field it has been for James Clay. He continues to really be one of the fastest, but also one of the cleanest drivers out on track. He's had a few close moments, admittedly, but has managed to get away without pretty much any contact in his march back up through the field.
Very nicely done. And it's not easy to do. You can see that, again, when the TCRs are involved, the speed difference there and how that can clump a lot of cars close together, even if they're not on the same lap. That's a difficult thing for James to have to do. And again, you can see he's still piling the pressure on. He's not making any kind of big down there moves. He's only really applying the move when he's confident he can get it done.
Just as you say that.
Now, side by side, but the thing is, the Porsche has every right to defend it. I mean, this is a battle for 6th position, as the overlay says. So, you know, Roman Kubin has every right to defend that spot. And that's exactly what he's doing, nearly forcing the BMW onto the grass. Oh, that's a bit late on the brakes for James. Can he slow it down? Yes, he can. Nicely done. And that is 6th position now in the hands of Team Tepper. But again, an endurance race needs you to make those moves, apply that pressure in a very different way. You can't just be going hell for leather and throwing it into every apex. You as a driver won't survive it, neither will the car. So these guys have done many an endurance event in the past. They know how you get it done. You do it by patience, essentially, more than anything else. But good move by James Clay as moves into 6th position as he continues his march towards the front. Now, that would have cost him time overall. But as we now switch to Callum Roby, who is still in that very close pursuit of silver pyramids, the iRacing Blue Porsche chasing off after the 23 BMW. So
he's got to be really making up time here, or trying to make up time after that mistake that we saw him make. A little bit of a half spin, kind of ended up sideways in the infield section of the course, and now making quite a good recovery to start making positions back up, down in the 15th position out of our 23 or so car GT3 field, a rather healthy field, I would say, for the GT3s, but making up time there for sure. And I wanted to mention as well, I apologize for cutting you off a little bit there, King, but just wanted to also put out there and remind everybody who's watching what we are racing for today. You'll notice on the windshield banners, as well as on all of the markings on each of these cars, is a logo for the Star Thrower Group. It's a spectacular nonprofit organization that benefits adults with special needs and disabilities and helps them to provide. This event is to help them provide services for them, whether it be learning how to write a resume, other life skills like cooking, cleaning, and things that are really vital that some people don't have access to, and we really take that for granted. And especially with the COVID pandemic and things that have been going on, it's made it very difficult for great organizations like this to do the work that they do. As we see a move for position, and then -1 there for Callum Roby, losing a position to the BMW, and now once again under pressure from the next car behind, that is Martin Cook. But besides that little update on the racing, just wanted to throw that out there and remind everybody what it is that we are out here doing in the virtual space. And close contact there.
Oh, that was a little closer to turn 4. Very worthy cause. I was glad to be part of this. Special needs and stuff is something very close to my heart. Both of my children. Oh, that was where the BMW was being forced off the road earlier. This sort of thing is very close to my heart. I have 2 children, as anyone that knows my history is well aware of, both of which are autistic. So whilst there's a lot of support for them, of course, going through the educational route, for those that are certainly sort of my kind of age group, which, anyone born in 1858 or afterwards, there's you're kind of expected to have learned to deal with it, and broadly we have. But depending on the nature of your disability or your learning needs, life can be much more difficult. So, and I have several friends that are of adult age that struggle with what might seem to be simple menial tasks, such as you say, writing a resume, or a CV as it's known over here, cooking, cleaning, but some things that may seem common sense to those that don't have that particular learning difficulty Dyslexia is another prime example. My wife is severely dyslexic, so of course, going through the education system at a time that didn't really have the support mechanisms in place for dyslexia, you were deemed to be stupid or you were deemed to be lazy. Whereas that's not realistically the case, as we're still watching this great scrap going on for 10th position. Wow, going on between Martin Cook and Callum Roby. Whereas, people that have these learning difficulties are perfectly capable given the right support. And so several reasons for me why I'm quite glad to support this event and support the Star Thrower group. Very much a cause that's close to my own heart, so quite happy to support it. And as Braden's just said, we implore those watching along to support them as well.
Absolutely, and if you do want to donate to them and learn more a little bit about them, the website to go to is their website. That is starthrowergroup.com, and our donation link goes through our website for this event, and that is at www.ring12h.weebly.com/donate. So those are the websites to keep an eye on and learn more about them.
Also in the text for this video, you'll find the links in there as well. Certainly if you're catching up post-event, you'll find the necessary links in the description below. As we see Martin Cook making his way past. Oh, that's never what you want to see. You don't want to see a twitchy TCR. That is Dan May, I think. They've just gone past. It's either Dan or Merlin. Is it Dan or Merlin? It is Dan. Now, Dan made a simple mistake there. It looked like he locked up his brakes, which made his car get very fidgety, which he held it on course and did absolutely fine to keep it there. But what that did is it made those around him very nervous. As the slower car, you want to be predictable. The faster cars want you to be predictable. Hold your line. Don't jump out of the way. It is essentially what you're told. As we now look at Stefan Kamke. Oh, I thought from that first camera angle he was really, really close to the 12 BMW of James Clay. Well, that would have been an interesting conversation.
Between a bumper and a bumper, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and more bumper integration. Now, the slower car, whilst it's not their responsibility to get out of the way, they're always told, hold your line, be predictable, because the faster car would have planned their move way in advance of committing to it. And if you try and be helpful and jump out of the way, unless you do it really, 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 really early, you run the risk of jumping into the path of the faster car. So you're always told, as the slower one, to stay on your line, be predictable, because the guy behind you has planned on making their move miles in advance. And look at the gap that James Clay has now opened up for himself. As we have got it's Robert Hoddle in the pits again. It's a shame. He's really struggling with that Ferrari. He's behind a number of the TCRs now. And there is Robert Hoddle. Wow, really crawling into the pits. He hasn't run out of fuel, has he?
I can't imagine he has.
I'd be a bit surprised. He
has recently been in the pit lane to serve a drive-through penalty. He hasn't been assessed anything else. Race control has actually gone quite quiet, but it seems that Ryan, his brother, is actually in the general chat. Let's see if we can maybe... Oh, actually, I think they've decided to use the general chat as their chat because I seem to have made a mistake and not given them one. Whoopsies. But,
nope.
Maybe let's not grab them out of the chat, but we'll be interested to see what ends up happening with that car. We're now looking at James Clay, who has been consistently running some of the best laps out on track and doing a spectacular job. I mean, full credit to James Clay in the number 12 car, who has absolutely dominated the track recently and is continuing to make up time on the cars around him. And with now coming up on 9 hours remaining in the race, I mean, he certainly is in a position to put pressure on those cars ahead come 9 hours from now.
Yeah, he's for a couple of laps now, James Clay has been the fastest one out there. Not by much, only about 2 or 3 tenths, but he's been one of the quickest cars out there. As we jump back to this battle between Callum Roby and Martin Cook, that's for 10th position. And right behind them is the next one in line. That's the 176 BMW, Thomas Moczek. There he is. So three-way battle ensues. Now, a two-way battle, you know how that's going to go. Punch, counter punch. You know where the overtakings are. When you get a third car in that mixture, it really shakes up what is possible and what is likely. And my dogs are now having a fight.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. I'll take over for just a moment while you sort that out.
But actually ready to tear the house down. It's just making a lot of noise. So in case you're wondering what that growling noise is, it's my two hounds deciding they want to join in. Fair play to them. Great event for them to join in on.
Yes, and quite a train we've got going on here. At the front of that is the that blue Porsche, but some heavy damage to one of the BMWs behind. That's actually damage that Martin Cook has been dealing with, or actually no, that's Thomas in the JG Sim Racing number 176, who has been dealing with that damage since the very beginning. In that corner they've just gone through, that tight right-handers where he got that damage after a little bit of a kiss with the wall. I know that wall does get pretty lonely, so you got to keep her company sometimes. And he decided to do so, but has not since taken a fast repair. They've elected not to do so, and currently in the 12th position. So curious to see how much that damage on the front end has been affecting their lap times. They seem pretty competitive compared to the cars that they're around right at the moment. But as we see a replay here, looks like a Lamborghini side by side with the BMW. Not sure what might have happened here. Oh,
it's an overtake, I think.
BMW.
Yeah, Christian Alves has made the move on Evan Imre. I did notice that in the timings. Well spotted, Mr. Domino. The Lambo's still nailed to the back of that BMW. I just need to AFK for a few moments, so be back shortly. Literally, as I was saying that sentence, Evan has got the position back again. So this is what I love about these types of racing. There's just battles everywhere, even 3 hours in.
Right, absolutely. And you can see just how tight, even after 3 hours in, how tight this event is, how tight the field is. And interesting ideas maybe to, if we do have a big enough wreck, there is the possibility of a full course yellow coming out. Of course, there are no guarantees on that, and there's always going to be winners and losers in that situation, but it can certainly spice things up, so there is always a chance to get back into it. That's why we encourage the drivers and teams to repair the cars when they can, and really do their best to keep out on track here. As we see a three-way battle here, I think that's one of our leaders that is in this. He is that's the Comrade car, and wow, what a lunge from the AOR Lamborghini coming from pretty far back there. Imre doing a great job of holding off. Trying to look at the timing screen here to see exactly who it is we're looking at, because I can't quite tell. Let me take a look here. Let me actually pull that up. So that is Imre in the BMW, as well as, if I take a look here, the Lamborghini there is, who is that? That is
Evan Imre.
Is that Imre? Oh, that's Imre in the Lamborghini. That's my bad. I've been getting all confused. That is Christian Alves in the Get Snell BMW. So apologies for that. I've been a little bass backwards there for just a moment. But so the BMW ahead of the Team AOR Lamborghini. But that pressure, that battle continues to rage on.
Is that a common American phrase? Bass backwards.
Bass backwards. It's something like that. I wouldn't quite credit that to Americans in general, but it's a little bit of a me saying.
Like it, approved. Oh, I was just looking at the timing as well. That battle for 10th is getting a bit feisty again. Martin Cook is the middle one of those. Now he's just been demoted, as you can see. That is Thomas Moczek that's made the move in the... Well, they're both rather reshaping a little bit, or they look it on my screen. Now, whilst they have an argument that's allowing the Porsche, Callum Roby's Porsche, to start to get a bit of breathing space, that BMW behind him is not for position. The next one down the road is actually Tony van der Linden, who's about 30 seconds-ish behind them as far as positions are concerned. But that Porsche is probably going to welcome some breathing space, considering how long Martin Cook has been nailed to the back of Callum Roby's rear wing for.
Absolutely, that battle continues to be tighter and tighter, and I apologize, but I do actually have to step away for just a second, and a slowdown for Stuart Reynolds there, it looks like. But the race control calls, so I will be back in just a moment. King, I leave it to you and your dogs to go in here.
Well, the dogs seem to have got that small scrap out of their system. As we look at Martin Cook. Now, this is a little bit interesting. I'm actually attempting to put batteries into something for my children, as well as talk to you lovely folk, but that's what we do. The show must go on, as they say, as we look at... Well, there's that Ferrari again, the only one in the field, that Robert Huddle we saw going through the pit earlier on. Martin Cook attempting to try and get back past Mocek, but that is... Oh, now who's that that's coming past them? Steward Reynolds. Now, that's why he was able to get his way quite easily. He's on a different lap. That's car number 5 in 5th position. You're not allowed to change position, sir. You must remain there. I demand it. I'm sure he's going to listen to me as much as Nick used to listen to me about the dreaded panic button. Mr. Domino, you know what I mean. For those that don't know what the hell I'm on about, when I used to do iRacing commentary for AOR back in the day, again, Mr. Domino was in charge of the overlay buttons I used to use, and he very graciously gave me a panic button, i.e. the clear all button, and in teasing me, he used to threaten to take the button away. So that's been an ongoing meme ever since. We jump back to Callum Roby. Well, that breathing space he had is gone. He's been chased by Martin Cook for a while. That's Thomas Mocek on his tail now, with Stuart Reynolds in the mixture. Now, Stewart's not in a hurry to try and make anything happen. Last lap for Stewart was, well, I say that as a 1:30.5. So his pace is still absolutely blinding, whereas this lot, 32.9 for Callum, 31.7 for Thomas Mocek. So they are slightly slower than the front runner, not by a great deal. But that BMW looks really ready to do something about that position ahead of him. Oh dear, Robert Hoddle again in the Ferrari. He's really having a hard time in the Fezzer. What's he done? That's down at turn 9. Oh, on the tails let go. Turned in a little late. Ooh, that was close. Yeah, you don't ever expect to see a car stationary on that run down to turn 10. So the other drivers around him very, very much on the ball. But my goodness me, heart in mouth moment there for Robert Hoddle. Mocek has managed to get past Callum Roby. So the BMW now ahead of the Porsche, and Stuart Reynolds in there as well. Now, Stuart Reynolds will, of course, be wanting to be granted some space as he is a lap ahead. One lap ahead, or is he more than that? Well, one lap ahead. So there goes the yellow BMW. So that's there was the iRacing yellow BMW passing the iRacing blue Porsche. So teammates of a sort. Here's where it happened. So on the exit of turn 4, run down through 5, fairly straightforward move in the end for the BMW for Thomas Mocek. And he's going to dance off into the distance, comparatively speaking. Oh, incident between 15 and 11. Now that is Callum Roby and Martin Cook. What's happened there? What have they done? Have they come together in the aftermath of the move then? Because they've only just got back together. Let's see if we can find out something about that one. No action was taken, whatever the incident was. Not an incident we saw, but there they are. There is car at 15. Let's see what's happened here. Let's turn 6. Oh, BMW's gone a little wide. Well, no, I don't know what that incident was about. Another BMW mixed in, but well, they seem to be behaving themselves. Well, that'll be why no action was taken. Blame Braden, he's not here. He's not here to defend himself. We'll take that. Right, a quarter of the race done. Just under 9 hours to go. Evan,
I heard blame being thrown my way. How may I assist?
Well, that woke you up, Raiden. There was an incident that came up for review, but we couldn't see what the incident was. And I said, "I'll blame Braden. He's not here to defend himself." But no, you've gone and spoiled that one.
Well, in fact, it was something that was reported to the storage panel, which means that we did have a responsibility to review it. It was in fact something that we watched live. That contact between the white BMW number 11 and the blue number 15 Porsche. Remember, we had seen them have a little bit of contact on the exit of turn 4, pretty much right where Lewis Hamilton and Alex Albon had to run into it in recent history. And it was decided that no action would be taken on that, though it was the responsibility of the stewards because it was reported to at least review the incident. So that is the long and short of that situation.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't fault you for that. Right, I've finished fiddling with batteries for anyone wishing to know. It was an air hockey table, a small air hockey table for my youngsters when they were a while back, which they will now play with. Hopefully a different room, because those things are pretty loud. As we look at Evan Imre in the Sol Lamborghini coming up to the back of, I'm assuming it's still Robert Hoddle in the Ferrari. Yes, it is. Being chased by Christian Als. Now, those two have been swapping positions for quite a while now. Lamborghini continuing to make his merry way. Get Schnell squad. Christian Als currently in the driver's seat of the BMW. We're coming up to 100. Well, we are 120 laps done for our leaders. That's Martin Cook side by side with Callum Roby. So their squabble has restarted again. Thomas Mocek is wow, he's only 4 seconds down the road. There he is. I think he's one of the BMWs up the road there. As still side by side. So turns 4, 5, and 6. And Porsche is not willing to let that one go. And, well, in fairness, he's every right to defend it, but I think he's going to have to relinquish that one. That's 11th place now to Martin Cook. Is the Porsche struggling a bit? Silver Pyramid is now being hustled by Thomas Mocek. And there's the next battle right behind. So Callum Roby, on the inside line of turn 9. You don't get a move down there very often. Very nicely done.
Absolutely, and that's an area that is super easy to end up making a mistake, sliding to the outside, like we saw a drive-through penalty being assessed. What was that? That was the number 24, I believe, that was responsible for that incident with the TCR. Ended up blindsiding them and got themselves a drive-through penalty. So
it's Robert Hoddle, yeah.
Yes, that was certainly a bad situation and a well-done battle there between the Porsche and the BMWs. We see two BMWs going at it right here. That is Silver Permets from the Real Online Racing black car, just in the wheel tracks, I should say, of Thomas just behind. Or actually, I should say, swap that. That is Thomas behind. And a little bit of contact there, a little bit of a kiss on the rear end, wasn't it? As he continues to try to remodel the front end of that BMW that he hates so much.
That was more of a boot of the backside than a kiss to the tail, but there we go. Yeah, Thomas Mocek is the tail of these two BMWs, and that's the view that just got integrated with the front bumper of the chasing Beamer. Silver Pyramids, and here we go. Wow, so Silver Pyramids feeling the need to defend on that run down towards turn 9. Thomas Mocek, he's nailed Callum Roby and Martin Cook relatively easily. He's now on the go for Silver Pyramids. And no, denied, sir. You're not. Well, I was going to say he's not going to go down that way, is he? Trying to commit to the inside line of turn 1. No, he wants turn 2, turn 3. I beg your pardon. That's going to be the easiest breaking point for him to make a move on. Now coming up the hill, turn 2. The non-existent one. Yeah, that one. Is Thomas Mocek going to banzai that one into turn 3? He was a bit more cautious on that one, and fair play. He's probably got some damage to the front of, well, he will have some damage to the front of that car already. So fair play for just being a little bit cautious on that. And there behind is the next battle, the Martin Cook Callum Roby battle with the 15 and 11 cars. Oh, that's a bit deep for the BMW. Well seen. Now, I wonder whether Callum's kind of saw the BMW was going a bit deep there and jumped out of the way, or whether Callum was a little bit too deep. Let's... You know, anyone that remembers VCRs remember that noise. Right, so what did the Porsche do?
It's certainly not a first time that they've had a little bit of running. Looks like he was assisted there on the outside line. A little bit of argy-bargy there from the BMW, and that's not the first time that these two have had a run, and it looks like this is kind of an ongoing battle between the two cars. Maybe a little bit of a move to the right-hand side for the Porsche, but I mean, in all honesty, that's just trying to make the apex. So no blame, I would say, there to the iRacing UK Blue team, but that's going to be very frustrating for them, as this is the second time in this very corner that they've had contact with this BMW.
Yeah, and I mean, even still, Martin Cook has actually made that one, has kept that one. That's a bit rude, really. If you made the impact, you should have at least given that position back. As our race leader and our second place and seventh place cars have all come in. Simon Hettenecke in the 299, Cass Hugenhout in the number 1, and Roman Kubin have all come in. Roman in the number 20 car. Have all brought their cars in. Christoph Holstein is going to continue and inherit the lead of the race for now. That is Thomas Mocek, who we were looking at earlier on the tail end of Silver Pyramids. That battle is continuing at a pace. Now, is there any major fuel tank differences in these cars, or are they about the same?
They're about the same by virtue of the balance of performance from iRacing. Generally, the BMW is pretty fuel efficient. Really, it's not the fuel tank that's the difference so much as it is the fuel efficiency of the cars. The fuel tanks have the same fuel capacity of, I believe, 120 liters in these GT3 cars. However, it is the fuel efficiency that is the question, as we see a really big block down to the inside. JD Sim Racing, you can see the lights blinking on the front end of that car, trying to make their presence known and saying, "Get the heck out of my way." Isn't that the message being sent here? Is a big run to the right-hand side. But back to the topic of fuel efficiency and the size of the fuel tanks. I believe the TCR also has the same size fuel tank. However, that car being a front-engine car that is, or not front-engine, front-wheel drive car, that doesn't quite have the speed that these GT3s have. It's burning less fuel, which means that it will go significantly further on that same tank of fuel.
That makes sense. Interesting tactic from Thomas Mocek to flash the lights. Now, in the days of old, you would only do that if you were lapping a car. I think that is also used as a distraction technique or as a venting of frustration. But, I mean, if it's the latter, Thomas Mocek doesn't really have anything to argue about. That is for position, and Silver Pyramids is not doing anything untoward. He's defending that spot as he's entitled to do, and is not being unreasonable in doing so. A few more cars have come in. Now there's a name I recognize, taking over the number 12 car, Philip Schiff. Yes, that's a name I recall. Welcome to you. So taking on the number 12 BMW. Are either of these two coming in? Both of them are coming in. So this is not a surprise. When one of the front runners comes in, you tend to have a lot of people. Oh, wow, was nearly an impact between the two beamers there. What's Evan done again? Oh, it's the same place he did it before. So he exited turn 4. That's frustration probably kicking in as well. Now he's let the car just roll onto that escape, well, that service road there, which unfortunately means he's just going to have to chew his way back through the gravel. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, there's one of my dogs that's decided to join in again. He's actually throwing a toy around on his own. He's probably trying to tell me something, but sorry, dog.
It's playtime, Dad.
Yeah, he can do that all he likes, as long as he doesn't start breaking things. That's absolutely fine. Oh,
All
that's
right.
a name I didn't recognize. So the number 17 car has been taken over by Evan Betts.
Also, another one worth noting is that the Team Tepa number 12 that was rather excitingly piloted by James Clay has now been taken over by Philip Schiff. So that is the yellow BMW that has been clawing its way up the field, currently in 6th position, putting pressure on the BMW just ahead, though I do not believe that is for position on track. I think just that is a position for a lap down car there as the pass is made. An interesting place to make that pass, but surely done cleanly.
Yeah, Philip Schiff. Well, try that sentence again. Philip Schiff is a name I recognize. Nearly integrates himself with a TCR. Now, you saw the lights being flashed on the BMW behind. Not sure which car that is. Who is that, Mr. Cameraman? It's Martin Cook. Whoops, as he's gone a little bit too deep. The 13th place, or now 13th place, number 11 car. Now, you saw he was flashing his lights. That was at the Audi. He was flashing his lights at. Well, he could have been flashing at Philip Schiff, but wouldn't have done him any good. But it was I'm coming to pass you. But I would imagine by now the TCRs are used to, if it's not an Audi, it's going to lap me routine. But a few more driver changes going on. The number 15 car is now being handed over to Richard Yep. I'm assuming that's how it's being pronounced. Christoph Holstein from the lead has brought his car in as well. Another so the Van der Lindens, the Dutch squad, has changed over. It's now Ivo van der Linden that's in the number 6. Find your box, Chris. I remember once making that comment and he overshot it. So, again, he won't thank me for bringing that up. Evan is in. The AOR Lamborghini has brought his car in as well. Is he handing that over? We will see. Dan May, the second of the second place TCR, is in. Mike Scapers has taken over the lead TCR Audi. There is the Team AOR Lambo. Evan has been in there a while. Yeah, he's been in there over a couple of minutes.
Well, Evan actually has asked if we'd like to interview him.
Oh, we could have a chat with Evan. Why not? Be warned, he is Scottish. I'll try and translate. Hello, Evan.
Oh, hello there.
Hey, fella, how you doing?
Oh, okay.
Good to chat to you again, old sir. Yeah. You've had a few troubles down at turn 4. What's going on?
Well, just lazy spins, really. I mean, the situation is we obviously Knut Martinson, who's supposed to be driving with us, but he's too ill, so we're kind of stopping here.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Knut's not taking a stint then?
No, he's rubbish. But so it's just been me and Zara for the last 3 hours, and we've just decided to have a race, of course, while we're here. So we had okay pace for the last 3 hours, but Sarah was taking liberties with the instant limit. I don't know. She might go out again to try and get a fast lap, but that'll probably be us, unless we might come back for the last hour or so, because it'll be dark. It'll be night time driving, I think. But yeah, so had good fun, but we'll probably call it quits then.
Oh, that's a shame, because you had several decent battles for quite a while before going off to build sandcastles. So it's a bit of a shame that you're parking the car, but we do understand. Will there be more of these endurance events in the future on AOR, do you think?
Right, for sure. I mean, we've been doing these now for like 5, 6 years, and it's great to have we're honoured to be hosting a charity event for the Star 4 group, so I'm sure there'll be more, maybe one or two more a year. So yeah, enjoyed it.
Awesome stuff. Well, it's a shame that you'll be parking the car, but it was good to see you on track. Good to see you again, Mr. Imre, and all the best for the future. Thank you very much, Evan Imre.
Thanks very much.
Oh dear, that's someone facing the wrong way. Who was that? Oh, Thomas Corney. Now that is a name I do recognise. Same place that Evans had trouble down there on the exit of turn 4. Thomas Corney.
Quite a casual backwards roll he's made there too. Didn't even lock it up, just rolled backwards right along with it.
Well, wisely done as well. He saw how many people were near him and just didn't want to be unpredictable. So he's already, as you can see, he's done the rotation. Realised he's got a lot of people behind him. Now he could have slammed on the brakes, but that again would have caught people out. Then realizing he had space to his right to make the turn, that was very well executed. Bravo! So, yeah, to Thomas Corney, that's a name I do recognise from other pastures. Again, another strong iRacing contender. There's Holstein back out on track. Car number 438. That is Stephen Maxwell. Has used has incurred a stop wheel penalty for using a fast repair. That's fair enough. We went over that rule earlier on. Yeah, it's a shame on the Lamborghini. Shame we won't be seeing that one again. Such is the nature of the beast. I mean, it's mad if anybody tries to do these kind of stints either solo or even just 6 hours. That's hard enough. I can barely do an hour, let alone all the hours these guys are doing. That number 7 car has changed hands. Joseph Parker now taking over that one. Yeah, quite a few cars have changed hands. That one hasn't. Simon Hertnecki still holding on to the 299 BMW. So that what you can see directly ahead of us is the battle for the lead. That car ahead of him is Kaz Hugenhout. So the lead has changed hands. Yeah, that's that's how. So that's Hugenhout taking over the lead of the race as they navigate their way past one of the TCRs. And on they go. So Simon Hertnecki will no doubt want to be gaining that back. But in fairness, Hugenhout was closing that gap down lap on lap on lap on lap before the pit stops. And not far away, there is the Porsche of Christoph Holstein. So the top 3 of this race, after nearly 3.5 hours, are separated by less than 2 seconds. Great stuff. So let's have a look at who else has changed hands. The 78 car, Rasmus Varblain. That's not a name I'd recognise, so hello to you. They are currently in 4th position. About 24 seconds behind what we can see as Hertnecki. Oh, wow, that was a bit robust, or a bit determined from Hagenhout there. The number 1 car in the number 1 position very firmly slammed the door in the face of Simon Hertnecki. It's truth. That could have been nasty, but either way, they can carry on to live another day. Stuart Reynolds still in the number 5 car in 5th position. They are about 40 seconds behind Rasmus. Oh dear. Car incident. Try that sentence again. Incident between 15 and 11. So that is Martin Cook in the 11, and Richard Yep has taken over the 15 car. Oh dear. Hopefully we'll be able to see what's happened here. That's no! Wow, that was a very sudden snap. So what's happened there is Robert. So that's Robert. No, it was still Robert Hoddle from before. Oh, is he stuck? Is he stuck in the wall? A lot of tyre smoke there, but not a lot of movement. There he goes. Oh dear. So yeah, as the car has gotten underway, it's decided to let go. Oh no, Merlin Cooper! What's happened to you in the TCR? He's had trouble. Has he run out of fuel? The car looks in the correct shape, but a distinct lack of anything going on. A technical trouble then for the number 69 Audi. Oh, what a shame for V3. That's a name I've commentated on many, many times in the past. Merlin Cooper. Did he hit anything? Let's have a look. I reckon he was light on fuel. Yeah, listen to how he's feathering the fuel. Oh! And then got a boot up the backside from someone. I reckon he was light on fuel. Because you could just hear he's just giving that absolutely nothing. So, and then gets a punt from the iRacing yellow BMW. Oh no, so Merlin didn't. Well, he's in the pits now. I suspect he's had to use the fast repair to get there, or he's been recovered. Oops, yeah, Philip Schiff didn't quite get that one right. Well, I mean, you don't expect to have someone that slow, admittedly, but he wasn't paying attention. And Philip Schiff's only just taken that one out. Many Cooper's jumped to the pits, yeah, that's what we thought he would do. Oh, Herr Neckius managed to get Hogan out. Oh, well caught. That was Kaz Hogenhout that could well have gone into a big old mess there with that slight touch, but has managed to get going again. Oh, the relative's working. Excellent. Well fixed, Mr. Domino. And that's brought Christoph Holstein right into the mixture. So ERT 299, that's the white BMW at the front of that pack, leads the number 1 BMW of Kaz Hogenhout. There he is in the background. That then leads the 139 Porsche of Christoph Holstein, all by less than 2 seconds separating those top 3. Brilliant stuff. So whilst trying to go through the field to identify where our changes have happened in the last bit. Oh no, the BMW's gone off. That's Kaz Hogenhout. He's gone too wide. Oh, he's got a problem there. He's got a definite problem. He just went way too deep going into turn 7. And he's back on the racing line again. So, oh dear, that's going very wrong for Comrade Gaming. Ah, that's why the tail got really loose on him. Did he keep it out of the wall? Oh, you're very glad to have that service road there, aren't you? That could have gone horribly wrong. Oh dear, Kaz Hogenhout has gotten going. Yeah, Merlin Cooper back out now. We saw him crawling to a halt. So Christoph Holstein now into second place following that particular change. Going through the list, so we got to Philip Schiff in 6th position in the 12 car. He's taken that one over. Thomas Corney, we were looking at earlier in the 20 Porsche. Czech Republic driver. Evan Betts in the 17 Porsche as well. Oh dear. Race control. Contact between 15 and 11. Warning for car 11. Please mind late braking and give racing room in braking zones. Fair enough. Can't fault that one. So, yep, Evan Betts, as we mentioned, in 8th position in the 17 car. Thomas Mochek, we saw him having a great argument with Silver Pyramids earlier on. There he is. Now leads Silver by over 8 seconds indeed. There is Silver Pyramids being chased by, well, Richard Yep is the next one. There he is. He's taken over the iRacing UK Blue Porsche. So Richard Yep has got that one. Martin Cook still has the number 11 BMW in 12th position. There he is. Ivo Linden. Now we saw that change happen earlier on. The Van der Linden 2 have swapped round. It's now Ivo Van der Linden that has that one. There he is. Sander Palu. Now that's not a name I recognise, but welcome to you for Team KBK in the BMW. Has taken over the number 16 car. Stephen Maxwell. He's been in there for a little while. American for Black Belt Racing. Joseph Parker in the number 7. He's taken over the Get Schnell yellow and black car. Nina de Boer has taken over the number 8 BMW. That's not a name I recognise, but welcome to you for I saw this team name, Mountain Trout Racing Concerns. I can't say I've ever been concerned about a Mountain Trout. Perhaps I should be, but at least they have a racing concern. Fair play. Jonathan Diggs still in the number 21 Porsche. He's been in there for quite some time. I don't believe there's a limit on how long anyone can be in the pits. Well, there is the AOR Lamborghini, as Evan Nimre said. Sadly, because Knut Martinsen was not able to race, they're probably going to park that one for the vast majority of the race. Leading the TCR class is Mike Scapers, or the V3 Racing number 22, now in the hand of Mike Scapers. There's a name I remember fondly from the past. Sam Gunstone has taken over the BPR Esports Blue car, the number 19 Audi. Third in the TCR class is Samuel Hooper. And there he is in the number 18 car. There's Robert Hoddle, who's been really struggling all race long in the Ferrari, so he's actually behind some of the TCRs position-wise. There is it Ryan Hoddle, I think, is set to take that one over? Yes, Ryan Hoddle is, or at least part of that team. So Robert carrying on his merry way. A name I don't recognise, Chad Dilton. Welcome to you. So iRacing Today Motorsports in the 4th place 161 car. And 2 names I definitely do recognise. It's rounding out the TCR field, Merlin Cooper in the number 69 Audi. I say they're all Audis, they're all TCRs, all touring cars. Merlin Cooper and Stefan Kamke, we spoke to earlier. He was last in the pits for nearly 12 minutes. My word, that's a long, long time he was in the pits for. That summarises our field. So, with the exception of Evan Imre's, or the Team AOR Lamborghini, everyone is still running. We haven't had... have we had any retirements so far, Mr. Cameraman, or Brendan, if you're back?
Well, I'm
no.
just gonna take over a little bit as Brendan is
Nick.
taking a little bit of a break. Yeah, thank you. No, Evan is actually the only one who is semi-retired at the moment. Otherwise, we have every other drivers in going out there.
Excellent. Good stuff. 3.5 hours down, 8.5 hours to go. And everyone bar the Lamborghini, as Evan explained, is still running. Simon Hertnecki's got himself a bit of a gap now over Christoph Holstein. Now, last time we checked in with them, they were right with one another, but now there's about 3.5 seconds fore and aft for Christoph Holstein. There is our race leader, catching up to 12th position Martin Cook. There he is with one of the TCRs right in his face. That is 4th position. That's Chad Dalton.
Yeah, and it's interesting to follow this battle for the lead, because Simon actually had quite a gap down to the Comrade Gaming pair, and then in this stint he has really lost a lot of time, and I was actually surprised to see Cass actually being able to overtake him at one point, because he, after taking tires at the first stop, actually overtook both of the Comrade cars again. So yeah, close. And Holstein, of course, you know, being in a Porsche, that's actually
home, isn't it?
yeah, you know, that's actually how you spell Porsche in
What, Holstein?
yeah,
That's
Holstein.
how you spell it in Swiss.
That is how you spell Porsche. Because I think he's been in a Ferrari and Ford in the GT League, but it has never really gone very well, and he won his championships with the Porsche, and he had just complained about every other cars.
Of course he did. Fair enough. So that is the view from the Holstein Porsche. Last time around, let's have a look at some lap times. Now, the very fastest lap times everyone has set were some time ago. The fastest lap was being held by that man, race leader Simon Hertnecki, by about 1/10 of a second. 129.22, which was set a long time ago, I believe. Well, it certainly has been there since I've been in the box for the last... well, time is flying. I've been in an hour and a half already. People have tolerated me that long.
That is, sometimes these hours go very, very fast, especially with such a great racing that we have out here at the moment. And
isn't it just?
Yeah, and you know, we are having great racing for, again, a great cause today for the Star Tower Group, benefiting adults with special needs. And just like you, King, this is also a, you know, something that is close to my heart. I have actually started, you know, as you well know, I'm a teacher, and I'm actually now starting a job as a teacher for kids with special needs.
Which
So
I absolutely applaud. So that is not an easy job, but
it is not.
you don't have to divulge this. But will you tell the lovely audience how far you have to travel for your job every day?
Well, I travel 100 kilometers each day.
Free day.
But that is one way, so 200 kilometers I drive a day. Yeah.
200. That is dedication, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. That's absolutely amazing stuff. You're absolutely bonkers, and you're going to be going until about 2 o'clock your time.
Yeah, I will see if how far we can get it. I might have
before you fall off your chair.
Yeah, I might have to switch out. I know that Braden is actually taking a break now, and we will try and see if we can get a switch over, so he will be your new puppet master, so I can actually get a little bit of a break.
Fair enough. Well, Kaz Hugenhout, for the last few laps has been the fastest car on
okay. I thought I just saw him going off, but
don't do that to me. I'm an old man. You give me a heart attack, Mr. Domino.
I know, but he's gaining on Holstein.
Yeah, he's gaining pretty quickly. He was one of the fastest cars out there. Actually, the fastest car out there was Philip Schiff last time around. As they now come over the line to complete another lap. There is Philip Schiff. So last time around, wow, talk about consistent lap times. So that's Philip Schiff making his way past Sam Hooper, third place in the TCRs. So looking at the top of the field, the lap times are for Hertnecki 1:31.44, Holstein was a 31.5, Hogenhout was a 31.3, and Varblane, who's fourth in field, there he is, a 31.7. My goodness. That is pretty amazing. We have got someone in the pits. That is Nina de Boer has come in the 8 car.
That's an early stop.
I was going to say they've not long been out, have they?
No, but they have had an off track. Let's actually just take a look at that. Oh, just out into all the dirt out there, and just the car. But when you get out there into the tires, you can just see a little bit of it. Your car is just getting, you don't have any grip at all, and the gravel is just pulling you through out there, and it's just so frustrating because you're trying to brake and nothing really happens. And I think it was a late call, and that has actually been a driver change.
Now, I didn't think Nina had been in it that long, but either way, that's a change, as you can see, to Dwayne Hoffman. Welcome to you. Oh, Jonathan Dix, you're getting very, very popular there. There's our race leader, Simon Hertnecki. And Christoph Holstein actually now has a lot of... Oh, behave! Oh, the TCR got a little bit lumpy there. Now, those two Porsches are not fighting for on-track position. They are not. I don't think they are anyway. So that is 11th place Richard Yap directly behind the racing. No, they're on separate laps. I thought they were. So that's Jonathan Dix, who we just saw getting a little bit out of shape. But behind them, Christoph Holstein has got Mr. Hugenhout on his tail. There they go. The Comrade Gammon.
Yeah, I've no idea.
Was that intentional?
I don't know.
It's certainly something Christoph Holstein would intentionally do.
Yeah, but I thought it was a mistake at first, and when I noticed it, I was like, should I change that? but I haven't. But
he's not vegetarian as far as I know.
Yeah, that's true. But one thing for Holstein is at the moment, that he's getting pressured from behind, but this is what he can see.
Yes.
That hideous front limb. It's just,
Well, if it's all black, it's not so obvious.
That's true.
At the beginning of the stream, the yellow ones, or they were yellow on my screen at least, just look horrid.
Yeah.
That doesn't look too bad. Okay, lap time check. 32.2 for Hertnecki, but he was caught in traffic. A 31.5 for Holstein, 31 flat for Hugenhout. I don't think
he's letting him past. He's letting him past.
That's what I thought would happen. We've seen this before between the Comrade pair. Oh dear. Now this is the pack that Hertnecki's just gone through, and Hugenhout's going to have to be very, very careful. Well, actually, they're both going to have to be very careful how they work their way through. That's Merlin Cooper. Well, how many times have Merlin Cooper and Holstein shared track time together?
That is almost like housewives when they find out that there's diapers on sale. That's how much traffic that's out there. As we at the moment.
I can't. I'm not answering that. The number 8 car's in again. Dwayne Hoffman's, he's only been in it a couple of laps, but he's brought that car in again. They didn't get a drive-through, did they?
Are they having steering issues? That they might actually have hardware issues. Let's just see if we can get on board here, cockpit, because the steering wheel seems correct.
Seems okay.
Just again, this steering wheel is actually a Fanatec steering wheel that they have made with Fanatec, so you can actually get a. It's not a replica because it really is the real steering wheel that you can take off this car and onto the Fanatec hub.
Evan's come back out.
Oh.
He said he'd park the car. Evan Imre's
No. He is Merlin has overtaken him.
No, he's back out of the pits though. I think.
No.
Oh no, he's not.
No. It says Merlin Cooper passed Evan Imre.
Oh no, Evan's out of the session because his pits time has stopped on my screen, and you can't find him. So the number 25 car's left the session.
Yeah. Let's see. Find a bit of action on track at the moment as Holstein seems to really struggle out there.
I wonder if he's getting a bit fatigued. His pace has been blinding, but it's just in this particular phase. Has he had a driver changeover yet?
Yeah, Alex Bennett was in the car at the beginning.
Okay.
So.
He realised I was talking and then ran.
Yeah, exactly, and as Cass as well. I do remember Cass being fast, but I didn't remember him being this fast.
He's certainly. I was being held up by traffic a few times. Oh, that's so. I mean, you're allowed to go that deep, but it's using every available pixel. So he's now got Robert Hoddle ahead of him, who is slowly making his way back towards the GT3 field. Still in amongst the TCRs as far as on-track positioning is concerned.
Did you get the relative to work for you?
Yes. I did mention that. You weren't listening. See, you don't listen.
No. I were listening. There's just nothing I can do.
Oh. Well, I mean, if you timed that half spin to perfection there, Mr. Hoddle, because you jumped out of the way of second place Cass Hugenhout. Let's see. I'm keeping an eye on the lap times because Hugenhout has been consistently quicker than Hernecki. But save for that issue that's plummeted him, comparatively plummeted him about 5.5 seconds behind the race leader. There is the Czech Republic driver, Simon Hernecki. Who's he catching up to? He's catching up to Silver Pyramids.
He's been in that car for long, hasn't he?
Silver Pyramids has been in there quite a while.
I believe he has been there since the start, or do they? I can't remember them having had a driver change.
Well, certainly the people that have been in their car since I joined, coming up 2 hours ago, are Hernecki, Hugenhout, Holstein, Reynolds, Mochek, Pyramids, Cook, I think, Maxwell, Diggs. About half the field-ish still in their cars from when I joined.
Yeah. Well, they do tend to take actually quite long stints. Normally in these endurance races and with these cars, you do tend to do 2 or 3 stints, and a stint is about an hour. So you do get a bit of a sore neck and a sleeping behind at the end of such a stint.
Greedy little piggies hanging on to their cars. Oh, go on.
Oh, Holstein!
No,
Holstein! What has happened? Oh my god, he is back into the pits. No! No!
Oh, damn.
What happened? What happened to you, Holstein?
Who's that?
What in the world? Alright, I'm gonna try and see if I can find. So this
You
is.
need the drone camera, really.
Yeah, let's try and see if we can find this one here. So Holstein is at the moment just slowly creeping up here. It's going in behind here.
Oh, the BMW just suddenly slows.
Oh.
And that caught Holstein out entirely.
I think Holstein wanted to get the slipstream and then...
Yeah.
And that... Oh my goodness.
That
me.
is a huge impact. And that Porsche is going to be there a long time.
Yeah, that's... Well, they can use a fast repair. Or no, they can't when they're getting jumped in like that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's jumped him down to 13th place.
Yeah. Well, we have a issue with Joseph Parker as well.
What has Joseph Parker done? The number 7 car for Gert Schnell.
Ooh, let's see, just a little bit.
Oh, too much on turn 2. Yep. Yo! Managed to keep the pigs now out of the wall. Or has he? Yeah, he's going to nudge it.
No.
Oh, you did the hard work of keeping the car out of the wall, and then you graze it as you're recovering.
That's never a good thing. And Bennett
Alex has taken over again.
Yeah.
Is there just 2 of them in that car?
I think so. For a 12-hour race, 2 drivers is about what you need. You know. Oh no, they did a fast repair, as you've just seen that right there.
So they're now
I am
back up to 9th.
Almost sure of it.
Down to 10th. As Pyramids has just gone past.
Yeah.
And there goes Richard, yep.
So that's interesting to see if what is going to happen there.
That's such a shame. As they're making great progress, but that's the nature of endurance racing, and it's not all done. As I say, we still have, as you can see at the top of the screen, another 8.25 hours to go. So plenty of time for others to have problems.
As you were saying that was the commentator's curse right there.
What's happened?
Plenty of time for other drivers to have issues.
Oh wow, he braked very early that caught the orange beamer out. So he just got a bit of a tap on the nose there.
Yeah.
He braked very early.
He did. That's but that then again, you know, some drivers brake early. I'm an early braker. That has been some of my issues when I've actually been driving, and also why some of my competitors were not so happy with me. I remember in the AOR league they used to call me at the end they called getting stuck behind a car getting dominoed, because I could just defend for days. It's such an amazing thing. But yeah, I had issues outbraking other drivers because I
too cautious.
Yeah, no, it was just my driving style. Ooh, as we are joined.
We are joined by my old stablemate. Now, I'm not sure what I've been looking forward to more this race. What I very much have been looking forward to is Parker's facing the wall again. Same wall.
Same wall.
Same wall, same issue,
place.
just
Yeah.
different incident. He didn't hit it this way.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Mr. Chambers, I'm so glad to be in the box with you again.
Yes, it's been a little while. Hello, everybody, viewers and Nick and King and all the participants. Yes, it's been a little while. I was about to join about 5 minutes ago, and then I saw the Holstein incident. So I hopped into his Twitch chat to see what he was thinking.
I bet that was colourful.
He wasn't happy.
No.
He basically said that he was going to duck behind them to get slipstream, and then they slowed down, and he wasn't ready for them to slow down, and then angry noises happened.
I called it. That was exactly what I said.
That's exactly what you said. But that car now in the hands of Alex Bennett. He is now in 8th position. So they must have used a fast repair because they'd be there for weeks. Must be there. They'd have been there for weeks. That's fair enough. So Alex is now 5 seconds-ish behind Evan Betts in the 17 Porsche. And Alex is bonkers fast. It's nearly 7k iRating as well, which is insanely high. That's got to be one of the highest I rate. I know that's not the be-all and end-all, but it's a damn good measure to use. That's even higher than Mike Scapers, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I actually believe that Alex is the highest I-rated driver in here.
I was going to say, he certainly is right here, right now in the session.
Simon Hetnecki and Kaz Hugenhout last time around set the same lap time to the hundredth of a second, 1:30.8. My goodness me.
Well, I've been watching on and off throughout the day. You know, a lot's happened.
I'll say.
I am so glad that, getting maybe a little rusty here, that I didn't have to cover the first 2 hours, because there was so much happening.
There's been a fair amount gone on in the last couple of hours. So, yeah, but absolutely, you know, the great commentary that kick-started the show. I believe, Nick, you can correct me, it's the same commentators dealing with the end of the show as well.
Oh, yeah, I can't remember.
It
is Brayton who has made all the scheduling, trying to get all of you lads put
that's
into
awkward commentators. But
yeah, because that is just, you know, even though I am teacher for special needs kids, you know, that is a assignment I wouldn't want to do. Getting all of you to follow schedule.
Did that for long enough, and I was a commentator at AOR, and I don't fancy the job either. What's Chad Dalton done?
Let's see. Ooh, that's late breaking.
Way too deep into turn 4, and round he goes. That should just be roundabout corner.
He's unlucky, really, that the barrier is so close. If it was a little further away, he could have just carried on.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing, though. He's doing the slow but steady rejoin.
Yeah, it's important because the people coming around that corner will have no idea he's there.
And you don't expect to car
too late.
sideways, you don't expect to car sideways on the track at that point until, well, you're airborne.
Yeah.
Oh, last time around, Hugenhout set a cracking lap. Now he's got who's he got ahead of him? That is Merlin Cooper, who has dutifully got out of the way. Now this lap time
faster.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. But I wonder whether that's traffic enabled. And you just saw out the shot there, Hetnecki getting past another Audi. That will be Sam Gunstone that he's just gone past, the second place TCR. So that's why Hetnecki's times are being a little bit affected. Just at the top of the shot there, you saw the white BMW squeezing past, so I couldn't see who he was squeezing past. But that gap now is 3.7 seconds. It is coming down. Traffic helps, but it is coming down.
Is Simon got a problem? Because that gap is continually going down.
Well,
what if he just had a not ideal exit out of that last corner?
Yeah, a bit of column A, bit of column B. But Kaz has been pretty quick in the last couple of hours. He's been pretty quick and on pace has been gaining on Hetnecki. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have another battle for the lead. I think we've lost one of our TCRs. Stefan Kamke has parked his car. He did rather allude that he was probably going to do that.
Yeah. But hey, he's had a good share of racing today. I saw him multiple times battling it out with Merlin Cooper earlier. Merlin, it looks like, is the last runner. That's only 2 teams out though, after nearly 4 hours of racing.
It's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
It is pretty good, yeah. I mean, Kamke and Cooper, how many times do we see those two cross swords in the GT? Many times. Yeah, they're no strangers to arguing over track time as we continue to watch Simon Hetnecki finish another lap. That is 150, will be 150 laps in the book.
And in the GT3 class, top 5 cars are still on the lead lap. Philip Schiff is just about hanging on to the lead lap, but he's still on the lead lap. He's going to have to get a move on if he doesn't want to become a victim of blue flag.
Indeed, but Philip Schiff's last lap, he was the quickest of the top 5, so he's got pace still to deploy. We'll see if, again, traffic no doubt having a part of that, as Hetnecki is catching the back of 9th place number 176 Thomas Mocek. There is Kaz Hugenhout still hanging on to, or keeping that gap just under 4 seconds to the race leader, and gained an almighty 14 thousandths of a second last time around. It all
It makes
counts.
a difference. It does. It all counts, and it all means you're getting closer. Alex Bennett, it looks like he's coming up to the back of Evan Betts. He's only 2 seconds behind now after the incident that Comrade Gammon suffered.
You know, do you think that was intentional, Comrade Gammon? Because if it is, I wholeheartedly approve.
I disapprove. As someone that's used to making bad and horrible, deliberately horrible names for commentators, I'm sort of offended that the idea that gammon is the word that I don't want to say.
I thought you were going to say you were vegetarian or something.
No, it just it doesn't flow right as a team name.
Hang on, Stew, what was your team name again?
It was Kakalak Puntas.
Bless
It's
you.
as easy as that.
No, do you realise how many times I had to rehearse that damn team name before, whilst you were in your, albeit brilliantly coloured Ferrari?
Yeah, and that was the point.
Well, yeah.
We can work for a living, you know. But now I'm in the seat, I don't want to do that. But yeah, it's just a point though. Alex has taken almost half a second already out of Evan.
Alex Bennett is flying out there, determined to make up the lost time from that unfortunate incident. Yeah, he's now within a second of Evan Betts. There is the that's a V3 Porsche, isn't it? That he's catching up to, the number 17 car, on board with the Comrade Gammon team car. That Porsche directly ahead of us is Evan Betts, the next position that Alex is eyeing up.
Alex just got past Mike Scape as well, so that little bit of toe coming out of turn 1 would have helped marginally, but I'm sure Alex will take anything he can.
Well, Mike Scapers leads the TC, or the 22 car leads the TC class by 2 laps, almost 2 laps.
It's going well for them. But it's still a long way to go. Anything can happen. You can very easily lose 2 laps. Considering the car we're on board with was in the lead fight and it's now got a 2-minute gap.
It was in the and then it was in the wall.
Yeah.
So this is very much a live battle for 7th position between Alex Bennett and Evan Betts. So the 17 and 139 cars.
Both of them running the Porsche as well, so it's just down to setup and driver skill. There's no engine differences. If anything, Alex will have slightly fresher tyres, having just got out the pit lane. But he'll also be carrying a lot more fuel, so I don't know when Evan's last stop was, so I'm not sure where he'll be on fuel, but it looks like Alex is going to have a run towards turn 1.
I wonder if is he going to go for turn 1? He's got traffic ahead of him. I was just about to say, I bet you he's going to hold off and go for turn 3, or rather. Yeah, because of that.
It's risky though. Doing a TCR in the way potentially? No, TCR will be well out of the way.
That's Sam Gunstone that has stayed out of the way. And there he goes. Yeah, that's past the turn 3. Hopefully Mr. Betts has realised he's there. Yes, he does. Tries to run that one around the outside. It's not going to go his way. Now, the car already ahead of them is actually 3rd place, Rasmus Varplane, the 78 car. Oh, no, they're not done yet. The 2 Porsches are still having an argument. Evan Betts had a good run on the exit of turn 3, but Alex Bennett's going to have the inside line for 4. Thank you very much, my position. And Evan Betts had every right to counterattack, but yeah, that wasn't going to go his way, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's interesting. And we've seen it all race. You don't necessarily need to defend on the inside, on the entry to turn 3, because you can get such an amazing run if you hold the outside line and get a good exit. But, you know, ultimately I don't think Evan's too interested in fighting that fight too hard. He knows Alex is quicker. Alex will probably edge away from him now. But it's very important for Bennett to clear Rasmus Varplane, because he's on the lead lap. He's got to get past him.
Yeah, and again, having a look at last laps. Wow, the fastest one out there is Hugenhout again, from 3.3 seconds behind Simon Hertnecki. That is Rasmus Varplane for the ROR Orange Squad, Real Online Racing Team. Number 78 BMW now. As Stevie's mentioned, he is on the lead lap, but he was 1.3 seconds slower than Hugenhout last time around. There is Evan Betts. He's already a second behind. And no disrespect to Evan Betts, because he's a solid 8th position. But and after 4 hours of racing, that team is doing pretty well. But against the might of Alex Bennett, that's nothing really to be ashamed about. With Alex, if Alex Bennett has mugged you off, that's nothing to be ashamed of. Let's be honest.
No, and it's also just from a psychological point of view. If Evan's been in the car for a while, he's just trying to get he's in a rhythm. He doesn't want to be disturbed. Alex and his team have just had an incident. They're all fired up. They've all got brand new cars, brand new tyres. They're on it. They know they've got a lot to recover. They don't want to be wasting time.
Now, you've been in the driver's seat many a time in the past. Were you one for endurance races, Stevie?
Yeah, I did like them. There's a weird, I don't know, it's a completely different dynamic. I've also done them with Chris, and I know I've experienced what he's like after an incident. But it is that thing where the rest of the team try and put their arm around you and go, it's okay, we've still got 8 hours of racing to go. We can still recover, it's not over. But the driver just was close. It must have been over then.
Yeah. Well, with Dwayne Hoffman, he wasn't doing anything wrong. He committed to the corner, and Alex Bennett just closed in very quickly. So even if there was impact, I don't think it would have been anyone's fault, just the way it happens. But yeah, I can totally understand. Having never, I've never been a driver. I've done a little bit of league racing here and there, but certainly never endurance racing. But when you're representing a team, it's horrible when you're involved in an incident, and that incident that Christoph was involved in was not his fault at all. You saw what he went for and just did not expect. It was just very odd. The BMW suddenly slowed down. Really should have paid attention to where the Porsche was, because it was quite clear the Porsche was behind him, but sadly he'd committed to the action of slowing down, and Chris didn't have time to get out of the way.
It's just a misunderstanding on between drivers. You're not in communication with all the other drivers, so these things happen. What a benefit though is Chris right now is not happy, right? He's just had an incident. His adrenaline's through the roof. It's good that he can be removed from the situation, go and calm down, come back later and put your laps in. Let Alex get in now, absolutely smash it and go for it.
Well, there is the incident, and even embedded the other side of the wall. That's if you're going to do something, do it properly.
Yeah, and it's also just a thing. This is a charity event, as we know. It's for a good cause. The drivers still take it incredibly seriously because we're all very competitive. But he's not out. The team isn't out. You've got these fast repairs. They're there for a reason. Keep going. See what you can do.
Yeah, entirely. It's horrible when you're involved in an incident like that, but there's still well over half the race to go. If we're coming up to the 8 hours remaining mark, 8 hours to go, 4 hours down. There's so much that can happen. As anyone that is a fan of endurance racing will know, that is third place Rasmus Varblane being hustled by Alex Bennett. Now, general rule is a car may unlap itself as long as it does not impair the car it is in unlapping itself from. So, Varblane doesn't look to have the pace of Bennett at this point, and judging by the lap times last time around, that would back up that particular statement. Again, no disrespect to any of our drivers taking part. It's a great event they're taking part in, and endurance racing is always a very taxing discipline to take part in. But Alex Bennett is absolutely fired up and is really ready to use that extra adrenaline. He's gonna go for 3 again, isn't he?
Yeah, he probably will, and it's. I don't think Varblane is going to be seriously bothered by this because Alex is going to most likely get past, and as long as he gets on with it, he's not going to disrupt Varblane's race too much. It's just that Varblane has got no interest in letting him go. And here goes the move, makes the move up the inside, easy as you like. He's got him on the outside line, good exit, off he goes. Now he just needs to get on with it.
Yeah, I thought he might sail off into the sunset there. I mean, speaking of it does look like it's getting a little darker. We will be racing into the late hours, into the dark. I don't know that we will be an hour stint, Mr. Stevie.
I don't think so, no.
No.
But, towards the very end of the race, it will get dark. It's the only real shame that Evan isn't, and Sarah and Team AOR aren't here for, because their Lamborghini had this massive light in the middle of the grid that would have lit everything up.
Yeah, sadly, because Canute wasn't well, they've opted to retire the car rather than just run it with the pair of them, which is fine. Fair enough. I would totally understand that.
It happens.
Yeah, and we've lost Stefan Kamke as well. The number 10 car has also been retired. But still on presses, Alex Bennett. Oh, there's another battle. Silver Pyramids again is involved in a fight for 10th position. How many times have we said that tonight? Silver Pyramids is now being hustled by, there it is, the 15 car. It's these two again. It's iRacing UK Blue having an argument with Silver Pyramids. Silver's been in that car for absolutely ages, and that's a great scrap for 10th.
Can I ask a question?
There was your question.
Cass Hogenhout, I can ask another one and another one after this. Has Cass Hogenhout just pitted? Because he's... Oh no, we're good. I misread the relative. I thought he was suddenly about 40 seconds behind Simon Hertz.
You'll get used to it, yeah. I keep having... You'll get used to it. That's happened to me about a dozen times. So fear not. There's Pyramids getting past. I missed who that actually they came past. I thought it was Merlin, but that's the car that's down the road from them. We got past one of the TCRs. Now that Porsche's been nailed to the back of that BMW for absolutely ages. And fair play to Silver Pyramids. He's been in there for ages. He must be getting quite fatigued by now, but still pressing on with decent pace. 32.2s, 32.1s coming out from those two. So yeah, still. I mean, their pace in the wet would be my pace in the dry. I know you don't get wet in iRacing, but you know what I mean. Yeah, their pace is always scary fast. It's sort of things that us mere plebs can only ever dream of.
It's one of those things that you would be amazed at how much pace you can find when the competition starts. It's one thing to do practice, and it was something I always found as a driver. In practice, I could do 50 laps and would never pass a certain threshold. Put me against somebody else nearby that's either behind or in front, and I would probably go a little bit quicker. Just because competition brings that out of you.
Yeah.
Really good pace.
Oh dear, what has happened to Van der Linden and Parker? Have they come together? So here is the CCTS Esports Endurance. Oh, yeah, oh dear, the Dutch car sent off into oblivion. That was an outbreaking there from Joseph Parker in the yellow BMW. That's a very hurt BMW.
Yeah, I hope they've not used too many of their fast repairs, because they are going to want to use one. It honestly looked like Parker was braking on the curb, and I did some practice laps last night in the BMW. Car does not like braking hard on those curbs. It really unsettles the car, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if that's what's caused him to go into the back on Van der Linden.
And let's see. Now that's... Oh, well called. Well called. So he got that braking all wrong and has slammed into the back of Van der Linden. Well, here is Van der Linden. So he's actually made the move on Parker, and he's held his line, but unfortunately then gets a tap up the tail that he's got no hope in hell of recovering from, and he's sent into the wall. I did it again. I did this a number of times when I was commentating on iRacing. If there's a bug or something on their windscreen, I think it's on my I'm trying to keep it off.
Yeah, the iRacing does simulate dirt and grime being picked up on the windscreen. In single seaters, you have tear-offs you can pull off. In GTs, you have to wait till a pit stop.
Pyramids has lost that position, as we see that very horrendous. Well, they didn't recover the car. That's absolutely plastered in dirt. At least I know that one's not my monitor. So in comes... Eric Hoddle is in as well. So that Ferrari has been really struggling for quite a while, but Eric Hoddle has now brought that one in, having taken that one over in the last stop. And Ivo van der Linden has brought the Dutch car back in. I suspect that is going to be there a while. Just check in with our leaders.
It depends how many fast repairs they've used.
Granted.
They've saved a lot. Like, some people will question why they drove it back. You will save a lot of time if you can drive it back rather than towing.
Because isn't it an additional 2 minutes or something like that if you recover?
It's relative to how far away you are from the pits. If you crash after turn 1, it could be a long old wait.
Gotcha.
Yeah, driving back was probably actually in their best interest. Now they can just pull into the pit box, hit fast repair, get done, get out.
And that car is being taken over. So yeah, there was indeed a fast repair for the 139 car,
which has got a 30-second stop and go. So that was not their first one.
No, indeed. Oh, the 139 is actually the Comrade. So yeah, they've got to serve the penalty for it. So
okay.
that's the Comrade Gaming Porsche, as we can see. It was car number 6 that's just come in. It has been handed over to Casper Engels. I believe that's his second stint in the car. I'm fairly sure he was in it when I just jumped into the box a couple of hours ago. So he'll be taking over the BMW. That'll hopefully be a little bit less wounded when it comes back out. That is the 139 Porsche, the Comrade Cameron car, currently being piloted by Alex Bennett. He's 19 and a bit seconds behind Tomasz Korny, the Czech Republic driver in the number 20. Yep, there you go, the confirmation that the 139 car has a 30-second stop-go penalty to serve. I don't know if they have to serve it within a certain amount of time of being awarded it, but
generally it's within 3 laps.
Okay.
And that just means that he's got to come into the pits, stop in his pit box, wait 30 seconds, and then he can go. He can't have any tyres, can't have any fuel nor repairs. But yeah, it'll upset his rhythm, but you know, these are the rules. Then all of them have to abide by them. They're still in the race, and that's the positive to take.
Yeah, absolutely. Martin Cook has brought in the number 11 car, so that's having another stop. I'll see if that changes hands. I think he's been in there a while. The lead now 2 seconds between Hertnecki and Hugenhout. Nearly a second gone in the last lap alone for the lead battle between the 299 and the 1 cars. That is 2. And we will be taking a very short break here, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with you as soon as we can, because there's plenty of racing action still to come.
Yep.
You broke it.
What's going on that's broken?
Okay. Okay, let me know.
Apparently, there was a big death. While I was gone, did anything happen that didn't review complete?
Oh, that was. Yeah,
Can you
that
at least give me car numbers so I can take a look?
I don't know car numbers yet.
I mean, if it was really worth something, they probably reported it already.
I would just leave it to them before, unless you particularly lives to it.
Yeah, I think
you've got enough to do already.
Yep. I've fixed my HUD.
Can we fire at the SDK again?
And I'm just fixing something first.
We are still mic'd on the YouTube channel, so
whoops.
Well, it says we are.
Hi, my name is Garrett. I like Star Thrower Group. I love Jenny. I like to help my friends. You're a bag of donuts. You're fired. Please make a donation on our website.
To this 12-hour endurity event benefiting the Star Thrower Group, which is a charity set up for adults with special needs. We are 4 1/4 hours in, with obviously 7 3/4 hours to go. We've had some pit stops since we had a few technical problems to figure out. The new race leader is now Rasmus Varplane in the 78 car. We are looking at we were looking at former race leader, the 299 car. So there is Rasmus for the ROR Orange crew, number 78. As they continue on their merry way. Now their pit stops seem to be slightly out of kilter to a fair chunk of the top part of the field. There is Lucas Prachada. Now he's taken over from Simon Hertnecki. Yep, that is how you say that name. It's not Prada, as I initially thought it was. He is having an argument with Dwayne Hoffman. That is Lucas Prachada for ERT Racing Team. Brother David Prachada also races in iRacing, but I don't believe David is part of this squad. And right behind him is another of his countrymen. That is Martin Neidlich. That is how you pronounce that. For Comrade Gaming Red in the number 1 BMW. Now, those two teams have been fighting for the lead for quite a while, and they are right with one another, having just pitted in the intermission.
What's interesting here is these two are clearly fighting on track. Rasmus Varplane, if they're out of sync, this can help Rasmus Varblade and his team easily.
Potentially. Yeah, could well do. Just incident between 6 and 7. Now that is Casper Engels, who's not long taken over that car, and Joseph Parker, who's already been involved in another incident. So we'll see what the outcome of that is. Oh, yeah, Casper Engels was the car that Joseph Parker sadly hit the back of. So yeah, Casper Engels took that one over after that car limped back to the business. There's the restyling on the front of the Gert Schnell number 7 BMW, you can see. They're not on the same lap either. They're a couple of laps apart. We're just about to come up. We're just started the 169th lap here at the Red Bull Ring, or the leaders have, I should say. There is Nadleek on the back of Lucas Pichada. These two have crossed swords many times over, and I've had the lovely fortune of commentating over a number of their battles in the past. So I'm not surprised that they are going at it again. That's another driver change, Richard Simnor in the number 9 car. That is Sam Gunston, who's been in the second place Audi for quite a while. So Richard Simnor now in the charge of number 4.
Really a worse place to catch traffic, but multi-class racing brings those kinds of challenges.
And the reason why Richard Simnor for the iRacing UK Blue Porsche wanted to get that one done is right on his tail, and there it is David Cantos in the 176 BMW. That's why he wanted to get it done, because he had a competitor right on his tail.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when you know they're on the relative, you know they're gaining, and when you get held up in a corner, it's exactly what you don't want. But these things throughout a 12-hour race, Richardson not going over that curb. If you ride it just right, you can get a lovely line. If you get it a little wrong, you can cost you so much time.
There goes Cantos in the 176 BMW. He looks like he's going to commit to the move into turn 3 and try to box in the Porsche behind the lead Audi. That's Mike Scapers in the 22 car. No, the Porsche's not having that. And neither was Mike, actually. Mike just like, nah, you have...
Mike drove off the road to stay out of that. It's fair, though. He's leading his class. He does not want to get caught up in these two squabble.
Yeah, quite right. Yeah, he wanted nothing to do with that. And so the BMW is going to have the inside line at turn 4. And he's going to claim, or is he? Is the Porsche going to have a look on the inside of 6? Yes, he is. Richard Simnor's not having that. He's now going to have the inside line for the next 2 turns and, well, shoves his way past the BMW. Oh, you can flash your lights all you like, Mr. Cantos. That was a fair move, I thought. Race leader has come in, and the 78 BMW now in the hands of Silver Tam. That's not a name I recognise, but welcome to you nonetheless.
This is something that's unknown to the current leaders then. A driver that they've well, I don't know, has Silver Tam driven today?
I haven't seen the name, so not sure
Okay.
on that one.
It's an extra dynamic with team racing that you're not always sure about when a driver jumps into a rival's car and you've no reference of their speed.
Absolutely. So Richard Simnor then doing a great job fending off the advances of the BMW. That hands the lead of the race over to Lucas Pichada. It's a position he's used to being in. He's very much a front runner in a different series that I have had the fortune of commentating on. He's being chased by, as I say, countrymen, both from the Czech Republic, of Martin Nadleek. This is a great squabble going on for 9th place overall. This is what I've really enjoyed about this particular race as well, is that throughout the nearly 4.5 hours we've had, there's been fights somewhere. There's always been some kind of battle going on. We haven't had any kind of real big time frame of just empty track as car number 7 is being given the stop go penalty. That's not really a surprise to Joseph Parker, sadly, with that missed braking point, sending the number 6 car off into oblivion. He's going to have
the crumpled front bodywork gives it away.
Bit of a smoke. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always generally the responsibility of the car behind to not run into the car in front of them.
Indeed.
Yeah, unfortunately for Getchdown, but you know they've got a long way to go. They can still come back from this.
Yeah, 30 seconds over the course of 12 hours. It's not exactly a lot of time. So frustrating, yes, but these things happen. Wow, Richard Simnor now starting to get a bit of a gap between himself and his pursuer. There's another name I recognise, one of the V3 Racing Squad, Thomas Combe. Great to see some names familiar to you and I. Mr. Chambers. That's a name I'm less familiar with. Billy McLean, welcome to you. We'll switch back to David Cantos. He's still trying to chase the Porsche. There's Thomas Kim again. Oh, how many times did he sport the V3 colours? I want to say BMW was the last time I saw him.
Yeah, I think so. It's been a long time.
Long time.
I will say Thomas Coombe in position-wise is only one position now behind Alex Bennett, who on their recovery drive is pretty much matching the leaders for pace. So it's certainly not over for Comrade Gavin.
Well, they've been called worse, I'm sure.
Out front, Lucas Prashada, did I get it right? I think so.
Yes, he did.
Has extended that gap out front now to 1.5 seconds.
He has.
Which is massive in the scheme that they have been fighting over.
There's now a three-way fight here going on for now. That beg your pardon. It's not a three-way fight because that is Alex Bennett that's right behind them. I did see. I did it. I misread the interval on my timing screen.
I think Alex got caught out there at the second to last corner by these guys, by David Contos braking a little bit earlier than he expected.
Could well be. Is he gonna size that up into turn one? No, he knows better than to throw it away on a needlessly risky move. That is, of course, costing him time as they conga line their way through turn two. Oh, Alex is going to go for the long way round. I would think surely David's going to back out of that.
Yeah, it's the I think the wording in the rule is basically that you're not allowed to defend from a lapped car, which is sort of what that looked like. But I'm sure David was just expecting that Alex would take that outside line and jet away. It's the one position you don't want to be in as a lapper.
No.
A car lapping is a car's fighting for position.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was a little bit clumsy, nothing more than that, between those two. No harm done, though, no impact. Yeah, Alex would have lost a tiny bit of time, but plenty of hours still to go as we mentioned this. Whilst this continues to unfold, as car number 7 is in for a pit stop. It's served its 30-second time stop. It's now having a pit stop on top of that. I wonder if that's going to change hands. There it is. The 7th position. 7th position. Car number 17, 17th position. I'll get it right in a minute. Let's have a quick mention to the charity of which we are raising awareness for. That is the Star Thrower Group, supporting adults with special needs. So a very worthwhile cause, which we're very glad to be part of. So those that wish to donate, if camera operator can bring up the placard, there it is. So ring12h.weebly.com/donate.html as we see Alex Bennett make his way past the 9th place Richard Simnor. Very worthy charity benefiting adults with special needs. We do hope that you will join us in supporting them through their endeavours. Oh, that lead battle has shrunk. As well as David Cantos trying to do something against Richard Simnor, Martin Nadleek has closed him to within a second of Lucas Prachada up front. There is Martin
Nadleek. Commentator's dream of having two battles really close.
That's on board with the Comrade Gaming Red number 1 BMW as he continues to chase countryman Lucas Prachada. So let's have a look at the lap times. Oh, the lap times were 1/100th of a second apart to Lucas Prachada's favour. I think Lucas either made a mistake or got caught in traffic, which either is possible. I mean, considering how much of a issue the traffic will cause these faster guys, I wouldn't be surprised if Lucas got a little bit caught at the wrong time. It's very nip and tuck between these two.
Yeah, it's so close between these. There's going to be nip and tuck the whole way, and yeah, the thing is as well, you start to size each other out. They've had enough battles on track now to know what works, what doesn't work. You don't want to show your hand even now, even 4.5 hours in, because you've got a long way to go. And if it comes down to that last stint, you want to know the moves that you're going to be making that are going to stick and that you're going to be able to keep your rival away.
Oh dear, trouble for the Ferrari again. Whoa, very long way off at turn 9. That's an off track. That's not going to cause him any trouble. Yeah, the Hoddles have been really, the Hoddle Esports pair have really been struggling with that Ferrari. The only Ferrari in the field, that was your former chariot of choice, wasn't it?
Yes, I do. I do have a bit of a soft spot for the Ferrari, mainly because I wouldn't buy the other ones. But I did have a go last night, like I said, in the BMW, courtesy of our broadcaster.
Has it changed much?
I don't know. I never drove it. No, I drove the BMW. I didn't drive the Ferrari because the Ferrari was GTE. This is GT3.
I beg your pardon.
But yeah, this track is it looks so easy, and it does. But the easier it is, the less corners there is, the more critical it is for lap time. Every traction zone matters. Every corner matters. From what I found, by far and away, the hardest corner was the second to last corner. It's downhill, ever so slight angle of corner, and it is a lot more tricky than it looks. But it is nice to get into a really good flow as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. With something I was mentioning earlier. This race is very much momentum based. You only have really turn 3 that's got any major braking going on in it. The rest is all about lines and momentum, just getting the exit right every single time. Now this is the turn that Stevie was just mentioning. This is turn 9, and yeah, it's really easy to sail off. Now yeah, you have got a lot of runoff initially, but that grass, that'll kill you if you hit it at pace.
It's also just the fact that if the car starts to snap, we saw it earlier with Sour Dogs. When the car starts to go over there, the momentum just brings the back round, and you have so little opportunity to catch it. Plus, add the fact that these GT3 cars have traction control, which kills all your momentum as well. It really punishes you if you get it wrong. You might not be in the wall or out of the race, but you lose so much time if you get it wrong. And then you have corners like this at turn 3 where it's an uphill braking zone, so you can brake really late. But as we saw earlier with Joseph Parker, if you brake too much on that curb, it can really unsettle the car, and then you've missed the corner by a mile.
Yeah, and it's very, very costly. So yeah, know exactly what you mean there. As this is the battle for the lead between the 299 ERC Racing BMW and the Comrade Gaming Red. Number 1 BMW, currently piloted by Lucas Pachada and Martin Nadlik, respectively, both from the Czech Republic. Continuing on their merry way. The battle we left earlier for what is now 9th place between Richard Simnor and David Cantos still is going on. The BMW still trying to do something about the pesky Porsche ahead of it. Also, there's another potential one for 16th position between Dwayne Hoffman, who we've seen a few times, and Peter Huston, who's recently taken over the number 20 car. Now that's the back view from Hoffman's BMW, and that blue Porsche is the one piloted by Peter Huston, who's trying to do something about the BMW ahead of him.
Yeah, there are battles up and down the field, and this is for 16th, like you say, as we now look at Alex Bennett, who's got battles in front of him, it seems, and behind him.
That's a fairly unenviable position for Alex Bennett to be in. Alex Bennett has got 42 seconds to close down before he can have a look at 5th position. So a long, long way. But if anybody can, that Comrade Gaming car can. Now a replay for the
move here. Yes, it is. Oh wow! Did he get this stopped? Yes, he did. Wow. You can run a little bit beyond the white line there, and iRacing doesn't give you a track limits for it. That was a good move by Peter Hudson, but required a lot of faith. Put a lot of faith in Dwayne Hoffman to not turn in, not to do anything silly in the braking zone. And to be fair, both of them were very fair and very decent driving there. Well done.
Nicely done indeed. There's the battle for 9th continues between Richard Simnor and David Cantos. There is Alex Bennett, that we were looking at earlier, as we now jump to Grayson Morin. Now that's not a name I recognise, so welcome to you. Taking over the 438 car. That's the purple BMW, giving a flash to the TCR that's in that mix. There's several TCRs in the mix. And now this is where it gets a little confusing, because none of these cars are on the same lap, and a couple of them aren't even in the same class. So it does get very, very confusing. You can see from the relative in the bottom right that Gunston is actually one of the TCRs. He's the TCR on the outside line, so he's just staying out of the way. You are Huston in the light blue Porsche ahead of Alex Bennett. That's trying to still recover from that big incident that the Comrade Gammon Porsche was involved in when he got itself very nicely wedged in the corner.
It's an important point though with multi-class racing. Like that was like 5 or 6 cars we saw there going through that turn 5 and 6, which is the worst place to come across cars.
Yeah.
You're not racing. Like you say, they're all on different laps that none of them are racing each other, yet they can all influence each other's race. And all they're trying to do is just politely and nicely get out of everyone's way.
Indeed.
Just very quickly to bring up something we saw a little while ago on the graphics. Track temp is now 37 degrees. And we are pushing towards 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There you go, right on cue. We are now past the midday boom of heat. Chances are track temp, air temp, all going to start coming down as we crunch towards the late afternoon time. That's going to make an influence on tyres, it's going to make an influence on who you put in the car, because eventually sun's going down and visibility is going to be at a premium. It'll be alright for a few more hours, but they're going to be thinking about this.
Cameraman, can we get to our lead battle, please? Because that's suddenly gotten very, very close. There it is. The two BMWs less than half a second apart. So Nadlik has reeled in Prajada again. Now, is he going to try and challenge for the lead of the race, or is he just going to sit there? Now, is there any particular benefit to just sitting in the slipstream for lap on lap in races like this, Stevie?
Yeah, you can save a load of fuel by slipstreaming. Outbraked himself a little bit, Wes. Lucas Prachado had to yield. Couldn't get the switchback, daren't stick it on the outside because he'd have ended up off the road. But yeah, That was a bold and committed move by Martin.
And there it is again from the overhead shot. Great drone camera there. And
that was lovely.
That was, but I mean, Lucas Prachada could have done the switchback, but I mean, it's easy to say that post-event when you've got cameras like that. When you're in the heat of the moment, you've got someone that's barreled on the inside of you. Discretion the better part of valor. Now, you could see he was actually clear, but he was uncertain as to whether the move was done. So Lucas opted to stay safe and not turn in and stay right with him, which he's continued to do, as we can clearly see.
Yeah, Nadley didn't quite go. He hesitated ever so much, just a small amount, just so that Lucas couldn't get the car in because Nadley was in the way. That was a really clever piece of driving. Unfortunately, we're coming back up to the same part of track again, and now the roles are reversed. So let's see what happens this time around. 2/10 across the line.
Yep, and they're likely to continue this dance with these two. Now that could help those behind close in. Now Silver Tam, who's in 3rd position in the 78 car, is over a minute down the road. That's how well it's gone for the lead pair. You never want the guy in front of you to lag out like that. That's why his car spontaneously disappeared. It was always unnerving if you're on an onboard shot on a car that lagged out because your camera stopped. I always found that really unnerving.
It's really unnerving from a driving point of view as well, because the way iRacing works, everyone connects to the server. So if someone's blinking, it's that car's connection that is not right. There are some minor benefits if you are the car being chased. If you're disconnecting like that, you're not offering any slipstream to the car behind. But that's about the only one, because if we see him blinking, heat to him, everybody else is blinking.
Yeah. So that's the 29 Porsche that's in the midst of this lot. Not 100% sure that's not the 29 Porsche. We don't have a 29 Porsche. Not sure who that is that they are working their way past. Now, you did see Martin Nadlik flash the lights just to inform the Porsche. It's Thomas Corney. So the 3 Czech Republic drivers are all together.
Nadlik had to take some avoiding action, it looked like. He was wide out in the final corner.
As they caught the TCR slightly an awkward moment. Now, Thomas Corney is going to want to stay in the tyre tracks of his countrymen to really try and close in some gap. Now, he's in 8th position. He is 2 laps down from the leaders, and he'll want to stay there as long as he can to help close in the gap between himself and Thomas Kuhn. It's about 8 seconds between those two. As the leaders, despite the fact they are fighting like mad, are still maintaining low 31s.
Yeah, it comes back to that point earlier though. Whilst ever you're not fighting over the same piece of tarmac, literally side by side, you can still run pretty competitive lap times. It's what Silver Tam is hoping that these two do. They say he's about 1 minute and 8 seconds behind now. But still on the lead lap, still in this fight. If anything happens, you never know what's going to come your way.
Yeah, completely. Even the greats make mistakes. We've seen, again, coming back to the Conrad Gammon Porsche, they've got some brilliant drivers in there with, Alex Bennett, who's got the highest I rating of everybody in this race in that car. And that's had an unfortunate incident in this race already. So, yeah, there's plenty that could go on. We're on board with Thomas Corney. Oops! No, that's another victim of turn 7 and 8. He's managed to...
Was that a director curse? That was impressive. That commentator curse is well known, but we just immediately cut to Thomas Coronary and round we go.
No, that was me looking at the replay. Don't blame me for that.
Okay, fair enough.
No, that's post-event. So, two leaders still very close together. Nadey leading Pachada now. So we saw that overtake happen a few laps ago. We are now on lap 182. So we'll be hitting the 200 mark in around about, about 25 minutes or so?
Here. He's very close.
He's going for it. Is he? He's thinking about it down into turn 4. He's certainly had a look. But these two have raced together so many times. They know what each other's strengths and weaknesses are. And they've been sharing the same track in this very race for quite a while. So they've got an idea of what they're capable of. The one that we haven't spoken about is the instant limit, partly because we can't see it in the commentary box. I think our director can, but we certainly can't. But no! And I think who was that? I think it was the iRacing yellow BMW that had gone off. Joseph. Oh no, it was the Schnell. Oh wow, the tail just completely let go on it.
Yeah, it looks like he got out on the marbles and you just lose a lot of grip out there. It's unfortunate, but he just lost a little time, but didn't hit anything, so he should be okay. He's also carrying a little damage, so it might have been played its own part.
Yeah, well, that would be from the incident he had with the number 6 car a few laps ago. As the Lucas Pachada got caught out there behind the TCR. Oh, that's cost him.
Was there contact between Niclas and the TCR?
It was one of them. I thought it was Pachada that had the nudge, but I reckon one of them has nudged one of the TCRs. We'll see if there's a sudden pace change. The cars look all right.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Man, it's what happens when you've got someone really pushing you like that. You just go for it and kind of hope that people see you and get out of the way. It's a little unfair on the TCR sometimes, but that's racing.
That's multi-class racing, particularly as the lead two are catching up to the V3 Racing Porsche number 17. That's Thomas Kuhn. They are catching up to. That's going to put a second lap on the number 12 car, number 17 car, beg your pardon. And there he is in 7th position, which is a good, solid position for the number 17 car, up 10 from where they started. So their qualifying didn't go well. And there you can see the blinking car of Martin Nadlik. It must be terrifying if you're following it in close pursuit, especially with the pace being that close, because you genuinely don't know where they've gone.
No, you don't, and it's really unsettling. This is actually not the worst situation. The worst situation is when this happens at night. Especially, it's more so if it's the car behind you, because your whole cabin in the car is lit up by the cars behind lights. If they disappear, suddenly you're just plunged into relative darkness.
Disco lights!
It can be really distracting. So at the minute, it's not ideal. It's never ideal, it's not what you want, but it could be a lot worse. So I think Lucas Pachada will take it at the minute.
As Thomas Kim is getting past one of the TCRs himself. That's Mike Scapers, I think. I think that's our lead TCR. Flash of the lights as well. It's because they're both 3-3, aren't they? That's why he's done that. That is indeed our lead. Our lead TCR is indeed Mike Scapers 4v3. So that's why he was giving a flash of the lights to his fellow teammates, although different class. As much as the Audi, of course, cannot hold a candle to the GT3s, it does sound nice. That is a good engine noise from the little Audi.
It is, and it's also it's a unique car here. Okay, it's the separate class, but it is a front-wheel drive car. It requires such a completely different driving style. You can't just mash the throttle as the back kicks out on him through the second to last corner there. That's why you ran a little wide. Yeah, I didn't do any driving in that round this track, but I dread to think how difficult it is to get this car out of turn 3 on an uphill traction zone with front-wheel drive. Must be amazing. But that's why they're driving, and I'm in a box talking to you about it.
We have had another one in the pits. Car number 8 has come in. Now being handed over to Patrick Elgstrand. Not a name I'm familiar with, but welcome to you nonetheless. Driver changeover for the number 8 BMW. There they are. It made me laugh last time I saw that team name, the Mountain Trout Racing concern. Do you have any concerns for Mountain Trout, Stevie?
I can't say I do. I can't say the issues around there were certainly about the racing of Mountain Trout. I can't say it was something I was too aware of, but that's a lot of the problem nowadays.
Yeah.
We don't hear about the real issues in the world.
We don't hear about these racing trouts.
No, we don't. Mountain racing trout specifically.
Mountain racing trouts, indeed.
I will say as well, in what's been a long old battle, it looks like Richard Sindler is actually managing to pull a small gap over David Contos.
Yeah, but look, look at Alex Bennett.
Yeah, it's true. He's been ploughing on, and he's finally catching up to the car in front of him, which is Chris Hitchin.
Chris Hitchin, yeah.
Look at these two here. They are so close. This is what Silver Tam and Philip Schiff and Chris Hitchin and Alex Bennett want to see. Because if, for whatever reason, legally right now has a problem, chances are both he and Pachada will be caught up in it.
And they've done it again. They've set the same lap time last time around to the 100th of a second.
Yeah, ooh, Lily was a little wide there. You've got to be careful of that exit curve at turn 3. That was the only place last night, apart from the second last corner, where I had an issue. Rochada now going to the outside. This is going to be difficult if he's trying to try and go around the outside. Oh, has Nidley backed out? It looked like it. Yeah, Nidley didn't commit to the inside line. That was a nice move.
That was a very nice move around the outside at turn 4. So Pachada back in the lead again, as we have got the Hoddle Ferrari in, along with, there's been a change for, that's the lead TCR that's now changed hand. It is now in the hands of Owen Blythe. Fair play, well done. Niclas Pachada. It was such a nicely done move, but he knew he could trust an outside maneuver at turn 4 on Martin Nadley. He's, like I say, they've shared many hours. Look at the fly collection on the front of the ERT BMW. That's what you don't see. As much as I don't like the nose on these cars, you don't see the decoration that they get on the darker coloured cars.
Just remember though that this is the reason these guys are here. The reason that they're all pounding around the track and putting on a show just as good as this one is in support for the Star Throw Group, a really good charity that are helping adults with special needs. There's the link to donate, ring12h.weebly.com/donate. Please give any support you can. And big thanks as well to Flemington Porsche for helping sponsor this event. Every little bit of support has helped. Thanks to, the commentators, the producer, the director, the drivers, the people that donated, all help.
That it does. So then, after, what are we at now? About 4.5 hours of racing. More than that, indeed. 4 3/4 hours of racing with plenty to go. As you can see, lap 187.
I think Alex Bennett has just got past Chris Hitchin.
He has as well. He's a definite man on a mission. He's still 2 minutes behind the lead battle, so he's a lap and a tiny bit behind these two, but he's doing everything he can to close that gap down lap on lap on lap on lap. Wow. So talking about matching lap times, Alex Bennett managed to match Lucas Pachada's lap time of 1:30.47 last time around, but he's got Philip Schiff, who is very quick ahead of him, and 44 seconds near enough down the road. So that's going to be a difficult gap for him to close down. But yeah, we've also got the great problem of not knowing where to look, because you've got Chris. Alex is coming in.
Yeah, well, it's probably been about an hour. These GT3s take about an hour between stops, so he's probably out of fuel and ready for a splash and dash.
Indeed.
David Contos is back within a second of Richard Simnor, and Martin Nedley is right still with Lucas Pachada. Still lots of battles out on track.
Mr. Braden, if you could stand in for me for about 5 minutes, if you wouldn't mind, sir.
I can do just that. And actually, I loved what Stevie, you said just a moment ago about bringing up how important it is what we are doing here, and the fact that this is more than just about racing. Yes, we all have united in our love and our passion for racing and for motorsports, whether it be in the virtual world or in person, but also all the people that have gone into supporting this event. A big thanks to our production team, especially Nick Domino, who has put together the lovely skin pack that you see, so all of those cars out on track look as beautiful as they do because of his hard work, as well as everything that he's put into the broadcast and setting that up. To you, Stevie, and King, to the other members of our commentary team, Tim, as well as almost contact there. That was mighty close.
The last thing they wanted.
Right, absolutely. So also a big thanks to having James and Tim up in the booth, and later on in the day having Hussy as well as Owen. But as we see the leaders working our way through traffic, I want to give a big shout out to our sponsors of this event, V3 Racing, for helping to put it on, but also Flemington Porsche, which is a local Porsche dealership in Flemington, New Jersey, that has partnered with Star Thrower Group in their mission to help adults with special needs and disabilities, and have been a big part of putting this event together. A lot of times something like this seems trivial, an event like this seems trivial, but it really does make a big difference for all of these people. And so we want to give a big thank you to everyone who's been a part of this event, and every single team and every single driver that's out there on track.
Yeah, good shout out. It's so important to not forget why we're doing this. Yeah, as you were saying, that we saw Martin Nedley have a bit of a moment there nearly with one of the back markers. Just one of those things that happen on a track. You have a misunderstanding, you think someone's going to get a little bit more out of the way than they did, and you nearly have an accident. That will have caught his attention. But it has given Lucas Pachada a little bit of a gap out front now. A massive gap of 1.1 seconds.
Right, absolutely. I mean, after how close they've been for the last however many minutes, it seems like a second is a lifetime away between them. So it is pretty crazy to think about that. Now, to look at some other battles down the field here, actually, this is about our closest battle on the track at the moment. We've got a couple of different cars that have been coming in and out of the pit lane. A little bit of a take a look here at Merlin Cooper in car number 69. He's in the 24th position overall. So he is down at towards the bottom of our TCR field. Is just in front of him. Eric Adell lost track of that car, just got on the throttle here.
Yeah, he's gone down the inside.
Struggling all day.
Yeah, he looks like he's just lost the underbraking. It's so easy to do. Anything where you're lapping any traffic or even cars in your own class, you can so easily lose focus. Here we're looking at Grayson Morin. A little bit behind the car in front of him, which has been Martin Maggi. He's been running well for a while. That might be my favourite livery.
Yeah, it is quite bright and colorful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's easily distinguishable. But yeah, we've got still altogether, we've still got 24 runners in total, which is good to see. It's what we wanted. And to be fair, one of them, Team AOR saying they might come back later. It's really good to see all this commitment from everybody. And see, everyone's taking it so seriously. You know, you put a load of competitive people together, they will. We're now looking at David Contos in his long-running battle with Richard Simnor. The gap grown to about 1.2 seconds, which again is about as big as it's been for those two. The back at the front. This is what's impressive. Lucas Prachada had a 1.2, 1.3 second gap to Martin Negley. He's already got it down to 6 tenths.
Right,
when these guys are running so competitive and so similar lap times, it's so impressive that all of a sudden one of them can find half a second to close back up.
Absolutely, and I think a big part of that is just having a rabbit to chase after. Seeing that car ahead of you sometimes helps you to set your pace, to know where you're braking, where not to brake, so that you don't out-brake yourself, as we saw that original change for position, a huge run for Nidalik this time through, but Lucas, in that first exchange for position, had overdriven turn 3, as we see there could be a move here, and King, I'll let you take right back over here.
Yes, apologies for that, I needed the loo. Thought you'd like
a couple of breaks are allowed.
Yes, indeed. So Nadlik still chasing Lucas Prachada for the overall lead of the race. And great exit from turn 3 for Prachada. Oh, he's gone a bit deep though into 4. Oh dear! Oh!
That is literally the worst thing Nadalik could have seen. That is so what you don't want.
Can we get a replay from that exact same camera angle? That was there's another new name I don't recognize. Michael Harrington, welcome to you. So as he's gone wide, look at that! Oh. That is pixels away from disaster for the number one.
And to be fair to Michael Harrington is not paying attention to the cars coming up behind him. He's not interested in that. He's just going about his race and has just made an error that could have had a huge impact, unknowingly to him, on the overall race lead.
Wow.
Italy has had a couple of close calls in the last sort of 5 or 6 laps.
His
heart will be pumping incredibly fast in the cockpit of that car.
And he lost a grand total of 6 thousandths of a second on that lap to Lucas Prachada. Unreal. Ooh. Oh dear, Michael Harrington is back in the pits. So Harrington's had trouble.
Yeah, well, we just saw he had that moment. So whether that's a scheduled pit stop or in response to that moment, we're not sure.
Well, yeah, no, I think he's driven into the pits. So, yeah, so he must have been probably on his way in at that point. That's a bit of a shame. So now the lead of the TCRs goes over to the 18 car of Adam Holloway. And that car is changing hands again, the 19th. And now Dan May is back in it. He'll be wanting to obviously make up for lost time. I see that Simnor and Kantos are still arguing over 9th position, as they have been for a very long time now, but dare we not look away from the lead battle, and that is what the 9th place battle looks like. That's the that is the Gert Schnell car. I think they're catching up to
which is Simnor up the inside. Lovely move. Yeah. Can we have a quick look at Philip Schiff? Because it looks like, if I'm reading the relative correctly here, yeah, he's closed in on Silver Tam.
He's on the move.
2.5 seconds or 2.3 seconds behind, and took 7 or 8 tenths out of Silver Tam last lap.
Schiff was almost the fastest man on track last time around. Martin Nadley was the quickest man just. But Schiff has been on leader's pace for quite a while. That's the back view from the Real Orange Racing Online, I nearly read that as. There's Chad Dalton from the TCR classes come in. That's Dan May, who's just taken over the car. What's he done? It sounds like has he just gotten out of the way?
He got a problem. Yeah, he sounded like he stopped accelerating. It was almost as if he realised something wasn't working. Things like that generally from just commentating on sim things, that could absolutely be like a monitor issue or a PC issue, or where you're scared to touch any control. So that's something he needs to be careful of if he's got any technical issues.
Yeah, that made me very much think of like a VR screen freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, a monitor screen freeze is no less fun, in fairness. Is that? No, that's not who he's chasing for position. That is Silver Pyramis right ahead of him.
Yeah, he's laughing.
Wow, Silver's not willing to let that go in a hurry, is he?
No, you don't. It's the thing. You don't want to lose a lot of time letting people go, but it's the thing when these kind of things happen in multi-class racing. You don't want to waste time, but you can lose so much time, as we saw with Chris Hussy a while ago. You can it can go really badly wrong if you get it wrong.
Indeed, it doesn't always have to be your mistake that you're caught up in. As we look at third place, Silver Tam. Oh, no, we jump to Grayson Morin. That's the 438 car for Black Dove Racing. Haven't seen him for a while. I wonder whether he's recently taken that one over. Into the pits comes the Hoddle Motorsports Ferrari again. So are they looking to swap hands again? We will see. As we see, so that's Richard Simnor getting the back of the BMW, still trying to get away from David Cantos.
They just can't be split.
Nope.
It's just not going to happen. The top two, despite everybody's best attempt to disrupt Martin Italy for Lucas Pajada, it's not happening, it seems.
No, indeed. Is not going to banzai that one into? I think he was forced into that move because
that wasn't an overtaking attempt. That was a oh no, I've outbraked myself into an overtaking attempt.
Oh well, we'll carry on then.
Yeah, that was good. That was good of David to kind of let that happen.
He still hasn't got past. So,
no, I think there might have been a little bit of understanding that I didn't mean to do that.
Well, remember, that's not for position, so that's Grayson Morin in the car ahead of us. So really, the 438 car should have just let that go, but he's still carrying on. But like you say, he doesn't want to lose any time. I mean, he's some considerable distance, 38 odd seconds behind Martin Magee, who has the number 16 car. So, but, yeah, like you say, no racing driver, no matter what position they're in, wants to ever lose time. Whoa, that's a long way off track for the BMW, as Simnor is still trying to get past the 438 BMW. Is he now going to let that one go? Oh, Lucas Prachada's got his face full of the Gert Schnell car. I think that's Elkstrand already ahead of him. Oh, well, that's going to help Nadley, because Prachada was putting in some scary fast laps.
Elkstrand did try and get out of the way there as well as he could, but ultimately will always cost time. Starting to see Philip Schiff is still closing in on Silver Tam. That battle is coming down. That gap is getting lower and lower every lap. Another 4/10 that lap.
Excellent stuff. Also, particular mention as well as the charity, the Star Thrower Group that we're supporting. A big thanks to Flemington Porsche, which is a local Porsche dealership that's partnered with the Star Thrower Group. So the Flemington Porsche dealership helping to sponsor this event. So particular mention to them, and thank you for your support of this event, and of course to the Star Thrower Group as a whole.
Ooh, David Contos has lost quite a bit of time to Richard Simnor. He's 2 seconds back now.
He's got a TCR on the way by the look. Yeah, he has lost a huge amount of time. 2.5 seconds almost.
That'll be music to Richard Simnor's ears.
Yes, that's very much what the doctor orders as far as he's concerned. Now with some considerable breathing space ahead, Thomas Carney is next adversary, 25-ish seconds down the road. He's not going to be seeing him in a hurry, unfortunately for him. There is Thomas Carney for Race Gear Storm in the 20 car, one of the third of the Czech Republic drivers, or the third that I'm aware of is from the Czech Republic. So the Prachada, Nadley and Corney I've commentated on in other avenues. Still, Nadlik and Pritchard still nailed to one another, setting scary fast times.
Yeah, currently is slowly, it looks like slowly catching up to Thomas Kuhn. As the gap between the top two is 6 tenths, and the gap between third and fourth is down to a second.
Yeah, that's getting very close. Philip Schiff now getting and there they are, the orange and white BMW of Real get it again. Real Online Racing. Well, you would think Online Racing, with my association with AOR for so many years, I wouldn't struggle with that combination of words. But
There you go.
There you go.
This is one of those things though with endurance racing where Silver Tam has just been plucked into the car and just left to get on with his lap times to the best of his ability. Now he's going to have to do some fighting.
Yes, as that is Maggie. That's Martin Maggie in 14th position, getting out of the way rather dramatically, and he'll do so again for Philip Schiff. That is second place in the TCR's Holloway.
Yeah, that's not exactly what you don't want. Surrounded by faster cars.
No, indeed. We actually saw just before we cut to the shot the relative board going absolutely bananas. With just the amount of cars in short order of one another. It's Phil Schiff. Now he's had the run, but at a really bad place. He does not want to banzai that one on the inside of turn 9. That's just going to go horribly wrong. It can work certainly, but it's not advised. It's not the optimum place.
You've got to be a lot further alongside to even think about it. So here we go then. We've got Philip Schiff, who I haven't seen in a fight for a long time. So we'll see how these two go. And this is for third overall, third in class.
Well, yeah. Oh. Well caught, sir.
Meanwhile, behind them.
My word. Oh, who was that? I've forgotten who that was right behind them, but it's just had the scariest moment of the race. As Phil Schiff should get that one fairly easily done. Yeah, you could see there was no fight back there from Silver Tam. He's seen that gap between himself and Philip Schiff just disintegrate. And he's like, yeah, you're faster than me. There's no point in me trying to hold you back. Although, saying that, every racer, they do that, don't they? There's like, well, if you're going to leave the door open, I'll have a go.
There's a way to do it, though. There's a psychological thing. Silver Tam making it look like he was going for a move, whether he truly intended to or not. It just makes Philip Schiff go offline, risks braking too late on the marbles. It's all these things. None of these drivers know these. They don't play these games.
Now, short of about 6 seconds, Philip Schiff has a full lap to gain before he can challenge for the next 2 positions of the podium. So it's that's going to take a while to grind down as we're fast. When I say fast approaching, it's another couple of hours yet before we hit the halfway stage in this race. 5 hours now done. Just shy of 7 still to go. And still lots of fighting going on as Silver Tam is doing what he can to stay in the slipstream of Phil Schiff, which is no easy feat at all. Philip Schiff is a scary fast driver. Staying in his wheel track is going to be a no mean feat at all. There is the race leader. So that is how close Philip Schiff is to falling a lap behind. And that's not what...
Oh, that's a bit clumsy. That's a bit clumsy from Parker. He needed to just get on with it and get out of the corner. And he sort of loitered a bit. But he is carrying damage, so whether there's a point to that, I'm not too sure. But Niclas is going to try and get ahead of Parker, and Nadelik's going with him.
Thankfully, Parker realised there were 2 cars coming past him, because it's very easy just to think, oh, it's the single car coming past. And unless you're a bit more on the ball, you'll swipe the second one.
It's the worst. It's the worst and one of the most common incidents you can have is being the car behind and just thinking, oh well, there's a gap there. I'll sneak my way through, and the car that was being passed has no idea you were there.
Bang! Yeah,
and it's instant collision.
Yeah. Do not pass go. Do not pass 100. Do not collect £200. As the lead battle continues to ebb and flow, Lucas will pull it a little bit.
Oh, well, Joseph Parker got a problem, or is he just trying to get out of the way there? Maybe.
He's trying to get out of Silver Pyramid's way, but also that the front of that car is still rearranged. So
yeah,
I suspect he was trying to get out of Silver Pyramid's way.
Yeah, I will say, Thomas Connolly, is ahead of Thomas Coombe. Has Thomas Coombe pitted, or has he had an incident? There we go, on the replay. Oof. He's nearly in the gravel.
Oh, no, oh! Ouch.
That was weird. That looked like he was having a really slow and long slide.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the momentum just carried him into the walls. Let's watch on board what he did here, and that's where it's gone.
Yeah, it's just got. Wow, that is one of the longest and slowest slides I've seen. No, it just in terms of the angle that the car was at, it was so subtle. It was almost like he didn't realise that the car was going. Well, that battle was already brewing, but it's the Thomas Coroner's Christmas present.
So yeah, I mean, I think he realised it was sliding because he put in some steering knob, but he just didn't put in enough. And I think by the time he'd realised that he hadn't put in enough, it was beyond the point of no return, and he waited for the cold embrace of the wall. But on he goes. He hasn't pitted, I don't think. It's just that
he doesn't look like he's got too much damage either, which is impressive.
Very impressive, because he did clout the wall relatively hard. He lost 13 seconds in that last lap, so we'll see what he's able to do from this point on. But oh dear, not what the V3 Racing squad would have wanted, but on they go nonetheless. Silver Pimmets we saw getting past Joseph Parker earlier on.
We do have a battle brewing a little further down. It looks like, if I'm reading this correctly, Patrick Elsbrand is closing in on Joseph Parker. We know Joseph has had quite a few cars lapping him at the minute, and that really disrupts your rhythm. It really allows cars behind you, if they've had a smoother flow when cars have lapped them, to make some gains on you. Mountain Trout Racing Concerns is coming for Get Shell.
I'd love to know the. Sometimes you look at a team name and you see where it's derived from, and you know, Comrade Gammon is a prime example. But I'd love to know the. Did they just put some words in a hat and just draw them out randomly? It's just that one I'm very curious about. I'd love to know a bit more.
I don't think you're taking Mountain Trout Racing seriously enough.
How dare I? How dare I not give the concern of Mountain Trout the concern it deserves?
But yeah, talking of concerns that need to be addressed, let's not forget why we're doing this. We're once again still racing. All of this work and time and battling and everything you're seeing on track, the reasons we're here is all in support of the Star Thrower Group. They do an amazing job in helping adults with learning disabilities. So there's the link on screen now, ring12h.weebly.com/donate to offer any support you can. And thanks to everybody that has so far. As we saw in the background there.
Yeah, there he is. You can see he's parked. Danny Resser is a name I haven't spotted before. On board, and that's where it's happened. You just caught the apex too hard at turn one, and that's just bounced the inside wheels a little bit more than he'd like. He's going to have to be very, very careful about how he rejoins the circuit.
Yeah, he's been rejoining right onto the racing line. He's got to be very careful with that.
So what just made me laugh there? My youngest son's actually in the room with me. He's at the other end with my phone, and he's watching something. And whatever he's watching, the noise of it sounded like reversing sirens, which was perfectly timed to Joseph Parker, and he's reversing. I was like, I'm sure these things don't have reversing sirens on them.
No, they don't. But here goes Lucas Machado lapping Silvertown over fourth place. So we are rapidly approaching only the top two on the lead lap.
Such has been their incredible pace. Now, in fairness, Philip Ship has been almost matching their pace to the 10th of a second, but even he can't quite keep the relentless pace of the Czechs. And there he is, the Team Tapper BMW.
One of the whichever that TCR car that is just sent a cone into space. So
cone abuse. We'll
be charged about that for after the race.
Oh, where was it you and I used to talk about cone abuse? Oh, Le Mans, yes. With the best marshals in the world, because they always reappeared on the next lap.
Yeah, they've got a long lap. We've got plenty of time.
Yeah, true enough.
Yeah, Joseph Parker's little spin has elevated Patrick Elsgrand. He was going to make, or chasing that position down on track anyway, and Joseph Parker's trip into the barrier has promoted him. Eric Hoddle is having issues. It looks like he's dropping, it seems.
He's been the Hoddle pair have been really struggling with that Ferrari all race long, as mentioned.
Race control, car 22 under review for cone abuse.
I mean, it needs to be taken seriously.
That's my next team name. Cone Racing Concerns. Racing Cones Concerns. RCC.
Excellent. There's Owen Blythe, the in charge of the V3 Racing TCR, taking that one over from Mike Scapers. It is he that is responsible for aforementioned cone launching. He's not the only one that's done it, but this is the last one we've caught. So answer to the stewards at the end of the race, please.
There is something about that TCR car. I think it's like you said earlier. It's a good sounding car. The only thing it doesn't look. Wow! Now hang on.
No way.
You're doing this on purpose.
Hang on a minute. I know you're a lap ahead, but don't start taking liberties, V3. Come on.
This is outrageous behaviour. They've got a lot to lose. They've got a 4.5 minute lead. You can't afford to be risking penalties. Race control are clearly looking at it.
Yeah, these sort of things are taken seriously. Yes, okay, you lead by 2.5 laps over Adam Holloway in the 18 car, but come on, it'll be braking boards next.
It's one of the better things iRacing does is not allow people to take out brake marker boards.
Indestructible braking boards.
Okay, so back on to what's going on track. Lucas Pichardo's now got a 2-second lead over Martin Midley, which is almost a lap in their world.
Yeah, that's the biggest gap he's had since taking their respective cars over.
Yeah, Philip Schiff's pulled a 7-second gap over on Silvertown, so it really wasn't in Tam's benefit to try and hold him up. You might be able to do something later on, but seems for the minute.
There we go. Yeah, that's what I was just laughing at.
Yeah. Now the question is that gonna stand?
Well, it also doesn't say how long for, so we're going to declare.
Well, no, you can stop and go penalty is a standalone penalty. You don't have to. I think it's only a few. You lose enough time coming in, trundling down the pit lane, stopping, and then getting over again.
Yeah, true enough. Well, I mean, we could declare that.
Just to clarify, that is a legitimate penalty. He has
well, just did it again.
He has been given a stop-go penalty.
You were warned. You were warned, Mr. Blythe. You were definitely warned.
You wouldn't do it if they were marshals, so don't do it just because they're cones.
I was going to highlight when we crossed over 200 laps, which was actually 5 laps ago, so I completely missed that with all the blatant cone abuse going on from the V3 Racing squad at the moment. So
The ultimate thing. So clearly Owen is having a laugh and having a bit of a joke here, considering that he's deliberately taking out the cones. You can get cones stuck in the car. If he does, it is a huge risk.
Entirely right. Oh, we've got leaders in. Lucas Pichardo, actually the top 3 have all come in now. Actually, Philip Schiff was the first one to do it because on the road he's slightly ahead of the lead too. Now, that's interesting. Our top 3 have all come in. So Silvertown in the 78 car is slightly out of kilter to these guys. I'm not surprised. I did wonder whether Lucas was actually going to stop there. But
I want to know what Silvertown and his team are doing because they're not in sync. I don't know whether they're doing some fuel saving strategies to try and buy a pit stop back at the end. If so, they're still in play.
True enough.
It's all these things matter. If you pick up on something that no one else has, big deal.
Yeah.
Look, people don't suspect you now. In 4 hours' time, when we're coming towards that last stint, that starts to worry people.
Well, he's finally learned his lesson. As Mr. Black. I love that shot that we just had. Brendan, if we could just cut back to the top 3 that are in the pits for a second. That is actually first, second, and third in the correct order. Okay, they're not on the same. Well, it's now first, second, and fourth because Silver Tam didn't follow suit. But James Clay, also worth noting, has taken over the Team Tepper BMW, the yellow one at the back of that particular shot. That is Chris Hitchin. That is fifth position that's just come in. So 4 of the top 5 are in, along with, and there goes the Tepper BMW. Of course, he was in slightly before the lead 2. And, yep, that's not a surprise that Pritchard and Nadley are underway. Also, number 16 has changed hands. That is now Christian Seen. I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced. Oh, wow. Did Lucas Pritchard get away a little quicker than Nadley? He's built on that 2-second gap slightly.
It is testament to how far ahead these two are compared to Silver Tam, who I think is just behind these two now on track.
Well, after all the blatant cone firing that's been going on, I think a small break is in order. As Owen Blythe's actually come in to serve aforementioned penalty. In fairness, he's 4.5 minutes to the good. He's about 3 laps ahead of anybody else, so it's not going to damage their prospects too much. But as mentioned, this is a 12-hour charity event benefiting the Star Thrower Group, and off it goes again. It was a stop-go penalty. It wasn't 30 seconds, so he is now to the good. I hope you've learned your lesson young man. So this event is benefiting the Star Thrower Group, a charity set up to help adults with learning difficulties. We're going to have a quick break here, as there's still plenty of action going on. We've got lots of cars in the pits as well. Martin Siritek, that's another Czech Republic driver. Glad to see him taking over the number 20 Porsche. Really, Mr. Blythe, really? Trying to segue into a break here and you're causing more issues. Before anything else happens, let's have a quick commercial break. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Bernadette Simone show. Today, my guest is Mikey, is Bernadette's friend. What do you like to do before Star Thrower Group?
Well, before joining Star Thrower Group, I was a teacher.
Okay. Do you like working with people?
I love working with people. That's why I do it.
What do you like to do when you're at home?
When I'm at home, I like to play video games.
What do you know about video games?
I know a lot about video games because I've been playing them for a long time.
How many years?
Oh, geez. I think I played my first video game when I was 5 or 6. That's like 35 years.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Who taught you how to play games?
Oh, I think my big sister and my big brother are the ones who taught me how to play games.
Okay. What kind of music do you like?
I like to listen to rock and roll. I like that kind of music because I think it's really fun, and I like to play it loud.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to say on my show today?
Yes, I want to say that I love this show. That's why I'm very excited to be on it. So thank you for having me on your show.
You're welcome. And I'll have you again.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I also want to say that I love Star Thrower Group.
Okay.
So this is a great show on Star Thrower Group TV.
Okay. Thank you for being on my show today. Mikey was my guest, and I hope you enjoy watching the Bernadette Simone show. We'll be back on live shortly. Hi everybody, this is the Bernadette Simone show, and I'm here with my guest Christy. Christy, do you like working with people?
Yeah.
What do you like to do when you're at home?
Watching TV. We're gonna go shopping.
Oh, shopping. Okay. What kind of music do you like?
I like my favorite everything.
Oh, okay. Do you have anything else you'd like to say on my viewers today?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Thank you for being on the Bernadette Simone show, and we'll see you live on next week.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 12-hour charity event as hosted by Apex Online Racing, benefiting the Star Thrower Group, the charity set up for to benefit adults with learning difficulties. Yeah, we couldn't agree with that sentiment more. Hashtag save the cones. Well, Owen Blythe still seems to be in disregard of that particular rule, but there we go. The number 11 car is now been changed. Has now changed hands again. That is Billy McCain. Try that again. Billy McLean. That is in charge of that one. There he is, the ISMC green BMW. Although there's very little of it that's actually green. You need words about correct advertising and what have you. Lucas Brachada still leading the way to the tune of 1.5 seconds over Martin Nadlik. So Martin's closed in a little bit. There is the Comrade Gaming red BMW chasing down the ERT number 299. Silvertown in third position. Now Silvertown is 8 seconds or so behind. He hasn't pitted at the same time that the lead two did, but he's the Real Online Racing Orange team seem to be pitting at slightly different times to the rest. About 1 minute 20 further down the road is fourth place James Clay. Just as number 22, Sassing, race control, drive-through penalty, save the codes. Well, we'll see if they learn their lesson. James Clay, there he is. He's just taken over the Team Tapper BMW, the number 12 car, on his way. Alex Bennett on his monstrous charge flying off the road at turn 9. Oh, and clouts the apex at the final turn. Still charging on his merry way, heading towards, trying to recover from an earlier incident. Chris Hitchin for the iRacing UK yellow BMW. Car number 5 in 6th position. Carrying on his merry way. In 7th is Thomas Coombe in the V3 Racing Porsche. In 8th, just taking over the race gear Storm number 20 Porsche is Martin Siritek. David Cantos in the 176 9th position Porsche, just 6 seconds down the road. BMW, beg your pardon. He's about 6 seconds down the road from Martin Siritek in the Porsche. Andrew Jones has just taken over the iRacing UK blue Porsche, the number 15 car that's been dueling with the 176 of David Cantos for quite a while. But they now have control of that one, rounding out the top 10. That's the name I don't recognise, so welcome to you. Oh, there's Owen Blythe again, the lead TCR for V3 Racing, still with a monstrous lead despite the penalty they just served. There's Adam Holloway, second in the TCRs for BPR Esports Gold, number 18 car. Dan May recently took that one over about half an hour or so ago. So back in the BPR Esports Blue Audi. And Danny Resser in 4th position. 4th position in the 161 car. Staying very handily out of the way of the 438 BMW. That's Grayson Morin. That's just gone past. Merlin Cooper in the V3 Racing 888 Audi. In 5th position is the last car on the road. We've lost teams number 10 and 25 earlier on. There's Owen Blythe serving another drive. Oh no, he's actually serving a pit stop this time.
He's got to take a pit stop in the middle of his penalties at the minute.
There's Merlin Cooper. That's a last car on the road. We lost Stefan Kamke in the number 10 car and Evan Imre and Sarah Dove in the 25 Lamborghini earlier on. Great shame. Oh, Patrick Elstrand. Wow, right in front of the V3 Racing Porsche as Elstrand in the Mountain Track Racing concern was certainly caused a bit of concern with that one, but very nicely gets out of the way, takes his time to return to track. Oh, I mean, he was...
help but think he would have been better going the other direction, away from the track.
Yeah, but I don't know how close he was to the wall. So, yeah, I don't think he was fairly close to the wall, so didn't really have a lot of options. As we have a look at that incident again. Yeah, he wouldn't have had a lot of room to try and spin turn that to the right. So as he's come on the track, oh wow, that would have woken up the Porsche driver. I'm not sure who that was that just came past, but either way, Patrick Elstrand for Mountain Track Racing concerns. Car number 8 is back on track. And getting back up to speed. There's Merlin again. Minding his own business out there in the TCR. David Cantos for JD Sim Racing. He's definitely fended off the advances of the number 15 Porsche, who they've been arguing with for quite a while now, nearly 8 seconds apart. We're finally now in a position where no one's in an immediate battle. It's taken a while. It's taken a very long while, actually.
Yeah, it really has. The things to keep a watch on over the coming stint, I suspect, will be the pace of Alex Bennett. He's still running and has been running about a couple of seconds a lap quicker than Silver Tam has throughout his entire last stint, because Alex has been basically just a little shy of the leaders, where Silver Tam's been running about 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap slower. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some strategy in that, to be honest. But we'll have to see what happens. I don't think Alex Bennett, as I think fourth, as it stands right at the minute, is not out of the question. Semi-obviously, considering he's only 16, 17 seconds behind. And only 25 behind James Clay. So they're really back in it.
Mr. Domino, if you could take over for a minute, I need to answer the door.
Or Braden, or whoever. Someone's controlling the cameras.
Yeah,
Oh,
I am
Christmas.
here.
What?
I'm here.
Yeah, no, you got it.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome back.
Yeah, well, thank you. I had a little bit of a break.
You know, I don't blame you for sitting here for 12 hours.
No, yeah, and that is unfortunately why we're having some time, or we had the technical difficulties, but now we know what it was and how to do it. As I can see, Italy is actually trying to get a lap on James Clay here.
Yeah, Italy needs to make his way through this traffic as quickly as he can, because every second he spends stuck behind, even someone as quick as James Clay, he's letting Lucas Prachada get away.
Yeah,
and then
we are having
who was that?
That was Joseph Parker, I think. Let's just see if because I got a message here and I was like, it's probably a different place on the track, but no. Ooh, just a little bit too hot into that corner, and that was
Too hot on the marbles,
Yeah.
and it's easily done. Oh, we gotta be careful with the rejoin though. You do not want to be reversing on the racing line. No
can
one
go
will see
forward.
you coming.
You can go forward. No, go forward.
He's good. He's back in the way, but that was a little scary for those coming around that corner. It's such a fast corner as well.
Yeah, and you have
don't really get a lot of time to move out of the way, and there's the gravel trap right next to it.
Yeah, and you're so committed out there, as I have another one here. As Natalie is trying to get past all of these TCRs, and he actually got a lap on Mr. Clay there. But let's just see what Thomas have been doing here. Into the fast left-hander. Is that just hitting the curb, and it's gone.
It's claimed another victim as turn 7 and 8. Yes, I'm back again, and I make no apologies for the fact that I'm going to have some food.
So you're...
Thomas was very lucky though that he didn't hit all, but he seemed to have a little issue with that turn 6 there. It's so, like you said, Nick, it's a very... Well, you've got to commit to it, and when you go, you go.
Oh yeah, you're not generally saving it if it does let go. During those turns, as we look at Lucas Prachada, still keeping the gap as best he can to countryman Martin Nadlik. James Clay should actually be about.
He's just gone a lap down. He's right behind Martin Nadlik.
He's right with him, isn't he?
This is actually could work to Nadlik, to James Clay's advantage here. He's literally got the leaders. Punching away, Lucas Prachada having a very nearly close call there with the TCR car.
Another one.
Race control. Cars only do 30 seconds stop and go. Because it's funny. Hashtag save the cones.
I mean, he's brought it on himself. He was warned.
Yeah, and they're in a fortunate position at the minute where they've got quite a large gap to Adam Holloway in second in class.
If they now lose the race by the amount of penalties we give them for the cones, there might be a few words said about that.
I'm not taking any responsibility for giving them penalties.
Nope.
We just talk. We don't have any penalties out.
Yeah, we do the talking bit. We don't do the governance element. You know, we've been there, done that.
It's more going to be the case where Owen gets out the car and whoever takes over from him is going to be very confused on what he's been doing.
Especially
what have you done? You've lost us 3 minutes.
Why are there 30 cones stuck under the car?
Yes, he thought about it.
It's nice that they listen in and, you know, do as they're told. You know, well behaved and all that. There's Alex Bennett now in. He's worked his way up to 5th. He's about 15 seconds behind Silver Tam. So he's
another 2 seconds out of him that though.
His relentless march to recover last time is continuing. I wonder what Christoph Holstein's going to be like when he gets back in the car. I bet he's going to be absolutely fired.
He'll have calmed down by now. You don't need to beat yourself up. Like he's been very lucky, and this is part of the rule set for this event. Having those flash repairs completely can change your mindset. Like I say, when I did it, I had to sit for 40 minutes while the car was repaired with just him and me in silence, and he was nothing I said could console him.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it was more like it was my stint. But yeah, he'll calm down. He'll be ready to get back in the car, put it behind him, and just get on with them laps. They've got an outside shot here, even up the podium if they play the cards right and have the pace. But I'm sure James Clay will have something to say about that.
I suspect he will. So, as a reminder of what we're doing this for, is for the Star Thrower group, so benefiting adults with special needs. For those that wish to donate, I very much appreciate your support. There's the link on screen. It's also in the description of the stream. So ring12h.weebly.com/donate. Any support you can give would be very greatly appreciated. There's a very wonderful charity doing some great work, helping those that may not otherwise get the help they need to make the most of life in general. There is Martin Nedley, the number 1 car, still chasing off, still not losing sight of Lucas Pajada. Their lap times, as we've said before, just nip and tuck. One's going to be a little bit quicker than the other, and then vice versa, next lap round. Someone that's challenging for positions is actually David Contos. Yeah, well spotted, cameraman. That is David Contos on Thomas Coombe. Well.
Yeah, Thomas has had a very eventful stint. He's had 2 pretty big spins. One of them that put him in the wall, and the other one that nearly put him in the wall. So I wonder if Thomas is just trying to get to the end of this stint, get to his pits so he can fix any damage. So it doesn't look like there is any. Get some fresh tyres. Take a moment to just calm down.
Yeah.
And just get his own, or change driver. You know, all these things help. But yeah, this is to the benefit of David Contos, who might even have a little look here. No, isn't going to commit to it here. Too far back. But surely a move is coming.
Looks like it. I mean, the pace difference has been about a second a lap or so over the last couple of laps. There goes Contos sizing up a move down into turn 4. It doesn't look like it doesn't look like that's going to be challenged, and I think Thomas Coombe just braked a bit early on that one. Let that one go. Wise move, I think. So Thomas Coombe down into 9th. That's 8th position then for the 176 BMW. What has Tony van der Linden done?
Right in front of Martin Nedley.
He was.
Was there contact there? I'm not sure. Yes, there must have been.
Well, no, it didn't look like there was contact. What did Martin Nedley do from 2nd place?
He's had an issue. Is that a technical issue? Oh, that's a technical issue you might need to be a little worried about.
I mean, we've seen him been lagging in and out for quite a while, so...
Yeah, but that wouldn't do that.
No.
That looks like he stopped attempting to take the corner.
Yeah, but it could be a symptom of a sort of a general PC problem more than anything else. A couple of pit stops going on. The 7 and 24 cars have come in. The Hoddle Ferrari now in the hands of Ryan Hoddle. That's the third Hoddle I think we've seen. And the Get Schnell car now in the hands of Eric Mixter. So another couple of new names on the field. There is the Ferrari coming back on field, right with Chris Hitchin. Carrying on its merry way. I still find the colour scheme a bit questionable.
Now, we don't judge people for their liveries. So in total, that incident for Mike Niclas cost him 5 seconds.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh dear.
That's
Ryan has had an incident and a disagreement with the pit exit wall. Let's have a look at it from the driver point of view.
Did he locked up? No, he just didn't brake enough.
Do you know what that reminds me of?
Go on.
Sometimes when you connect, because most people here will be driving with the steering wheel pedals, it looks like his wheel was not on the right setting. It looked like he turned the wheel, and the wheel didn't register the amount of steering lock he put in. That kind of thing, if you're not prepared, you'll never notice until you go like that to turn a corner. In which case, it's just unfortunate that the pit exit has got a sharp 90-degree right-hander.
Yeah. Now, funnily enough, I saw a very similar incident for a club I actually do trackside commentary for, which is a classic sports car club. Now, a very similar thing. Now, this is at Brands Hatch. Now, the pit lane there is a bit odd. It sort of jinks right and then jinks left before you come onto the track. And a green Ginetta, he'd done the jink right, done the jink left, but he'd overdone the jink left and snapped his front suspension by clouting the wall.
Yeah, these things you just don't account for. It happens, it's part of racing.
So Martin Nadek has gained half a second on his compatriot. Last time around, I suspect Lucas Pritchard has probably snarled up in a bit of traffic.
And even more impressive, Nadek was not the fastest last lap. That
No, he wasn't.
Well, actually, point out, Alex Bennett was the fastest, but also point further down, Mikael Kingsepp, who is in 11th place, was quicker than Lucas Pritchard last lap.
Wow. Yeah, I was starting to see more 30s on the board. Now, you said earlier that, because the track temperature is going to start to come down, how is that going to affect the handling of these cars?
The cooler the temperatures, generally the more grip you will have, so the colder it gets, the faster they'll go. But you have to bear in mind that the visibility will start to lessen. And they're also, after coming up on 6 hours of racing nearly at the halfway point, the track is so rubbered in, and it comes a point where the track starts to stagnate, where the improvement really is based entirely on the conditions. Yeah, so we've dropped 2 degrees already since, from an hour ago. All this, the track temperature comes down, the air temperature comes down, you get a little bit more power almost from the car, and you get a little bit more grip from the tyres and the track. So the lap times probably will start rivaling that will be the best right at the end of the race. It's a long way to go. They've got over the worst part of it now, where the track is boiling. Nowhere near the worst it could have been. They got a little lucky. We've seen track temperature in iRacing well up in the 50s.
Yes, not to the driver's enjoyment. I do recall.
I've seen high 50s and I've seen low teens. And yeah, the low teens was at Virginia International Raceway. I was part of that race, I think. I can't remember if I was racing it or commentating on it, but it was so incredibly slippery. But I don't think we'll get to anything like that these guys are experiencing, as we see car number 7 takes a fast repair. This gets them a automatic 30-second stop and go. But they get the benefit of a new car.
Yes, they're in serving the penalty now, so they will be getting underway. Also, car number 8, Patrick Elstrand, has come in for a stop. As we continue to look at Martin Nadek continue to blink in and out of existence. He's lost quite a bit of time. Yeah, he lost 3 seconds nearly over Niclas Pritchard on that last lap. He really got held up in traffic. That's James Clay, who's a lap behind him, just staying in his territory, doing exactly what you recommended earlier, Stevie. James is staying very much in the... Well, whether he lost time because he wants to stay behind Martin Nadlik or he got held up just as well, we didn't really see. But... yeah, James could do very well from staying in the... Oh,
that's made another mistake there. I wonder if Nadlik's got maybe something like a frame rate issue where it's distracting him or something. I don't know, but yeah, James does not want to be sticking behind a driver that's potentially having technical issues. And also, let's be fair, Nadlik's last lap was not a good lap. James Clay's gone a lot quicker than that. As we look at Alex Bennett now, was quicker than the leader last lap with a 30.73 compared to Lucas Pritchard's 30.74. So he is gaining. It's going to take him a while, but he's gaining. But yeah, I'm still very impressed further down with Mikael Kingstep still running a lot quicker than everyone around him. So that's your team name that you don't like, isn't it? Real Online Racing. Oh, this is Real Online Racing Black.
It's not I don't like it. It's just for some reason my brain decides to muddle up Online in orange. Don't ask, don't know.
But yeah, that's if he's in for a whole stint, he's got a big gap to Andrew Jones in front, about 43 seconds. But you know, if he can run on a second a lap quicker, that gap will come down very quickly.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That kind of pace difference as we continue to look at Mikael Kingstep for ROR Black. Yeah, I'm going to cheat and abbreviate it.
Can't wait for you to say Roro later.
No. Mr. Chambers. Now jumping up to James Clay. So he's unlapped himself from Martin Nadlik. And there is the Comrade Gaming BMW in the background. So that gap has opened up still. So, yeah, it looks like Nadley is having an absolute mare of a session now. Flash of the lights from James Clay. Oh, no, he's caught. Oh, excuse me. He's caught the Audi at just the wrong time. What's that?
Yeah, he's got a car he's trying to lap and a car he's trying to lap for class.
Oh, yeah. So that's Dan May in the Audi. He's just gone past. He's now got the 13th place Tony van der Linden BMW to deal with. But where the hell did Nadlik go?
He's there. He's still there.
So just
I would love to see a lap of Nadlik in clear air because his pace has dropped by 2 seconds. I wonder if he's got damage. That's the only thing that I can think to see a sudden nearly 3 second a lap drop in pace.
Well, I mean, it is possible, isn't it, to have damage from curbs and cones or what have you. You don't have to actually hit a wall or a car.
Yeah, look at the front.
Yeah, he has rearranged that a little bit. We didn't see what he hit, though.
Not quite as much as it's a little easier to see on James Clay.
On the yellow one, yeah. Yeah, he's hit something, I wonder. We didn't see what. I mean, he's still maintaining pretty damn good pace. It's just not where he was. So definite advantage to... that's what happens when you follow a car and it lags out of existence. You lose all... That is Alex Bennett, who is still maintaining pretty good pace, although his last lap was a 33.3, so he did get snarled up in a bit of traffic last time around. There is that's Eric Mixter in the number 7 BMW we saw having that stop-go penalty being issued. So they are back on track now. Alex Bennett, he's now got 12 and a bit seconds to gain on Silver Tam to challenge for 4th position. And it's only then about 5 seconds before he's then up with James Clay. So Alex Bennett's pace has just been unreal for so long. And we know that Holstein can maintain that same kind of pace. So, you know, it's still very, very viable that Comrade Gaming Porsche could still be on the podium. Nadlik does indeed pit. Now, is he going to be in for a while? Does he have damage to deal with? Or is he going to hand that car over to another of his team?
I think that's guaranteed damage because he's pitted at the same time as Lucas Pritchard and James Clay.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, he did, didn't he? As Thomas Coombe and Andrew Jones are very close together as well for 9th place. Just seeing on the timings.
Oh, as Alex Bennett clobbers the curve, just as a point to be made here, well done, and as a point to why we're doing this, we have just passed the $1,000 goal going to
brilliant.
Group, which is amazing news, but that doesn't mean you should stop. Keep on supporting, it's why we're doing this. We are not even at the halfway point yet, there's still plenty of time to do as much as you can, and that doesn't necessarily even have to be financial. Just sharing it with friends, letting other people know about it can lead to potentially more help going in the right direction. So ring12h.weebly.com/donate. There's a link in the description as well if you don't want to type it all out. So yeah, really thank you very much to everyone that's donated and everybody for being here and their contributions.
Absolutely, and if I can actually butt in here on that topic of celebrating us kind of surpassing that goal that we set for the event, we have a few questions here from some members of our charity organization, Star Thrower Group, and so I kind of wanted to ask, I guess I'll ask them to you lads as the commentators, and kind of just put them out there. The first question is, Rachel asks, how are these cars made?
Not a clue.
From an iRacing point of view, as far as I'm aware, iRacing gathers all the data. The manufacturer gives as much information and data as they can to iRacing to let them simulate it, and then they take lasers and things and they scan every nook and cranny of the car. Yeah, I think it's a pretty in-depth thing.
Right, absolutely. So to add on to...
if I can butt in there?
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. They're actually so far out that, they're pulling the cars apart, some of them, and they're actually weighing the bolts and stuff like that to get the weight correct. As you're saying, laser scanning them from top to bottom. For some of the newer cars, they're actually getting the CAT scans, which is the team's own 3D scans of the cars from building process as well. So it is quite a daunting task to actually get these cars built.
Oh wow!
Absolutely. Now our second question from Jenny asks, how many years does someone have to train to be a race car driver?
I'm assuming you're. Is that in the sim racing world, or in
I would assume that's in the real world. But I mean, the great thing, the beauty of sim racing is that it allows all of us who are passionate about racing, without having to have training and tons of money, to be able to participate in a sport that we all love, right?
Yeah, completely. That's has always been one of the big draws of sim racing, and it's very much highlighted with COVID-19 and all the lockdowns that we've all had, has brought sim racing very much to the forefront of public popularity, with major mainstream drivers from various different categories taking part in big sim racing events. It's very much available to all, as it should be. The entry level doesn't have to cost thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. You can pretty much race on anything that can run the simulator that you're wishing to do in. So in this case, it's iRacing, and a $60 steering wheel, or even a control pad. There's a lot of us started with control pads, myself included. You don't have to throw a lot of it. Yes, of course, the very, very best will have the very best equipment, but that doesn't mean that you can't be competitive in some way, shape, or form with lesser equipment.
And in terms of a time point of view, it depends entirely on your aspirations. The very, very best esports guys and girls do like 12 to 13 to 14 hours a day practicing over and over and over again, looking for every small advantage they can. If you just want to have fun, all you need is like a little bit of time to get yourself familiarized, get yourself comfortable, get yourself in the position where you can maintain the car on track for whether it's a 40-minute race or a 20-minute race or even a 5-lap race. All you need is to know what you want out of racing. It doesn't always have to be the big golden glittery trophy.
Absolutely, and there's a number of different leagues and organizations such as Apex Online Racing that will have avenue, should you wish to take that into a competitive venue, there will be leagues out there catered to your skill level or how much time you've got available. Not everybody has every hour of every day to dedicate to it. There's a lot of people, of course, at work or children or what have you. That means they only can spare maybe a couple of hours a week, say. There will be a venue out there. There will be a platform that you can compete with other like-minded people. So that, again, is the joy of sim racing. So to put a definitive answer to the question, well, you can't, as far as sim racing is concerned, because like Stevie says, it depends on how far up the ladder you want to climb. The further up you go, the more time you have to dedicate to it. But even still, there's space in the sim racing world for everybody.
Absolutely.
We're also seeing a bit more of a crossover between the with the BMW program. Now I'm going into cockpit view. The wheel that the BMW wheel is fitted with, BMW has actually making with Fanatec. Fanatec is a wheel provider that you can get for some of these a bit more pricey, but still affordable sim racer brake. And that wheel you can actually buy and use on your steering wheel, and you can actually take that wheel from the steering wheel and put directly into the GT3 car. So it is exactly the same, not just a replica, but exactly the same.
Awesome.
Absolutely. So now our third question. Rachel asks, what do you like about racing?
Oh God, how long have we got? That's such a difficult question to summarize. I love seeing competitive racing. Doesn't really... Yes, I'm a Formula One fan, but I can appreciate racing from any level. I've been very fortunate enough to commentate on trackside club racing. So we're talking things from modern day Porsches, BMW M3s, right the way to classic Lotus Elans and Ginetta G12s and things like that. And you can have competitive racing on anything. I always said I would commentate on milk float racing if the racing was good. I just love seeing, whether it's virtual or trackside, I care not. If it's good racing, I love to watch it.
Yeah, I would say the thing I love about racing is the competition. It's just immensely fun to watch, to be a part of. But it is, if you've got anyone that shares that passion, it is just the most fun. Even if, and I'll pick up Nick upon this, when I joined the commentary booth, he was talking about what they used to say about him when he was racing, and having raced him, you remember these battles. They elicit genuine emotion, and that can be, as we saw with Chris Holstein, who's back in the car, rage when it goes wrong because you put so much of yourself into it. It's not just something where you're just thinking about it. You're putting your physical emotions and processes of your brain into the actions of the car, and that matches against somebody else's, and it's just amazing. It's a really passionate and all-encompassing thing is racing, and it's brilliant.
Yeah, it really is. I enjoy, as you're saying, the competition, and also just the immense talent that it takes, especially for real drivers, to be on the limit. And also when you're driving, as Steve was saying, you're putting so much emotion and focus into it, that after some of these stints, these drivers, even though it's on, can sit and be sweaty afterwards. You can smell after such a long race, because you are, and it sounds weird, but you're actually pumped with adrenaline, because it takes so much focus to hit every single you know, every single apex, every single corner, every single breaking point, just, you know, you're so awake. And I would say when you're driving these sims, it's just the greatest feeling. I would say driving the LMP1 for me in multi-class racing, there's just nothing like it, because you have seconds to make a decision, and you're driving for such a long time. It's the greatest. I've been driving 3-hour stints where I couldn't remember what I did for those 3 hours. It's just, you're so much into it.
That's your drive to work, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's only an hour.
Okay.
All right. So our fourth question, Sean asks, how do you go 12 hours of racing without a break?
You don't.
You do get breaks. They're not long breaks, but pit stops are a blessing.
Yeah. I mean, there are some that will do the 12 hours on their own, but yeah, the pit stop acts as a short break. I don't know how they do it. I genuinely have no idea. That broadly comes down to fitness and practice. You have got to be quite physically fit
and
certainly mentally fit, yeah, to do very long stints, or certainly multiple stints throughout the night. Now, this is where you kind of depart from the casual kind of turn up and race because you feel like it kind of mentality to putting in the hours and hours and hours that Stevie was explaining earlier. For an event like this, you've got to really practice and be in good physical shape that helps you keep the mental state under control. Holstein, don't bin it again. You know, he's had a moment. I think he was trying to get he was distracted by the back marker there, it looked like. Hopefully he's able to kind of get himself back in the rhythm. At least he didn't throw it into the wall this time. But yeah, I mean, you don't do it without a break at all. It's nigh on impossible. There will be some that will try. How successful they are, well, I guess it depends on how much they practice they're doing it, I suppose. But that's why you'll have a minimum 2-car team for an event. A 2-car team? That's a different concept altogether. A 2-driver team. That does happen in club racing, by the way. You can have 2-car teams, but that's obviously not what we're talking about. Yeah, you have minimum 2-driver team just because, I mean, you'll need to go to the loo if nothing else. I mean, yeah, of course you can, shall we say, have unorthodox solutions to that particular issue, but you just need a break. There comes a point where the brain just cannot stay focused any longer. You know, you've got to hand over to somebody else to keep the car turning.
Yeah, it's something you've got to be very, and let's be honest here. You wouldn't ever advise somebody to do a 12-hour of race on their own. It's not something you should be actively trying to chase after. Like I say, it is possible. People have done it. People have done far longer stints as well on their own. You wouldn't do it if you. It's not advisable. No. You should give yourself a break. Give your hands a break. Give your mind a break, like Nick said. It does require a lot of mental and physical stamina.
And it also demands good ass.
So true.
Because
I would counter that. I would say it demands a good chair.
Or good cushion.
Yeah.
I've even in an...
It's gonna sleep.
It will. I mean, people will laugh at that, but I've done like even 45-minute race, and my backside is dead, and that's just after 45 minutes. So yeah, you definitely need to look after the derriere.
All right, and so our next question from our audience, just Rachel asks, how? Sorry.
Just one more. Anecdote. You also have to be a crazy Scotsman. That's also a factor to do this. Well, it wasn't 12 hours, but one of our good companions, Andrex, he did a 8-hour race by himself.
He did.
Yeah, and they actually tried to make a rule that he wasn't allowed to do that. So at the 12-hour race, he had a teammate that only did a stint of
1 lap, wasn't it, or something? Like
no,
that?
no, I think it was 5 or 6 laps, so he could go to the loo and get a little bit to eat, and then he went back into the car again, and then they were 2-guy team.
Nice.
So yeah, you also had to be a crazy
Anyway, next question.
Our next question. Rachel asks, how do you race on a virtual track?
Well, you use a simulator. It's a really blunt answer. It was obviously a blunt answer to that. But how do you race on a virtual track? This is where kind of transferable skill comes in. You race a virtual track the same way you would race a real track. The difference is the medium through which you are doing your racing, whether it's on a rig, so in a virtual sense, or in a car doing it in real life. The actual driving skills that you're using, you're obviously going through racing lines, braking points. Just make it very simplistic. You're pushing pedals and steering a wheel. You're doing that whether you're doing it in sim racing terms or in real life racing terms. It's a darn sight cheaper to do it in the sim racing world, and you don't have to pick up the repair bill if you throw it into the wall. So there's pros and cons. The physical aspect is the one area where sim racing can't quite replicate it, although it's pretty damn demanding doing these very, very long stints. You don't have G-forces to deal with, so you don't have to have the neck of a tree to be able to compete for very long periods of time. But that said, you would approach racing on a virtual track in exactly the same way that you would approach racing your local go-kart track, or if you had a track day at a real circuit, what have you. You would still approach it with the same level of focus and determination to do well or to achieve whatever goal you're looking to achieve in either avenue.
Yeah, I agree with that. Basically, short answer, through the glory that is simulators or games, and I know I'll offend everybody on iRacing by calling it a game, by the glory of that and the internet. Really, it's the racing. It's one of the best quotes that I've ever heard in anything to do with sim racing from Jimmy Broadbent on his channel, which is that the cars may be virtual, but the racing is real.
100%.
It's so true.
Yeah, couldn't have phrased it better myself.
All right, just a couple more questions before we move on here. Sean asks, what got you into sim racing, and how can someone get started?
I'll go first on this one if you want.
Go for it.
I got into sim racing from a friend at school. He didn't take it anywhere near as seriously as I did, but he was playing the F1 games, and he got me into Formula 1. But it was just, oh wait, I can go around a track that I see on TV and be that driver that I like. Sure, I'll do that. And then it just evolved, and then you find out about leagues and online multiplayer, or you get fed up with online multiplayer, and then you find leagues. And yeah, it was a small step from a friend going, hey, do you want to play this F1 2011 or whatever it was with me? And it just spiraled. I can't remember what the second part of that question was.
How do you get into it? Which you've already answered.
How do you get into it? I think I saved up a little money and bought the game, and that's it. And most games nowadays have online connection built in, so you don't need something like iRacing where you have to pay a subscription or anything. Most consoles can do it. All the consoles can still do it. It's not anywhere near as expensive or as difficult as to get into as you think it might. Like we said earlier, it's quite accessible, but it depends entirely on how much you want to put into it. Is my answer.
Nick, do you want to put in?
Yeah. I might be the youngest here, but I think for sim racing and gaming on PC, I might be the oldest or most experienced. The first, well, I wouldn't call it a sim per se, but it's more a game. But first sim racing experience I had was with Grand Prix 2, and that is from 1994, and then I got Grand Prix 3, and then Formula 1 games up there. I got it from my uncle the first time, and I have been about 5 years old when I first tried this, and but proper sim racing, as I think is what people are looking at it today with this steering wheel and stuff like that. I think it was Project Cars 1, to be honest. I wouldn't call Project Cars a sim, as we are just looking one more time at Christoph Holstein having small issues.
Not another problem.
Ooh, just going wide. Just going wide.
Oh, that's okay.
But yeah, I think that was really what got me into this, and then because I could drive around Le Mans in Project Cars, and that really got me hooked. I think I have done well over 5,000 laps around Le Mans.
Lemons.
No, I will cut you off the stream for saying that. That is blasphemy. That is blasphemy right there.
It is blasphemy. It is Le Mans.
Yeah, that would have definitely had my my
I have now turned you off. No. It is the 24 hours of Le Mans, and it's race, and there's no arguing. There's no debating.
It's the race, in
nothing.
fairness.
So that's my answer. How about you, King?
Am I allowed to speak? No answer.
Yes.
He's thinking about it. He's considering it.
Yeah. So what got me into sim racing? Oh God, now I've got to think. So I've been into motorsport since around about 1991. So around then, and that was Formula 1, Senna versus Prost kind of years.
That's before I got born.
Shut up, you. Yeah, we won't talk about age. But I was a gamer.
Hey, that was 13 years before I was born.
Growl. So yeah, I mean, I've been a gamer since I could pretty much hold a keyboard. So I'd always been into games, but as far as taking that into a competitive sense, that wasn't until much later. Now, I was like Nick. I sort of got into leagues through Project Cars 1. When I first stumbled across P-Cars 1, I just loved its diversity and what have you. Didn't really care how realistic it was. Although I tried racing games before, I think one of the first sort of bigger ones I tried outside of consoles was probably Live for Speed, of which I tried to drive, and I kid you not, on a mouse. Didn't go well. But what it introduced me to was like time trialing and things like that. And I still love time trialing now. Don't do as much of it as I used to. But I got into time trialing through Live for Speed. And when P-Cars 1 came along, I really chucked myself headlong into that. I bought myself a wheel, a terrible wheel that couldn't do more than 180 degrees lock to lock. For any sim racer will know that is a pathetically small range. Considering it should be around 900 degrees lock to lock. This one was just awful. But it was what kind of got me started and introduced to how to race with a wheel, as we're looking at how close Martin Siratek is getting to the tail end of Christoph Holstein, as Siratek is stuck behind who's that? That was Danny Resser, and he's just got stuck behind that. As far as league racing is concerned, I'd never really done online racing to any great degree. A few dabbles in public lobbies, but that was about it. It wasn't until I stumbled across good old AOR, and I did that by total accident. I was just starting my YouTube channel making Project Cars 1 videos, and I happened to see an advert for a racing league that's in the Formula Renaults that was being hosted by AOR at the time, and it just made me think, because I'd been wondering about how to get into commentating, because I was actually hosting my own radio show on the local radio station back then. So I'd been wondering about how to get into commentary. What's Martin Steward? No, he hasn't done anything. What's Grace and Morin done? Oh, he's gotten loose, very loose into turn 9. Parked it very nicely. It's not really a crash, but it's because he came to a stop. That's why that message comes up. So yeah, following the link that was given on this particular post, I found AOR and I inquired about doing commentary, and the rest is very much history.
All right. Well, our final question is from Rana. Actually, we have... Yeah, we'll do one more question, then we'll save a few questions for a little bit later on. But the last question here is from Rana, and she asks what countries each of us are from. So I'm the only American in the group. How about you, lads?
No one wants to disclose this personal information, as you can tell. I am from the United Kingdom of England land.
I'm from a bear cave, which otherwise known as the United Kingdom.
I'm from the greatest country in the world. I am from Denmark. And yeah. So all around the world, you know.
Yeah, all of these drivers are from across the globe. We've got some everyone from Australia to the UK to the United States in this race. So yeah, we'd like to thank you all for your questions, and feel free to submit some more questions. And we'll try to keep answering those. But I'm going to hand it back over to you, King and Stevie, to keep us going here.
I need to just attend to my youngsters for bed. I'll be back as quickly as I can. Hopefully not more than about 10 minutes. Mr. Domino, if you could fill in, or Mr. Braden, if you wouldn't mind.
Just don't leave me alone. You never know what can happen.
You'll be fine. There's no monsters under the bed. I've told you. I might be under there, though.
Exactly. So let's have a little look at where we're at. So we've still got Lucas Prashada out front with what we're looking at here. Oh wow, a lap lead of maybe Cass Hogenholt has just pitted, so maybe that's that.
It has been that for quite a while actually.
Oh wow. So maybe they did have damage and had to have that fixed then, because that car is back running pretty good lap times again though. So it's a big hit, but not out of it yet. James Clay about 15 seconds back. So the car in front then lost is James Clay's gain as he gets all out of shape over that curb. Those curbs are pretty lethal. In fourth we've got Silver Tam about 12 seconds back. Running a solid fourth, has been fourth for a while. In fifth, Chris Hitchin, pretty far back, but has got the recovering Chris Holstein, who's had a few adventures whilst we've been talking and answering questions.
He has not really been that fast doing this stint. He's well, now his last lap was a 1:31, 1:3, but he has been dipping into the 32s and yeah, hasn't been.
Yeah, I wonder if Chris has just he's had a few adventures. So I wonder if it's just been a case of let's back it rather than push flat out 100%. Let's bring it back to 95 or so and just measure out a few of those mistakes. He is about only 3 seconds ahead of Martin Suratek, who we saw, I think, a little earlier having a few little adventures. But took 7/10 out of Chris Holstein last lap, so he might be on the move. Behind him in 8th place, we have David Kontos, who's been driving for a long time. Oh, he must be tired. He's been here the entire time I've been here over 2 hours at this point.
Yeah, I think he has been there for, well, even before I went as well. So
yeah, he's on a long stint at the minute.
Yeah.
But he leads Andrew Jones in 9th. Andrew Jones is only about 3 seconds back, but running pretty good lap time, so he might be moving forward. Thomas Coombe, who we've seen have a few adventures at turn 7.
Yeah.
Still going, but kind of on his own in a minute. He's about 30 seconds back of Andrew Jones. But the man on the move, who I mentioned a while ago now, Mikkel Kingsep, still running really good laps, quicker than the leader last lap, and has really brought that gap down. It was 43 seconds last time we got to it, now 13 seconds. So he is on the move in real online racing black car. Rounding out that's down to 12. We've got Bill McLean, another one that's kind of on their own, but still going, I guess, which is good. Do you want to have a look at the TCR leader?
Yeah,
Owen
let's
Bly?
do that.
Back up to over a 3-minute lead over Adam Holloway in 2nd. Oh wow, just coming up to lap them again based off that camera angle. There's only a corner behind.
They are doing quite a, you know, they're doing a second a lap faster lap times, so it hasn't really been a contest, but at least Owen, I think, has learned his lessons and hashtag save the cones. iRacing do have the greatest marshals in the world.
Yes.
Because they are back up there the next time we get around.
Yeah. Worth pointing out though, you say it's not been much of a contest. If for whatever reason Owen, we had an incident for Dan May.
Well, if I'm gonna commentate a curse Owen Bly, that would be one of the greatest moments in my life. So,
well,
commentate a curse.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't wish ill on any team.
No, not on the team, but on Bly.
On the driver.
On Bly.
No, it's a point though. Whilst Owen and his team have clearly got the pace, they still might not win. It sounds ridiculous, but if they hit technical issues, Adam Holloway and his team have run really solidly in 2nd place. And if they win, it will count just as much. You can't use the argument, yes, but we were faster, but to finish first you have to finish.
Indeed. We've got 2 people in the pits, James Clay for Team Tepper and also Christian Sein, the number 16 BMW. Both have come in.
So while you were away, King, we've come to realise that Kaz Hugenholt has dropped quite a bit off Lucas Prachada. And is a lap ahead. So whatever troubles they've had have been pretty costly.
Let's just see if I can actually get this up. So, okay. So while I've been on here, Lucas haven't pitted.
Well, they wouldn't have pitted.
And
obviously, Martin pitted earlier, though, didn't he?
Hogenhow did because it was Nadley. Yeah, it was Martin Nadley in that car.
Yeah, and Nadley, now has lapped on lap 226. Oh, that's a cluster.
That's yes.
That's a lot of cars. As I said, mothers, when there are diapers on sale, that's the amount of traffic that we have right now. I've used it before and I'll use it again. It works.
Ooh,
Philip Shear.
You gotta be careful. 30 there, you gotta be very careful. Oh, that was Hoffman. That was Dwayne Hoffman. He was running 17th overall. You gotta be careful going for those follow-up moves. They are risky. So Silvertown, Real Online Racing Orange. You're right, it is a bit of a mouthful. Promoted up into third, given that James Clay has just pitted and Philip Schiff has taken over that car. I want to see where their strategy goes, because they are not running the same thing as everybody else.
No, they're not, are they? I think you're right. I think they're trying to save a pit stop here.
And it'll bring them into play massively if they do.
Oh, hugely. I've just also realised, you kind of touched on this earlier, and I did say no, I wouldn't say it, but Real Online Racing Orange is it's Row, isn't it? That was what you said. It's Team Row.
Fortunately, they haven't had too many moments like that, but...
no, you said it now.
Yes, I know.
They are Team ROR, right? Because orange is just, there's an orange and there's a black.
Don't spoil the fun.
I do.
Stop being a teacher.
So Lucas Prashada is now in the pit lane.
He is. Along with, car 20, I think it's just changed hands. Miko Malcavara, who was in that car earlier. Chris Hitchin in the pits as well. Billy McLean has just come out. And Owen Blythe, leader of the TC cars, has in the pits as well. Simon Hartnecki returns to the 299 ERT Racing Team BMW.
But look at the laps when they're pitting. Sorry, just look at the lap. Heskey is lapping at the lap 249, and Hohenhart has been. Last time he lapped was at 226. They were following each other quite a bit, so that had been. I think that has been a short stint that to get Natalie out of the car due to technical issues.
Yeah, maybe.
I would agree with that. Because we did see him having those very odd off moments, didn't we? As Jonathan Hitchin has taken over the number 5 car, and Mike Scapers returns to the cone-destroying number 22.
We're not going to mention that. We're not going to bring it up. We're just going to let them move on. Question for you, King, because neither Nick nor I know the answer to this. Do you know how long David Contos has been in the car for? Because he's been in there for a long time.
When he's in the pits now, is Contos, as Hartnecki has now returned to the field about 9 seconds down the road from where we see Kaz Hugenhout. So hopefully he can continue the pace that's been laid down by Lucas Pachada. He's been no, that's now changed hands. It's now Mochak again. We saw Thomas Mochak earlier, but yeah, he was in that car a long time. Must have a good 4 hours, I'd say, he'd been in there for.
Yeah, that's a long stint.
That's a very long stint.
Yeah, he did a good job as well. He got the car into a good position, so 2 places up on where they started. So we'll see what Thomas Mochak can do. We've also got Mikael Kingsepp in and Adam Flynn.
Adam Flynn returns.
Mikael Kingsepp, I'll be interested to see if he stays in the car, because if he does, he's a real threat to those in front, because he ran really good pace throughout the entirety of his stint.
That he did. There is Christoph Holstein, so he hasn't really just rediscovered his early form, has he? Which is a great shame. Hopefully he can set himself back down, which is easy enough. Now, I've been in this position where you're frustrated. You know you've made mistakes you shouldn't make by your own standards, and it can be very difficult to get out of that mindset and just settle back into the rhythm.
Yeah, but that's exactly what Nick mentioned earlier and alluded to with mental strength. We see it with racing drivers, and I think it's becoming a lot more appreciated in racing drivers now. Sure, you can be physically the most fit and able person to go out and do 200 laps flat out, no problem. But mentally, how you recover from blocking a brake or putting it in the wall or anything like that is so important. To just put it behind you. That happened, move on. And I know we've talked about this before, King, in commentaries we've done, where I actually think it might have been Jaroslav Honzik that made a mistake somewhere, really quite a big, costly one. Next lap, exactly the same level of commitment because he couldn't let it get in his head.
Yeah.
You just can't do that. You've got to put it behind you and move on.
And that's so much easier said than done, because I know I'm guilty of it, where the mistake bugs you. It sits with you, and you're almost expecting yourself to make the same mistake again. So, yeah, I know that is difficult, and that is definitely something that is another transferable element between sim racing and real racing. That the mental discipline is something that I know I've mentioned. You said we've spoken about it before, Stevie. That it's certainly something I've mentioned in numerous commentaries. The mental discipline is just as important as racing ability. It's all well and good, exactly as you were saying, being the fastest man out there. If you can't maintain that mental discipline after a mistake, you become a liability more than anything else.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it than simply navigating your car around the track one time. But yeah, as we see Philip Schiff lapping the TCR, he's got Christoph Holstein quite a ways back, so he's not under any immediate pressure. We do have Silver Tam in the pit now, so we'll see if they have a driver change or whether he continues. Worth pointing out that who was it? Thomas Kuhn stepped out of the car and was replaced by Adam Flynn.
Yes, indeed he was. Now, is the number 78 going to change hands? I'll keep an eye on that one. See if the... Yeah. Yes, it is. It's disappeared, and it's Rano Luke that returns to the row car. I said I wouldn't say it, but I've now gone and done it. See? Your Chambers!
Well, it happens. I know Rano Luke started the race for that team as well, so he's not unfamiliar with where the car's been at, and he'll have been surely following the progress as we look at Cass Hugenhope. About 7 seconds back from now from Simon Herneke.
He's gaining as well.
Yeah, 6/10 on that last lap, so not out of it yet, it would seem. But they are on about a 20 lap difference in terms of pit stop strategy. But that kind of thing, it looks like a problem now. Entirely depends on what these guys have worked out for that last little stint, whether they're going to need to do any fuel saving or a splash and dash. It might work out that 20 lap difference makes very little difference.
I've seen a dominant win thrown away with 2 laps to go of an endurance race because of fuel. I've seen it happen. I've commentated on it happening. I remember an endurance event. It was an LMP GTE mixture at Monza, and Matt York was the inherent winner of that one because he didn't have to pit with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, it's so much of endurance racing. I think people forget that, okay, they're driving around for 12 hours in this case, in support for South Row Group. Nice little throw that, which you should still absolutely donate to. There you go, right on cue, ring12h.weebly.com/donate, and a link in description if you don't want to type it out. But yeah, every lap here matters. Every single lap the drivers are doing matters. Every pit stop matters, because it all adds up to your total time. And it all plays into the strategy that you take, whether you take tyres, whether you don't, whether you need to refill, take an extra little fuel stop at the end. It's a killer. Even if you only need 3 laps of fuel, you've still got to come into the pit lane, slow down to the pit limiter, stop, get it done. And all of that can, like you say, ruin your race. And after 12 hours, that is going to be heartbreaking if you get that wrong.
I've just seen from an hour ago. That's how much I haven't looked at. I have been keeping an eye on our own internal Discord for messages and what have you, but I missed this one. V3 Racing's response to the penalty that they gave about an hour ago. It was, and Braden quotes, beans.
Look, okay. They're having fun, right? It's part of what you're doing. Racing is serious and very competitive, but you've got to enjoy yourself. And hey, we got to laugh out of the quite frankly brutal driving from Owen Blythe, but you know, we wouldn't have a condone. You know, like,
Oh, you didn't.
quite proud of that. Wouldn't have a condone. But to say again for those that missed it. But yes, it's as long as they took it in good spirits, that's all good.
Scribble that one down. Another couple of pitters, Dan May from the TCS class and Jonathan Diggs as well. I think it's just taken over the 21 Porsche. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. But I tell you what has dropped. That lead is destroyed. That the lead that the 299 car has had has... well, there it is. You can see it for yourself. Only about 3 or 4 laps ago, that was nearly 8 seconds. It's now 4.7. So Hertnecki has just not been able to get back on pace with Lucas Prajada, which is, again, nothing to be ashamed about. Lucas Prajada is alien fast. But Kaz Hugenhout has absolutely hit the ground running. A 30.3 last time around for the number 1 BMW. Now, Hertnecki, I say 31.4, lost a full second in the last lap alone. And there they are. That's the lead 2 BMWs that look like they're going to cross swords, at this pace difference at least, very, very quickly, as that's Merlin Cooper that is directly ahead of Simon Hertnecki. That shouldn't hold him up too much. Slight inconvenience out of the final turn. Nothing too bad there. So
yeah, you just got to be careful with these kind of things. To not get drawn into the numbers too much. You've got to remember that Hertnecki is on full tank of fuel right now. 20 laps difference between their pit stops. 20 laps worth of fuel is going to weigh a lot.
A lot of kilos.
Not to at all discredit Hugenhout's pace, because it is electric right now. But yeah, it's something to throw into the mix. Oh, that TCR is all out of control there.
Yeah, Dan May got that one all wrong. He's third place in the TCS class at the moment. Merlin is the last car running. He's out there for fun, but so that went all wrong for the number 19 car. But yeah, that's a fair point. Hugenhout's car is likely to be much lighter on fuel. We don't actually know that, but due to the pit stop differences that's happened, it's almost certain that they are no longer aligned as far as pit strategy is concerned. But even still, Hugenhout is absolutely flying at the moment, and Hertnecki, even with the full car, is still doing pretty damn good pace. We'll see what happens when they cross swords. Now just over 3 seconds now separates the top two.
Yeah, I'm going to I'm really going to apologise to the leaders here, because I'm going to potentially future commentator curse them. I'm just writing some information down. I'm sorry, but I'm just keeping it for future reference. Basically, all I've written down is I just want to make a note of how many laps a stint is.
Okay.
So I've written down when they last pitted, so I don't forget. Because I fully suspected that number will change before I remember what it was.
I went to do it
again. In some way, I feel like I will be blamed.
I went to do it again. I went to wipe the flies off my screen.
You just don't do that. Just leave your screen alone. So yeah, that gap out front now down to 2.8 seconds.
Hugenhout is doing a great job, taking another 7/10 out of the lead between the two. Holstein has managed to get back into the mid-30s now in the 139. The 139 car, as Danny Resser from the TCS class has come in the 161 car. So, and that's another 130 or 130.6 this time around. So now has he managed to just mentally reset himself and get back into his rhythm? He's 16 seconds down from Rano Luke at the moment. And they are what are they? I was trying to see what they are from the leader, but they're about a lap and a half or so, which in endurance terms is not an unsurmountable difference. Yes, we're over halfway in the race, but only just. So, yeah, that's not an unsurmountable amount at all, as Jeff McPherson has taken over the 161 car in the TCS class. So that's a name I don't recall, so welcome to you. Must also, as well as, of course, mentioning our charity that we're supporting tonight, Star Thrower Group. Must also thank those in the background, Nick Domino for doing all the camera work and the overlays, Braden Hill for being the driving force behind the event. There is the donate link again. That's ring128.weebly.com/donate, and it's also in the description box if you don't want to type it out, as Stevie says. But huge thanks to everybody behind the scenes, all the other commentators as well. As much as it's easy for us to turn up and shout for a while, it takes the organisation and free time being given up by everybody behind the scenes to make the event work, and it's so far doing well. We've smashed through the $1,000 targets before we even hit halfway, so that's a brilliant result. So thank you very much to those that have supported the charity in this event, and also thank you to our drivers for taking the time to compete in these events. As much as it's great fun for us, it's I'm sure it's great fun for them too, but it's still a fair chunk out of their time to support the charity. So thank you to everyone involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And to that end, we still have all but 2 cars running, one of which we knew pretty much before the race wasn't going to be able to finish it, just due to a late driver change that meant they didn't have enough drivers to complete the full 12 hours. The only real victim of the race was Stefan Campi. But 24 drivers all still running, still taking it super seriously, and that's what we want to see. Battles brewing though. Michael Kingset is still gaining on Adam Flynn ahead of him. We've got the gap up front down to 1.5 seconds, or 1.3 seconds, less than a second and a half. The whole point, the whole thing with the races, if people don't take them seriously, they are nowhere near as competitive, and that's why this racing has been so good, because they are really trying.
Yeah, totally. Funnily enough, I had in a different league I commentate for. The first half of the race was great, but it disintegrated into complete and utter farce, basically, as a few individuals sadly no longer took it as seriously as they should have done, and it just completely ruined the entire event. Now, you don't tend to find that in endurance events, but we appreciate the fact that our drivers are putting on a great show for us while the ERT racing team absolutely plastered in general grime and gunk. You probably build another tyre off of all the crap that's now just stuck to the side of the car. That's the reverse view from the Czech Republic driver of Simon Hertnecki. I'm not 100% sure where Hugenhout is from. I don't actually know that one. Hertnecki, I'm certain he is from the Czech Republic. As that Beamer has been getting very, very big in his rearview mirrors for a while.
He took the time to go defensive. Okay, we couldn't see the DCR. That might be why. I was going to say, that was an interesting choice.
Well, I'll be interested to see what he does, because that's now 0.4 of a second between the two. It's probably too far back for Hergenhout to make an attack this time around. Indeed it is. Will Hertnecki will he defend as Merlin Cooper brings in the 69 car?
Yeah, it's that point now where they're at the crossover of strategies where Hugenhout clearly has a lighter car. They've been matched on pace or race, these teams. It is in Hertnecki's mind. It's to his benefit to keep Kaz Hugenhout behind, because if he's not able to use the performance of the lighter car, then it's more power to the RT racing team.
Indeed. So as they come out of the final turn to complete, that's 260 laps we've done on this event so far. And there's Hugenhout having a look. He's not realistically going to make a move into turn 1. But through 2 and up into 3. Wow, that difference, it looks like it's going to be done before they even get there.
Yeah, it's good. It's going to be an outside move though, and if he can stay on the outside, he's got the great traction. But
that got to
space. Yep, they've left him space, plenty of space and plenty of respect left. It's going to be side by side though, down this wiggly, not straight down towards turn 4.
Yep, and now this would be an indication that Hernecki is not just wanting him to waltz off. He's making him work for it as he's gone a bit deep into turn 4, forcing Hugenhout to go the long way around. But with the lighter car and the additional pace he's had, that is the number 1 car into the lead of the race now. I think Hernecki realised he didn't realistically have much of a chance to keep Hugenhout behind with the pace difference that they've seen. Adam Flynn is in. The number 17 car's come in again.
Yeah, I think he's had an issue. Yeah, here we go. Same corner that caught Thomas Kuma.
Turn 8 again. And he's
now
gone.
a hill.
And we see a Marshall's backside. He looks like he avoided the wall at least. Great rally crossing to get back on track, though. That was spectacular.
Yeah, I think that maybe the V3 racing car needs a little setup change because it's catching both their drivers out so far.
Yeah, and possibly new underpants for Adam Flynn. He wasn't that close to the wall, I suppose. But it's never nice, though, when you've gone off track and you just see the wall approaching you much quicker than you'd like.
Yeah, it's a horrible moment when you're crashing and you know you're crashing.
Yes.
But Hugenhout maintains his lead that he sees last lap from Hernecki. Who else have we got? So, Randall Luke's holding his own in pace battle against Chris Holstein. It was actually half a second lap faster. Not really gaining on Philip Schiff, though. Philip Schiff sort of ending up in a race on his own in a minute. It's no man's land where the cars in front are pulling away and the cars behind are dropping back. It's a very safe and comfortable position, but it's not always the most interesting. But yeah, we've got some drivers on the move.
Indeed. And it's good to see that no one's kind of just thought, oh, well, I'm that far behind, I'm just going to chuck the towel in. Everyone is, like you said earlier, everyone is still pressing on for as much as they can gain from this event. So, actually, fair play to them, and much appreciated from our competitors. Simon Hernecki still trying to hang on to the back of Cas Hugenhout as they complete lap 262. But that gap is only really going to continue to increase unless the Comrade Gaming Red number 1 has a bit of a problem.
Something to consider for Comrade Gaming Red. If Italy had got technical issue, if he can't get them resolved, the TCR! Whoa! That was close for Hernecki. That was very close. You could see, who was that? Dan May? You could see his car squirreling around under braking. Yeah, watch this. And that's just braking force. That's just because he's holding on to that for dear life. But yeah, that is not at all what the 299 car wants to see in front of it.
Simon Hernecki's going, stop, 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 stop. However, that translates into...
But yeah, if they can't, if Italy has got technical issues, if he's meant to drive again and can't get them fixed, that throws a real span into the works for Comrade Gaming Red. Because if that depends entirely on who's available to drive. Not every team has got people available at every moment. I do think actually Comrade Gaming Red are still carrying a bit of damage on the bonnet, if you look. On the left-hand side by the number.
Where are you looking?
Yeah, they've still got damage on the left-hand side of the car, right as we're looking at it now.
Right as we're looking at it, yeah, you're right.
So, yeah, I wonder if they don't want to... Oh, I wonder if that's it. Do we know if they've used a fast repair yet? Is that information that we can get hold of? Because if...
No, we can't get hold of it, or no, they haven't used it? We can't get hold of it. Okay.
Because if not, I can see why it's still carrying damage. If they've used one already, if they use another one, then they get a stop-go penalty on top of it.
Fair point.
So it might be worth taking a little bit of repairs at the pit stop rather than taking the penalty if they've used a fast repair already. And actually, I put it this way. I know on the parade lap, I think it was Chris Holstein asked on the radio or said on the radio, remember to all drivers, when you pit, you must deactivate the fast repair, because if you don't, it will automatically use it. So I wonder if they've accidentally maybe used their free one. That's the only reason I can think of why you wouldn't fix the damage.
Unless it's just the way the livery looks. Now, I know that I've been conned before. It does look like the body is not quite straight. What's Eric Mixter been up to? What's he done? Let's turn 4. Oh, no, tail's gone. No, you're going to block the track. Oh, no, he did well to...
Well parked on the escape road.
Yeah, I was going to say, he did well to actually get out of the way and not just headbutt the wall.
That's not a good place to be facing the wrong way, though. Oh, don't hit the ball. There you go.
Well played. That was well recovered there from Eric Mixton to actually get back on track and not hit the wall.
Yeah, it's a good recovery from a. It's one of those spins that you see coming from a mile away, and there's nothing you can do. You just have to accept that you're going round.
We've all been there, and I've done the same thing at that same turn as well. It's so frustrating because you're going through your usual kind of. Well, you're going through the usual just habit, aren't you? Just you brake here, you turn here, la 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 la, and suddenly the tail just lets go, and that was close, Mr. McPherson. But didn't break enough to avoid hitting the wall. As no, that's a race leader
in the wall.
Oh, you lucky boy! That was so close.
Can we have another replay of that on cockpit cam? Because that will have caught his attention.
So he's gone too wide there on the exit.
Clipped the gravel.
There's buttocks. And what we can't see from that camera angle is...
Here we go. Yeah, the smallest thing.
Oh, that is so close.
I've got to say that is such a... You've got to be calm in that moment because it's so easy to overcorrect, panic, do the wrong thing, and next thing you are in the wall.
Underpants required, please. Car number 1. Yep, he's in. Easy handing that one over. Oh, that's not going to be a pleasant cockpit, whoever's getting in there.
They're leaving the same driver in. I would have thought they're the same. Oh, you can't use that. I had you written down. I don't know whether that's a proper pit stop. All right, we'll use Simon Ertnicki.
Well, I wonder whether because because it seemed like they short stinted before that this is now the result of the short stint. So they're having to come in again for possibly a longer stop.
What lap are we on now? 265?
265, yes.
Hold on, I'll math.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry, I'm using a calculator. I'm not
Okay.
crazy.
Yeah, so standard stop is around about 109, minute 9, minute 10, and that's how long that Hugenhout was stationary for, and he's now back underway again. So same driver in there to deal with the same mess that he probably left behind after the off at turn. There, that's Simon Ertnicki that's just gone past him. So he's actually rejoined the same distance behind Ertnicki that he was before he started chasing him down, but now a lap apart.
So I think a stint, if that was a lap he was meant to come in on, is about 40 laps.
Okay.
So the next one to keep an eye on will be if Mikael Kingsepp and Adam... No, we can't use Adam Flynn because he didn't do that. I think he paid recently, didn't he? Basically, if someone comes in relatively soon, that's all tally up. I'll come back to you on that.
I like where you're going with that, Stevie. I do like where you're going with that. Oh, there's Adam Flynn nearly joins. That's not Dwayne Hoffman, but no, McPherson. What's he done? Oh, Jonathan Diggs is. He's doing a bit of.
He's racing in the lakes of gravel. The Great Lakes Racing Aqua Gravel.
Yeah. He's off to find the mountain trout in the Great Lakes. Well. So, well, that's a bit of a shame in a way, because that's completely undone what we were thinking is going to be a great kind of lead battle if Hugenhout was going to try and stretch that out and see where Simon Hertnecki and the 299 car was going to filter back in. It was a bit of a shame.
Nick, are you available
Yes, I am.
to potentially commentate? I'm just going to have to restart my PC because I had like a 10-second freeze there of nothing.
Oh no,
So
that was me. That was
you.
me.
Is that you?
Yeah, that was me.
Don't do that! I've got a fragile PC!
I clicked on the wrong button.
Well,
there's a freeze button right above the live button.
That sounds like a design flaw to me.
Okay, we're good.
Well, at this point, it's actually going to be my time to sign off, as I've been in the booth for about 5 hours now, and I must admit I'm absolutely knackered. But I've had a wonderful time being part of this event, supporting the Star Thrower group. As again, just one final plug for the charity before I head off. So this 12-hour event is supporting the Star Thrower group, benefiting adults with special needs. There is the donate link on screen and in the description box for those that wish to use it. Thank you very much to those that have already supported the cause. We still have another 5 and a bit hours of this race to go through. We'll have more commentators swapping in a little bit later on. Just wish to thank all the drivers taking part. Thank you to Braden Hill and Nick Domino for driving this event forward. And I will be signing off. Thank you also incredibly much for you, Stevie Chambers, for keeping me on the straight and narrow. It's a difficult job, but you weather it well.
I'm a little out of practice, so I'm sure I could do better next time, but we'll see. It's been good.
It's been a great
enjoy your evening.
I certainly shall, but there's a lot of racing still to go here. As you can see, 5 and a bit hours still to go. But for me, I am going to sign off. Thank you very much, and I may well see you all again this very soon.
Just before you go.
Yes.
And asked to give you a message.
Uh-oh.
From the YouTube chat.
Oh.
Phil says hi, by the way.
Hello, Phil.
And they are cheering for Cannonball, but unfortunately, there's this small detail called copyright. So
my legacy still lives on, the Cannonball Run thing. Yeah, sadly, that is a copyrighted piece of music these days. That's why I had to stop using it when I did, which I'm still sour about. But there we go. What can we do?
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Pleasure. Have fun, gentlemen, and I'll see you all again.
So now he's gone. He's totally done that as a conspiracy. A conspiracy that. Yeah, he did that to get away from me.
Oh.
That's what I'm hearing.
I don't believe so. Then he would have done it, a bit earlier, I think.
That's why he started without me, Limit the amount of time. But we're not going to dwell on that. We're going to move on.
Yeah.
So, a couple of things to point out. After that potentially early pit stop, or potentially necessity out of nearly throwing it in the wall, Cass Hogan has come out about 12 seconds. No, about a minute and a half, so nearly a lap. Oh wait, right there, exactly a lap behind Hertnecki. But it's only fit 12 seconds or so ahead of Philip Schiff. Who else have we got on the move? It's still nip and tuck between Rano Luke and Chris Holstein. I think whenever Chris Holstein gains a bit of time, he's tucked right up behind this BMW, learned from what happened earlier. Don't get caught out again.
That is the exact BMW and around each side of the TCR right there. But that's the BMW he actually had the contact with that cost him quite a lot of time.
Yeah, that's Martin Cook. He's got to... Is it past him? It's good. No more horrible flashbacks for him. He can get off down the road. Who else have we got? Dwayne Hoffman is in the pits. So we'll see if he changes driver. Chris Hogenhout is in the pits again.
Now that's an issue.
That is definitely an issue.
Ooh,
whether this...
And it's because he had a crash.
Oh, what happened here?
Oh, that's all around.
Yeah, it didn't hit anything, but clearly there is issues with that car, and has brought it straight in. So what's
The
this going to be?
issue-
Is this going to be a driver change?
Maybe I think the problem there is that he has destroyed the tires. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. These tires are like they were when I last drove. They didn't like doing long slides. They would overheat very quickly, and you could be there for a while.
They are not the same as when we drove. They are worse, and I'm still not happy about that. You know.
I think
about-
they're out.
Do you think they are?
The car's been dropped, and no one. Remind me, does the car drop when fuel is done, or when all of it's done?
Well, if they are taking repairs, then they're waiting.
Yeah, maybe. But that's
but
it. It's a big blow for Comrade Gaming Red.
It has been a costly day for Comrade Gaming.
Yeah.
You know, with P, you know, with the both of their
It's
cars
actually-
in top 3, and now.
Oh yeah, true.
Out of top 3, but yeah, it's a long stint, a long pit stop. But I think if they were out, they would let's see. There's no driver in the car. You might be right.
This is big drama for them. It's not what they want. So we will we'll see what happens whether they go back out there. But for now, they're lost. Holstein, when did he last pit? I can't see. He's also out of sync though, so this might be a regular stop. We're on lap 271. So I'm not sure exactly when he last stopped. Yeah, huge problems for Comrade Gaming. As who now drops to 7th place overall. This is crushing for them after driving so well. Holstein is out of the car, and Domino Gatormare is getting in, so that looks like a scheduled stop for them.
Is this the first time we have Gatormare actually?
I don't remember.
I don't remember seeing
I don't know, but I know he's part of their team, and I know he's very quick, so they're hoping I suspect they're hoping he's going to try and recover some of the troubles they face. And now, realistically, a podium is not out of the question. It just depends how long they're going to be sitting there for.
Yeah.
Because Philip Schiff and Renault Luke are about 30 seconds apart. They're a little out of sync in terms of there's a 5 lap difference in terms of pit stops. And obviously there's about a 20 lap one between Gatormare and Luke and Schiff now.
Yeah.
But we will see.
But what drama? You know, one of the favorites just dropping out like that. That's
Yeah.
I had there's a statement from Cass. I had to park the car, guys. Sorry, my teammate had to stop because both physically and hardware issues, and I'm not going to be able to do 6 hours straight of driving.
Oh, gutted. So it was as we suspected then. There were issues on the in the car for no leak, and it's meant that Kaz was going to be faced with a really difficult task. So gutting for them. They were doing so well. We do have someone ready for interview if you want to bring them down, if we can do that, if you want to do that. We've got Chris Holstein.
See, the problem actually, let's go up there because I can't move.
Okay, sure. Hello. This is Chris Holstein of Comrade Gammon.
That is correct. Hi, Stevie.
Why? Hello. Why? Let's start with that. Why Gammon?
Gammon? Oric?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Oh, because you're in the Porsche. Okay. That's disappointing.
I'm very disappointed in you that you didn't get that earlier.
I should have got that earlier. Okay, let's focus on the race. How's it going for you? We've seen you and your team have a few adventures.
Yes, well, in particular, me having a few adventures. I think it's all fun and all that. It's just a little bit unfortunate that that we had that incident with back marker. But yeah, things like that happen, I guess, and would have been, you know, a nice fight for the win up front. But now I guess we're just trying to hammer it all out in the last 5 hours. So
yeah, you're still on course for a podium here if you can get catch up to the back of Renault.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think Tepa as well is gonna be someone who we have to watch out for. And I think we have quite a good strategy with the double stints we are doing all the time with the tires. I have no idea why our tire wear is so much better than everyone else's, but it seems that way. So, yeah.
I mean, that's to your benefit.
Yeah, definitely.
So, what's the plan for Gatorman? Just get him out there and go as fast as he can, or is there any strategic elements at play still?
Yeah, and I mean, he's now on the used tires that I've given to him, since he was a little bit late now for his first double. So he's gonna do one stint, then I'm gonna do a double, and then he's gonna finish with a double. So that's the plan.
Okay. So yeah, podium is the goal.
Yes, definitely.
And hey, if anything happens to the leaders, then that's still a win is still potentially on the cards.
Yes. Just a quick one to thank as well everyone who's organized this. It's really been fun. It's for a cool cause, so thanks for that.
Words never truer said. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, you too.
And good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, Stevie. See you.
Bye.
Bye, Niclas.
What?
Bye! I said, play Niclas.
Nick, are we moving down?
Yeah.
So, Nick, I have a question for you.
You have a question for me? Yes, go on.
My game's frozen.
Your game is frozen. Why is your game frozen?
It's a good question. I can still see the relative and the graphics and everything changing, but I'm stuck looking at Dominic Gatorman.
As in, he's standing still, or?
He's standing still, and the sound is frozen. So I am now going to have to do something about it.
Oh yeah. Go on. I will just talk a little bit about the weather at this point in time. As we are now over 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we are able to see that in game as well, with the sun getting down, and now actually some of the drivers might be, might already have, but at least in half an hour to an hour's time, we need some issues with the sun getting into the eyes, and that we hope to see. We might see some issues and some bad lap times due to poor visibility. But on the other hand, if you take a look again, the air temperature will be dropping, and the track temperature a little bit, but not too much. And when the air temperature drops, you get a bit better air into the car, and these cars get a little bit more horsepower to work with. So you tend to see the fastest lap times in. I would say it needs to get a bit colder, but we are getting into where the fun time is. I think in about 2 hours time we will see some of the, if there's no traffic, we will see some of the fastest time and stuff that is out there.
Yeah, it's the prime conditions, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. How is your beautiful game?
44% loaded. So, we'll see. I can't see anything, I can still see the timings. I see that Dominic Gatorman didn't quite take... Oh wait, am I going to have to refresh that? I'll refresh that as well. Because that's all frozen as well.
Yeah, everything is frozen there. You do like apparently frozen. As I can see, there's a sign there for some heavy orange juice for just £1. Apparently. But yeah, one thing, right now we are seeing the BMW really outperform here, and with the Porsche as well being, the dominant cars in the season. And these are some of the newer cars in. Ooh, as we are having a battle here with John Duffy and what did you say? Kingskip? Kingskip, yeah. I'm butchering names.
Kingskip.
I am just, destroying them completely. And
you're an official commentator. It's you're allowed.
yes, exactly. And he has been quite a bit faster than Callum over the whole stint. Has definitely been one of the fastest drivers out there. Period. Putting in those laps, but yeah, with these the newer cars and stuff like that, iRacing just announced that for the next update they're gonna release the Evo version of the Ferrari 488.
Yes.
Which is gonna be interesting to see if they're gonna do that as a free update to the car or what they're gonna do there. Knowing iRacing, that won't happen, but let's see.
Well, let's not rule it out before it's.
No, definitely not. it can happen, that they're gonna do that, and it's interesting to see that they're now implementing Evos as well, because it might turn out better for the future for getting an Evo version of the Audi R8 and maybe even an Evo version of the Mercedes, which is the only GT3 car that has a grille that can challenge the BMW in pure size.
I thought you were going to give a comment on the grill from a purely aesthetic look, and I'm going to discourage that. Okay, I think if I can get past this load screen, I'll be back. Timing screen's changing, it's updating, and I can see Jonathan Hitchin. Do you want to change it just to make sure we're all good? Hey, look at that! I'm good, I'm back. Sorry about that.
But why would you discourage me? Do you like the front of the BMW? Or not, from the Mercedes?
I actually haven't seen the Mercedes.
You haven't seen
But if it's anything like the BMW, then I don't want to.
If you remember the old Mercedes, then they have just made it a lot bigger.
Has it opened its mouth?
Yeah.
Oh god. No one needs to see that.
It seems like it's sad all the time, but it's then more aggressive with the headlights, as we are having. Dan May have been off track. Let's see what has happened here. Is that an issue with? Oh, he's just.
I wonder whether he's been so focused in looking in his mirror to try and get out of the way, he's missed his braking point a bit.
I think so.
Because it's very easily done. It's the same reason why drivers, so busy following the car in front, follow the car off when they make a mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very easily done. No, he lost 4/10. Yeah, it's the thing. They put him in clearly, like Chris said, to put the laps down, but you can't ignore what the only thing you can control is what you do, and you cannot control your competitive speed. And it seems Renault Luke has got plenty in hand.
But he has some used tires. If the others are new tires,
That's true. That's true.
Lap times.
That is very true.
Because each time they're not changing the tires, it's like I think it's almost 20 seconds. I think it's 16, 17 seconds per time per stint that they are just gaining as free time because they're just standing still.
Yeah. Hey, credit to Dominic Gaidemeyer. One of the worst experiences as a driver is taking somebody else's used tires.
You never want to use somebody's.
No, it's not too bad when.
Never.
Right. Oh, we'll move on. It's one thing to use your tires and burn through them because you manage it throughout stint, but to suddenly jump in and just have somebody else's that you've no idea what they've been doing with, it's not nice. least these cars have got traction control and ABS, so it's not like they've suffered massive lockups or anything. But you can still slide them around. You can still lose so much performance.
Yeah, they're always sliding around the tires, and you know, going over the curbs and stuff like that is never. It's all a factor of, you know, just slightly, you know, destroying the tires. Always there.
Yeah. Do you want to have a look at Ivo van der Linden? Because it looks like he's going to very quickly be in striking range of Martin Cook for 11th place. So it's another battle that's brewing. We haven't seen Ivo van der Linden since he had that crash probably 4 or 5 hours ago now with Joseph Parker, I think, into turn 3. But the car's still going. He's back in the car. But he gets very much a lot over that yellow curb. Those yellow curbs will spit you off if you abuse them. They don't. They're not a big fan of that.
They were the curbs that got the stop, right?
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Because he overtook Kimi at a Formula 1 race, but he.
Oh,
inside,
yeah.
So they put
on
them
the
down.
inside. That's quite good.
That's
But yeah, Ivo van der Linden putting Martin Cook under a lot of pressure. He was 8 tenths faster than him on the lap previous. So Ivo van der Linden has got the pace. The same car. So as we've seen, we've same power, same suspension, similar tyres probably. But it's all down to the driver and the setup. So we'll see and we'll follow this one for a little bit. Closest battle on track. Yes.
Yeah, it is at the moment, as a lot of the others have settled in to and that is what you tend to see in these endurance races, but you still have lap shots and stuff like that, at any time mix something up as he's getting
absolutely. Yeah, Cook took a little too much of that inside curb and it just unsettled the car. And you pay the price for it all the way up towards turn 3. Is he going to make the move here? Is he going to wait for turn 4? Sitting behind for now. He's going to try and get the inside line though, but we've seen so many times that outside line, the exit over that crest is so useful. It launches the car down towards turn 4. Will he have another look at the inside? He's thinking about it. Can he commit on the brakes? No, but Cook has left him plenty of space, just in case he got that wrong or needed a little bit more room.
ABS is actually making it quite difficult to do these outbreaking maneuvers. Because
it's
helping you break the car, so where a lot of other series, you know, drivers might sometimes it's just braking that's the difference between them. Here you can really hide a lot of faults some drivers tend to have.
Yeah, it's such a big deal, but you can still mess it up. You know, like I mentioned a while ago, the second to last corner, the braking for that is so tricky, regardless of ABS, just because the track falls away. You know, if the car's moving around, you're turning. It's everything a car doesn't want to do whilst braking. So, oh wow, Van der Linden within 2 tenths now. They were split on lap time by 100th of a second, but you would expect it to be close.
Yeah, when you're this close, you know, you tend to drive the same lap times. Oh, as he's going for the inside here, and let's see if he can get the outside or just move right in front there and close that up. I think that move is done and dusted. But let's see if Cook can get onto the inside or outside here into turn. Is this 4? This is 4, yeah.
This is 4, yeah. Well, you don't want to be... Van der Linden was clever there. The worst thing to do in a situation like that, when you know you're pretty sure the move is done, you don't want to be defending thin air. You don't want to be defending from a car that's not going to go for the move, because it just costs you time. Yeah. The defensive line is not the optimum line, otherwise they'd take it every lap. Yeah, you want to be on that racing line as much as you can. So let's see where Van der Linden will go. He's got quite a big gap to the car in front, but his last lap was 1.2 seconds faster than Adam Flynn, the car in front. We have seen the V3 racing car have a few issues. They're ahead of the minute, and I am sure they want to stay there.
We have actually seen quite a few Porsches going off there. I know we have had quite a few cars, but the Porsches actually seem to be one car that is consistent B by losing the rear through those two corners like that. As we actually had an incident with Jonathan Dix here. Let's see.
He got
whole speed.
1:10.6. Oh! Who was that in the other car?
No, Gamer.
That was. Oh, that was. Can we have another look at that again?
Yeah, that was Dominic Gatorman.
Yeah, I think Dominic sort of expected Jonathan to have backed out of that, and he didn't. And he's moved over to take more of the racing line. He's just collided with the car that's still there. Gatorman looks relatively unscathed, I suspect. Jonathan Diggs has just lost a lot of time, unless there's any damage on his car. Yeah, the Comrade Gammon cars have been in the walls a bit today.
Yeah.
And they are Comrade Gaming's only hope right now after Comrade Gaming Red unfortunately had to retire a long time ago. Well, what's Mike Scaper's done? Oh, got himself into the gravel. Really easy to do. You run the racing line right to the outside of the track, and all you do is dip a wheel and it pulls you in a little further.
I'm just gonna look here at he's just pulling that time out and just getting a distance between himself and Martin Cook there.
Yeah, are we still on replay? But yeah, Dominic last lap 31.1, so even with the contact he didn't lose a huge amount of time to the car in front of him, but Jonathan Diggs lost quite a bit more. But yeah, Ivo van der Linden has already pulled 2 seconds on Martin Cook. He has got places to be. But Adam Flynn, it's almost like he knew. He responded and was half a second faster than van der Linden last lap. So, who else have we got on track? We've got Rohit Derek Patty, only 5 seconds or so behind Christian Sign. 7/10 out of him on the last lap for 13th place. Team KBK car might have company soon.
He's getting close.
That's what we like to see as Van der Linden pit. So those moves are, critical. You want to maximise the car as best you can, and you managed to get a very good in-lap in. So we'll see if Martin Cook or Adam Flynn come in anytime soon. Who else is on the move? Mikael Kingsep is still putting in very good lap times. Was a second faster than the car behind, Callum Roby, and was half a second quicker last lap than Thomas Mocek. And this guy has been so fast this race.
Yeah.
Because his team were relatively far down, and he's really bringing them up. And to his credit, he's not been making any mistakes. He's just been consistent and fast, and that is exactly what they want. So we have a new driver in, replacing Van der Linden, which is a relatively short stop then, very succinct for Van der Linden, because we've got Casper Engels in the car now.
I'm just having, we are having fireworks outside my.
Oh wow.
In the pits, come out right in the middle of Well, just right in front of the 2 TCR cars. So that probably.
Do you want to just check the Discord and try and fill them in with some answers, and I'll keep talking?
Yeah, I will try that.
So, who have we got on track? If you can just try and follow me with what I'm doing, talking about. So, Jonathan Hitchin, 8 seconds back from Dominic Gaidermare. And running pretty good pace is Jonathan Hitchin. Not been in the wars too many times. Rana Luke has been a surprise to me. From last I saw him, he was competitive, but not quite this far up the grid. So, good progress from him. And is really on for a podium at this rate in real online racing orange. They've not had too many dramas. Dominic Gaiderman is over a minute behind in a minute, but they are out of sync with stops. So you're not going to find out the answer to that, probably for at least another 4 hours or so. But out front, we have Simon Hutnicki, who is at this point a lap ahead of Philip Schiff in second place. The 299 car, their number one threat, being Comrade Gaming Red, has unfortunately hit technical difficulties, as we saw. They've had both physical and hardware challenges with Nadalik, and now Cass Hogenhout couldn't do 6 hours in a row, and I don't blame them. That's a long time to go. But yeah, right now we're looking at Thomas Mochek running in 7th overall. Got 2 cars right behind him. One of them is Mixter, who's just run a little wide. And it's then side by side with someone. Martin Cook making his way through the traffic. 2 TCRs right next to him. That's where he had the incident a long time ago now with Chris Holstein. Dominic Gaidermare fighting more cars, although these aren't for position. So I wonder if Casper Engels has been in the pits again. Sure. But my favourite livery there, the Black Dove Racing car of Garrett Patty, making his way through the traffic. Such an awkward place to hit traffic through there, because that's exactly why I look at that. The TCR is lacks so much power compared to the rear-wheel drive and more powerful GT3 cars. The TCR1 being the only car in the field that's front-wheel drive. And I dread to think how difficult it is to get these cars around here. Casper Engels then in for CCTS Esports Endurance, running 13th now. We've got Craig Wakefield fighting with Dan May. That is for... It is for position, but they are not on the same lap. Craig Wakefield is 2 laps ahead of Dan May. But in TCR, you've got Mike Scapers still leading the way. Full 3 laps in front of second place. Craig Wakefield, who we're looking at now. Oh, okay, so Dan May is trying to unlap himself. Got it. That's what we've got going on there. So we are coming up to 7.5 hours into this race. Only the 3 retirements so far, which is really, you would expect a few more. We've lost Team AOR due to lack of drivers, really. Cass Hogenhout through technical difficulties and stuff at Kamki. I'm not really sure, but unfortunately he has had to drop out. Nico Malcavara coming into the pit, as you can see now, for Race Gear Storm. So we'll see whether there's a driver change or a carrying on. Just a shout out as well of why we're doing this. This is a fundraiser event, 12-hour endurance race for Star Thrower Group, benefiting adults with special needs. ring12h.weebly.com/donate, or there is a link in the video description if you don't want to type it out. So, who else have we got in the pits then? So was Mika Markavari, sorry, was he the one that was running in second? No. We've now got Craig Dancy. So who's he just taken over from? Yeah, there was Rano Luke, Dominic Godemar.
Craig Dancy, that is... that's the Team Teva guys.
It's very difficult to remember who was just in the car, despite talking about them for at least an hour.
Yeah, I remember. It will come to us at one point eventually.
It will indeed.
But Craig Dance is just taking that car over, and he's quite a fast driver. From I remember from driving the commentating on the AOR races.
Yeah, I remember that name. There's a few names I remember that I used to commentate on. I remember Rano Luke, Dominic Gademeyer, Mike Scapers, Merlin Cooper, Stefan Kamke, Evan Imre. But yeah, there's a few names here that I have never seen before. But I've been thoroughly impressed, really, with all the driving on display.
Yeah, it has been really good, and it's been really clean as well. We have had small issues, but we haven't really had any, issues of people driving into each other. It has been a lot more of small accidents, in close combat, and that happens, and then it has been people just losing it on their own.
Yeah, we've not had. I know that there was full course yellows were initially available for use if need be, but they weren't needed on the lap one, and they haven't been needed. It's really good to see, because this far into a race, people start to lose concentration. People start to struggle with their cars, really. And as the ninth comes in, I'm sure we'll see a few more mistakes along the way. So, Dominic Gademeyer sits about 12 seconds or so behind Craig Dancy. But they are not on the same pit strategy. We will see Dominic Gademeyer in relatively soon, I might suspect, within the next half an hour or so, which I know is a long time. We have got... Okay.
Yeah, well, you're saying it's a long time, but then suddenly you're like, oh, that was that half an hour.
Yeah, it's true. It's flown by.
It really does, and that's the thing about these long races. It takes sometimes you lose a bit of the feel of time at the end, because suddenly you're just like, oh, that was 2 hours, and as King said, yeah, he was tired, but he was like, oh, I have actually been here for 5 hours. Suddenly the time just flies by.
Yeah, it's certainly very much the same when you're in the car. If you're in a rhythm, it can be a very, very quick hour, as we have race leader Simon Hetnicke into the pit lane. He has got a pretty comfortable lead. So, barring any huge dramas with the car, this is also a good time if he's got the time. If he's got any optional repairs, get them done while he's got the comfort, while he's got the padding to do it.
Yeah.
Rather than burning through a fast repair now.
Yeah, that's right. Were you looking at lap times? Oh, as we're having two drivers getting out at exactly the same time.
Yeah, one of them's got to yield.
Yeah, Flynn just decided to back out of that one, as Simon is getting some new boots on, and he's ready to go out there and defend his lead. A substantial lead. They have really been, a class of their own at the head of the field. We had like three drivers who were really, or three teams that was really realistically gonna fight for this, and there was this ERT racing team, and then the combat gaming cars, but they've both had issues with the combat gaming. This car has just been driving without any issues non-stop for quite a while.
Yeah, it's what we got here with Ryan Haddell. Oh, round he goes at turn 6. Yeah, that Ferrari has looked a little bit of a handful.
It has. It really has.
What we got here with Gary Capati. Oh, has he been running too? Yeah. Who was that? That was the number 88 V3 Racing.
Yeah,
which was Adam Flynn, I think. Who's just braked way... It's not even way too late, let's be honest. Slightly outbraked himself. Yeah. Committed to staying on his line, and I imagine hoped the right would just get out of the way. But doesn't always work that way, I'm afraid.
No. So we are at the moment having a little bit of technical issues. I'm just going to restart the overlay.
Do you want to go on a break? Do you want to put a video up?
Yeah, we can just take the last video here, and I will see if we can get this working. So we will go into a new video for our charity. Remember to donate. We have already hit our target, but you know, the more we can give, the better it is. The link is in the description, and it's pinned in the chat as well. So please give as much as you can.
Hi, my name is Dominic, and I want to tell you about Star Thrower. I like to help other members to improve their skills. I also help to support the staff. And also, I'm the mayor, and I present the members to the board. Please make a donation at our website. Thank you.
Easy game.
And
That was way difficult.
Back.
Are we back? We're live? We're good? We're talking? Okay. So, sorry about that, everybody. We had a few little technical difficulties we needed to sort out. What's happened while we've been away? Let's have a little look-see. I think we've got a few new drivers on the go. Sander Palou, who I'm not sure I've
he was
seen
here
before.
he was here at the beginning. So he did some of the first stint in that car.
Right, okay. Okay. What else have we got? We've got Rano Luke and Craig Dancy very close together, separated by half a second, or is that Dominic Gaidermeyer? I've read the relative wrong. It's Gaidermeyer and Rano Luke. So this is going to be a battle on track for P3, podium at stake.
And that was
Dominic Gaidermeyer.
Yeah, and that was their aim, you know, when we talked with Holstein just a little while ago. So let's see, but I think they're gonna try and see if they can get there. You know, first they have to get by Luke, and then they'll try and see if they can get Dancy.
Yeah, they're going to want to get on with this. I don't think I think Rano Luke's pace has been very good, and I think they're very nip and tuck. But I think overall, I think the Comrade Gammon car is a little bit quicker, but only marginally. But yeah, they've got to maximise everything they can. They've had a few incidents that they're trying to recover from. And then up the road, yeah, they've got, what's that, where is Craig Dancy actually? Can you have a look at him? So he's not too, he's only 15 seconds up the road from them. So he is absolutely within reach if they can get on with it. And he's hitting traffic as well. Oh, he's just been lapped by overall leader Simon Hutnicki.
They've had an easy time with it after we had Cass having to drop out.
Yeah. Comrade Gaming Red dropping out has made ERT Racing Team's life a little easier, but they've still got traffic to deal with. So what we got, Dominic Gaidermeyer, is he going to have a look at the inside of turn 4? Nope, he's just sitting behind for now. It's a risk though. If you think you've got more pace, it might be worth send just to try and get the clear air. But maybe with this lap traffic, there's an opportunity that will present itself a little sooner than he is ready for. Casper Engels is only 4 seconds or so behind Martin Cook, so he's closed up. Anybody else looking very close? Not really. Yeah, this is by far the closest battle we've got on track for P3 overall. And they've got a battle just in front of them.
That's just lapping each other.
Oh. Yeah, but is P7 in front? Because it looks like P14 is the faster car.
No, P14 is...
Okay. Yeah. So hopefully they'll hopefully clear these two cars relatively soon. I think the problem is though that the Thomas Mocek in 7th isn't making the moves on the lapped car. So interesting. I thought he'd have tried to make a move there.
Yeah,
Said he's gonna drop behind these two.
Yeah, but the Gaidermeyer is going for it. He's going for it. He's made the dive onto the inside. I just cut right in front of, and that's job done. Luke,
it was very assertive driving. This move is finished.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give you an opportunity to tag on the outside here or anything.
No, and Rano is one of the drivers where he's sensible in his driving. Where he's like, I'm not going to fight this, but he didn't make that. It wasn't the most difficult to
No, but there was still a little bit of jeopardy, as with every move you make. But it's really what Comrade Gammon are after. They want him in clear air. They want him to use the lap times that he, hopefully, as far as they're concerned, has got in his pocket. to try and close down Craig Dancing, who, well, even with that move, Dominic took 9/10 of a second out of him.
He's trying to unlap himself.
He is trying to unlap himself. That is not what ERT want to see. They want to see people being nice and staying behind them. Yeah, what happened there? That is, and there's no obligation for Hurtniki to let Dancy go. If Dancy wants to do it, he's got to get past him and then pull away.
Yeah.
You cannot just stay in front of him for the sake of it. You've got to get on with it, otherwise it's going to be stuck in blue flags again, sorry. He's really trying! TCL made life difficult there.
And this is just the worst thing as a fast driver. You know that they might be the same pace as you, or maybe only a slight margin faster. So you might lose time because then you get dirty air and stuff like that, and so you don't.
To have a car that tucked up, if Craig Dancy misses his braking zone, he's straight into the back of Hurtniki. It is the last thing you want as the overall race leader with a lap in hand.
Yeah, so that's the thing to consider as well.
Yeah, you want to just be left to do your own race here. They are coming up to 8 hours in. They are 2/3 through this race. They do not want to have dramas now. They do have a buffer, but it will not remain a buffer if they have an incident. But yeah, Craig Dancy's certainly looking like the faster of the two here.
Yeah, well, Gatorman hasn't completely cut off Renault yet, but still close to.
Yeah, he pulled 6/10 on him last lap. Don't want to be doing that. Turn 8, the Niclas corner is such a tricky corner on its own. You do not really want to be side by side with someone unless you really have to be. And even then you want to be very much alongside before the braking zone.
At this point it's really difficult for Simon to let fly, or maybe
if
lucky with the traffic actually getting, one of the cars in between.
Yeah, it's tricky. I know what I'd want. I'd want to let Craig go. He's got more pace. Let him go. It's easier to avoid something if it's in front of you. That would be my logic. Okay, it gives him a lap back, but it means if he does have an incident, he has it in front of you where you can avoid it, and not behind you, where it may crash it. Not that I'm suggesting at all that Craig Dance is a bad driver or anything. Oh, they've got traffic as well.
But you know when you're driving, you have the mindset that everybody else can't drive.
Yes.
Especially in conditions where you really have to be certain. Think about what you do happen all the time. Ooh, as Craig is trying to but he also knows that he needs kind of, stick on here because
yes, it's true. If it might be the case that Dance's pace is being flattered a little bit. But oh, he's pulling to the inside. That's getting very close.
Oh, that's getting too close to comfort. He doesn't have to fight this.
This is very, very close.
He's almost pushing him now. Oh, that's close.
Side by side into turn 3. This is overall race leader versus second place, but second place is trying to unlap themselves. It looks like he's done it. Will Hurtniki let him go, or will he just go, no, I'm in front. You might be in front of me here, but I'm overall ahead. Get out of my way.
Ooh, that's close, that's close.
Very close. They're putting a lot of faith in each other here. I think Hurtniki's just going to try and let him go and just go, if it's that desperate for you, go. I think that little moment into turn one may have put the frighteners a little bit on Hertnicki.
Yeah, those are the situations where like, all right, now I will.
Yeah, we'll now see if Craig's got any pace. Oof. That pear tree is very worrying sometimes from certain angles. Yeah. Now Dancy's trying to break the toe. Doesn't want to be dragging Hertnicki around. Maybe this is it. Maybe Team Tepper think, do you know what? You're only a lap in front. We think we can do this. We've still got 4 hours to bring this down.
Yeah, and while they're fighting,
Yeah, that's the other thing to consider. And Rhino Luke, okay, has been dropped a little bit by Gatorman, but he is not too far behind. So we've got a flurry of pit action. We've got Joseph Parker in there. We've got Robert Hurdell in there. We've just had somebody else. I think Patrick Eldron's just come out of the pits as well.
That one is yours.
Miko Malcavara. He's about 45 seconds behind Jonathan Hitchin in front of him. He's got a good old gap to the car behind Thomas Mocek. Yeah, he's been on it. Yeah, King Skepper's stepped out, it seems. They can only drive so much. That's why Camera Gaming Red, the long-time leaders of this race, or battling for the lead of this race, they stepped out. They ran out of drivers and had too many technical difficulties. We've got Adam Flynn in the pit lane for V3 Racing as well. So let's have a look. Last lap, Craig Dancy, 10th of a second faster than Simon Hertnicki. He's pulling away, but not by much.
But you know the crucial thing is that didn't really. Well, Gator may have took a bit of time, but it's 1,000 of a second.
Yeah, it's very small gains. But hey, this is very competitive racing, isn't it? This is what you get when teams and drivers are very evenly matched. It's very nip and tuck. Martin Cook is very close to Casper Engels. Do you want to hop on board there? 11th and 12th, Casper Engels, Martin Cook. Have they just had a swatcheroo?
Yeah, we have had a position to see.
Oh. Oh wow, and we've got cars coming out of the pit lane as well. So they were side by side. The move was sort of made in turn 1, all the way down through the corner. This is 2, into the braking zone of 3. Casper Engels gets ahead. Well, we can't contest it as much as we'd like to. So yeah, Martin Cook tried to get the run, couldn't quite do it. Casper Engels then staying ahead, going into turn 4. But with just over 4 hours to go, it's time for me to head out. And you're going to leave you in the very capable hands of Hussy and Owen.
Yes, let's go.
Very not the right word to use.
Yes, you know what they always say about leaving the best for last. I think you guys got that all the way wrong. We were supposed to be starting this race, not ending it. But yeah, we're gonna be doing the commentary here. I am Hussy. Joining me in the commentary booth is Owen. Owen was actually driving this morning, or at the beginning of the race here in the TCR. He is the cone abuser.
Wow.
Hashtag safety.
So.
It's all an act. It's all up against us.
Do you have anything to say for your actions?
I'd do it again.
Well, no shame. Well, this final 4 hours is going to be brought to you by these two wonderful gentlemen.
Yes. If only Owen can share his screen, that'd be great.
Well, you
That'd
saw
be
that
amazing.
out. Just remind the viewers that this stream, in this whole event, is in support of the Star Throw Group, benefiting adults with special needs. Ring12hdlwb.com/donate. Any support you can bring is very much appreciated. We've already hit the $1,000 goal, but any more you can do is very much worth it. I'll leave you to it. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you, and you have a good sleep, and then we'll see you in the morning. Well, if it was a 24-hour race, we would, but you know, it's okay.
Cheerio.
See you guys. All right, well, Owen, just you and I, we're riding on board right now, or focusing on Cook, Merlin Cook, and then, oh, there we go. We got the V3 Racing and also the BMW of Casper. There's Adam Flynn. Yes. I mean, Adam Flynn and the whole V3 Racing with GT3, they've had a rough race. And also with lap 1 when they got spun, but also had an incident where they took out a Ferrari, I believe. Well, the only Ferrari with a bad rejoin. But the stewards thought it was, you know, no further action with that incident. But here they are in P10, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so they're at P10. So they're doing well for themselves. Yeah, just overall, I think they've had, I wouldn't say the best race, but the other team, the TCR team, they're leading now by, I don't know, 2 laps, 3 laps. So they're doing well for themselves. But other than that,
Our team, not so good after signing up accidentally 2 different teams.
yes. So like the whole V3 Racing, it's very typical of them to do that, but we're not surprised. Yeah, we'll just go from there. Yeah, I'm sure there's other people on track. Is there any battle for P1? Who's leading the GT3 right now? Field. Yeah, okay, we'll just go on board with them right there. So we got P2, Greg Dempsey. Very familiar name, we all know him.
Is he pulled away from Simon? He has.
Yeah.
He's got good
I
pace.
will ask my producer here, Owen, to get rid of the relative that's in my middle of the screen. That's okay. Yeah, okay, that's amazing. But yeah, Simon is in P1 right now. Can't tell you what the team name is, but it is a BMW. There we go. What kind of lead does he have for P2, Owen?
We can sort the timing screens. It's a gap of about 1 minute and 28 seconds.
Ah, okay. So, yeah, it's with this race is going to be difficult with off tracks. I know a lot of the teams are struggling with off tracks. Not only that, but also with just contact in general, especially when you have TCR. You know, just having TCR in general on the track is one of those ones that are one of those vehicles that you don't want because they're gonna ruin your lap first of all, or cause you to have a mental breakdown if you're on a good lap and trying to catch up with someone and they could just catch you at the wrong time. As we just crossed by the cones that Owen murdered. But yeah, it's
Leave it. It's in the past.
and right now we're on board with Greg Dempsey. As we will be looking at chat, by the way. So if you have any comments or anything you want to say, we will be looking at chat. If your team is racing and you want to put a note for anything else to say, we will do so. I know someone already put in chat of the famous question about the whole, like, you know, gentleman on the short view back. We will not read that. But, you know, thank you for putting that in chat. Yeah. What do you think is the most difficult part of this race, Owen? As a driver, you know, you drove this, and right now you're doing the commentary. What was the challenge driving this track with with GT3s?
We're coming from the GT3 driver or the TCR driver? Which point?
Your point of view as a TCR driver.
Well, the worst thing about that in this race is just front-wheel drive understeer. Unfortunately for us, I think our team was a bit overpowered for the touring car class. We saw the numbers were a bit low, so we thought we would give it a go. I mean, I bought the touring car as registration opened for the race, so I had no practice. We tried to disadvantage ourselves as best as possible, but we have kind of got a powerhouse team with a Dutch superstar himself in our team. So
Michael Skeppers, yes,
there he is, Kiefer McKenna, currently
piloting
that car.
Yes.
We've we've got a nice healthy gap now. I think it is around about 6 minutes or something like that at this point.
Yeah, which is, again, as we see P3's in the pits, Dominique in the pits. What do you think? This is the strategy for GT3s. Are they taking that? Oh, they're switching drivers, actually. Oh, Christopher is going in the car. I am assuming they're going to be taking tires. Probably the best strategy to go. Track temperatures are at 27°, so, you know, if you...
You might be seeing people start to double stint. I think the quicker team's probably going to start risking it at this point.
Yeah, well,
being below 30 is where that window really starts to sort of open up.
Yeah, we'll see what Christopher does here. Maybe he'll take tires, maybe he won't. The worst thing you want to do... Well, yeah, I was going to say the worst thing you want to do as an endurance driver is take your teammates' tires.
Yeah.
Because, you know, even though you trust the guy and you've been racing with him for a long time, you know, it's just sloppy seconds. You don't want that. Oh, Adam Flynn's off track. He has disappeared off a screen.
Not sure if a nice excursion there from Adam.
Yeah, just we're gonna make sure we check on him and see if he's still okay. We'll bring the medics out to him. Yeah. So this race, 12-hour Red Bull Ring, supporter of the charity. As you can see in the title here, it's the Star Thrower Group, benefiting adults with needs. So yeah, we're just doing it for them. They are actually the sponsor for the team V3 Racing. So yeah, thanks to Braden and everyone else in the commentary box, especially the drivers too who are competing on track right now, for doing this event. We do appreciate everyone who showed up, everyone who's donated. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, and so technically this race was supposed to be, you know, a GT3 class, a TCR, and a GT4, but unfortunately with COVID restrictions, the GT4s could not make it to the event. So, of course, blame COVID. So, yeah, so we got left with a good field of GT3s and also a decent amount field of TCRs.
A little sprinkle of TCRs too.
Yeah, a little just you know, the little sass at the end there when you wanna. You cannot have it all the way, you know. You wanna have a bit of a TCR, ruining your laps and whatnot. But yeah, again, it's all for charity. But the guys out there, you know, knowing as a race car driver, even though this is not real life, of course, you want to be competing to be the best. So yeah, it's just one of those things where even though this is for fun, charity, the competitive side. Oh, we got. What happened there? Can we get a replay on that? Can we get a replay on that? I want to see. Oh no! What is happening?
And he reversed straight into him.
Yeah, this is like Baku. What happened to him? Like, where did he even come from?
Well, it's got a slow motion. I think there was initial contact up ahead.
Yeah, and Christopher just got in the car like 2 laps ago, or maybe 3 laps ago.
Hussy just arrived on the scene. I think the BMW, for whatever reason, was going slow on the exit, and Christopher had nowhere to go but straight into him.
Wow.
I don't think much he could really do there. I mean, you carried so much speed for that corner, you can't really shed off that.
And that was P4 and P3, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it could have been. Yes, it was.
Yeah, P4 and P5. Holy. So, I mean, it's not the best way to make a move on an opponent, but
look,
I mean,
get a better view here. So there was definitely something that went on up ahead. I want to say that the BMW went in a bit too deep. Yeah, and then it's an awkward coming together in the middle of the corner, really.
He stopped like on the exit almost, like he was trying to avoid an off track of some sort.
Maybe they weren't nursing. Actually, yes, they were. Yeah. They are on 63 incident points, and that would have given a 4x, so that has given them their drive-through penalty.
Ah, well, okay. So there is a change in the position there. Okay, I mean, just with 4 hours to go, roughly. You know, never count your eggs before they hatch, is what they say. It's never too late. Never too late for things to go wrong. So, and we do have 2 classes here. So the GT3 and TCR. GT3, as you saw there, it was led by that team that Owen mentioned, and the TCR, that team right here, ERT Racing. I'm sure they've led it since now the start. I'm not sure where they qualified. I'm pretty sure they qualified P1, but yeah. We also have a driver that's doing it solo. Oh, we got another spinner here. What is happening?
Is that Craig
What?
Dempsey?
No, it's this. Well, maybe it is actually.
No, it's Dwayne
Oh no.
Hoffman.
In P10. P10. Just had a bit of a maybe on the curb moment where he lost. You know, had the front on the curb, but the rear spun because physics, and they work well. As he comes.
Corner is slightly, I say, off cambered. It's weirdly flat. So on that transition from the brakes to trail braking, you do get the rear end start to come around a bit. If you don't sort that out early enough, you will just end up spinning. You are just a passenger at that point.
Yeah, sometimes the slower you go into the corner, the quicker it is. Because obviously, when you are slowing down and you spin, that's not going to help you times. But yes, car is beat up a little bit there, Owen. I don't know if you can maybe get a closer view on the bumper. I see the driver's side front here is a little bit caved in.
Is this the ERT car you're looking at?
Yeah, the P1 car.
I think that's just dirty tire marbles. I think it looks okay to me.
Yeah, okay. Oh, we're getting the nice shot here.
If usual iRacing damage over the course of a race, you'll pick up little bits and bobs here and there. Yeah. It's just
Yes, okay. Okay.
Nothing to worry
Yeah,
about.
yeah. Nothing to be taken you again with this race, just so that way people are driving and taking advantage of the whole 12 hours. We do have 3 free repairs if you do want to use them. However, time penalties. You get time penalties for using them, just so that way, in a way, they want you to race. Yeah, in a way they want you to race, but they don't want you going on track crashing people, right? So. And people have been
that you'd be repairing a lot of damage as well, so it's only fair that rather than like what would normally be 5 minutes of required repairs, you at least got to drive through. Or I think it's a 30-second stop and hold penalty, I believe, for the fast repair.
Yeah, it's the first one is 30, and then the rest are 60.
60. That's
yeah. So as we are watching here, Christopher in P4, and we got P5 right behind him. The one that Christopher backed into there, but again, nothing he could have done differently, to be honest with you. Sometimes I know people turn off their mirror just because mirrors take up a lot of FPS, or some people are in VR and they don't pay attention to what's behind them. But yeah, I will admit that livery looks quite nice. Yeah, it's quite. I mean,
it looks over the exit.
live on the curb. Yeah.
He's really pushing, you can tell.
Yeah, what was his previous lap times compared to P1, if that we can tell that?
Actually, he was slower than Team Tepper, but apart from that, mainly on the
got a spinner.
BMW, another one has fallen foul to that corner.
And he went where Adam went, to the shadow. Oh, no, he came back.
Yep. He'll get that back on the track eventually. There we go.
He's only P17. I'm sure he's got other things to be concerned about, but it's all good there. We have a question in the chat. How are Impulse doing? I believe Impulse are not doing this race. Yeah, just I mean, that livery that's on the screen right now is technically looks like Impulse, but it's not. But maybe that's where you're slight confusion there. But no, they're not part of this team.
A good lap time last time around.
Ah, yes. Okay, great. Yes. So the cars going to the Shadow Realm are not. It's just us. Just us. Don't worry about it, guys. They're still on track. I was just slightly concerned, that's all. As we see Kiefer saying something in chat, I'm not sure. Maybe something happened to him, or I see a black flag.
I can see on my end at least.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
So we've got Mikkel Parry here. P9, number 23.
Yeah.
Closing down on Richard, right in front. P8. Between them is Robert Odell of Odell Esports.
Yeah, I did want to mention, sorry to interrupt, Owen, the incident in turn 1 between P4 and P5, just warning. Just warning, right, okay. So it's fine. Yeah. Careless.
I don't think anyone was inherently at blame for that. There should have been a penalty. Is one drive's on a bit too deep, and in respect of that. next car comes in the corner, didn't really have time to sort of adjust his line or anything like that.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, it is a blind corner if you think about it. Just because it's an uphill a little bit there. But you're just carrying, like you said, you're carrying a lot of speed into that corner. You just barely have any time to do anything really. But yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
Excellent. Oh. Oh. All right. And just right now here, we're gonna take a small little break. Just so that way you can see a little video we put together for you guys for the charity event that we're raising for. So yeah, we'll just click onto that right now. Video we put together for you. We're back in action here. We're a little bit wide from that BMW, but nothing too stressful there as we are now on board with
Martin
Cook. Yes. Oh, cones. Oh, this. I wouldn't say it's for position. It's Adam is in P. Yeah, or. It's late. Yeah. He's actually battling Casper, which is 6 seconds up ahead. Adam is just I guess you would say cork in the bottle, even though he is not a lap behind. He is ahead of him in position. But
you can unlap yourself if you as long as you do it safely. You don't really
of course.
hold up the guy in front.
We did see a bit of a flashing there. I did see him flashing, so maybe he's slightly. Yep.
Well, we are getting to the closing stages of the race now, so
it's all a sprint. It's all. Well, I mean, it's 3 hours when you think about it. People that do iRacing, they know this VRS is going on, and VRS is 3 hours, and you know, even though it's an endurance event, 3 hours, it's actually a sprint, you know. But yeah, this is where everyone puts their head down, focus, and just hammer time. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, so he is now. The lap times are pretty equal between Casper, but I feel like he's gonna lose a bit of time here because now he's gonna let Ranu go.
He's been gentlemanlike. He's let him through. He's not held him up.
Yeah. Other than that, looks there.
I mean, well, the smart thing for Martin to do is if he knows Ranu's quicker than him, is just to let him drag him through the pack and maybe close up to Casper that way.
Yeah, very true, actually. We'll keep an eye on that gap. Here's Casper, actually, the guy who is Martin trying to catch up to. So Casper's lap times are in the mid-31s, I want to say.
Same as the 11 as well. So they're about matching pace.
Okay, and what about their incident limits?
In terms of the incident limits, so we've got Casper over here who's on at 63, so he's already taken his first drive-through penalty.
Magnificent.
Number 11 is on 87 incident points. They're 3 away from their next drive.
All right, so one person just can't afford to be getting another one. But maybe they can. Who knows? Maybe they know something we don't. Yep. So it looks like Adam just built up a bit of a gap there. So, but obviously he's gonna have to let Ranu go essentially. What team does Ranu drive for? Just out of curiosity here, guys. I know it's a BMW, but
Real Online Racing.
what's that?
It is a Real Online Racing.
Real Online Racing. Okay, there it is. And they are on the top, well, on the podium essentially. P3 at the moment. Yeah. So we'll just go quickly. If you want to do it, Owen, if you go through the top 5 from each class, so that way the viewers can know who is in the top 5 for each class, really.
So we've got Simon on board right now, leading the GT3 field in the 299 car. They've been pretty strong this whole race. I've got Craig Dance here in second in the Team Tepper car, following about almost a lap behind, but he's clawing that gap back. We've got 3 hours and 40 minutes to go. Team Weird to fix. Then in the 3rd position, we've got Arano in that Real Online Racing orange car. Again, still with that group of cars there, just behind Adam. You can see just ahead. Then we've got the Comrade car in P4, with Paul Stevie behind the wheel of that. There was working up a gap with Miko, but I think he's actually closed that gap down slightly now behind.
Oh, there's
Miko now, you can see that gap, I think 4 seconds last time. Now it's down to 11.
Lap times. Oh, he's in the mid-30s. I wonder what Christopher lap times last lap was.
30.7, so 10 quicker.
Okay. Excellent, excellent. And as for TCR,
got Keith McKenna piloting obviously the best car in the TCR class in E3 Racing number 8. So I'm still on track for an event win here. We currently have 3 laps over 2nd place. Keith is lapping around 2 to 3 seconds quicker than the rest of the TCR field.
And looks like there's a couple of teams there in P2 and P3. Teammates, I should say.
Well, just behind, or ahead of Keith, I should say, is Samuel Cooper, who's P2 with TCR. So we're about to get lap 4th time here today. Keith really showing his strength in this stint, but I do believe that we are very close to getting our next driving penalty. So that won't help us out too badly. And that's the BPR Esports Gold car, but the blue car of that same team, Dan May piloting that one, are in 3rd position, and they are 5 laps into lead, 1 lap off of their teammate. Now Yvonne Berlin is still going. He is on lap 285, all on his own. I would assume that he's probably going to solo the event now at this stage.
Wow. What a lad. What a true lad.
What a man. What a man.
Amazing. Just.
Then we've also got the iRacing Today Motorsports, and from what I could tell, these guys have got pretty good pace. I don't know how they managed to be 6 laps down, whether it's the unfortunate incident, so maybe they've got a few drivers who are a bit weaker, but these guys have had pretty decent pace throughout this race. So
they qualified first, no?
No, they didn't qualify though, so they qualified 3rd, I believe.
Ah, okay. Yeah, well, that's well, thank you for that rundown, Owen. Here, that was amazing. We do have a question in the chat. What is your opinion on Mazepin blocking Vettel and well,
and I hate to interrupt you, but Thomas has just spun at turn 1 and he needs to get that car moved. And he's got it out of the way. Here we go.
Oh, but is he gonna reverse it on the racing line? Nope. Just lights up the tires. Madman, I love it. Amazing. All right, happy days. So yes, my opinion on Mazepin blocking Vettel. Honestly, I'm not a fan of either driver, so I cannot give biased information. But I think they messed up Vettel's lap, and it's unfortunate because he had shown good pace.
Did you just say you weren't a fan of either driver then for a second?
Yeah, I did say that.
I don't think that's very truthful, is it?
I would never lie to the fans, bro. I would never lie to the viewers. I'm just saying, I'm not giving any biased information. I'm just saying, like, Vettel could have at least got a, top 3 today.
That's what that one
yeah, exactly. Listen, the fans the viewers are asking questions. I'm here to answer them. That's all. But yes, back to the race. Oh, look at that terrain that's forming. Oh my goodness. And we got a couple of TCRs up ahead. This is gonna be exciting.
Mr. Wayne Hoffman leading that train in 16th GT3 class.
Sounds like an actor.
Black Dove Racing wasting no time at all. Getting past, and I think Sander wants to follow.
Oh, nice little off track there.
Yeah, those two drivers there are racing position. Neither the 16 and the 438.
Yes, for P13. Lucky 13. Oh, he's gonna go down the inside. Send it. Let's go. No, he thinks better of it. Thinks better of. Oh, he runs wide. Yeah, runs a bit wide there. I don't think he was trying to set up his eggs or anything. He just completely messed that corner. Yeah, bit weird there, but yeah.
Got Sander now with the slipstream on the 438 down to turn 4.
He was
following it just behind. That gap to me dropped by a second.
Oh, beautiful shot there with the TCR running over the camera.
Yes, that number 20 now is starting to close that gap on the 4th place car. So that should get quite interesting in about, I'd say, half an hour's time.
Yeah, I mean, hey, like we mentioned, with 3 hours or 4 hours to go, it's gonna be a sprint race till the end. No more, looking after the car. I mean, not that anybody did really, but yeah, just with the amount of incident points that we are seeing, as he runs a bit off the line here, off the racing line, but gets it back together no problem to avoid the penalty.
They are approaching the 100 incident point mark.
It's going to be a record, boys. Who has the most incident points here?
So that is a Total Esports with 136 current moment in time. They should be starting to get a bit worried because the maximum cap is a 200 for disqualification. And I think anyone who reaches that mark may have been taking liberties with tracking and contracts. So you really should not be getting 200 spaces for that.
Well, easier said than done, Owen. I know a couple of drivers that did Craventics and they've had a horrific first stint, but yeah. But yeah, it's completely fine. I mean, as long as they're, again, at the end of the day, it's for charity. That's what we're doing it for.
Behaving sensibly.
Yes. No, I haven't heard any swear words in the chat, which is amazing. Thank you guys for being respectful to each other. But we do have a link in the description if you guys are watching, and you can donate, and you can go there just to make it easier for you. Yes, so go to that link in the description. Very simple process. Just whatever you want to donate helps really with the charity. They will appreciate. Just make sure you put your name on there. Or you can be anonymous if you want. But yeah, just to show you that you have donated essentially. But yeah. So right on his bumper is P14.
Sander, yes, on the number 11 in 11th place in Mark 4. Oh, and that is probably one of the weirdest instances I've ever seen. Just seems to slow down and go a bit wide, and that is not what Sander wanted. That gap to Rocky is now, say, about 2, maybe 3 seconds now. That's really.
Yeah, he did have Christopher behind him. Maybe he was going to let him go, kind of thing. He thought he was letting him go. Okay.
I think Martin Cook is just going to surrender that position to Holstein, and I think he may have caused that.
Christopher is on a mission. Christopher is on a mission. Oh, has the brakes glowing? Amazing stuff here. Actually, talking about brake glowing. I'm assuming this race is gonna take us to the night.
I think
not sure.
Might get a bit dusk, towards sunset, but I don't think we'll see any form of night driving. I'm not too sure exactly what the sunset time is.
Yeah, and I'm hoping. Oh my God, what?
Are you wide around the TCR? No. Adam Flynn thinks better of it.
I'm surprised he actually. Yeah, well.
That's not like Adam I know.
Yeah, but yeah, just maybe he's. I don't know what to say there. He's okay. But yeah, my only concern I had coming into this event is getting into the night. This track, I haven't seen. Yeah, it doesn't have any lights on it, so you're pretty much relying on your headlights. And
that's your brain.
Yes, and a lot of people, even in the morning now, where it's bright, they keep missing Apex, especially in turn 1. So I'm just, you know, I want to make things a bit more spicy, I must admit.
The 7 running wide there.
Yes, yeah.
Well, as I say, normally practice pays off big time tonight, Travis. In practice, this, like you say, I've got no night lighting. You can definitely tell in those conditions who's had done their laps in the dark and who hasn't. So it'll take a bit of getting adjusted to, that's for sure, when you can't see where the hell you're going.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. Unless you have your, you know, your screen. I know some screens can turn on some fake lighting and whatnot. I know people use that.
Oh, we've got a V3 sandwich here. See, GT3 goes past the TCR.
And Kiefer just being sensible. Amazing guy.
He is known as the resident Bottas over at V3 Racing.
Yeah, only thing is though, Kiefer is quicker than Bottas, I would say. But, well.
Back to the race. Holstein trying to find a way past this traffic. Is he going to maybe look like going 3 wide?
No, he thinks better.
He's in a pitting battle, I think, out of this corner here.
I think something bad is going to happen up here. Nope.
Crashed into 7 wide. Lost a bit of time there.
Again, a lot of respect I'm seeing here. A lot of respect. So,
did a lot of non-endurance racing. You can see the scent there. We get a bump from 1 car wide. But, you know, these guys know that whilst it's obviously a competitive race, and they're still taking it very seriously, that it is just, you know, for a good cause. So.
Absolutely, yeah. I agree there. But, yeah, it looks like just chaos everywhere on track at the moment. It just... And again, this is why we love the TCRs. The TCR cause chaos. I mean, yeah, I wish we had a bit more TCRs in the race. It would have made things a bit more, especially for GT3 drivers. It would have made their life hell. But yeah. It's, oh, look at that side by side on that corner with TCR. It's just. And then you got the solo V3 Racing in the back there, just doing the slaps. No need to push anything.
Yeah, I think Merlin at this point will be thinking about that 12-hour mark when the race is all over and done.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what time it is right now where he's at, but I'm sure it's going to be late.
11, I believe.
Oh my god. Wow. And he can't even have beer at the, yeah, it's just going to be... Now, are you Owen? Are you scheduled to go back in the car?
I don't believe so. I believe the Australian man, Blake, so I think he will be getting in the car shortly after Kiefer. And I think him and Blake will be balancing the race until the end. Well, hopefully they'll be doing it. The stints in the TCR are a bit long, going to be about an hour and 40 minutes, so longer than what I'm going to be in the car for in one exact stint. So.
Yeah, and so TCRs have their weird quirks, especially with doing pits and whatnot. With GT3s, you take your fuel and then you take your tires out. The pit stop lasts about a minute. Oh, we got a spinner! Oh!
Holstein always on the track, don't rejoin. He almost comes straight on in front. I think we've got away with that one. I think just about.
Yeah, that was close for Chris. That was close for Chris. You got away. That's good.
On a charge, did not need that happening right.
Can we get an update on the gap, please?
On the gap with Holstein, I believe that the other car has pitted. They are not on my timing screen.
What about the battle that we were watching for P13?
For P13.
Oh, Christopher runs a bit wide there, but that's fine.
I believe one of those cars was in that battle. That was Rohit. Involved in that, the BMW itself that's banned out. That was the one fighting in that 13-14 battle.
Ah!
So that is no longer a battle that is on the track right now.
There we go. There you have it. But, hey, still not over yet. Still not over. We've got 3 hours and 26 minutes remaining of this race. Still plenty of... Huh?
Don't remind me.
Still plenty of pit stops to come. So, yeah, it'll be... it's still going to be interesting for sure. After the race, we're going to be holding some interviews. So if your team or actually even during the race, you know, if you want to come in for an interview, more than happy to, you know, get some airtime on the broadcast here with your team and tell us how you got into iRacing and who your team is and whatnot. Hey, come on over. We're friendly people, you know. Just we're here to have a good time and do it for charity. So, and yeah. But again, the one thing I will mention again and again is there's a lot of respect between drivers on track here, which is something that you don't see, especially like in hosted events. It's something that you see in league racing, which some of the guys on here are from.
AOR. So a lot of them are AOR drivers here.
Not OER, but AOR, yes. So Apex Online Racing.
That's the one.
Yes. Oh, well, see a bit of a three-wide action going on here. Car number 22.
2 TCRs. That's Kiefer, I think, lapping the BPR Esports blue car.
That's guy in P3.
That's the one. With Dan May again behind the wheel. Feels like they've been in the car forever, but with how long these stints are, they quite literally are in the car forever.
Yeah, we'll just go on board with Kiefer here for a lap and see what kind of stuff does he do to the car to get it to turn. If we can get that with the producer here, race director Michael Massey. Come on. I'll go.
So he's starting his 300th lap this time around.
Yeah, take us around the ring there, Owen.
Right, so turn 3, or it should be turn 2. Fairly straightforward. Third, second gear, depends which wheel spin you want coming out of that corner. And then you've got the long downhill straight towards turn 4. Bit of a tricky one in the TCR. The rear end does want to wander around a bit on the brakes down here. So you slow the thing down, and then use the curb on rotation if you like Kiefer, don't bother. Run it all the way out wide, don't touch the gravel, that's an off track. Very easy to get the car loose, spinning around if you do touch that. Coming around into this corner, very off camera on the way in, right on that transition from the heavy braking, so it's very important to get the rear end in check around that corner. Running it wide for one of the trickiest sections here is to not go wide. We saw a few GT3s touching that gravel on the right hand side here and taking a trip over to the other side of the wall. Right, and then the beach, I'd say one of the most fun parts of trying to get it right, the double right. So even again, a bit off camera on the way in, don't run too far wide, like Keith did there, or you will get an off track. And then again, yeah, try and keep it in check, just keep 2 tyres near that curb.
Wow, and that was a lap around TCR, and that was a 1 minute 40.8. That was a quick lap. That's a quick lap. And hey, it looks like we. Oh, whoa!
Sticks there for 21 in and out of frame almost immediately.
Got cold.
Oh, and I think he.
Here we go. So it looks like that Porsche was just trying to send that TCR, but just could not make it stick. But hey, Kiefer saw him. He did well to avoid that contact. Good for him.
Yeah, he probably wanted to get past. It was trying to think, can I make it, and then in the process of making that, probably forgot where he was supposed to be braking. Went a bit
TCRs almost have identical braking points similar to GT3s, because they're carrying less speed into the corner, but they still have decent brakes on them. It's very similar to the road car, except it's tuned differently. It's lightweight, it doesn't have your AC and all that jazz that you're getting, massage seats and heated seats and all that kind of stuff. It's got the basic seat, like the ones that you find on a Mazda Miata. Just a basic car. Also not as good to drive, but hey, it's maybe we'll do an onboard. We'll let our race director pick an onboard with a GT3 this time, and we'll have still Owen go around and the lap. Because you have done races here, Owen, in the GT3s, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, so we'll get...
So it's Runner we've gone board with here. Now in P2, that might have been the recent pit stop around it. I believe we've just gone sort of near that pit stop window, so GT3s we've been pitting will have been around this point. So the GT3s compared to the TCR, you can be a lot more aggressive on the throttle in the middle of that corner because your power is going to the back of the car rather than to the front. So you aren't understeering all the way out of that corner. You see Rano here trying to time his run to not bump into Eric there. The 161 at TCR, they're in 5th place. So starting the lap, you are braking at around the same point as the TCRs. That's the 400-metre board. Rano, I think, lifting there into the corner. Trying to use that sausage curve on the inside so you can really bounce the car out wide. Rano again being quite sensible through there, not pushing too hard, but keeping the car in check as he should. I'm not sure where they're at for incident points. Yeah. 45, so still below 60, and we've got their initial drive-through just yet.
Amazing. That curb here that's on the inside, it's very tricky to get right, Owen. This is that curve that gets the wheel to spin, even though you don't think you've spun the wheels.
Kind of picks up the rear wheels a bit, gets them a bit, light off the floor, and then it makes them easy to spin on. So we've got to get the power there, over that curve, and then it's in the wrong way.
Yeah, a lot of people say that Red Bull Ring is easy to track and it's easy to drive, but man, some of the corners on here it requires a bit of talent and precision, especially that downhill Albon corner where just a millimeter of late braking and you're missing your apex and you just ruin your whole lap essentially. And turn 1, 2, if you get that wrong, you pretty much ruin your straight line speeds, and that's a big. What's that, right?
Possibly floor as well if you go over that sausage curve to get damage.
Absolutely, yeah. Because you really have to take that inside curb, and if you miss it, that's pretty much your lap gone there. So it's important to get on throttle early so that we have that, straight line speed up that.
Yeah.
So much not a straight line; it's more of a zigzag. Well, let's take a look, see if our race director can see. I want to see a replay here of what happened to Robert. He is in P18.
Well, looks a bit deep there in that corner. It's quite easy to do, especially I think he might be everything in a TCR at the same time, possibly. So again, it makes it quite tricky to sort of time your braking right, kind of jump in front of a TCR at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, again, this is why we love the TCRs. This is why we love them. They're small little things, but they're worst enemies when it comes to on track. And that guy in front, Samuel, is in P2, so he is P2 in the TCR, and
just behind his teammate as well, Dampane. So maybe stretch their advantage over their own colleagues, maybe.
I'm sure that's what they're planning to do. Well, I mean, their colleagues are a couple laps down from P2, so they'll work together for sure, and hopefully trying to catch up with P1, which is the V3 Racing car number 8, which is not car number 8, something else.
It's number 22.
Yeah, but yeah, so nice scenery around this track. I think iRacing did an amazing job with the whole, view of it.
Well, I believe that they actually finally got a replay here. Robert, I think, is
thank you.
Up into turn 3/2. So on the brakes, just somehow has managed to lock his front tyres up. I'm not sure if we're in that car without ABS or something, but GT3s all have ABS, so you can't lock your tyres up unless you turn that off.
Very, very interesting. I mean, it is the Ferrari at the end of the day. And talking about that, iRacing have announced that they will bring a Ferrari Evo to their fleet of cars, essentially. So I guess we're excited about that because there wasn't a lot of love shown to the Ferrari in the last few, seasons.
I think you can see that they knew a new one was coming in. The VOP wasn't really, in my opinion, taken into consideration too much for that car. You could see that whilst it wasn't too far off pace, it was just not there. And kind of left wondering, why is it not been balanced properly? If the team were focusing on bringing in, an Evo, then it kind of makes sense as to why they've been pushing their efforts over to VOP and making sure that car comes out as it should.
Yeah. It is a shame to see those cars go, though. Another example of that is the Audi. Audi's not been shown a lot of love lately, but it's one of those cars where it had its ups and downs.
It's had its
but
I think.
yeah, but it's been replaced with a Lambo, so it's good. I still not the same car, but you know, iRacing is doing what they can, and and especially with rain coming too and everything, so it's gonna be amazing.
Another late
Yes, which not a lot of TCR drivers do. They always focus on the target ahead. So it's good from Martin, sorry, to do that. Yeah.
P2 overtaking the TCR leader. Oh, side by side action going to turn 3.
Not for position. I'm sure he's gonna let him go.
Robert Hoddle here.
Oh, what is he gonna do?
Off track for our car.
He got spooked because he's going 3 wide.
3 wide. And I think Robert's trying to let.
Is Kiefer gonna overtake Robert? Well,
I think Robert was just trying to be a bit courteous, didn't want to hold Holstein up, also wants to be in front of McKenna. So.
Ah, yes, okay. Just because the way he took that line, I thought he was like letting Kiefer go, but yeah, no, some exciting racing, and I'm sure there's more to come. So yeah, we'll stay with you guys for the 3 hours that's remaining. Again, keep us entertained with any questions you have, and we'll keep you.
Any of you guys want an interview at all? Any of
yes.
your team, just pop into the YouTube chat. Just request that you'd like an interview for any drivers.
Yes, thank you. Yes. So here we go. We got a Martin is trying to pass. Wait, what?
That's Kiefer McKenna.
Oh, that's Kiefer McKenna. Okay.
I
thought
deep on the brakes.
Yeah, just went a little bit wide here. Again, it's one of those easy corners that you think, they're easy, but they're absolutely not. It just, yeah. It's a bit of a downhill when you think you're braking early enough, but you're not. And as the tire fade away, your braking point gets, earlier and earlier. So you have to adjust to that. Oh, Kiefer McKenna's on voice chat. Maybe something happened to him. But oh wow, I'm not sure what he's saying, but. Okay, he's just going on. But it's fine. It looks like there's no one around him, which is good.
Yeah, I think at the moment, the TCR guy is really starting driving the road pace at the moment. I think actually he was inviting Evan to play chess, from what I heard over our team radio. Because we've got a private radio set up between our 2 cars, so we communicate to each other. We're supposed to set up for, practical reasons, but instead Kiefer is inviting Evan to play some chess.
I'm not sure how that's going to work, especially with Kiefer in the car, but...
Well, he can just pull over for a bit. We have got 4 laps over the second place TCR, so if he wants to take a little break, play a bit of chess.
Very good point, very good point. Yes, yes. And it looks like that TCR, it's so high up on the ground in the front here. It doesn't look right, but yeah.
It's not the lowest car in the world, but it's still,
Oh, you can see a bit of a smoke here. What's going on there? Someone go wide?
Might have been the Hoddle Esports car again on toggling their ABS.
That may
well, I can't see anyone who relatively lost a lot of time there, so.
Fair enough. So far we've had.
It's clean racing whilst we've been here, apart from a couple of spins at the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, not many. I will admit, not many. The stewards didn't have to do much apart from giving out some random penalties that we got. That Team V3 Racing TCR got for running cones. But other than that, I don't think there was many, bad incidents that would leave a sour taste in people's mouths. Really, just a lot of people taking penalties because they need new cars, whether it's fault of their own, and Yeah, just but yeah, it's been good racing so far. It's been good.
Oh, we've actually got a battle on track here. Niclas
Woo!
and
Okay,
Richard.
let's go. Richard and Mikkel.
That's the one. Look at their last lap times. So, almost toe for toe there on the last lap. I say that.
And he is in his slipstream, and it's for P7.
To the one, P7 on track, actual on-track battles.
Porsche versus BMW. Oh,
Richard.
He's showing the nose a little. Yeah.
I think number 23 there knew he wasn't going to make the move, called the bluff.
Yeah, but he was setting up his exit for the straight line speed. Now, will he go for the move down the inside here, or will he wait?
I think he'd be silly not to. He is right up his bumper.
Ah.
And
Hello?
look in the rear view there.
We've been strolled.
The blue Porsche is ahead. I saw just in the background. The
Okay.
Porsche of Richard was ahead. So that
Excellent.
is a range of.
Whoa! P1 gets blocked by Joseph here. What's going on?
I don't think Joseph is driving. Maybe his rear view mirror's fallen off. I think he's tripped through the grass.
Whoa! Okay, a bit of
Well, to be fair, he's
blue flag.
So Lucas is right behind him. If he wants to make the move, he can do. I think he's trying to play it safe though. He's got a 1 minute gap to the Team Tepper car, so he probably wants to play it safe more than anything else. When he finds the team way through.
Yeah, if we can get a replay on that overtake for P7, that'd be amazing.
And you can see Richard is actually ahead there.
Oh, there it is. So he does go for the move on the other
So yeah, he just pulls out. All fair and square. Leaves him. I think trying to carry speed toward the apex and can go straight out the corner.
Yeah, we get a different view of it here.
Yeah, so fair play from both drivers there. Left plenty of racing room in there, so good move.
That's, yeah, very good stuff here.
So,
you can tell the Porsche was a bit quicker than the BMW here.
Through that corner, that Porsche carried quite a good amount of speed through there. And on the exit of the corners, the BMW is quite powerful. But in terms of holding that apex speed, that Porsche with that rear engine is very good at doing that sort of stuff.
Yeah, Richard seems to be on a mission at the moment. Looks like he's just pushing that car that extra bit. Who's next for him?
I think he's a lap down on the other iRacing UK car, so he's just behind his teammate now, but he's a lap down on him.
Ah.
But number 23 here does not want to let that position go. He's still
magnificent. A lot of oh, the rear end is sliding a little bit here, eh?
Yeah, when you get later on in distance in the Porsche, as you build the distance in those tyres, that rear end can want to overtake the front quite a lot throughout a lap round here.
Yeah. It is a rear engine car, yes. So yeah, a lot of weight is back there. So those tires are going through a lot. Going through a lot for sure.
Not David Contos here. Front rather. Get the leader on this event.
So I just want to let you guys know, anybody that donates in the next hour will be matched by our sponsor, dollar for dollar. So if you donate 50, our sponsors are going to donate 50 as well. So this is going to be our last push that we do before the race is over. Now you can still donate if you want. The charity is still there, but you know, we're trying to get as much as we got, you know, since we have the stream going. So right now I'll tell you exactly how much we've raised. Holy! So it's $1,220. So that's $1,220 that you guys have raised up in the last I don't know how many hours here. Oh, we got 3 hours to go. So yeah, it's 9. Wow, amazing stuff here. So we still have 3 hours to go, and the donations are coming in strong. So like I said, last push. Let's do it. Even though our goal was $1,000, let's see if we can maybe double that and get 2,000. But yeah, it's all gonna be up to you guys. But thank you again for watching, and we'll yeah, we'll keep going strong here for the race, and we'll still be here until the end. So Yeah. Last push. Let's go.
You still not donated yet, and you've been thinking about it, or if you're beginning, you've got a small amount to donate. I think it's appreciated. It's definitely a good time to do it. Your sponsor is, go dollar for dollar on both donations. Turns your £5 or $5 donation to a £10, $10 donation, just like that.
And it's again, it's all for good cause, guys. It's all the adults in needs. We've been playing videos of the whole what the charity does, and I'm sure we still got more videos to show, and we'll pick the good times to do it. But yeah, again, all for good cause. So just think about that. And again, we're doing what we love, which is racing. And
yeah, charging down Holstein. I want to say Rasmus has pitted. Lap 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the Rasmus pitted 5 laps ago, so Holstein, I think, he yet to pit. So even though Holstein is on that podium position right now, he will lose that. I'm not too sure how many laps he's got left. When he does pit, he will lose that position.
But you don't think he's gonna catch him before he pits, or?
Unfortunately, I'm not in the GT3 teams. I couldn't tell you exactly how long their stints are, but I can tell you he pitted on lap 312.
Okay. Very interesting. So we'll keep an eye on that battle, you know. We'll keep. Oh, it's just using every inch of that track, eh? Amazing stuff.
We're trying to work that gap. Holstein's been pushing his last stint. That gap's going to keep coming down. TCRs 3 wide. Just about make it work. That's the 2 teammates there for TCR class, second and third, having a bit of a duel there.
Yeah, I thought they would let him go because he was a bit up ahead there, but you know, nothing wrong with giving your teammate a little bit of a little battle, you know, keep him awake as he makes the move down the inside. All right, look at oh my god, oh look at all this. Let's go. That Porsche's, they want to pass, they want to unlap themselves. And he will do it. Oh, look at that. This is the nose dips down the braking point. Oh, it's just good to see the physics work, you know, just like what you would want to see in real life, really, when you brake hard like that on the hairpin, you just the nose dips as we see the Ferrari. So that's P1 unlapping or lapping the Ferrari. Lets them go, no problem. I hope. Yeah, it's good.
I think the
I guess 3.4K
is got quicker and quicker throughout.
Which one? Sorry, Owen.
The Ferrari of Odal Esports. Oh,
his last lap was a minute 34.
Yeah, but you see, he's being a bit courteous to drivers like that. You see, really letting him go there. I mean, he's been very, in terms of letting other cars by that ahead of him. That car has been very, very nice and polite in terms of just getting out of the way and not interfering with anyone else racing.
So it looks like I'm getting some information that you might be going into the car.
Possibly.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be great. Hopefully. I mean, I'm sure Kiefer's done it before, but he's done 3-hour stints before, right? I remember in the LMP2 Daytona. But no. You gotta go. It's okay. We continue on the show.
I'm sure you can manage that. You are a professional commentator. You are a professional.
I mean, maybe I'll get Nick to help me. Yeah, I'm sure here, or Brader or something. But yeah, so far it's been smooth sailing. Almost coming out to our 3-hour mark. Time is flying by. Flying. So, yeah.
Side by side.
Oh, a little side, yeah. We got P6 behind. It's gonna be blue flags.
Richard was really wanting Joseph to get on with it there. Really held him up on the exit of that corner.
I still can't pronounce that guy's name. Is Michael or Mikkel? Oh, could let him go there. It is blue flag at the end of the day, and P8 is right behind. Oh, is that a battle brewing up here, guys? Oh, look at the send down the inside. What a mate. Oh, he locked up the brakes again. Yeah.
I think they must be running some form of unorthodox setup.
Yeah.
ABS
Doesn't make sense. Oh no.
Coming up on Mike Scapers.
Oh, Mike is in the car now. Wow.
Might now be Mike's final stint, and I think Keith will take our car to the end.
Let's go with Keith.
But I think Mike goes in the car now for a little bit. He'll go to bed, and I think Keith will take the car home from there. Yeah. Merlin's still going. What
Wow.
What the man is.
I'm honestly like quite amazed. What a guy. What a guy. Like, whoa! Why is no, it's Mike.
Mike, I think so.
Yeah, like that was, he came close to that Ferrari there. Well, he had some GT3 aero on his TCR by the looks of it. As the Porsche in P15 is P15, yes, just lapping the TCR one more time. Again, not for position, but just different cars in class in general. Whoa, another lockup from that Ferrari.
I think he may have untoggled his ABS. Might not know about it.
That is a bizarre thing to see on a GT3 car.
Maybe they might be just challenging themselves. A bit of a harder setup, turn off those assists. But yeah,
what?
Another one. I'm not too sure what their.
Can we go on board with that Ferrari, please?
I'm not too sure what their plan is. Really. I think they've rejoined safely. But yeah, so they're on the right ground. No one's off track, so at least they've got on the track safely.
Yeah, I want to see their on board just to see what.
So he's locked, so you can see that front left there, not wanting to turn. Yeah, I think he's been patient there, tried to come on as slow as he possibly can. It's a bit odd to me as to why they've still got that ABS turned off. Yeah, they would have realised by now. I think it might be intentional. I couldn't see as to any other reason as to why they would have not turned it back on at this point.
Yeah, very bizarre, very bizarre. We'll see if it continues on as we have, sorry for my driving, Martin Cook. Martin, I don't think we saw or commented that your driving was shit. Sorry, bad. Excuse my language. Yeah, looks like you were doing well. Oh, sorry, was it Martin and Christopher? Oh, oh, we'll see what happens here. Maybe he'll lock up. We'll see, because that will.
Is there any chance Nick could get a cone cam next time Mike comes around? I'm not sure it's something that you can manufacture at all, but probably not.
A cone cam? Oh, that'd be amazing.
Like
as the Ferrari is now gonna make the move on the TCR.
Maybe we could get like a nose shot of the P3 Racing TCR as they go down that straight. Then we've got some evidence to send to the police from Mike's cone spray. I mean, if you think I was bad, I think Mike hit them.
Yeah, Mike. Mike is getting away with it because he's Dutch superstar, you know.
And I got three penalties.
Yeah. It looks like I had a few incidents, he says. Well, I mean, who didn't have a few incidents? Like, who?
Yeah.
Everyone had incidents at this race, to be honest with you. Sorry, we lost a bit of communication. There you go. Happy days, we're back. Maybe they realized now that the brakes. I mean, he was stuck behind that TCR, so maybe.
Yeah, maybe like a bit of dirty air.
Yeah.
Let's get an onboard cam here with Mike Shepherd. See if we can. Or at least like a nose camera of some sort, possibly. See if we can get an onboard of him, possibly hit his coach. I don't see any cones flying.
No, was he being sensible there or what?
Possibly.
Well, It was being sensible. I mean, they've had a flawless race as well. Like, so far, everyone that's been leading and just been going at it since the beginning, really. Very good stuff out here.
Left or wrong, you can't really do much more than that.
And when it comes to an endurance, that's all you need. Just drive and keep it on track and just not too many mistakes, because if you do, you'll waste a lot of times in the pits.
Luck is another thing. It's very
Luck,
important
yes.
for endurance races. You either have it or you don't. If you don't have it, you're going to struggle. You need a lot of skill to make up for not a lot of luck. Thomas Kuhn here.
Talking about luck, this team needs luck. They've had bad luck since the beginning of, well, once the flag dropped, really. But there looks like they're still in P9, still good. You know, they're climbing. Still 3 hours to go. And
at one point at the start of the race, so they fought back well.
Yes.
So they are 4 laps off the lead car, but the lead car at the moment is Zach.
Oh, what is happening here?
Richard, I think he's over. I want to say, yeah, he's in front of Hooks in Houston.
Because that's for position, but they're a lap behind, so it's not like it's going to make a difference.
Number 5 in front. That's number 5 in front. That's not position.
Ah.
He's hunting down the number 5 car in front. Try and pronounce his name, because I will butcher that. So he's hunting down his teammate there, who's in 6th place.
What's his name? What's his name?
Harry Hayes, go on. I'll let you have a go at that one there.
That one there?
Yeah, that one there.
Bro, it's Finn Van de... I can only see the Van Den, and then I don't know, I can't read the other one.
I guess
What's,
I'll do.
No, I literally cannot see it, like it's covered on my screen.
I don't want to say Wittenberg.
What?
I'm English, you know, so typically we don't know any other language than our own, so...
Yeah.
Well, on the second side, they're pushing the exit curve there, whether they...
Oh, now I see it.
We had issues with some floor damage or some faults.
The thing is, though, it's iRacing UK, so you know, I figured you would know the name.
Good thought so.
We're all disappointed at you, but it's fine. All right. So Martin Suretic, P5 at the moment. If you want to pull up that entry, so I can see, or results, so that way I can see the team names, that'd be appreciated. Owen there. Yes, thank you very much. We do have another comment here. Thank you on behalf of the International Simulation Motorsport Club. Let's go. Hashtag, well, car number 11. ICMC Endurance Green. So car number 11.
11, I think. Number 11 in
Can we go? Can we give them some airtime, please? Car number 11. ICMC Endurance Team Green.
They're going onto the main straight here. They are
There you go.
playing behind the wheel of that one.
I know you guys don't have a livery on, but I'm sure it's not your fault. I'm sure you guys have a livery, but you know, somehow it got disappeared. But we would love to see the livery here at some point, but today will not be, I guess. But yeah, so we're riding on board with them.
Just outside the top there, they were a lap down. I would say maybe on the P10. They were 26 seconds off the P10.
Ah, so top 10 is possible. Yeah. Hello, Gav. Yes, hello. Ah, well, that was it there. So yes, we're back with P5 now, car number 20. Race gear store. Yeah. Amazing stuff here. They're in P5. Still a couple laps behind P1. A lap behind P4. So looks like they're sitting in no man's land right now. But I'm sure that will change in the upcoming time.
I mean, ERT have really done a masterclass for a race here. They've had that look. They've not had any issues. They've had the pace. So I mean, they've just ran away with this race. I think at this point, I mean, they're almost a lap ahead of Team Tepper, who again also had really brilliant pace throughout this race.
And they've qualified P1 as well, so like they completely led this from the start, essentially. Yeah, the other team I'm kind of looking at here, and maybe you can help me out with this one, Owen, is Comrade. What? How many instances do they have?
Comrade Gammon, is that?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Comrade.
Oh, we got a spinner.
Oh,
we got a spinner.
Martin
Oh,
around
no.
that corner again. Porsches always seem to have a bit of an issue there at that corner. Lord.
Oh, he just no. Oh, he got the wash. He got the wash.
I think he got behind that
Yeah.
and did not want to hit it.
Yeah. Any subtle movements with that Porsche around the exit of that corner, you're pretty much screwed. As we did he? Bit of smoke there. Still fine though. Martin continues P5. Hey, so you know, again we say it's never too late for anything to happen.
All it takes is to be collected by one more car while she's been out there, and that's it. It's all race over.
Yeah. Oh, as we see, who's that? Big Nancy? Who's that coming out of the pits?
That is a Robert Todd, I believe.
Oh, and we see the.
There. Oh, he makes me put TCR. Quite late move, but I think he's got it done. And there's Craig Dancy there. Back in the Team Tepper car.
We got a train bunching up here, so we've got P9, P10. Again, not on the same lap, but he can unlap himself. So it's gonna be a bit tricky with Craig in P2. We'll see what Greg does. Is he slower? Is he quicker than that Tony guy? It's gonna be a bit tricky.
Well, Thomas will want to put another lap between himself and that P10 cover. I believe there's already a lap between them, I think, by my timing sheet. So, actually, V3 Racing. Yeah, so the P10 car is a lap behind number 17, P9. So, if Thomas can get past Tony here, that will be in another position, another lap ahead of the P10. So, you go 3 wide through there.
Wow, and off almost. Ooh. Oh, he locks up the brakes. Oh my god. So he did not turn the brake by himself. Yeah, or the brake. ABS off.
It's just dirt that was being kicked to he just did his absolute best to get out of the way there.
Good job, thank you. Okay, we appreciate the respect that people on track. So again, this is not for position, but it is P13 and P14. But P14 can can lap himself. It is legal.
Yeah,
it is legal.
That small accident that happened in that battle there is sort of spaced that one apart for the time being.
Oh yes.
Way past some more traffic.
I haven't seen many. Well, since really we got on in the commentary booth, we haven't seen many incidents. Or many. The race control can pretty much take a nap at this point, with the amount of incidents that are not happening on track. So, really, the only incidents I'm seeing is just.
Exit.
Did I actually?
I don't know. You probably did.
Ah, fair enough. Commentary, so it's fine. But yes. That blue flag showing. Yeah. He's trying to make the move. He's trying to make the move. Right now, David is, talking to his teammates, asking them, should I go for it? Should I stay behind? Of course,
And then there's Hussy, one of the teammates going, no, you got to go for it, send it. And there's Keith, the other teammate, going, no, don't risk it.
Yeah.
Whoa,
around the
outside.
Are they gonna kill us?
Push stairs to go 3 wide. I think there was a bit of argy there. I think
okay.
he was too happy the TCR not letting him through, but you do not, in my opinion, a bit biased here, but you don't go around the outside of that corner.
Yeah.
Especially in the TCR, they've all understand they kind of mercy of the gods there at that point. Not really what TCR can do.
Yeah. He just wanted the TCR to disappear. I mean, he's got essentially his competitor right behind him. Oh, a bit of curb there on the inside. Hopefully, not too much damage.
David got
through. Did he? Oh yeah, he did. Okay. So look at the guy. Fucking David already pulled up a gap.
David, yeah, will be wanting to pull up and get away, really.
Amazing stuff here. Hey, I'm currently in bed suffering COVID. I've watched from the start, supporting my good friend Richard Seminar. Great work, guys. It's been fantastic racing, great coverage. Patrick, what team does Richard Seminar drive for? Please let me know. Or is he on track at the moment?
He was involved in that battle. I think he's in the iRacing UK.
iRacing UK. So can we, just for Patrick's sakes, and hopefully, Patrick recovers well from COVID. Can we go on board with his friend, Richard? Richard.
That is the number 15 iRacing UK Blue.
Yeah. Oh.
Currently sat in at P7.
There's Richard. He's actually in the car right now. So there you go. P7. Let's go, Richard.
Parry, 23 behind, 13 seconds. They've brought that gap up a bit, so they starting to get a bit more comfortable with that P7. Still a lap down over on their teammates. Get yellow hours in UK car.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the TCR in the lead has a drive-through penalty.
We are now at 75 incident points.
Can we go on board with Michael, please? So that way we can show it on stream. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
That's what you call the drive of shame, or walk of shame, really, when you think about it.
And let's see if he gets a cones out here on the exit.
Ah.
No, he made straight. See.
Maybe
exit if I hit the wall. Yeah, he does. Let's see if those 4 cones get to see another day. No.
Yeah.
Oh, there they go.
Amazing stuff. It's becoming a tradition, It's it's quite good stuff.
I feel sorry for the poor marshals that keep going around picking them up, putting them back down every lap just for Mike to come around and hit them again. Next time, bye.
Yes, and everyone in the chat is wishing Patrick to get well soon from COVID. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you.
And Hussy, if you want to give the viewers a reminder about the dollar for dollar donation that's going on right now.
Yes. So again, I've mentioned this 20 minutes ago, I think, but the sponsors are gonna match whatever donation that happens in the next hour. So I'm gonna give you guys an update right now. So looks like we're sitting at 1,235. So, and 19 people have donated. So thank you guys for everyone. Seriously, honestly, thank you. But yeah, we appreciate that. Yeah, just so for the viewers who's watching, the link is in the description. You click it, you press donate now, you enter the amount that you want, and it all goes through the charity that we're supporting right now, the Star Thrower Group, which is a non-profit organization that supports adults with special needs. So we've shown video through the stream here of what they do, and again, amazing people. So yes, any donation will help for sure. As we go back on track here.
We're with David. Just got past the 14 car.
So estimated laps, it says here 468, and we're at 353 now. So it's coming there. It's coming. The end is almost near. And all these drivers that have been driving and, will finish the race. And again, it's all for a good cause. And there is awards afterwards, I've been told. So we don't know what they are yet. But we will, once the time comes,
as well. I think
we'll cross that bridge.
Try and do maybe the top 5, top 3 from GT3 as well. Get someone from the team to come talk to us with regards to all that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's all easy said and done. I know a lot of people are shy and you don't want to talk, but I'm hoping we can get a couple of people in.
Try and grab at least one person from each team to have a chat with them.
Yeah.
drill them for their driving.
Well, again, it's been good driving. It's been good driving so far. So.
You see Robert there in the back doing some gardening work.
Oh, can we get a replay?
No, he's just trimming. No, nothing serious. He was just wishing there was a bit of curb there on the inside of that corner. I'm going to put that pace now, I believe, in that car. Again, not showing that you have to be, fast to have fun and take part. At the end of the day, we're here to take part for a cause. It's not, all down.
Is he doing it solo?
No, it is the Hot Police Box team. So I believe, I'm not sure how these guys are related, but there is a, just double check, we've got a Robert, a Ryan, and Eric Hoddle.
Ah, yeah, maybe they're related. Oh, they're all related.
They will be related, I'm not sure in what way, shape or form, but they are all doing it as one big family just there. It's nice to see.
That must be a big house if they're all sharing the same kind of or they can't be sharing the same rig, I'm assuming.
I mean, I've done one endurance race with my brother before, and that was one too many.
Yes.
Again, ABS still not turned on in that car. Maybe Robert is an old school driver, likes to do it old school, no assists in that car. Ooh, David looking for a move on Bill.
He's using the F1 tactics where, he's turning all the assists off.
Yeah. Go quicker. David really running out of patience here with Bill, trying to probe the overtake. Push his button to see if the door opens up.
And that is, can you put the results to you? Yeah, thank you. So that's the David in the JD Sim Racing number 176. In front of him is the ICMC Endurance Team Green. Car number 11.
In P11?
In P11. Ah, the iRacing system works.
So, at the moment, they've got Nagisa behind, again trying to claw back the overtake. It was ahead of him a couple of laps ago before did a bunch up with the V3 TCR. I think David here getting a bit frustrated with Bill. Bill makes a mistake and runs wide. I think, running side by side now. Down to turn 4. I think Bill will probably let David just take this one, I think, at this point.
So, should we throw a full course yellow just to spice things up?
It would make things a bit interesting.
That would be amazing.
You could see what drivers have rehearsed for that, which ones haven't. Because I've read the rule book.
So who's going to be driving the safety car? Or is it just going to be automated rated?
It would be from iRacing.
Yeah, I
okay.
think iRacing does have a road safety car built in.
Okay, so you know what?
Maybe get Hussy really not wanting to waste any time there.
So what is the gap between P1 and P2 at the moment?
1 minute and 16 seconds.
So does that mean that...
I'm not too sure how the pace car works on road versions. It's not been used enough for me to really know what goes on with that sort of stuff, but I could close down the gap and make this race a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, they might not like the MP1, but again, we are just here to commentate the race.
We're here for charity. We got to make things interesting, right?
Very true, very true. Yeah.
So what do you say, Lance?
I think we should probably wait a couple minutes to see if there's any incident we can really, have an excuse to throw it for, rather than do it NASCAR style and just throw out a competition caution. We've got plenty of time left in the race, 2 hours and 37 minutes, so plenty of time to throw it out.
I would mention it in the chat so that way people are prepared that there is going to be a caution, or do you plan on doing it just as a surprise? You got a yellow flag that came out?
I did on my screen there. I'm not too sure what for. Is 10th place. They are still stopped moving. When I throw yellow, it would be a very good sign. But I think they are back moving again now. Oh, just keeping out the wall. Just about. There we go. Perfect. And we're getting the right gear. There we go. Now back moving again. That was the car in P10 with number 6.
My only concern is with the safety car is the guys that are in P1 that built that gap
We'll lose it.
will lose it. But you know what? That's very unfortunate. It's racing.
I think personally, if we are going to throw a yellow, we should probably give the teams a bit of a warning ahead of that time.
Yeah.
Unless there's an on-track incident in which throwing yellow may be a viable option to do it just then. But it's a long race to go. Still a very long race to go. So there's still plenty of time. If we decide we want to make a bit of an interesting finish. Again, it's not exactly this authentic way to finishing a race, but you're here for charity. We're going to make things exciting. Everyone's here to have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think not like a lot of the road guys don't experience the whole safety car aspect because iRacing doesn't have it. So essentially, it'll be something new. It'll be something new. So yeah.
They'll make it very past the P2 TCRs. Panda again, not wanting to waste any time. I think the car has seen that.
Number 7 car, yeah. Yeah, I think a safety car for a lap or two would be good. Yeah, we just like Braden said, spice things up a little bit. You know, get things excited. You know. So we're just waiting for Michael Massey here to make his decision, whether he's gonna throw out the safety car or is he gonna let things go. I'm sure the stewards know what they're doing. What's that?
First of all, the stewards do not know what they're doing. Second of all, still figuring it out.
Yeah, I think it might be worth just leaving for a little bit, as in most teams may not want to throw the full course yellow. I mean, we've been racing for, what, nearly gone 10 hours now. So whilst, yes, it may spice things up just a tiny bit, you've got to bear in mind that we need a handful of drivers who worked hard over these 10 hours to push that gap into the gap that it is. Just see it all on done.
Yeah, that's. I mean, if I have to put myself in that position and I'm leading, and you know, I get a safety car,
The people are revolting in chat.
I figured just as much.
Yeah, but since none of the stewards have been popular.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of no's, so I think oh, one guy said yes. But yeah, so I think we'll I think we got the decision made here. Good thing we did not do it. So that's good.
I think obviously if there is, say, a big incident, I mean, it is the rule book saying that if there is bigger the facts, the stewards do have full discretion to use a full course yellow if they feel like that's what is needed. But obviously unless that happens, then one very correct.
Yeah, but again, the race is still exciting as it is. So we'll just keep, you know, entertaining you guys with what we have here. But yeah, it looks like a lot of people said no to the safety car. I understand. So we just better not to do it. So yeah, I think it's just best. Again, if you have to put yourself in these drivers' shoes, where you know you're built up in the last 10 hours, 9 hours, this gap of a minute, let's say, from the lead, and all of a sudden it disappears. I mean, it is racing, and it happens, but yeah, it doesn't feel right, especially if it's like made up, essentially. But yeah, we still get some good battles on track here. Oh, looks like okay, battle for P10. Battle for P10. It's the Bill McLean in the car number 11 in P11 against Tony van der Linden.
I think this gap has been slowly coming down, especially with 6 had that runoff, like on the turn 5, where they went and visited the wall to turn 6. That's cost Thomas Kuhn there being lapped again by the lead Lucas, still leading that car. He's in an awful lot of stints he has. Lucas.
He is 6. He does have 6K iRating, so maybe he is the quickest driver of that team. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so. The 438 there, Black Dove Racing, is holding up Bill. Bill will not want to waste any time. You can see Tony just ahead of him.
And that is a battle that's been brewing now for the last couple of stints here. So there's Tony. We're on board with him. He is the... Oh, he loses the rear end. Oh, he's gone. Oh, no. All right, well, he...
Selected by the TCR there as well.
Yeah, he cracked under pressure.
Well, went
just
straight on entry. I think he gets straightened out here by the... Ooh,
yeah, and that's a nice. Well, it's fair to say that car number 11 is no longer in P11. It is now in P10.
Very true. So I'm not sure if they'll be pitting. I mean, it was a heavy hit, but they may have got away with it.
Yeah, and that was the IMC. Is that the ICMC car?
ISMC, that was the one.
Yeah, yeah. So there you go. So it looks like Patrick Presence brought Richard. Good luck. That's a position he just gained.
That was not him. That was for the other car.
Our?
That was Richard Simnor is on.
Oh, that's another. Oh, I got confused with Patrick and the other guy. Oh, well, it is. Listen, man. All it is the presence, and you guys. Good evening, everyone. Star Thrower group. Thank you from all our hearts for just considering having this amazing benefit for our 51c3 organization. Well, Rona Hill. Oh, Rona Hill. Hey. It's insane. Yeah. Well, it's a pleasure, always. So yeah, it's. I'm glad that we're here and we're all doing it for charity, and it's a fun event, so it's good.
It's one of the best ways to sort of get into doing charity work. I think a lot of us sim racers have more money than sense in
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
yeah.
I think if you're going to get donations out of anyone, I think people who waste hundreds of, spend $100 a year, to go racing in the sim racing world, like myself, seem to have lots of plenty of around.
And talking about money, let's see here. So right now we're at 1,245. So and that was 20 people that donated so far. So yeah, just keeps climbing. So thank you guys. Again, link is in the description. Easy process. You just put the amount that you want, put your name, and happy days. You're supporting a lot of people here. But yeah, the racing continues. We're seeing a lot of battles. 2 hours and 27 minutes remaining, and you still don't know who's going to finish on the podium, essentially. So yeah, we'll be here for it. So
Shift is closing on Rasmus now. Really starting to try and get that gap in. I think Philip Simel's a one step higher on the podium if he wants it.
yeah. So he is in P2 right now. How many laps behind is he behind P1?
1 lap now.
Ah.
And obviously, I think a few teams are out of sync there in terms of like Team Tep and Real Online. I think in terms of like when they've stopped, are a bit out of sync. So we only really know where that true sort of gap is by the race in that last stint.
Whoa, little TC. Oh, look at that. Look at that helmet. Yeah. It's a scary scenes when you see that helmet right behind you.
In this onboard really here gives you an idea of the elevation.
Yes, and the
The
beautiful
physical
scenery
has
around
been
there.
cracking.
Oh, look at that! Just like that little dip in that corner.
You got Mike trying to keep up, but that TCR is no match for the GT3 straight line.
Absolutely not. No.
See Philip going around the last corner. The sun is actually starting to set now. As you can see, the grandstand's giving off that iRacing glow.
Ah, if you have VR on, you might struggle a little bit here, depending where the sun is setting. So, and it looks like it's setting from the.
I think with it being quite hilly
west.
here, there should be no issues.
Yeah.
See, I think the worst part of the track is up here in turn 3.
So Star Thrower Group takes pride in guiding our stars to reach their highest potential, to their ultimate independence. So again, it's to me good charity. Oh, another lockup from that Ferrari in front. But yes, a very good charity that we are supporting. We're glad to be part of it. Glad that everyone's been watching, that's on board with this, and everyone that's been driving. And I mean, doing this for 12 hours on a Saturday is, again,
Time,
isn't it?
So
Yeah, it's a lot of
respect, isn't it?
yeah. And the people that have been practicing for a very long time, because at the end of the day, it is a fun event, but I know, we all know, race car drivers are competitive. Yeah.
Stevie for Racing 8 car, to go ahead and buy the car.
Yeah, oh yeah.
As the registration for the session goes up, like myself.
Well, not everyone's like you, Owen, so, you know, people actually do practice for events.
I think we've got a Jeff Macpherson has been black flagged.
What?
Not too sure exactly what that's for. I think that's a fast, yes, a fast repair for the 161 in the TCR class. So they've had one incident, or maybe they've just racked up a certain amount of damage over the race and decided that now's the time that they're going to cash that fast repair in. Chad Dalton here in that 161 that has just been issued.
Chad Dalton? Yeah, I mean, Chad. He is a Chad. The flames. Oh, he's got flames on his car. Around the outside there? Oh, inside, sorry. Nice little move from Thomas to get past the TCR. Ah.
This event starts to come to a close. Last remaining 2-ish hours of the race. You see that the sun really starting to come down, and I think for about 20-30 minutes time it's going to start getting a bit dark.
Yeah, and that's my worry. That's my worry. That's what I've been saying this whole time. This place doesn't get lit up at night, so we'll see who put more practice in at night. So I'm definitely curious.
See
what happens.
I don't think any team will have really prepped for any night practice. I mean, for a lot of other races it makes a lot of sense. But with the race starting quite early on in the day in game time, well, in sim time I should say, it's not a lot of time really running under any lights. So really interesting one for sure. Well, we've got the 438 now closing on with number 6. We've got the number 6 has lost P10, slipped back to P11, is now the cruisers of P12. Actually, look, there's Bill, number 11 car, who was fighting and fought with the number 6. I think number 6 has a hit it 4 laps ago, which might explain as to why they've...
But hey, it is going to be a battle on track here, Owen, so... He is going to be on fresher tires, so...
Put a full tank of fuel.
Yes. Oh, gets a little bit close to that rear bumper of that BMW up ahead there.
I think if that 438 has been double sinking those tyres, I think they'll be on their last legs round about now. So then might not be much pace left in that vehicle. You see Bill is really looking to try and find a capacity about what's really pressing the issue.
I need to get to let him go. Or that, or is he gonna pit?
I think he may be pitting these laps. It's not very normal you see anyone even defending to hold that line there.
Which is very smart. Pedro should know to do that, so...
Holstein, he's done well to pilot that car up to P4. I mean, that was a car that also had a few issues that they had taken as well. But I wasn't too sure. I was well on the TCR for the first 6-8 hours of this race, so I'm not too sure what's been going on in the GT3 class.
No yellow flags? No yellow flags. So Christopher's back in P4 now.
So then, Hussy, you got any real in particular standout moments in this race so far? Any cars that have impressed or anything like that at all? Or?
Well, I'm still kind of confused about the whole like brake locking up from that Ferrari, to be honest with you. The performance from both, you know, classes from the TCR and the GT3, the guys that are leading, have been surprising. Like, it's just outlined good pace between both teams, even though they're different class. The fact that the team in the TCR that's leading, the V3 Racing, some say that they just bought their car a day before, the same, actually, minutes before the event started, kind of...
Well, mine was after the event started, basically.
Yeah, so...
We currently have a 3-lap lead of P2, and I think that P2 goes to turn 3 as we speak. So Mike can ring that gap in to make it 4 by the end of the race.
It'll be definitely in Kiefer's hand, because he is going to be taking the closing shift as he passes a GT3. But and that is the iRacing UK blue. That is Andrew Jones, the 18.
I think I've almost past 100 meter board there. It involves to actually stop it within the white lines of the track to be fair to it.
I can just tell you right now that brake pedal was pushed all the way down.
Oh, see Mike sliding it up onto that curb. Typical TCR fashion.
I'm surprised he's not using the handbrake at this point, to be honest with you. Oh, a little bit of
work there. A little bit of gardening on the apex there of turn 6, I think that is.
And he's got another BMW behind him, so still pass. That is Bill McLean.
Bill, played it safe. He's got that quite a big lead over number 6, about a lap or so. So no real reason for Bill to make any silly moves.
Indeed. What? Car number 22 Beans, 30-second stop and go penalty.
I think that'll be yeah, I think what the stewards are trying to do is just beam on the 22 car, apparently for being too good. And I think we've also got the number 176 car. Not sure what position they're in. That is a P50. I think there were several laps down that are now retired due to a technical issue. That is a JD Sim Racing 176 are now out of the event.
Ah, that is unfortunate. Technical issue. Oh, hopefully one of the drivers can come in and explain what happened. Yeah.
I think probably they'll be wanting to get back as soon as possible, really. When you've got something like a technical issue that holds your event short, you don't really want to stick around for too long. So it's kind of put your event on hold to a close early, so they don't have the
Very unfortunate, but
Will
hey, it's...
Will Mike take that 55 seconds stop and hold penalty this lap? It's going slow. I think that's him going for the pit lane. I think he is pitting. Yes, he is serving his penalty for the reason the stewards have given us is beans.
Beans. Yeah. So
maybe he bought some like Aldi beans or something. Maybe he didn't buy some Heinz beans. Well, no, it's a great punishment to not be buying Heinz beans. They are the best beans. There is no negotiation in that.
Do you prefer them in tomato sauce or like a barbecue kind of smoky sauce?
See, I normally get them in like the normal tomato sauce that it comes in, and I normally have
Yeah.
the brown sauce mixed in. They just give you a bit of that fruity barbecue kind of taste.
Well,
Mike Skepis in the chat says Hussein likes beans, and Kiefer is also saying the same. Hussy, do you like beans?
Honestly, bro, I actually don't.
You don't like beans? Oh,
I
Peter Buston going through the gravel trap.
Who's that?
What are you doing safely? Peter Buston in the background.
Oh,
What kind of? So you don't like any beans?
Okay, I don't have it every single day. Like I have it once every 3 months, let's say, for example.
So you like beans? You'll have them.
Yeah, I'll have them. It's a... I didn't say I dislike them. But
You're not up and down, tab like I fancy beans.
No, definitely not. But if oh, I got a message from Blake. I only just woke up. Oops. Well.
Oh, nice. So that's always great for that's one of our two mates in the ECR class. So he just woke up 2 hours and 15 minutes before the end of the race, which is always handy. Australians with their weird time zones. So we've got Andrew Jones here plodding along in P8. And I think unless we see some surprising events, I feel the order will probably stay as is, but in the last 2 hours of the race is where anything can happen. Normally when, I don't think Merlin saw Bill there. I think Merlin probably getting a bit tired. I mean, he is on, I'm not sure how many laps he's done now. Look. I mean, he's 45 laps off the leader. He's done 78 laps, so he's on a hefty figure of laps here.
So, how is this gonna work with the?
See, I'm not too sure if Merlin will be DQ'd in the event because I don't think there is any specific driver requirements. Either way, let's say it's a fun event first, competitive event second. So Merlin just doing his bit. Wants to get to the race. So go 3 wide and head off. Oh, Merlin waking himself up there.
Going on the grass, yeah.
Robert there being respectful, doesn't want to send it down the inside.
So yeah, Merlin had an eventful day. He missed the sign up with Stefan, so
I think he may have panicked from miscommunication, registered his own team.
Yes, you can definitely tell he did because he doesn't have the livery that he always has on the car. So yeah, I definitely missed something. So, but you know what? Oh, yellow flag. What's happening?
All right, and so just at the top of the hour. Going to just remind the viewers about the dollar for dollar donation machine that we're doing, just because we have got the last 5 minutes for that. I'll give them a rundown of how that works. Oh, we've got
we got a spinning. Whoa, is he gonna go into the pits? Nope. So yes, I don't know how many minutes left. Owen?
We've got 5 minutes left on that.
Okay, so last kind of not warning, but with 5 minutes to go, any donation that gets donated right now, the sponsors here will match it. So if any donation, $5 will be 10. essentially. And right now we're sitting at 1,245 US dollars. 20 people have donated so far. Our goal, by the time we were done this event, we wanted it to be 1,000, and you guys surpassed that, and thank you, really. But it's not over yet. Let's see if maybe we can get to 2,000, maybe 1,500. So I know it's doable. We can do it. But thank you guys again. What you guys are doing is amazing. The fans, the viewers are watching, the drivers, everybody that organized this event, the charity itself. So, and again, Star Throw Group is a non-profit organization that supports adults with special needs. So, yeah, your donation will be forever touch the lives of these adults and their community. So, we thank you.
John Hallowell in the chat says hi, Owen. Hello, John.
Oh, John Hallowell joined?
Yeah, John Hallowell is in the chat. He's come to see the Dutch superstar round up his TC Austin.
Yes, yes. As he just served his penalty for beans, essentially.
Yes.
Yes. So luckily, there's no Rouge here, but there is the Porsches.
Well, I think, bit spicy there with the Poodle car. It could slow through that section of the track. Chad, something to think about.
I hope it's not another penalty that we got. Hold on. Ah, yes.
I can also tell you guys that V3 number 8, or V3 Racing 8, is now 9 incident points away from the third drive-through. I mean, total penalties, I think we've had about 10. None of which really deserved, but here we are anyway. Still sat in 9th position. According to my timing screen, he is 14.7 seconds away from next.
Oh!
So that has started to come down, whether that's through a drive-through penalty maybe or...
So what team is in P8 at the moment?
P8 is a Real Online Racing Black.
Ah, that's the Simon, the Richard, or go to results now?
I think that's the Kingset car.
Can you go to results, please?
Yeah, so we've got the Kingset behind there, that's got Nickel Parry and Silver in there as well.
Well, hey, listen, with 2 hours to go, anything could happen.
Let's see what Thomas's pace is like before we call in his shots. Oh god.
That's the iRacing UK.
That is correct, that is the yellow iRacing UK car. Right up his gearbox through there. And I think Peter's in here. I think just relaxing behind the back of number 5. Not really in a hurry, he's in P14. Not really much to gain. He's laps behind. 438 in so, well, anything can happen. It's going to take quite a wild ride for the 438.
Yeah, I mean,
kind of the argument you've got here with the fast repairs is it kind of takes that excitement of the race out a little bit. Teams, you know, not really all go to the end of the race, but at the end of the day.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing, Owen? Well, we have someone that's ready for interview. Can you see where David Cantos drive? You sound familiar. Alright, in our commentary booth here, we have a driver that actually wants to be interviewed. David, we were watching you drive the last stint here. You want to tell us what team do you drive for?
Yeah, I'm driving for the
Oh, that's the car that...
yeah, we have to, unfortunately, you know, continue this race, yeah. For 2 options, one a technical issue on my side. Before my last stint, my computer crashed, and then I have to reboot the whole computer, and then obviously from 7th position we just dropped on 14, and I was driving like maniac to get in back, but we had another issue. One of my teammates, it's only one, we were driving only two. Thomas Mocek, he was driving with a fever and he doesn't feel well, so he was sick whole time. And then we just decided, after this, my computer crashed, and then he's not feeling very well. Just not continue in this race. Beautiful event.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
shame to have
we
it
thank
all
you,
put
David.
short.
Yeah. Do you want to tell us about just how you got into sim racing and how was your team formed and what was your achievement with your teams this year? And yeah, just how long you've been doing racing in general.
Oh, the racing in general, sim racing in general, about 4 years. I start on PlayStation playing Gran Turismo for half a year, and then play for 2 years Project Cars 2, and then I'll move to computer with my buddies, and then we start the JD Sim Racing. I'm part of the ownership or as a JD Sim Racing owner, and then we have like 30 drivers, around the 30 drivers in our team.
Oh wow!
And we do loads of endurance events and single events, loads of community events as well. But for this great event, all my drivers were on holiday or work commitment or different things to do. So it was only me, and Thomas Monsek was generous to race with me. And then if he told me he's not feeling well, I was able to drive it myself till 3-4 hours, till just stop and just carry on, just for the fun, we get a decent start, great race, and then I crashed the car. I was too early on the throttle, and then I hit the barrier, obviously, and then we didn't use the fast repair because we didn't want to do the penalty, obviously, because the damage was not just a minute. So now we just probably not like it. Yeah, that was the story of the 176 cars.
Well, again, we thank you so much, David, for coming here and explaining what happened, because we were kind of curious. But after hearing that, honestly, we appreciate you even entering the event. Again, thank you, and we still have 2 hours to go. But I mean, I know your friend is probably tired and probably sick, as you mentioned there, so he can go to sleep if he wants. But
no, he's already sleeping. He's been killed twice already in the bucket. So,
fair enough then.
There is loads of great stories. When you do the endurance touring, we were driving last 2 years in the iRacing. We drive pretty much all 24 racers, and it's always some funny stories.
Absolutely.
When your drivers, don't have any time between pit stops, and then just making a loo in the bucket next to your rig, and then all these kind of stories. It's very fun. You don't remember in end of the days. You don't remember your successful race or very bad race. You always remember these funny stories with your teammates, and then laugh. Like last 24 hours, we were laughing so much, we were really crying, and the driver who was at speed, he was just like, "Oh, stop it, boys! I need to put in a mute, or I'm just gonna crash." I was just Nordschleife. I was just big laugh. Yeah, it was just a big laugh.
And just to sum it up, I have a quote based on what you said here. It's not about the destination; it's about the journey that gets there. That's about making the memories and building friends on the way there, and just having in general good memories to go by. Yeah. Definitely. But again, thank you so much, David. Owen, is there any questions you want to ask David before we get back to the racing that's developing here?
No, not really. Kind of hit the nail on the head. Just wanted to really know why you guys had unfortunately had to disable that. Issues as well, not long just technical. But yeah, thank you very much for taking part. It's a shame you had to cut it short 10 hours before the end, well 2 hours before the end, 10 hours into the race. But thank you very much for taking part.
Yeah, thank you for having me in here, and have a good luck. All the all other teams to finish the race, and was blessed to racing with the other people and then other teams. You know, I got other teams friends. There is some other teams. I got my buddies in there, and then it's just a great stuff. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, David, and you have yourself a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ah, amazing people here, Owen. All right, so let's get back to racing.
Just before we get to back the racing, I'd like to say that Craig Dancy has made a $250 donation.
Are you mad?
During the matched period, so that will double up to a $500 donation. Just a heads up, they are extending it to
Holy shit!
4 minutes. So if you still missed that opportunity to get in that doubled up donation, you can get in there. But big
and
shout
he
out to
is,
Craig Dancy.
and he is the top donation. Greg Dancy is the top donation. So, wow, just holy.
And
We're at 15.
Richard Jepp also coming with a $140 donation, which again will also be prize match.
God damn. Wow. And John Hallowell with a $5. Thank you, John.
Again, with the $20 as well 7 minutes ago. There's a lot of donations on this list here, so we don't really have time to go through all of these.
Yeah, so but in the last hour, we got Lucas Prada. I think that's the team in P1 with a 20. Andrew with a 15. Andrew Fabian. Grayson Morin with a 10er. And like I mentioned, John. And then Craig Dancy with 250. Last 7 minutes. We got Kiefer McKenna with a 20. And then we got an Anonymous with a 50.
I think you reversed those, but yeah, I've actually come in here to. Oh no, you're right. That is a 20, but wanted to come in and just give a little bit of a shout out to Craig Dancy, because that was one hell of a donation for him to make, and to everybody who's been donating on behalf of our charity Star Thrower group and everybody who's put together this event. We want to thank everybody who's been donating, and thank you to you and the two of you, Owen and Hussy, for donating your time and being a part of this event.
It's not a problem. Yeah,
Wow.
thank you for everybody who's donated, big or small, every single thing contributes as well. You have all donations are welcome, and everyone who is here taking part is of a contribution.
Well said, Owen. Thank you. But yeah, that was a surprise there. Not surprise, but just like something I did not expect. But yeah, it was just came out of nowhere. But it was good. Now let's look at the racing.
Go back to some normality here.
Yes. Let's see.
So we are on board at the minute with the iRacing UK yellow car. P6. They are 46 seconds behind P5.
Any close battles on track here? Let's take a look.
Don't think so, I'm afraid. I think we may have a close battle with P7, maybe? P7 and P8 on track. I think they're quite close together by the looks of things.
Based on what I'm looking at here, Owen, I can just see the sun.
On board, one of those two, maybe with 23. On board with 20, or go focus on the 23 or number 15, that'd be great. There we go. On track here. Yeah, as you said, we'll see the sun is setting.
The sun is indeed setting, so yeah, it'll be.
We've still got just under 2 hours to go, so we might get more time.
And that will play a huge. Oh, it is a close gap here between P7 and P8 here. So we quite the battle. And he is catching him. Last lap was around 130.7. P7. What kind of lap time did he do? Owen. Kiefer just racking up the off tracks.
He does best.
Not really. Wait, is it Kiefer in the car or Michael?
I think at the minute it's Mike. Probably
okay.
The absolute
off track.
off tracks that they've had. Yeah, it is Mike
Yes.
in that car. Probably explains quite a lot. See him mowing the lawn on his way to the curve there and on the way through. Yeah, mowing the lawn. I'm not sure if he's been killing any cones. I think I've not seen any cones go flying.
I mean, to be fair, it is past midnight for him. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt here.
1 o'clock in the morning, I do believe, for him now.
Yeah, and he's never up late, so
After his bedtime.
wow.
Well, after his bedtime.
The princess needs to sleep. That's why he's getting many off tracks. He's taking his anger out on the cones and the grass, so. So yeah, just an hour and 55 minutes ago, Owen. Well, it's gonna be a great pleasure doing this commentary with you, and we're looking to go until the end. I am very curious about the awards that we are handing out at the end. So, Brayden, if you wanna maybe go through some of that, so that way we are aware too.
Well, it's a surprise. We can't reveal anything yet. Though
okay,
I
maybe
did
that's
want
why I
to
don't know.
put out a little bit of a call to arms here, a big plead for some donations. We're hoping to continue pushing up this donation total. We have our charity on the other end raising money as well in person today. So
Holy
all these
shit.
proceeds. Oh, what a move there!
Did you guys see the last donation? Richard
I have
Jepp,
not
140 bucks.
Another $140. Wow, we're to over $1,700. So a lot of donations rolling in. Thank you all so much. Please continue to donate. Share this stream with people. We are going to try to push in this last 2 hours of the race to get as many donations as we possibly can. Absolutely. So a big thanks to those who have donated, and a call to those to please continue donating, continue sharing the stream.
Yeah,
Just
it's all for
promoting
a
it
good
makes
cause,
a huge
yeah.
difference for us. Yes, absolutely. Makes a huge difference for Star Thrower Group and all of their members.
I'd also suggest maybe leaving up the GoFundMe page for a bit longer as well. People will find the VOD on YouTube and stuff like that. So maybe keep it up for a couple of days. That way people, thinking about donating, maybe don't have the money to do it, or maybe some people who don't know about this event and maybe find it later on might still be able to donate there on after.
Just unbelievable scenes here. Unbelievable.
So we've also got Andrew Jones here back with the races. Finally starting to close in on number 23 there. 7.
The gap got a little bit
bigger.
Well,
Yeah, I think the TCR already got in Andrew's way there.
It's a shame, but yeah, it makes it more exciting. Probably like waiting for a last lap overtake here. But yeah, it's gonna be some good battling to come to the end of the race, and sun is setting. So yeah, it's definitely gonna play a huge role here. And the reason because of that is people are gonna want to make the move now before the sun sets, and you can just tell Owen it's setting. The headlights are on now.
We'll get to that point where we get that classic iRacing glow.
Yeah.
The barriers seem to be on fire.
And that little flicker of screen, like you're turning the page.
Yeah. That's when you know it is truly nighttime.
I know it's nighttime, because the lights are turned on, and so far, I'm seeing a couple lights on here. So
the GT3 is fully on.
Yeah. That is a sign. That is a sign.
Ooh. I don't believe they're in full. Ooh, see Andrew taking liberties there with the track limits. Right, that's not
And that is a slowdown. Is it a slowdown?
I think they've gone slower north off the track. As the leading TCR car gets another drive-through for too many incident points. Mike, at this point, just doesn't
Mike
care.
is just
He's smashing the brake marking boards. No regard for safety of any drivers on the track. Typical V3 fashion.
Michael.
I mean, with 4 laps in hand, I think my teammates seem to have just sort of taken it.
Can we just go on board with Michael for unless there's another battle? But can we just go on board from Michael and see what he does this next lap? Or is he gonna take those cones?
I think he's gonna be past caring at this point, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
See him juggling that throttle there, trying to run wide.
Oh,
that
no.
car go through.
Oh, he just messed.
Comes straight back. Misjudging the speed through there. Service penalty this lap.
Since we do have a little bit of a down moment, since we see Mike coming into the pit lane here, I just want to do another bit of a shout out here to everyone who's helped make this event possible, to Flemington Porsche, who have been a spectacular supporter of Star Thrower Group. Just for those who don't know, who might be joining us, Star Thrower Group is a non-profit organization supporting adults with special needs and disabilities. They help these young adults to basically learn life skills, to write a resume and cook and clean and do everything that we take for granted. And without help from these donations, because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the rise of the Delta variant, it has been incredibly tough for their entire organization. And so we appreciate, oh my gosh, we appreciate all of the support that has been given, whether it be from our broadcast team, Niclas, Domino, who put together this amazing skin pack so that you, as the audience, and we in the race are able to enjoy all of these beautiful looking race cars, but also to those who helped in the broadcast team, Hussein, Al, and Owen Blythe here with me right at the moment, King Kodiak and Stevie, and then opening us out were James and Tim, and they've all done a spectacular job of taking us through 12 hours. It's been a long 12 hours, and it's kind of quieted down. It's kind of an appropriate way to end the night. Such an exciting day of racing, and it's kind of slowing down as the sun goes down, but there's still plenty of places to be contended for as we see a bit of a battle here, though I believe the 6 car is a lap down. But what a race it's been, and I want to ask both of you what your impressions have been of how the event has gone, and what you think of what we're doing here for charity.
Hussy, you want to go first, or do you want me to go first? Is Hussy here? Well, in that case, then, I think I'll answer that question first. So,
talking about donations, we just got a donation from, and that was the last one, or most recent one, I should say, and that was $25. So Silver Tam, thank you so much. Go ahead, Owen.
Right. So in terms of the event so far, yeah, it's been brilliant. Very clean driving. I think you can tell everyone here is everyone's here to be competitive, but also be respectful. They know we're here for a bit of fun. Fun first and competitive second. So everyone's been racing very well. Doing lots of room so we can have fun out here on track. So we're all doing it for a good cause, so that's all fun. It's a bit of a shame we couldn't get the TCR numbers up as high as we could, but we've still got a healthy field here, so the other guys can have a bit of fun. And the GT3 class has been fun and games all up and down the grid.
Well said, Owen. And yeah, honestly, not much to add, but I want to point out the whole respect on track thing. Yes, being a race car driver, whether it's real life or sim racing, you are a competitive person in general. So these guys, yes, it is for charity, but deep down they want to win. But yeah, and again, there's a lot of respect between the drivers, which we see it on stream or broadcast. Sorry. Yeah, just a lot of people giving respect to each other. not many incidents in the last almost 3 hours now, or 2 hours. Just ones that Braden decided to give out to the TCR team that's leading. But it's fine. Again, it's all for the enjoyment for the viewers. Yeah, just to play a bit of kind of fun. We still have an hour and 46 minutes to go. So, race is not over yet. I feel like the next hour coming up is going to be the trickiest one for drivers, especially the ones that, because I'm assuming teams will put their quickest drivers in. So it's going to be a bit tricky with the night. I'm assuming it's going to get night, like going to get dark here at some point. So yeah, it's just plenty more to come. So hang around. I know it's a bit late wherever you are. So just one more, just an hour, 45 minutes to go.
Absolutely, and it's a really good thing to mention is just how big of an event this is internationally. Of course, we have drivers from literally across the globe. We have Americans, we have Australians, we have fake Finnish people, we have unfortunately Danish people, even a freaking Canadian. And so all of these people are coming together for an amazing cause, an amazing event, and we can't thank everyone watching enough for all of the support throughout the day. It's been a long day, but all for a great cause, and we implore you to share that donation link. It is in, I will actually go ahead and put it in the chat once more here to get everybody on board here. Try to raise as much money as we can in the next, what is it, coming up on hour and 45 minutes, roundabout, or just over, I should say. So I am going to go ahead and put that in the chat here for anyone. It's also in the description of the video, is that link. So everyone, please feel free to share that link on social media and help get the word out there.
Wonderful stuff here. But yeah, and again, this is a surprise apparently, but there's a giveaway at the end, I'm assuming. Is it a giveaway break? Can you tell us any information?
Basically, we will be randomly selecting a team to win a prize. That'll be private between us and the prize recipients. But of course, that is all of the proceeds of the event are going straight to Star Thrower Group.
Amazing stuff, yes. Okay, well, sorry I couldn't give you guys enough more information on this giveaway, but it is private, so it's just going to be between the charity event and the selected teams. Now, is it the teams are, even though they won, or is just anybody that's participated, or
someone
anybody
randomly selected out of the participants?
Amazing stuff. So, okay, well, good to know. There you go. There's a bit of information. So, yeah, so that's good there.
Also, shout out to big man Mr. John Hannibal for the donation as well.
Oh, I think I mentioned that already. Did you? No? Was it another 5?
Silver. That was John.
Yeah, he just did another one. He did a 5 and then another 5. He's like He's like the sprinkle on top, you know? Oh, look at that battle for
Andrew. I think that gap to King Seth is
getting bigger.
Maybe with the night bowling in, maybe that's the way around. Give us a bit more of a battle of our hands.
Yeah. Again, I don't think this track is gonna get lit up. So
Getting darker and darker here. I mean,
it's gonna be pretty much driving the Nürburgring, but you know, yeah, it's just gonna be a shorter track for sure. You can just tell all the tire marks on the ground there of just it's rubbered in now. All the grip. The marbles on track, so if you want to be making a move, you don't want to get too offline here. So,
and let's actually take a look at the battle for the lead here. Really hard to call it much of a battle, isn't it? It's a rather massive gap, a full lap between our leaders, the ERT Racing team, and what a flawless race it's been for them, right? almost putting no foot wrong. We saw them
Almost
happen.
jinxed it.
Almost jinxed it, right? Commentators curse. But they really have had a spectacular race, had a really close battle between Martin Nadalik and Lucas, who was in the car as well, and really came out on top in that battle, have been taking spectacular care of the car, and really have kept the wheels on that. And let's give a shout out as well to Team Tepa in the 12 car. They had a little bit of a struggle at the beginning of the race, but especially with James Clay piloting that BMW, that car has absolutely flown through the field, and a spectacular showing for them to come home currently with the second position if all stays as it is in just about an hour and 40 minutes time.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a bit dicey with that one. They pitted about 15 laps earlier than the real online racing team in the P3, so I think that could all shake down very interesting in the last hour of the race.
Indeed. Oh, yeah, and who knows, with incident points racked up, you know, more drive-thrus will be handed out. Maybe just, yeah, in general, it's I would not, like I mentioned before, count the eggs before they hatch. So even though you're in a good position and have a good gap to everyone around you, one simple drive-through can screw you over. So gotta keep it on track.
I'm getting a nice little list of all the off tracks that Mike is currently running.
Yeah.
On the
Oh, is Mike still in the car?
I believe so. I mean, at the rate that these off tracks are coming, I would have thought so.
Sheesh. My guy is still awake. I'm surprised. Oh, look at him go. That is a lot of damage.
Time now, because of the clear visors. The clear visors are a dead giveaway when iRacing switches over to the that night setting.
Yes, and Kiefer is very good at. Oh.
Deciding that he doesn't want to turn for that corner anymore. I'm guessing we're going to see these cones here being promptly murdered.
He better.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Oh. Maybe he's a changed man.
Maybe he's that tired. It is past his bedtime, so.
It is very far past his bedtime.
Wow, just wow. I'm surprised. Like, but yeah, maybe the hashtag saves the cone is working. Maybe that it is working.
He's finally taken notice.
Or maybe he's just too tired. He doesn't want to turn the wheel all the way over there just to take the cones out. But yeah, we'll never know. We'll never know.
See the lights starting to fall now.
Yeah.
The lights being right now. It's on the track.
Ooh, we got a bit of a train here. Luckily, Pete is gonna pass him on the straight. Good. If he got lucky with the position there. Yeah. Oh yeah. I see what you're saying about the headlights. You can actually see them.
It was half a second quicker that last lap than Simon in the lead of this race. Are trying to claw back, but I think it might be too little, too late for Team Tepa. But an hour and a half to go. Oh, I think we also got stopped at the second to last corner. 15th for the GT3 class. Not too sure what team that is. I think that was the number 7 of Dale Cloud. Yeah.
Oh, he got a bit of a.
He stopped a bit of an awkward place. Hopefully, no one needs.
Red flag. Red flag.
And he's just
oh, he's going to the pits.
He's just going to call it a day. He's going to go pit now. Why not? You're already halfway into the pit lane. I think he may have got a black flag there.
Lots of park.
It might be to be quicker for him just to take the pit stop now rather than drive around and have that whole penalty that you get for an unsafe pit entry.
Well, it's all kicking off now, so it's gonna get better. So we'll just wait and see what happens, and then kind of go from there.
We've got 2 V3 cars on track.
Oh no!
V Cooper Racing of Merlin, who is still going.
My God, this guy, like.
I know you see him give up the race now, but he's been going for 12 hours non-stop, not one break from what I've seen. Merlin's really going for this one, trying to get an interview with him at the end of this race.
Yeah, I really do. Like, can we just go on board with Merlin for a little bit there?
See how tired he is.
Thank you, race director. He's in P4.
He's not too far off of P3R. He's 39 seconds, which...
Lap times are very good too.
And given the gaps in the TCR class, 39 seconds is absolutely nothing when it comes to these gaps of 1+ laps between cars. Unfortunately, Stefan's car is 240 laps down. That car is beyond back into action.
Salvageable, yeah.
Merlin actually closing up on the second place TCR car. Merlin actually seems to know what he's doing in this car, unlike the rest of us in V3 Racing.
Well, I mean, based on you guys buying it not too long ago, so yeah.
At least Merlin has some entertainment now for the rest of the race. Hopefully, he can at least stay close and carrot on a stick, some motivation to get to the end with the chase.
But again, let's see what P2, the amount of incident points they have. Can you give us an update on that, please?
So, we're looking at P3, aren't we, really? So P3, on the number 19, have 84 incident points. So they are not far off. I think it's 90 incident points. You see Thomas sending on the inside there.
So, and what's the gap between Merlin and the V3 Racing car and the other team?
Well, Merlin and the V3 Racing car is 39 seconds behind the third place Esports Blue, and Merlin himself is on 75 incident points. So, if he's been on those incident points for a while now, he should have taken his drive-through by now. Which means he's got 15 incident points in the bag until his next one. Whereas the other TCR team only have, I think, 6 to play with.
Yeah,
so if they,
okay.
If they throw those 6 away, we can definitely see Merlin really start to close that gap up.
So it's all going to be kicking off here at the end. And you can just tell every minute that passes by gets that bit darker. So...
that is how time works, you say that.
Well, you know what? Listen. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that...
I'm going to interrupt to say that Mike has set his personal best.
Ooh!
At a 40.1.
Wow, almost in the 39s.
He's really pushing that car now.
He is quicker than the Owen guy, so...
I mean, it has been the coldest it has the session so far.
Usually we don't make excuses like that, Owen.
From what I can tell, that is the fastest lap of the race in the TCR class.
Like the fact that it's a 40 point.
He's completed a 40.2. This is his second 40.1 of his stint. I think these lap times are coming down, or the temps are coming down. It's 23 degrees now on the track, so
yeah,
playing into TCR's hands a little bit there.
I feel like Mike is getting, adjusted to the car. I can see the way he's just driving it. He's kind of drifting. He's kind of drifting it now. I guess this is the way you drive the TCR.
That's like the 40.2, so with that clean air, he is lapping in those low corners.
Wow. Pulling up some pace there.
I think he's trying to lap second place again. He's pushing.
Amazing scenes. Who has the quickest lap time in the GT3 car? I'm assuming it's P1.
Let me have a look. I'm not sure my timing. Okay, I can see this. So, I will have a quick look.
Does Michael go wide?
I'm not sure what driver, but it is the car in the lead who have the quickest lap time. It'll be 29.2.
Ah, okay. And piloting that car right now is Simon.
Assuming that would be second. Actually, that was
it's
set
by
on
Parada.
34 on by Lucas and Parada.
Ah.
So not even at the quickest point of the track. So I think if Lucas was to get in sometime soon, we're going to see these records for lap times drop.
Yes. Very good then. Very, very good. And soon enough, the GT3s will be making their... unless of course they have to enter the pits for a drive-through penalty. But yeah, the final stop, which should take them till the end, depend on the hour mark really.
But also the TCRs from this point onwards, any stops would be their last.
So yes, it's all gonna be, well, essentially the position you are when you exit the pits is gonna be the position you have to really finish in, unless you're close to someone that you can battle, or someone else gets a drive-through penalty. That can play a huge factor. And yeah, just again, it's all going to be kicking off here shortly, so just stick around. And yeah, we'll keep the broadcast going here until the end. Again, shout out to Merlin for doing this 12-hour race solo. I mean, the guy's a maniac. Takes a break from iRacing for a couple of months and then comes in his first race solo. Amazing scenes. So yeah, just he's doing very well for himself. In P4 at the moment, he has a chance to get on the podium. That car that he's going to be battling is about, what's the gap now, Owen? 39 seconds, 38 seconds? Is it more or less?
Is this the gap for P3 to P2?
Yeah. Or no, no, Merlin to P3.
Oh, Merlin to P3. So, the gap is 40.7 seconds.
So yeah, we got a little incident in the back there. What happened there?
Bill on his own. Turns in.
Oh yeah, what?
Wait,
oh.
Overcorrects and into the wall.
The same incident.
Oh, avoiding action.
The same incident that happened to Latifi during qualifying or practice. Same thing.
Damage on that.
True. Well, iRacing, they're built like tanks.
Well, the
so
BMW is
yeah,
probably quite fragile, but those tire walls are like giant pillars.
So yeah, that was the ISMC endurance screen that just had a bit of an incident in turn 1. Just I think maybe got a bit on the curb, lost the rear end a little bit, tried to correct it, got the grip, and just hit the wall. Yeah.
That was a very detailed explanation there. So it looks like you're very good at doing that sort of thing.
Well, I mean, yeah. Sometimes you gotta do all your crashing in practice, so that way in the race, you know, you don't have to crash. And yeah, you don't crash, period.
You don't crash, do you?
I don't. I actually don't. When was the last time I crashed an endurance event, like in real talk? Exactly. Right. So.
Depends. You crashed yourself, or okay. I think
is it the same?
Makeup just committed a murder.
Is it the same car? Oh, that's the ISMC car. Can we see that again, Mr. Race Director?
I don't want to comment too soon.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Seems like Merlin was just having his.
But yeah, a bit interesting that one. I think one car was going one way, one car going the other, and yeah, this wasn't. It was never going to go down well, really. That wasn't.
Can we get a replay?
I think our director might be somewhere else. I will just watch back myself. I think the BMW who went to the right, we want to come to the left, Merlin went wide. I personally don't think Merlin really saw him there. But I think the BMW of Bill McLean sort of kind of panicked, and maybe a little bump there from Merlin as well. There we go. Bill McLean.
Oh, there we go.
What gets tagged?
From who? Merlin?
Yeah, from Merlin. I think you need to see on board from Merlin really to see exactly what's happened there. You can see.
Oh, what?
It is the lightest of taps. I don't think personally there's really any blame to be laid for this one. Like Merlin just went a bit wide.
That is weird. Yeah, like he had a bit of a correction. Can we go on board with Merlin, please? See what happened there.
I mean, Merlin's on board, doesn't have any contact at all.
Yeah. That is weird. That is very weird. You know what? I will leave it up to the steward and they'll decide what they want to do. Is that car still going or is it dead?
That car, I believe, is still going.
Wow. Fucking BMW, man. They build them like a tank.
I believe Keith is now getting him for his final stint.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, their next drive-through is at 105? Is that right?
That is correct.
Oh, it cuts across them there. Whoa!
That's a Christian closing the door there.
Not even for position.
It is taking forever to go fully dark here. I don't think the race wants to go dark.
It will, it will.
It's trying its hardest.
We still got an hour and 25 minutes. It has to, like, just has to.
Much more entertaining if we had some rain, I should say. We could maybe
Oh,
throw it
rain,
down,
yeah, yeah.
Turn some sprinklers on. Was that a replay here? Patrick Notes, yeah, number 8. P15, I believe that car is now. They've already come back. They were, I believe, a few laps down at P18 or so.
Oh, 3 wide. Whoa. Look at the move.
It's Nagisa in that 438.
Yeah, and they're really going at it hard, aren't they? Here for this battle for position here. Ooh, and a sideways moment. Nice save there from the BMW. The darn camera done changed it away just as I was doing it.
I'll be just taking a short little break. Just gonna go to use the facilities here up in our commentary booth, and I'll be back momentarily.
Let's take a look, see if I can rewind here a little bit and just see that save, because that was one heck of a save there. Let's look on board here.
Very
Oh,
odd way
what a
to
save.
a very, very odd way to control the car. You don't really normally see anything like that.
You think maybe the fuel load's burning off? They may be coming towards the end of a fuel stint.
Yeah.
The tires are a little bit burned up and getting onto the very edge of the grip there, right where the marbles start, right at the edge of that rumble strip. Could have been a little bit less grip there.
Yeah, it's still quite abnormal to see something like that. You don't normally see anything quite as vicious as that, really. In terms of, especially that part of the corner, because at that point of the exit of the corner, you're not really, it's not a traction dependent zone, to be honest. It's not like you really run the risk of having that rear end kick out on you, so it's...
Well, I think we both know that it's a question of iRacing's physics there, that an area where you would be absolutely screaming with downforce would be somewhere that you would end up spinning the tires for no reason.
Yeah, maybe run onto a bit of marbles or something. Some, you know, looking great detail. There's a few more things that could cause that to happen.
Absolutely. And while we have a little bit of downtime here as the race starts to come to a close, I want to remind those watching that we are raising money for an amazing cause, Star Thrower Group, an organization that benefits adults with special needs and disabilities, and it helps them to get the best out of their lives, because they are incredible people who deserve everything that the world has to offer, and some of the things that we take for granted on a daily basis, they don't have access to sometimes, or aren't involved in. And so we've taken this initiative to try to raise money, and we've just surpassed, as of this moment I'm checking right now, we have surpassed $2,000 raised, and that is all thanks to the incredible support and the incredible work that everybody has put in here, whether it be the people from the commentary booth here, the drivers and teams out on track, as well as our incredible viewers, whether it be on YouTube, on Facebook. So please, as we start to come towards the last hour and 20 minutes of this race, I implore you to please at least consider donating. And if you can't donate, please be sure to share on social media. Be sure to share it with friends. Share the link to this YouTube, as well as the website for Star Thrower Group, which is starthrowergroup.com. And the link for donation is put in the chat, as well as in the description of the video. So thank you all so much for your incredible support. This is an amazing charity that we want to raise money for, an incredible nonprofit organization that does so much work for so many people, so many incredible people involved. And we can't thank them enough for what they do for our community, and this is our small way of giving back.
Yeah, when you take into account all those donations made in the dollar-for-dollar match period as well, you probably look at more around $2,500 at least, I would say. Because we had Craig Dance come with a big donation, a few big donations in there as well during that time period. So yeah, definitely a lot more than we've currently raised.
And an incredible donation, another $250 donation from Kevin Dew. So a big thank you to Kevin Dew, Craig Dancy, also people just throwing out incredible amounts of money, so generous, and we cannot thank you all enough for your support.
Right, so back to the race. We see Merlin managing that gap to beat P3, I should say, in the TCR class. In terms of off track, there's still an 8 score. I think the P3 TCR team, the 19 we've got, he's got a blue car, is probably aware at this point that they need to nurse that off track home, or they risk opening the door to Merlin to possibly have a shot at a podium. Which is a shame. I'd like to see Merlin get on the podium after this solo effort, but it is how it is. Can't ask for the other team to pull over.
I mean, what an incredible job it's been from Merlin. I know you've mentioned it a couple of times, but for this gentleman, who first of all is in a time zone, many of our viewers, as well as the charity, are based in the United States on the East Coast. What you don't necessarily realize is that Merlin is, I think, 5 or 6 hours ahead of us in Austria.
I believe he's like...
How far ahead of you is he?
Well, he's GMT +2, so...
He is 6 hours. He's 6 hours ahead of us. So right now, he has been driving. He has been driving, mind you, for over 10 hours, nearly 11 hours now, on top of the fact that it is currently 1:47 a.m. for him.
Yeah, it's well past his bedtime, Merlin. He normally doesn't, for all the endurance races he does here at V3, he normally is not here, or not really racing for, you know, past 10 p.m. or so. So it's really past his bedtime at this current moment in time. So he's, I'm sure, really watching that lap or time counter go down, just begging for this race to be over.
Absolutely, and he's made it so far, he's got to make it to the end by now, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's any point in giving up. You've got an hour and like a bit to go. He's got one whole stint left, so he may as well just give it his all he's got and then just take it over.
Absolutely, and even so, within somewhat striking distance of Sam Gunstone, the gap between the two of them, if I could take a look here, is about 41.5 seconds, so it has grown a little bit. Without a mistake from Sam, that might be a little bit of a difficult pass to pull off, though they're actually in quite a similar iRating range, so I'm quite impressed with them, you know, with that quality of racing and how awesome that is. Just to mention some of the incredible drivers that we have in this race, even the drivers that are currently in the car, Dominic Gottermeyer, who has just come into the pits in the 139, over almost 7K iRating, as well as Martin Sirtek, who also has a very high iRating count. Yourself, Owen, as well as Mike. So I think the balance of performance, or I should say the strength of field in this race, well over or nearly 3K iRating, which is a really impressive field, and an impressive job here as we see Merlin coming into the pits to refresh himself, I'm sure.
Also got a lot of drivers from the lower iRacing class as well, from around the 1K mark. So we've also got quite a variety of skills. So everyone here has kind of got someone to race up against.
Absolutely, and that's one of the great things is that we've still had an incredible race. I mean, yeah, we've had a few pretty major incidents, but overall, I would say the quality of the racing has been rather pristine. A lot of respect given, space given to the drivers around, and I've been very impressed with it and very proud of the event that we've put on today.
Yeah, with racing, you'll always have incidents. It's just the nature of it, regardless even if someone's at fault or not. There is such things as racing. It happens. Especially when you're racing over 12 hours, with a field like this, it's always bound to happen. But yeah, in terms of people giving respect and stuff, there's only been a few incidents where it's actually been a car with another car, and those accidents themselves have all been sort of fair racing incidents, or if someone has took someone out, or someone has been majorly at fault, they've normally admitted up to it, apologise. Can't really do more than that.
Absolutely. And again, I know I've said it a few times, but since we are coming to the close of the race, an hour and 15 minutes left to go, please make sure that you are checking out that link in the description of the video to go ahead and donate. Every single penny goes straight to Star Thrower Group to benefit adults with special needs and disabilities, and just how difficult it's been.
Holy shit! We're over $2,000.
Yes, we are. What an entrance that was.
Kevin Do with 250
language. Yes, yes. Quite a donation and a big thanks. We are now well over $2,000, and we have had 55 different donors and 305 people who've shared this. Thank you all so much. Please share that GoFundMe. Let's get as much money as we possibly can for this incredible cause, this incredible organization.
Wow, that's amazing. That is some good stuff here.
So
what an entrance in. What's that?
Where have you been?
Honestly, I went to use the facilities, but then I was like, you know what? I'm hungry. I want to get some energy before I finish up this race with Owen here. So I just had a quick little bite to eat. Almost choked on it. No, almost like had a heart attack moment because I didn't bother chewing the food. So
sounds like you.
So I had to it was a chicken breast. So
cool.
had to literally drench the thing in water or drink water so I can get the thing down. But yeah, we're here. I'm good, I think. Yeah, we're ready to finish up this race. But yeah, like Braden said, thanks for the donation, everyone. Whether you're watching, racing, eating chicken, honestly, anything is anything is possible. Never give up. # never give up. So there you go. There we go. So yeah, anything exciting while I was gone? Just
Merlin has made his final pit stop. I think that means he's still out on track. That means he is going till the end.
Amazing guy.
The whole 12 hours. Do you know what I mean? Coming from the mistake of registering his own team rather than joining the one that he was supposed to have joined, I think he did a pretty good job of redeeming himself on that one.
Yeah, I will admit, yeah. And with that being said, the sun have set.
Still, we're still got a bit of leaky sky on the track, isn't it? But yeah, it is almost completely dark.
Yeah, it's getting dark, and I'm noticing the driver in the TCR, the leading TCR, just racking up off tracks here.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think Keith McKenna has decided that the higher the number, the more points he scores. So I think he's just going to go absolutely ape at the minute. I'd like to nose up. I mean, I'm not sure if we can go on board with Keith and see how many laps he's ahead. So interesting to see what the visibility is like there down from the cockpit or driver's point of view.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's do that.
On board right now will give us a good insight as to. So actually, the minute it's still
not too bad. Yeah.
See the cars plodding around though, like up ahead.
But we all know what's going to happen in the next 20-30 minutes, Owen.
Lost that.
It's gonna get done.
Yeah.
And sooner than later, they are just gonna be guessing to where the breaking point is.
I'm not sure they're all like you, Hussy. I'm pretty sure they'll actually know where the breaking points are. Well, I hope they do.
Well, yeah. You know, I'm just saying.
The Hodel team have fixed their ABS issues out.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. That's very good. I'm honestly curious to see what happened there. Was it just a malfunction issue? Whether it's just something that was pressed by accident? Because it seemed to happen consistently over the stint.
I think they may have had the magic button turned on.
Ah, yes. Magic button. Yes.
I think they've got to turn magic on, but of course Jake Bailey made it on camera. He's on camera there. Flashing the headlights.
Yeah, maybe he's just signaling hello.
Hello.
You know, not everyone.
I'm tired. I want to go home.
I'm under the water.
Very tired.
I bet. Yeah. Yeah. Hello. I'm under the water. Sorry. But yeah, it's been a good race, I must admit. As we see the ISMC cars in the pits, I think.
So got Kiefer, one off track away from another drive-through.
Unbelievable. At this point,
So,
like,
we've got ERT in the pits. Now they have pitted with over an hour to go, which normally means for the GT3 class they will have to stop again. Now, if Real Online can stretch their stint to under the hour mark, that might buy them a bit of time to help close that gap down.
yeah, and we're talking an hour and 10 minutes to go. So all this build-up that you did in the 12 hours, it all comes down to now. Oh, as we see the Porsche slide of the Porsche slide there on the exit of that turn. So yeah, all that build-up to that, you know, the 11 hours that you've been driving comes now. So we'll see what teams do here. You can lose it or you can win it in the last hour.
Well, it's really the case if you can lead the whole race for, what, 11 hours and 59 minutes. But if you're not in the lead for that 1 minute, then you may as well not be, you know, ahead for the rest of the race.
Indeed. As you can see here from our okay, so from the helicopter view here, the track is getting dark. Oh, as we see a spinner, am I looking at the right thing?
I think Martin has spin there.
Bit of a half spin there from Martin Maggi from Team KBK.
That is the number 16 in 12th position. I think they may have lost that 12th position now, possibly, because that 13 car was, well, the P13 car was right behind them. Yeah, I think Martin just lost rear end through and managed to get it stopped before even going to the gravel, so he's done well to save that one there. Yeah, and he has lost 12th place.
And the gap, though, between himself and the next car, Stefan Maxwell, is 6.5 seconds and closing rapidly.
I think that's because Martin lost that place to Stefan, I believe. And I have some news for you that the leading TCR has had God knows how much penalty this is now. This one is for the incident point, so they are okay, good timing.
Good job, Kiefer. Kiefer is being bad. He's banned from the fucking he's banned from the team. Kiefer bad.
I think Kiefer is taking his frustration out on of our 105 incident points we now have as a team.
Yes.
So we are currently leading the incident points chart in the TCR department by
excellent.
Look here by 5. Oh, by 2. We are leading by 2. So
and it's not over yet.
Giving us a run for our money in terms of who's going to have most incident points. But it is getting really dark now. It's getting very hard to see, at least on my end.
Yeah, can we just get another onboard, maybe with the GT3 this time, of the helmet cam for if we have one?
Yeah, let's see. Then maybe go through the rest of this lap. So it's like.
Oh, look at that helmet cam that we put on. We installed the helmet cam on the Lucas Ferrata. It is the camera is sponsored by Star Thrower Group. So Yeah, they're bringing you this footage live from the helmet cam. You can see the driver's inputs.
You see, knows what, by the looks of it, Lucas knows what he's doing.
Of course, he's been leading. The team has been leading, and you can just see the apex there is getting a bit
harder to spot.
Yeah, hard to spot. Yeah. On some corners, I'm curious to see the uphill bit. Oh, we was the rear end a little bit there on the curb. He gets a TCR coming his way here. And the TCR. Yeah. Job. All right, let's see the drive up to turn 1 here. He is gonna get a bit of light from the back here from the TCR, so it's not a good indication. But yeah, you can just tell it's blind. Everything's blind corner until you get there. Oh, it takes a bit of the curve there too.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit darker now. You see the whole track ahead is being lit up.
Yeah.
Well, as you can see, the GT3s and the TCRs start to light the track up.
Okay, stop the race. Stop the race. Red flag the session. If that's what was Formula 1, we would do that. But unfortunately, we have drivers that can actually drive in the dark. I'm sure they can also drive in the rain. Yeah. No one's backing out here.
So I think the closest gap we've really got on track right now is iRacing Blue. Actually, I believe that is the V3 Racing 88 in the GT3. We may have missed that. I think Thomas is in the number 17 is now ahead of them. They must have had some issues. Like I think they had pitted 7 laps ago, and so have So I think that that is a position that has been done on track.
Wow.
At one point or another, one of those teams has had some issue or another. Right, might have been drive related possibly for the iRacing UK Blue team. But whatever way it is, it ends up with the V3 Racing 88 being in 8th place.
Amazing seats. And like I mentioned, it's going to be that last hour that dictates who finishes where. So if Column can get it, speed together, he's close. He can bounce back and get that position back. But what will happen, we'll see. We'll see as now we're approaching the 1 hour mark. So, and the track temperature is at 23°C, so just
was 9/10 quicker.
Ooh, okay, so this is gonna be maybe Thomas had a bit of traffic, maybe.
I don't know, but it'll be an interesting video. Martin here, recovering from that little half spin he had earlier on.
Probably tires are worn out by now, but it is colder temperature, so the tires won't be as bad. Oh, gets up. Oh, maybe he is struggling with the tires.
That'll be an issue. You'll start to see more driving tab is you can't really spot the
apex as much.
As far back as beforehand.
Yeah. Indeed, and that's what I was trying to warn people about. And as we see people just getting off track, yeah, they're missing apexes. They're just look at this. Look what's ahead of him here. Oh, just chaos is developing on the start finish line here. And yeah, just in his slipstream, everyone's flashing.
Hussy, TCR leader, on board with Patrick, he's number 8 in 15th position. But we've got Craig Dancy, the last of the podium finishers.
Yeah, well done for him. I mean, again, it's not over yet, but driven a good job, and so is his team as well. But yeah, it's getting dark. You can start to see the marbles on the offline now, off the track here. So
yeah, really good view from this angle of how those headlights really
Yeah.
light up the track for drivers ahead of them.
Sometimes it can be a bit distracting, I will admit. It's quite helpful during braking points, but during, you know, corner entry and exit kind of thing, and mid corner, it gets a bit kind of frustrating because the headlight move around quickly and you think someone's beside you, but no one's beside you. So.
Hussy problems.
Okay. Oh, beautiful shot! Beautiful shot here. There's a reason why we came to the Red Bull Ring. Not only it's one of the new tracks that iRacing has introduced to us, the last update here, but yeah, just a magnificent track. People love it, and quite the. I mean, again, people say it's a simple track, couple of straight lines and just a couple of corners. It's not really. There's more to it than just that. It's a bit of skill involved in it.
Martin is actually starting to close up on Stefan there as well.
But well, let's keep the gap also. Sorry, let's keep the battle up for P8 because I know the guy was catching Thomas there. Forgot his name.
I want to say one may have pitted. I can only see 7th place on my track map. So a quick log. So Thomas Q's got a 44-second gap. Callum, I think Thomas may have pitted.
Okay.
Callum is now, I think, half a second behind Michael Kingston. Can we go? Oh no, Thomas is behind Callum. I think my live timing must be incorrect.
So he made a move on track
yeah,
then.
So Callum has got past Thomas.
Excellent. You can see that now the brakes are glowing in the front. You can tell they're just running a bit front brake bias compared to the rear. Which is very normal with these Porsches, as they do tend to slide the rears up a little bit. Yeah.
Thomas
Oh,
is
he look
not
at,
letting this one go.
and he shouldn't. But that beautiful brake glow. That's amazing. Oh.
Good to see why Callum does have the leg on it at the moment, though. Maybe one driver with better condition tyres than the other. Maybe Thomas is double stinting his tyres to the end. Yes, we've got 59 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Amazing stuff. Whoa, look at that. What the?
What do you see here?
Kiefer almost got annihilated by some.
Colin go by.
Oh my god.
Again, Thomas really still he's not eager to let that one go.
No, and again, he shouldn't. It's a sprint race now, so it's do or die.
I need to look Thomas actually to see where we're at in terms of that. So I do believe that yes, so Thomas will have taken his last drive through to the 91, but drive through to the 90 points, whereas Martin is next to also be at 90. So both teams have taken their points. Yes. So it really is down to on track pace.
That will that battle is probably going to take us till the end of the race here. So that will be the decisive battle for P8, which is the closest one on track so far. But yeah, we'll see what happens then.
Just for your information, the team for Real Online Racing have gone past the hour mark. They have managed to hit, and yes, they on the hour mark they should really be able to.
And what team, what position here?
They are in second. They are 1 minute 30 seconds behind that might mean that might come down, it might not. We'll see what ERT Racing team can respond.
Oh, we see a bit of smoke up ahead here.
Probably thought
Should locked up again?
Brake issue has come back to normal.
They should figure out what gremlin is with that car.
I think
But,
Thomas here sees Cross keeping the pace on the edge, but he doesn't quite have.
Oh, there's a bit of headlights.
Oh, and that's all around.
That is one of the brothers. So yes, or the family member. Yeah. It's always concerning when you see headlights pointing the other way.
Yes, I think Thomas is just trying to remind Callum that he needs to keep pushing, maybe open out for a mistake. As we go here with Dale Clow. Oh, and he's lost that. That was the exit of turn 3, I do believe. He gets going again. Now we'd like to see if we can get a replay of Eric Hoddle's car. Oh, and no, he just lost it.
Oh yeah, just lost the rear end. Almost like a Porsche-like scenario here.
It's a rear-engined car, so well, it's a mid-engine
know.
car actually.
Oh, that wasn't. That's just Yep.
Martin, I do think, is closing that gap up.
So 4.3 seconds the gap now. Martin still has to negotiate with Merlin to be behind Stefan. So we'll see what happens then. Again, and it's getting proper dark now, eh? So you need to be careful out there. You can see drivers just itching to stop the race because it's just too dark for them, but they will continue on.
And I think Keith is also trying to get another drive-through. I've seen things.
Does he doesn't know we're not watching him or something? I don't get it. Oh.
Check chat.
Check chat. Check. Oh, righty then. All right. So, with the last. What? Yeah, go ahead. With the last 45 minutes remaining this race, I just got a word from our sponsors that they will be doing another blitz. So if you are thinking about donating, in the last 45 minutes, they will double that donation. So
we'll match it, like for like.
Exactly, like for like. And who doesn't like a like for like? Everyone wants that like for like. So anything will help, whether it's $1, $2, you know, just anything, and they'll match it. So yeah, last 45 minutes. You can still donate now if you want, but I would save up all that money, do it last 45 minutes, and just completely send it. That's we're at $2,000 now almost. Oh, actually, we are at $2,000. So 2010.
We're actually higher than that, because you bear in mind that donation count does not take into account the the amount of donation before. So I think we're really sat around 2,500 at the moment.
Yeah, so let's see if we can get around the $3,000 mark. You guys have been exceeding that goal of 1,000. Essentially, going into this race, our goal was $1,000. So let's see maybe if we can get that up to 3,000. And yeah, let's just keep this going. Again, with 54 minutes to go. Racing is still going to be good. Wait until the end so we get the interviews. The website is in the description. Just want to let you know. So if you are wondering how to donate, if you just scroll down and you'll see the link to the donation website essentially, and it's for the Star Thrower group. So it's a non-profit organization that supports adults with special needs, and all the donations will forever touch the lives of these adults and their community. So you're helping a lot of people here, and yeah, just again, last 45 minutes, donations are matched. Owen, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
No, it's alright. Like what I was going to say, so.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, we're just coming close up here to our race ending. So it's 50 minutes remaining. Still a lot of battles on track. Where right now, barely can see who is the team, but we know it's Greg Dempsey with the beautiful livery that he has on, but also you can somewhat see it because the headlights behind them is kind of showing it. But also, Nick here did an amazing job. What's that?
Online Gaming also they went to third place. I do believe
Rasmus.
they are yet to pit. They are yet to pit, so Rasmus will get that place back. But if Dominic can put the pedal down, he might be able to build up a nice little gap that gives him some time to work with. So we could see yet a fight for the last place on the podium.
Amazing stuff here. And also, let's see, TCR, Merlin is just getting a bit tired. But I want to give a special thanks to Nick for making this beautiful overlay that you guys are seeing on the broadcast right now.
I actually made it.
Yeah, we'd like to thank Nick for making the fantastic overlay. Braden had absolutely nothing to do with it whatsoever.
I thought he did, bro.
No, he's right.
Fair enough.
I also have some news in terms of the Stevie Racing number 8 car. Evan was supposed to be piloting that, I think, for the last 2 hours, but he says he overslept.
Okay.
Well, in his own words, he may have overslept. And judging by the fact he's not in that race car,
He has. Okay, fair enough. Alrighty. So I'm sure Thomas is delighted with finishing the race. So yeah, it is. Wait, Thomas is still doing it. Okay, fair enough.
Still been that sort of balance. I think just holding out, making a mistake here, maybe there. I mean, I'm not too sure of their time strategy and stuff. I mean, play more in the race, maybe. Talent takes sides, maybe Thomas does something along those lines.
Yeah, I just don't. Oh, is that a car? Just a lot of smoke. A lot of smoke. I'm just thinking cars are going off, but Thomas is just sliding that rear end. He's begging for grip from the rear end of that Porsche. But yeah, it's just as the laps go on, it's gonna get difficult for him to get that grip that he wants. Yeah, it's really hard now to see the cars on track. But yeah, it's getting dark. It's getting dark.
Boys and the men.
Nice.
And that's why we see you are in the toddler's playpen.
Okay, thank you. I guess that's why you're not in the car right now, and they decided.
Yep, that is exactly why. I'm still a fetus.
It almost looks like it's a Halloween kind of themed race here, because you're seeing like look at the mountains on top, but then you get this some sort of smoke.
And the silhouette of the tree, eh?
And you drive through that smoke.
I think that smoke machine, I think, is the Hot Esports car.
No, actually, I think that's Adam in the woods walking his dog.
Yeah, possibly.
Oh yes, he's getting a free ticket to watch the race.
Yep, and he's gone into the woods. So, interesting enough, I want to do a little bit of a run through the field. I know it is a little bit quiet right now, but we do want to kind of keep things interesting as much as we can. We're looking on board here now with our leaders in the number 299. They are one full lap ahead of Team Tepa in 12 car, but on track, they're actually quite close together. So they're only just barely a lap down. And I think Craig Dancy at the moment has actually been running better lap times.
P1
than the leader.
is
And
having
on
issues.
that note,
P1 is
our
having
leader
issues.
has had a wreck.
Oh no.
Anything major? Let's have a look. I don't think so.
Oh, and he
Just
spun
a
it.
bit of a spin.
Yeah, just spin for Lucas. That's nothing to worry about. Yeah, pretty.
That's the last thing you want to do, Lucas.
Don't want to make any crazy mistakes.
But that
How many
will,
incident points? How many
that
incident
might be-
points?
Let's have a look. I think they are fine, but that will be a dent in his armor.
Whoa!
And he goes off. Yep.
What the heck?
That was the get stall cover behind. Almost
the
a
Knights.
few moments after, basically replicated him.
ERT was very well. Not even had one drive-through yet, along with the real online racing car.
Well,
as well.
they have 45 minutes and only 9 incident points to spare before a drive-through.
I think personally, with the fact they've made it so far, this without getting any.
Yeah, but Owen, it's night time. That's when mistakes start happening.
It can happen, and just with that spin, that will, as I said, be a dent in his armor. That's one layer gone. So that Team Tep can maybe bang some quick laps out. That might apply the pressure a bit more. But I think personally, driver level should at this point say to himself, I need to settle down a bit. Just got a gap, just get it home.
I agree. Yes. Well,
Yeah,
that's.
so, Evan admits he has overslept. As he says in our chat.
Well, at least we've received confirmation on that. That's good. The first step to recovery is, in fact, admitting that you have a problem.
Again, showing Dave's focus in this race.
Well, that battle for position between who is that? That's Thomas Kuhn and Callum Roby. That's the 8th and 9th position battle. It has actually stretched out a little bit, nearly 4 seconds the gap now that Callum has pulled out on Thomas. But at this stage of the race, really anything could happen. It's late in the night for many of these drivers, even the morning for some people, and so it is certainly quite possible for anything to go wrong at any time, and that could be +1 position for the V3 Racing entry.
So are we on replay right now at all, or?
We are on replay. You are correct. I am a little bit behind accidentally.
Yeah, I said nothing was running with my chat. I was getting quite confused. Right, yeah, so that gap between Thomas and Callum is 3 seconds. As long as Thomas can stay in his window, apply a bit of pressure to Callum.
Oh, bit of a curve. Oh, clattered the curve there.
It looks good. There's nothing to go through that corner. I can tell you that right now.
No, not at all. No, and it takes its toll.
Adam, I think.
And this is an interesting development. Stefan Maxwell has had a crash here. Perhaps just a little bit of a sideways moment.
I think he probably clips the grass in the exit.
Oh,
Oy!
that was a rough spin. That was aggressive.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, you can't see where the exit of the.
Okay,
The
but the
spot-
big thing about that is guess who's just gone past? It's Martin Maggi, who had lost a position from his half spin.
He's had.
Between them, the distance between those two drivers had been something like 4 or 5 seconds, and now Stefan Maxwell, with that mistake, has now swapped positions, fallen back to the 13th spot, and now it is 5.2 seconds the gap between the 16 and 438 BMW.
So if we go back to the step, see what his lap times are versus everyone else. So give a current lap in, I think from what I can see here, consistence in the 40s, in the high 40s, low 41s, I guess if it's on traffic. And from the looks of it, this car will be on target to lap P2 by the end of the race.
I can keep that from happening.
Would be displayed with black flag.
Oh yeah, I can flavor it.
I'm not too sure what the point of that is at this point.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea because
minimum
Kiefer's
value?
by himself and no one's with Kiefer. I put him
Oh,
with.
okay.
Put
No,
him with.
I won't do that then.
Yeah, he's gonna panic. Yeah. Yeah, just I literally put him with Evan and Tom that way, keep him company. So yeah. Otherwise, Kiefer's gonna have a mental breakdown.
In second place, Craig Dancy has just come out of the pits, or is coming out of the pits. So that is an interesting development for second place.
Will that be a drive-through penalty then? Oh, you just hit the wall.
That's not a scheduled stop. That is a drive-through penalty. That was a scheduled stop. But I think
They had just reached 75 incident points, so that was their second drive through the race.
And by the looks of it, I think they have been jumped by Comrade Gammon. They are ahead on track, but they're just down the road.
Well, no, Comrade Gammon is in fourth position at the moment. So if anything, it would be Rasmus Verblon in the Real Online Racing orange car that would have jumped.
That's an error on my time screen on my end.
Peter
We'll take a look
Houston
at this moment and see.
with a $100 donation. That will be matched, by the way. That will be matched. He did do it in the 45-minute mark. So
Any donations from here on out will be matched.
yeah.
So please, even if you don't have the
And Steven Grumback with $20.
Wonderful, thank you to everyone who is donating right now. All these donations coming in, thank you all so much. Even if you can't donate, please share this stream on social media. Share that donation link. We are raising money for an amazing charity, an amazing organization, and after coming up on now 40 minutes remaining, I mean, it's been just an incredible day. It's been a long day, especially for one particular gentleman. Can we just give a little shout out here to Merlin, who has been driving his heart out for the last 11 hours, 23 minutes, and 9 seconds, and I'm sure is just itching for that to be over.
My God, imagine driving for 12 hours. That's crazy.
He's almost there. Just over half an hour to go.
Wow. Just wow. The guy is a trooper. Guy is on a different level. But yeah.
I think Team Tep, by the looks of things, still kept that position.
Oh, did he not hit the bones? What? So what's the running order right now? If you want, Owen, please. We'll do the top 5 for the GT3 and the top 5 also for TCR.
Right, so in the GT3, we've still got ERT Racing, pilots in that class. They've been there for the last, what, 4+ hours. I mean, literally 4 them. I had not really any issues apart from that one little half spin they had a minute ago.
Yep.
Team that's just served the drive-through, Team Tepper in the second position. So they should be fine to the contract in the race. Then in E3, we've got Real Online Racing Orange. I'm not sure who's piloting that one.
Oh, Greg Dancy's getting antsy.
It's Erasmus who's piloting that one. And in fourth place, we've got Comrade Gammon, piloted, I should say, by Dominic. They're trying to make some form of the last lap charge. They are absolutely flying compared to Real Online Racing. Then round out top 5, we've got Race Gear Storm, Martin Park, Forever. But in terms of the TCR, we've got Beach Racing 8. Hopefully I'm still on track to win some silver in this race. We're now 5 laps ahead of P2. So I think unless we hit any form of catastrophic issues, we should be fine. I mean, Keith is now 1 incident point off the drive-through, so I'm sure he'll be taking that shortly.
He's also internet might go, so you never know. You never know.
Very true, very true. And then in the second place, with the first of the BPR esports car, it's the gold team. Turkish cars in that one. Let's see. So in the gold car, we've got Samuel Cooper at the moment. And in third place, we've got the BPR esports blue car instead. That's Sam Johnson and Pilot in that one there as well. And then Merlin in P4. Very, very strong effort from him until even becoming last. He's driven all 12 hours. He's ahead of the iRacing Today Motorsport team that is in 5th. And I think both Merlin and the iRacing Today team are showing very good pace in that class. So I think it's a shame that this class is split up as much as they have been, because I think if, we were all bunched up together, I think we'd have a pretty good race on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, thank you, Owen, for that rundown. It was very good there with a lot of details. In case you guys are just joining us, here, 35 minutes ago, that was your rundown to the top 5 for each class. So yeah, just the final touches now, as I am getting another info here that the car number 8 in the leading class TCR, it does have another drive through for incident points. At this point, like, I mean, they have another 35 minutes to get another one, so.
I will give you a rundown of the top 3 teams with most incident points.
So, yes, please.
In the lead, we have got Hodel Esports with 165 incident points. Then, in P2, we've got Black Glove Racing, 34. Then in P3, we've got Mountain Trout Racing Concerns, 128. P4, we've got the V3 Racing 8 car, 120 incident points. And then rounding out your top 5,
counting,
I believe, is the ISMC Endurance Team green car that's on your screens right now.
Wow, just a lot of incidents. I mean, who has the lead? Green up there. It's hard to say. I think it's real Online Racing. Is that? Would you say the one?
What's this in terms of who's leading with the least amount of incident points?
Yeah.
It is them, but I think you're going to give hats off to ERT. You only got 2 incident points yet. Are in the very, very high.
Oh, and Comrade too. They are 54.
I think that already shows that the quicker teams here have kept the car on track, kept out of the pit lane, and it's paid off.
Yeah, it's. Can't say the same for the TCR leading but.
I mean, also the stewards didn't really help with keeping that car at the pit lane either. We've got Merlin.
Merlin's in the pits. Is he giving up?
No,
don't say it.
That's a scheduled stop.
Oh no.
Wrong.
What's happening to Merlin? Kiefer is just having a mental breakdown.
I think he's flashing breakdown. They are the best friends. So keep up to date here with Merlin. I'd like to see if this is a scheduled stop. I have a feeling it might not be.
Oh no, he's out of the car.
He is out of the car.
What?
I think at the last hurdle, Merlin.
Maybe he just wanted to use the facilities.
Possibly, he has been in that car for an awful long time. If we can get back to that one. This, I think, has given the other team the 4th position in the TCR class. It's a shame. Hopefully, Merlin will solve the issue.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, race director, please, if you don't mind, and let us know if he comes back.
The car would be inside there. Sending.
I can't see because the entries. Get rid of the entries. Thank you.
Sag on here. We'll soon see a GT3 come out of nowhere. Or out of at least 50 meters back.
Oh, the ascent. That TCR is like, I'm not gonna bother with this. Again, shows the respect.
Well, it is still not back in that car.
It's okay, maybe it's just, let him be, it's okay. He's coming back. He's just, taking a little break. before he finishes the race. But yeah, it's been amazing. Now we still have 32 minutes, so the donation link is still in the description. Hasn't moved. It's still the same place where you probably left it. But again, just to point out, the last minutes really are.
Also, also
holy.
$100 come from Steve Hill.
Steve Hill. I have a feeling that's related to Braden Hill. I'm not gonna assume.
I cannot confirm or deny, but they may or may not be my father.
You're dead. Fair enough. All right. Well, there you go. There you have it, boys.
Papa Hill with a big donation.
The big fella, the big lad.
Yes. Again, thank you, Mr. Hill, Mrs. Hill, for putting on dispute. Oh, I was ignoring the chat. I am so sorry. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, Evan says I overstepped. Yes, Evan, we kind of figured that out. Thank you for mentioning it. Thank you very much. Thomas is he got in. He's again delighted to be finishing the race.
Also got a message in the chat for you to see as well.
What? Oh. Yes. Oh, I see that. Okay.
Oh, brilliant.
So, Thomas. Replay here for Richard. Yeah.
Oh, look at the brakes go.
Again,
see, I just struggling.
And he gets a salt. Most importantly.
Oh, that's the guy Thomas was battling, no?
That is exactly what I was about to say. That was the car that was just ahead of Thomas Coombs, so Thomas had taken that position.
And by a healthy margin as well, by a minute.
Minute and a half.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's what I've got on my time sheet. I think actually by a lap.
You are correct. Yeah, just over a lap.
So something
there
else
is
must have
Thomas.
happened to him.
Actually, let me go to live here. Here is where is it? Thomas right here on track.
It's Richard right behind him.
Precisely.
You're correct.
So it's not a minute. You guys said it's a minute.
Yeah, I know. It's
about a minute and a half.
Yeah, about a minute and a half.
What?
So don't know how that's happened. We missed that one, but.
You mean 2 seconds, not a minute?
He's a lap down, Hussy. Oh. We've been over this several times.
Silly Hussy.
Ah, yes.
So we can obviously tell in the commentary brief it's past one of our bedtimes. Let you guess whose that is.
Michael? Kiefer?
Yes.
Oh, no one cares about you.
So it's actually 2 in the morning for me now.
Owen? Say that someone cares.
I think my interviews might be shouting at drivers.
Why weren't you faster?
Yes.
Be better.
I mean, it could be you doing this or in the car. Which would you prefer?
I don't know. It's a close one.
No, it's a TCR, don't forget.
I am currently getting to see the Ferrari lockups, so
yeah, and now you have an argument against Kiefer if he ever tells you that, you know, you...
I would rather watch him do the lockups from here than watch him lock up a rearview mirror towards me, to be honest.
Yeah, true.
Right, so what we got here, Rasmus in P3.
Is Merlin back?
Yeah, that's a good point. Have we got a Merlin update? I know he's still in the pits from what I can see on my end.
Oh, so he's not back yet.
Apologies.
There might be...
Wait for a quick second. Let me take a look here. No, Merlin has not returned to that car yet.
I know Merlin is, I'm pretty sure Merlin is a father. So maybe
True.
other duties have called. I mean, he will still finish the race. He might not take the checkered flag, but he has still finished.
I feel like Merlin, knowing Merlin, he will take flag.
He might do an imaginary check.
Or just last lap.
I'd love to see the laps breakdown per driver who's run the most laps. I mean, clearly it would be Merlin. Let me actually take a look. How many laps has Merlin run? 392 laps from our good friend Merlin Cooper.
Mad.
The absolute mad lap.
and I feel like he will finish the race. I feel like Merlin would not do 390 laps just to not take the check flag. I feel like he would. I have a feeling that he will come out on track. In the meantime, if only Owen can get rid of the entries so that way I can see the cars go on track here. Excellent. But yeah, just 26 minutes to go. Again, last push for donations. You guys have been doing an amazing job so far. We're at 2,200 now. So, and again, that's 2,200 without us doubling the amount, or the sponsors doubling the amount for the times that we said we're doing the doubling essentially. Yeah, just again, all of this is just for the charity, the Star Thrower Group. It is a non-profit organization that supports adults with special needs. So yes, any little bit helps. We've definitely exceeded our goals. So happy days with that, and yeah. Oh, yellow.
The yellow flag on track.
Oh no! Oh, what? Another Ferrari?
That's Thomas.
Thomas Kuhn.
No!
Losing it.
But he's got a lap gap to play with anyway. Ooh.
He's lost that lap gap. Oh, he's very close to being collected there. He's having to wait what seems like forever for all these cars to come past. I think he's found a gap. He's gone for it. There we go.
Amazing scenes here. It looks like he's having a mental breakdown. Wow. Just... Brayden.
So,
I'm gonna like quickly show you here what I'm looking at this broadcast here, and I'll... Never mind.
Oh, I fixed it.
And
this Rasmus here we're looking at? Yeah, it is. He is in P3. Team Temp have pitted. I'm guessing that is a scheduled stop after their drive last time round. It's very hard to actually figure out who's got what in what time, because these drive-throughs have been making it kind of confusing for us to figure it all out, really.
yeah, and the drive-throughs are not over yet, so
It's correct, the drive-throughs are not over yet. We probably will see a few more sort of trickling.
oh, what is this? Is he gonna push him to the wall?
Thomas pitted. Okay, interesting. Thomas did that possibly for a drive-through. Might be for a drive-through, possibly.
Well, let's keep an eye on that.
Let's keep an eye on. Let's go back to Thomas Kuhn.
Because that means again.
No, it is not a drive-through penalty, so it must be a scheduled stop. Now this.
Why?
I'm not too sure.
Tires?
Taking tires? Yeah, this seems to be a quite odd stop. I'm not too sure what I'm looking at. This must be some form of unorthodox strategy on show here.
Has the BMW appears from behind?
So, I mean...
What?
Really going to be yet to see in terms of what they're planning. I'm not really too sure as to what they're going to do when I have to try and hold that P8 place. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting.